Chapter 1. Survival Challenge in the Island World. Wang Feng jolted awake from his unconscious state, his head throbbing as if it might explode, the pain unbearable. He tightly shut his eyes and clasped his hands around his head, striving to alleviate the torment. However, the howling winds and the crashing waves surrounding him only intensified his agony. After what felt like an eternity, Wang Feng gradually opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. To his astonishment, he found himself on a small island, enveloped by an endless expanse of ocean. The waves crashed against the island's edge, sending sprays of water high into the air, while the fierce winds howled ominously, as if the sea were poised to devour him. Where am I? How did I end up here? Confusion and fear flooded Wang Feng's mind. He strained to recall the events leading up to this moment, remembering that he had been on an assassination mission targeting an exceedingly significant individual. Just as he was about to succeed, a blinding flash of white light had enveloped him, followed by a disorienting whirl, and then he lost consciousness. Shaking his head to clear the fog, Wang Feng managed to rise to his feet, albeit with a slight unsteadiness. As he took in the unfamiliar world around him, he noticed that the small island was encased in a translucent protective shield, appearing remarkably sturdy, seemingly capable of withstanding any external assault. The island itself was modest in size, roughly 100 square meters, comprised solely of sand and stones, devoid of any other features. Approaching the edge, he peered through the protective barrier, gazing out at the vast, unending ocean that stretched beyond the horizon. Suddenly, a dispassionate voice resonated within Wang Feng's mind. Welcome to the water world. This realm was submerged beneath the sea, an infinite ocean blanketing the land, with only the sheltering islands and a few large land masses protruding above the surface. In this alien and perilous environment, survival would pose a formidable challenge, yet simultaneously present an unprecedented opportunity for humanity. Please keep the following considerations in mind. First, strive to enhance the level of a sheltering island. The sheltering island is your sole reliance in this world, its fortitude directly correlating to your survival. Continuously gather resources, construct, and upgrade the sheltering island, transforming it into an impregnable new continent. Second, the water world is rife with peril. Each of you must adapt to breathing and moving in water. The turbulent waves, fierce marine creatures, and unpredictable natural disasters may threaten your lives. Third, exploring the islands may yield precious resources and significant discoveries, yet may also expose you to formidable foes and traps. Exercise caution during your explorations, as opportunities and challenges coexist. Fourth, you will enjoy a 3-day novice protection period. During this time, you need not worry about survival materials, and there shall be a treasure chest awaiting your discovery near the sheltering island. Cherish and utilize this novice protection period to acquire vital resources and items. Fifth, all beings in the water world possess innate talents, which can only be awakened with the Talent Awakening Stone. Each individual's talent will be crucial for your survival in this realm. The Blue Star has expended its final strength to transform into the Talent Awakening Stone. The sooner you awaken your talents, the further you can venture. This is the Blue Star's last act of assistance to you. At last, upon the ground lay a manual entitled Survival Guide to the Water World. This tome would not be misplaced. It serves as an essential compass for your survival within this aquatic realm. Delve into the pages of the manual, acquiring various survival skills and knowledge that shall aid you in better adapting to this world. After a considerable pause, Wang Feng fully embraced the reality. Humanity had been thrust into a perilous survival landscape. Reflecting on the mention of the Survival Guide to the Water World, he rose and made his way to the center of the refuge island. Indeed, at the island's heart rested an ancient tome, which Wang Feng promptly picked up. The entire Survival Guide to the Water World exuded a texture reminiscent of stone. He had anticipated it to be cumbersome, yet to his surprise, it was remarkably lightweight, akin to a foldable tablet, boasting similar operational functions. Announcements, personal information, refuge island information, biological data, weather, chat channels, trading channels, friends, and more. Wang Feng perused the contents of the Survival Guide to the Water World. He swiftly navigated through several features, Confirming the information echoed the voice's assertions and provided an overview of this extraordinary world. The weather section detailed the day's climatic conditions, including the time of sunrise and recent meteorological trends. It also relayed the following message: today's weather, sunny. Weather effect: today is bright and pleasant. With gentle winds, the sea surface is relatively calm, making it ideal for ocean exploration. Continuing to scroll, a chat channel captured Wang Feng's attention. A communal space for all humanity? With a gesture, he selected the chat channel. Upon opening it, he was transported to a regional chat interface, alongside which resided a world channel for global communication. Within the regional chat, over 10,000 participants were present, yet the distance between each survivor varied from 100 to 200 kilometers, indicating a sparse population density and hinting at the vast expanse of the water world, all beneath the waves. Encountering others had become a formidable challenge. Wang Feng's gaze drifted downward as a torrent of messages scrolled rapidly across the screen. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Does anyone know where this is? I want to go back. Mom, where are you? It's me, Xiaobin. I was just watching videos. How did I suddenly end up underwater? What on earth is happening? I just won the lottery. Who can take me back? I'll reward them with a villa. The person above is unfortunate they won a jackpot, but haven't even enjoyed it before arriving here. There's no going back. If I could return, the entire Blue Star would be mine. I wouldn't need your villa. Who are you? Are you Blue Star inhabitants or extraterrestrials? What is happening? Have we crossed over? Bro, we must all be from Blue Star. Given the numbers, it seems all of humanity has been transported here. Don't think about going back, focus on surviving. This is terrifying. Outside, the refuge island is nothing but water, and I can see enormous fish swimming in the distance, capable of crushing the island in a single bite. As more individuals began to voice their thoughts in the chat channel, the sheer volume of humanity, numbering 7 billion, caused the chat box to erupt with an overwhelming cacophony of messages. The screen was inundated with a flurry of rapid exchanges, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the content of the conversations. Wang Feng meticulously sifted through the chat, noting that the majority of comments were mere expressions of pent-up emotions, saturating the channel with negativity. The information flowed swiftly and abundantly, yet its usefulness was scarce. Suddenly, Wang Feng's attention was captured by a particular message, plunging him into contemplation. My island is vast, teeming with trees, even within my protective dome. I can hear the terrifying roars of wild creatures. Is there anyone who can rescue me? Brother upstairs, are you being serious? My island is barren, a mere 50 square meters in size, easily surveyed in one glance. Indeed, my island is incredibly expansive, with lush vegetation where sunlight scarcely penetrates. It is inconceivable that I could be on a small island. Yet, upon checking, my shelter's dimensions are limited to just 100 square meters, and the rest are not mine. This isn't the crux of the matter. What troubles me is the solitude. At least, I won't be devoured by beasts. Does anyone know if it's possible to swap shelters? It appeared that everyone's experience with their respective shelters varied significantly. Some found themselves on isolated, resource-scarce islands, relying solely on treasure chests and the bounty of the ocean, while others occupied larger islands, rich in timber, stone, and water sources, yet plagued by various beasts, leaving one to ponder which environment was superior. Prominent figures from the realms of politics and economics also contributed to the chat, yet their impact was negligible. No one paid heed to them. Here, every individual started anew, with their understanding of the environment being virtually non-existent. The only power one could wield was their own, and it was challenging to rally others based on pre-existing advantages. Wang Feng squinted through his protective dome, straining to discern the faint glimmer of light that flickered beyond. As time progressed, that glimmer grew ever more pronounced, the sky gradually transitioning from pitch black to a misty gray, heralding the approach of dawn. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly, shutting down the chat channel. This channel had provided him with a wealth of information and assistance in recent times, yet now he needed to focus intently on exploring his small island. Wang Feng began to examine his shelter island, which was a solitary expanse, stark and devoid of even grass. He suspected he would not survive 2 days without the protective dome. Shelter Island, level 1, 100 square meters, a desolate isle, utterly barren, making it difficult to endure the impact once the protective dome vanishes. Please upgrade your shelter promptly. Level 1 Shelter Facilities. None. Shelter Island Upgrade. 0 100 wood, 0 200 stone, 0 10 units of water, 0 1 soul pill. Wang Feng turned, his gaze falling upon a package beside the survival manual for the water world. He cautiously opened the package, revealing its contents with clarity. 10 units of compressed biscuits, approximately 3 units suffice for an adult's daily sustenance. 10 units of purified water, and a harpoon. Upon picking up the harpoon, its details were displayed. Name: Bronze level harpoon, item level. Common bronze, silver, gold, diamond, legendary, divine. Purpose: aids in hunting fish within the ocean and serves as a means of self-defense. Introduction. The initial item, a harpoon, is of assured quality and can aid in development during the early stages. Although these items are commonplace, they are vital resources for those striving to survive in this unfamiliar world. However, Wang Feng is acutely aware that the quantity of these items is limited, sufficient only to sustain life for a maximum of 3 days. Once those 3 days elapse, the protective shield will vanish, and with food and water depleted, he will face a dire predicament, potentially losing all hope of survival. At that moment, Wang Feng suddenly recalled the announcement that mentioned a treasure chest must be located near the sanctuary island. This revelation ignited a flicker of hope within him. Perhaps the chest would contain more survival supplies or essential tools that could assist him in navigating this aquatic realm. Wang Feng swiftly tucked the survival manual into his bosom and strode towards the shore. Standing upon the sandy beach, he meticulously surveyed his surroundings, almost certain that no large fish lay in ambush beyond the island. With a sigh of relief, he gripped the harpoon tightly and stepped into the water. Chapter 2. The debut of the treasure chest and the emergence of talent. Wang Feng hastily secured the survival manual in his cloak and advanced towards the shoreline, stepping beyond the protective barrier. He stood on the beach, carefully observing the surrounding environment, confident that no large fish were lurking outside the island. He exhaled in relief, firmly gripping the harpoon as he waded into the sea, the cool water rising to his ankles. Wang Feng proceeded cautiously, his gaze fixed intently on the water's surface, wary of any lurking dangers. As the water continued to rise, it reached his knees. He pressed on, until the water enveloped his shoulders, yet he found no trace of the treasure chest. Pausing in place, Wang Feng scanned his surroundings, contemplating his next move in the search for the chest. After considerable reflection, he resolved to change direction and continue his quest for treasure. As time slipped away, Wang Feng diligently explored the enigmatic waters. He meticulously searched every corner, leaving no stone unturned. Yet, the treasure chest appeared to be deliberately elusive, evading his grasp. Just as Wang Feng was on the verge of giving up and returning to the sanctuary island, a shadow suddenly darted towards him from a distance. Clutching the harpoon tightly, he remained calm, his eyes fixed on the shadow as he sought its vulnerability. The shadow sensed that this individual was not easily provoked and swiftly swam towards the distant coral reef, stirring the waters and creating swirling sand clouds in its wake. Wang Feng suddenly caught sight of a glimmering object amidst the coral. His heart leapt with excitement as he hastened forward. Indeed, it was a treasure chest. This chest appeared resplendent, adorned with exquisite gems and intricate patterns. Wang Feng gingerly lifted it, scrutinizing it closely. He retrieved the survival manual from his cloak, which detailed information about the treasure chests. It revealed that the chests were categorized into 6 distinct tiers: bronze, silver, gold, diamond, legendary, and divine. These tiers signify the quality and value of the items contained within the chests. The higher the tier, the more exceptional the contents. The bronze chest is the most commonplace variety, likely holding essential survival resources such as food, water, and medical supplies. Although these items are critical for survival, they are relatively common and not particularly rare or precious. The silver chest, on the other hand, offers a slightly superior selection, possibly containing equipment or tools like enhanced weaponry or more durable clothing. These items can significantly augment a survivor's capacity to endure harsh environments. The gold chest is markedly rarer, filled with exceptionally valuable and practical items, such as talent awakening stones and high-tier weaponry. For those striving to survive in extreme conditions, these possessions are undoubtedly a boon. The diamond chest is a rare entity, housing treasures that are nothing short of remarkable. It may contain equipment with unique functionalities. The legendary chest, extremely scarce, is said to contain items that are truly unparalleled. It is guaranteed to yield legendary-grade equipment or critical clues capable of altering one's destiny. As for the divine chest, it is the stuff of legends, with almost no one having truly laid eyes on one. It is rumored that the items within possess extraordinary powers, bestowing unimaginable abilities or altering the fate of the world itself. In his possession was a gold chest. Wang Feng was filled with exhilaration as he hurried back to the sanctuary island. Upon reaching the shore, he could hardly contain his excitement and immediately opened the chest to unveil its treasures. As the lid of the chest was lifted, a brilliant beam of light burst forth. Wang Feng focused his gaze and discovered a talent awakening stone, along with 100 units of wood, 100 units of stone, a seawater desalination filter, and a first aid medical kit. Name: Seawater Desalination Filter Silver Tier. Function: filters and processes seawater to produce drinkable and safe freshwater, capable of generating 30 units of freshwater per day. Description: an essential tool for ocean survival, addressing the freshwater dilemma. Name: First Aid Medical Kit Silver Tier. Function: treats wounds, potentially saving your life numerous times. Description: medical supplies for first aid, primarily addressing external injuries and general infections. These items were invaluable to Wang Feng. The Talent Awakening Stone could enhance his abilities, while the wood and stone could be utilized to construct and upgrade his shelter. The first aid medical kit was particularly vital in the absence of doctors and medications. Its contents could mean the difference between life and death in case of injury. With immense joy, Wang Feng carefully stowed these items away, treating them as if they were the most precious treasures in existence. He pondered the unexpected gains and transformations these items might bring him. After some contemplation, Wang Feng resolved to return to the island's center, a relatively safer locale more suited for him to calmly utilize the Talent Awakening Stone. With a mix of anticipation and trepidation, he briskly made his way toward the heart of the island. At long last, Wang Feng arrived at a serene locale. He inhaled deeply and, adhering to the prescribed method, gently let a drop of his blood fall upon the awakening stone. In that instant, a surge of formidable energy erupted from the stone, akin to a torrential flood, immediately enveloping Wang Feng. Darkness engulfed his vision, his consciousness gradually fading, and his body involuntarily succumbed to gravity. After an indeterminate period, Wang Feng slowly opened his eyes, rubbing them in an effort to regain clarity. He began to recollect the events that had transpired. As memories of his interaction with the awakening stone surged forth, an exhilarating thrill coursed through him. He was eager to discover the nature of the abilities he had awakened. With a heart racing with anticipation, he reached into his attire and swiftly extracted the survival manual. His fingers anxiously flipped through the pages, as if time itself had come to a standstill. At last, he located the section detailing personal information, his gaze hungrily scanning the text. Name: Wang Feng. Level: 1 physically robust talent, beast mastery level 1, capable of commanding 1 wild beast, not exceeding bronze rank. Talent description: the host establishes a unique bond with various wild beasts once commanded. These beasts are eternally loyal and can be utilized for the host purposes. Additionally, the commanded beasts can level up by vanquishing other creatures, concurrently enhancing the host's physical attributes. This signifies that with each advancement of the commanded beast, the host's physical prowess will also be further elevated. Upon seeing the phrase beast mastery, an indescribable excitement surged within him. His eyes widened. This ability not only promised him formidable combat companions, but also the potential to secure greater survival resources in the wilderness. Presently, he could command but a single beast, yet as he ascended in levels, the number of beasts he could command would proportionally increase, undoubtedly presenting him with an abundance of possibilities and challenges. Wang Feng clutched the manual tightly, his heart brimming with hope and aspirations for the future. He understood that this ability would irrevocably alter the trajectory of his life, enabling him to stand out in a world replete with peril and uncertainty. After a modest dinner, Wang Feng resolved to examine the materials required for upgrading the island. After all, the protective barrier of the refuge island would only endure for 3 days. Once those days elapsed, he would need to contemplate issues concerning nighttime warmth and potential assaults from marine creatures. He retrieved the Water World Survival Manual to review the information pertinent to the island's upgrade. Though he had perused it the previous day, he felt the need to confirm the details once more. Refuge Island. Level 100 square meters, a desolate isle devoid of resources. It is precarious to endure the impact. Once the protective barrier dissipates, please expedite the upgrade of your shelter. Level 1 shelter facility. None. Shelter Island upgrade. 100100 wood. 100200 stone. 910 units of water. 01 soul orb. Wang Feng pondered the meaning of the soul orb and discovered a nearby explanation. Due to the transformation of the world, marine and terrestrial creatures have mutated, becoming more ferocious and colossal. Within the bodies of bronze-level beings, a soul orb is generated by defeating these creatures. One can acquire the soul orb. Wang Feng realized that this world compels individuals towards violence. For survival, and evolution hinge upon the act of killing. Having grasped the materials required for upgrading Shelter Island, Wang Feng resolved to first seek a marine creature to tame, followed by gathering the necessary resources. He steadied his fervent emotions and decided to embark on his quest for a trainable sea creature. Returning to the shoreline, he utilized his beast-taming abilities to sense the presence of surrounding organisms. Before long, he detected a medium-sized turtle nearby, albeit devoid of a level designation. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Feng concluded that controlling the turtle at this early stage would not provide sufficient impact to procure adequate resources, prompting him to change direction in his search. At the coral reef, where he had previously discovered a treasure chest, he stumbled upon a mutated octopus exceeding 2 meters in length, bronze-level, voraciously consuming fish. Wang Feng cautiously approached, however. The octopus sensed his proximity and lashed out with multiple tentacles. Wang Feng deftly evaded the assault while swiftly employing his beast-taming capabilities, attempting to establish a connection with the octopus. The creature's aggressive momentum faltered, the menace in its gaze gradually dissipating as it obediently swam towards Wang Feng, circling around him. To his astonishment, Wang Feng realized he could comprehend the octopus's intentions and directly command it within his mind. Ecstatic, Wang Feng celebrated this achievement as his first successful taming of a wild beast. Gazing at the octopus beside him, he decided to bestow upon it the name 8 Tubes. Name: Spiked Ring Octopus 8 Tubes. Level: Bronze. Experience: 0.5 promotion to Silver. Description: a common octopus transformed into a bronze-level being, exhibiting strong potential for growth. Its primary attack methods include high-speed strikes with its tentacles and close-range constriction. Wang Feng gently patted 8 Tubes' tentacles, which seemed to respond to his affection, softly wrapping around his arm. A flicker of hope ignited within him, perhaps with 8 Tubes' assistance. He could navigate his way back through this apocalyptic world. Chapter 3. Material Trade. Wang Feng swam through the ocean, attuning himself to the ebb and flow of the surrounding waters and the subtle shifts in temperature. When he finally broke the surface, he was taken aback to find that the sky had darkened, the sun obscured by thick clouds, allowing only a faint glimmer of light to penetrate. Simultaneously, the air grew increasingly frigid, a chilling sea breeze striking his face, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He lifted his gaze into the distance, where the once tranquil sea now roiled with towering waves, crashing relentlessly against the protective barrier of the sanctuary island, producing a thunderous roar. As he beheld this awe-inspiring yet terrifying spectacle, a sense of unease welled up within him. He recognized that as time progressed, the environment was becoming progressively perilous. From the depths of the distant ocean, the haunting roars of monstrous creatures occasionally echoed. Their sounds rendered all the more sinister and terrifying amidst the tumult of the waves. Wang Feng was acutely aware that, given his current strength, he was but a mere insignificant entity compared to these formidable beasts. In such treacherous conditions, he could encounter unforeseen dangers at any moment, even jeopardizing his very life. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to abandon his exploration of the ocean and return to the relatively safe haven of the sanctuary island. He believed that there, he would find better protection and respite. Before departing, Wang Feng summoned his companion, Badong, instructing it to remain in the coral reef area. He cautioned Badong to remain vigilant of the surroundings and to continue investigating the marine life near the reef, hoping to unearth something of value, such as a treasure chest. Badong seemed to grasp Wang Feng's intentions, nodding before swimming toward the coral reef. Watching Badong's receding figure, Wang Feng turned and set off toward the sanctuary island. Along the way, he meticulously navigated the tumultuous waves, striving to maintain his balance. Despite the arduous journey, a singular thought occupied his mind: return swiftly to the sanctuary island, away from the perils of the ocean. The sanctuary island, now sheltered by the protective barrier, boasted a significantly warmer climate than that of the outside waters. Although lacking wooden shelters and heating devices, the temperature was still bearable. Standing on the open expanse of the sanctuary island, Wang Feng surveyed his surroundings, resolutely determining that he must elevate the island from its initial 0 level to a level 1 by the next day. Only then, when the protective barrier ultimately dissipated, could the sanctuary island possess a degree of security resilient against the onslaught of sudden tempests and monstrous waves. He understood the urgency of the situation and the daunting nature of the task ahead, yet he felt no inclination to retreat. After all, the future and safety of the entire sanctuary island hinged upon this endeavor. Once the sanctuary island successfully ascended to level 1, the subsequent step would involve constructing suitable accommodations. This was not merely for the purpose of providing shelter from the elements, but also to ensure the island's robustness and stability. Reflecting on this, Wang Feng remembered that he had yet to check the chat channel today, wondering if there were any new and useful messages. Thus, he opened the survival manual and began searching for pertinent information. As he had anticipated, the chat channel had become lively once more. "I want to go home. This wretched island has no grass. It's so rudimentary. I'm so hungry. I have grown weary of consuming compressed biscuits and no longer dare venture beyond the confines of the shelter island. Is there anyone with surplus provisions? Let us hasten to seek out treasure chests. The sooner they are discovered, the higher their quality shall be. Furthermore, they nearly always contain talent awakening stones. These stones have the potential to empower us to awaken our innate abilities, a precious gift bestowed upon humanity by the Blue Star." This news stirred up a considerable uproar, igniting fervent discussions among the crowd. Simultaneously, some individuals unabashedly flaunted their awakened powers. One proclaimed his ability to command lightning, undoubtedly a formidable skill. Not only that, he brazenly revealed the conditions of his shelter island, effectively exposing his location. Some speculated that he acted thus out of confidence in his abilities, believing that even if others were aware of his position, they would pose no threat. Others conjectured that this was a strategic move for future endeavors, deliberately seeking to recruit more members into his ranks. The chat logs surged forth like a tide, mostly filled with expressions of longing to return to the Blue Star and grievances about the aquatic world. Clearly, many felt a profound sense of unease and confusion in this strange and perilous realm, yearning to return to the familiarity of home. Wang Feng observed that most individuals had yet to comprehend the nature of their surroundings, still clinging to the purest trust in humanity, oblivious to the fact that this is an apocalypse. Once the protective dome of the shelter island dissipates, the law of the jungle will manifest in its most vivid form. After all, one can merge with other shelter islands to enhance their own, albeit without upgrading, yet expanding in size. With the dissolution of the protective barrier, humanity would lose its final safeguard, causing a dramatic decline in the number of participants in the chat group. Only those brave enough to confront terror will survive. After meticulously reviewing the chat records and confirming the absence of valuable information, Wang Feng resolved to open the trading channel, hoping to leverage his freshwater resources to exchange for more valuable supplies. This morning, when he opened the mysterious treasure chest, he was pleasantly surprised to find a seawater desalination filter inside. This was akin to receiving a lifeline, for in this oceanic world, freshwater is among the most coveted and scarce resources. With the acquisition of the desalination filter, Wang Feng promptly set about installing it to process seawater into drinkable freshwater. After considerable effort, he successfully generated a total of 10 units of freshwater. This quantity held immense significance for Wang Feng. It not only satisfied his own needs, but also provided him with ample resources to engage in exchanges with other survivors. In this realm filled with uncertainty and peril, possessing sufficient freshwater equates to a guarantee of survival. The trading channel became a bustling marketplace, teeming with various exchanges, which in turn incited disputes and unrest. Brother, how greedy can you be? 3 units of food for 10 units of water? I have a mere 10 units of water. What shall I drink? Whether one wishes to purchase or not, the provisions are plentiful in my possession, as there are many willing buyers. If you choose not to partake, then by all means, depart. However, it appears that no one is seeking you out, for all participants commence with merely 10 units of water. Indeed, let us collectively resist such unscrupulous merchants. A market devoid of regulations is fraught with instability. Prices are either exorbitantly inflated or inappropriately low. Nevertheless, the initial chaos soon subsided. The price of fresh water stabilized within a reasonable range, as the majority engaged in the trade of food. Though each shelter island provided an initial allocation, some consumed their supplies rapidly, while others felt insecure with dwindling resources and thus prepared to stockpile in advance. A portion of individuals contemplated a more cunning approach, intending to exchange themselves for awakening stones. Wang Feng meticulously scoured the trading channel, hoping to discover items of necessity. Suddenly, a particular trade order caught his eye, building blueprints for a vegetable plot in exchange for medical supplies. In the chat channel, real names were displayed, and each individual's nickname corresponded to their own name. For instance, Wang Feng would use his own name in the chat and trading channels. He mused that this trade appeared intriguing, leading him to open the communication interface with the user named Impressive. After a brief exchange, Wang Feng learned that the other party had sustained injuries from a giant shrimp while searching for treasure and urgently required medical supplies for treatment. The building blueprint for the vegetable plot was an unexpected find from a treasure chest. Although Wang Feng was somewhat interested in the blueprint, he deemed the offered price rather low, as the vegetable plot was not yet particularly practical. He suggested that the other party increase the offer with additional resources. After a moment's hesitation, the other party consented to add 100 units of wood. This adjustment rendered the transaction more equitable for both parties. Once confirmed, Wang Feng relinquished 1/3 of the medical supplies from his emergency kit to the other party. Upon completion of the trade, Wang Feng took the initiative to add the other individual as a friend, and they agreed to continue their exchanges should further resources become available. Through the System S exchange, Wang Feng successfully acquired the building blueprint for the planting ground. Eagerly, he examined the materials required to construct the vegetable plot. Name, planting ground, bronze level materials, 050 wood 100 stone 05 units of animal meat function. Creates land suitable for planting vegetation. If animal flesh is abundant, it can shorten the growth time of plants. This scroll proved to be exceedingly practical for a barren island. An additional piece of land for cultivation equated to a stable source of sustenance, whether for personal consumption or for trading in the channels. Initially, Wang Feng found it perplexing that someone would trade such a versatile scroll, but upon reflection, he understood that while the planting ground was indeed advantageous, it required seeds and time, neither of which were viable options for an injured individual. After considering the matter, Wang Feng concluded that he should be able to gather the necessary materials. After successfully finalizing the transaction for the cultivation land, Wang Feng continued to leisurely browse through the trading channel, seeking other noteworthy exchanges. He pondered the possibility of trading some of his surplus freshwater resources for more valuable items. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively posted a trading message on the channel. I am in urgent need of wood, food, stones, and various supplies. Willing to exchange for freshwater resources. Before long, someone approached him with an inquiry. Leland, may I trade a sea corn seed, bronze level, for freshwater? Name, sea corn, bronze level, category. Food effect. Long-term consumption can enhance physical attributes, but becomes ineffective once reaching the bronze level. Evaluation. a mutated corn suitable for seawater irrigation. With larger and juicier fruits than normal corn, delicious and filling. Wang Feng felt an undeniable surge of delight upon reading this message. He mused to himself that having just completed the exchange for the cultivation land, now he had acquired seeds. Once the shelter island is upgraded, he would be able to construct the cultivation area for farming. Corn could be consumed fresh or dried for storage. Suppressing his inner joy, he replied, Wang Feng, certainly, I can offer 20 seeds for 6 units of fresh water. After a brief exchange, both parties quickly reached a consensus on the transaction. Upon completion, Wang Feng even took the liberty of adding the other party as a friend, suggesting, if you require fresh water in the future, we can engage in long-term exchanges. Wang Feng fixated on the transaction link in the channel, his gaze intent and contemplative. After meticulously examining the information and pricing of the items in the link, he clicked to exit the trading channel. Upon returning to his personal interface, Wang Feng began to assess the day's spoils. He opened his backpack, which was neatly organized with various items. 8 units of compressed biscuits, sufficient to sustain him for a while. 20 units of pure water, though not abundant, could be replenished. A harpoon, useful for hunting fish. 200 units of wood and 100 units of stone, resources vital for upgrading the shelter island and constructing related facilities. In addition, a seawater desalination filter and 2/3 of a first aid kit, both essential for survival in critical moments. Content with his acquisitions, Wang Feng contemplated his upcoming plans. He recognized that to upgrade the shelter island, he required additional resources. Currently, he was still short of the necessary materials to advance to a level 2 shelter island. Shelter island upgrade, 100 wood, 100 stone, 20 units 10 units of fresh water, 1 soul orb. However, Wang Feng remained undeterred. He had formulated a preliminary plan. He resolved to continue trading fresh water for stones, knowing that as time progressed and freshwater supplies dwindled, the demand would escalate, potentially yielding significant returns for his needs. Wang Feng intended to awaken the next day, accompanied by his companion Batong, to hunt animals in the vicinity of the shelter island. Not only can this method yield soul orbs, but the remains of animals can also serve as sustenance or be exchanged for other valuable resources in the trading channel. With this thought, Wang Feng was filled with confidence for the future. He firmly believed that with diligent effort, he would undoubtedly succeed in upgrading the refuge island and survive on this desolate isle. Chapter 4. Hunting crabs and uncovering treasure the following morning. Before the sun had fully risen, the sky was adorned with a gentle hue of light. Wang Feng awoke early from his slumber, without any shelter to shield him from the sunlight. Its rays pierced through, rendering him unable to return to sleep despite his exhaustion from the previous day. After hastily consuming some compressed rations to replenish his energy, he proceeded to check the day's weather. Today's weather, clear turning to partly cloudy with light rain. Weather effect, clear skies transitioning to clouds with light rain, gentle waves on the sea, no hindrance to ocean exploration. He grasped his spear and set off towards the coral reef in search of the octopus. Upon his arrival, he was astonished to find that the daytime ocean was remarkably tranquil compared to the tumultuous waves of the night. Standing at the shore, he called out the octopus's name loudly. Soon, the octopus emerged from the depths, swimming gracefully to his side. Wang Feng's face lit up with joy upon seeing the octopus, and he began to communicate with it. He first inquired about the conditions of the coral reef, including the nearby creatures and any notable features. The octopus conveyed information to Wang Feng through a simple yet effective means of communication, revealing the presence of numerous crabs and a shimmering object within a crab hole. After confirming the location of the crab hole with the octopus, Wang Feng took a deep breath and followed the octopus as they submerged into the water. Sunlight filtered through the surface, casting a radiant glow on the vibrant coral reefs, enhancing their exquisite beauty. A myriad of brightly colored fish darted playfully among the corals, creating a picturesque and lively tableau. Wang Feng swam cautiously toward the crab hole, his movements gentle and slow, mindful not to disturb the surrounding marine life. A swarm of small shrimp danced near the entrance, their translucent bodies glimmering faintly in the sunlight. Just as Wang Feng was nearing the crab hole, A massive bronze-level crab suddenly surged forth from the coral, charging directly at him. The crab's body was as large as a grinding stone. Its formidable claws raised menacingly as it approached Wang Feng with fierce intent. Startled but composed, Wang Feng swiftly raised his spear, aiming at the crab, and thrust it forward with force. To his astonishment, the crab effortlessly deflected the spear with its claws. With a resounding clang, the spear was sent flying. While the crab remained unscathed, Wang Feng stood there, momentarily stunned. He had assumed that these marine creatures had merely grown larger, but it was now evident that their strength had significantly increased. The crab's claws not only repelled the spear's assault with ease, but also produced a crisp sound, indicating a notable enhancement in hardness. In his mind, Wang Feng contemplated seizing this perfect opportunity for the octopus to launch a surprise attack on the crab. Without hesitation, the octopus extended its agile tentacles, darting towards the crab's eyes with the swiftness of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the crab's eyes were mercilessly shattered by the eight-tentacled creature. Stricken by such a grievous blow, the crab, racked with unbearable pain, instinctively released its tightly clamped pincers in a desperate attempt to flee this terrifying place. However, Wang Feng's reaction was remarkably swift. Like a cheetah, he launched himself forward, delivering a powerful kick to the crab's body. The force of his strike sent the crab hurtling backward. Without hesitation, Wang Feng raised the harpoon in his hand and, exerting all his strength, plunged it viciously into the crab's back. The harpoon pierced deeply through the crab's tough shell, reaching into its very core. The crab writhed in agony, flailing its enormous pincers in a frantic effort to escape this fatal thrust. After a considerable struggle, the crab's movements gradually slowed and eventually ceased altogether, lying motionless upon the ground. Observing this, Wang Feng cautiously approached and withdrew the harpoon from the crab's back. Subsequently, he retrieved the survival manual of the aquatic world, which caused the crab to disintegrate, leaving behind merely a soul orb and 5 units of bronze-grade crab meat. Name: mutated crab meat, bronze grade. Category: food. Effect: rapidly restores stamina. Prolonged consumption enhances physical attributes, but becomes ineffective once physical prowess reaches the bronze level. Evaluation: the meat of the mutated crab is delectably sweet, capable of quickly replenishing stamina, juicy and satiating. However, it is advised to be consumed cooked. Wang Feng gazed at the soul orb in his hand, reflecting on the terrifying nature of the creatures surrounding the sheltering island. Had the 8-tentacled creature not timely shattered the crab's eyes, it would have been exceedingly difficult for him to subdue the crab unscathed. The thought of potentially encountering more such horrifying beasts lurking in the ocean's depths sent a shiver down his spine. Should anyone claim that those mythical creatures existed in the deep sea, Wang Feng would likely believe them without hesitation, for he had just survived a life-and-death struggle with such a fierce being. After a brief respite, Wang Feng approached the entrance of the crab's den. He peered into the depths of the cave, where something seemed to glimmer enticingly. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he resolutely ventured into the crab's lair. Upon entering the cave, he indeed discovered a treasure chest, quietly resting in a corner and emanating a bronze glow. Just as he joyfully reached out to seize the chest, a colossal crab, even larger than the previous one, suddenly erupted from the depths of the cave. This enormous creature, with razor-sharp pincers, instilled a sense of dread. Wang Feng cursed inwardly, lamenting the oversight of the 8-tentacled creature. It had failed to mention the presence of another crab. Faced with such a behemoth, he dared not linger for a moment and swiftly turned to dash towards the cave's exit like an arrow. The gigantic crab, evidently irate at the intrusion, pursued Wang Feng with remarkable speed, keeping pace with him with alarming agility. In his heart, Wang Feng silently prayed that the 8-tentacled creature would be lying in wait outside the cave, as he had planned. As he finally burst forth from the cave, the creature known as 8 Tubes indeed fulfilled his expectations, vigorously waving its tentacles like a bolt of lightning descending from the heavens. However, to Wang Feng's utter astonishment, this crab proved exceptionally tenacious, withstanding the onslaught of 8 Tubes' tentacles, disregarding its own injuries as it charged directly at him. Its pincers flailed menacingly, as if intent on tearing Wang Feng to shreds. Driven to desperation, Wang Feng skillfully maneuvered to evade the crab's attacks while mercilessly thrusting his harpoon at it. Simultaneously, 8 tubes unleashed a relentless barrage of tentacle strikes, inflicting continuous damage upon the crab. Despite its bravery, the relentless dual assault from Wang Feng and 8 tubes ultimately overwhelmed the creature. Gradually, its movements slowed and more wounds accumulated on its body. Exhausted, the crab finally collapsed onto the ground. Observing this, Wang Feng promptly approached and dismantled the crab, obtaining 1 soul orb and 8 units of bronze-grade crab meat. Without delay, he returned to the cave and successfully retrieved the coveted bronze chest. Although merely a bronze chest, Wang Feng felt immense joy, as it promised resources that would aid in his survival. He instructed 8 tubes to transport the 13 units of bronze-grade crab meat from the 2 defeated crabs to the shore. This harrowing battle with the crab, though fraught with peril, ultimately left him exhilarated. Dragging his wearied body to the shoreline, he sank onto the sand, exhaling a sigh of relief. He had never anticipated that the creatures of the ocean could be so ferocious. These 2 heart-stopping encounters had tested him both physically and mentally. His hands trembled from overexertion, seemingly beyond his control, while every muscle in his body ached, particularly his waist and back, as if struck by a heavy hammer. At that moment, hunger and thirst besieged him, mercilessly assaulting his already fatigued frame. He was reluctant to return to the shelter island, which, though relatively safer, meant enduring the torment of hunger and thirst. Just as despair began to settle in, he suddenly recalled the bronze crab he had just slain. Although the recommendation was to consume it only after cooking, he decided that filling his stomach took precedence. Revitalized, Wang Feng retrieved 1 unit of bronze-grade crab meat. Cautiously, he took a bite, and instantly, a wave of sweet flavor enveloped his mouth. This delightful taste invigorated his spirit, as if every cell in his body rejoiced. With each chew, the sweetness intensified, and he felt his stamina gradually replenishing. After consuming 2 units of crab meat, Wang Feng sensed a resurgence of vitality, the fatigue lifting considerably, and his mental clarity returning. He contentedly wiped the corners of his mouth, as if he had just savored a delectable feast. Subsequently, he resolved to ascertain the experience points required for his loyal companion, 8 tubes, to ascend from bronze to silver rank after successfully vanquishing 2 bronze-level monsters. With a buoyant stride, Wang Feng returned to the surging sea. He adeptly swam towards 8 tubes' location, his heart brimming with anticipation. As he approached, he focused his gaze, revealing 8 tubes' massive form partially concealed beneath the water surface. Wang Feng swiftly reached 8 tubes' side, meticulously examining its experience status. Name: Spiked Ring Octopus. 8 tubes. Level: Bronze Experience. 2-5. Promotion to Silver. Description: An ordinary octopus mutated into a bronze level, possessing significant growth potential. Its primary attacks consist of rapid whip-like strikes with its tentacles and lethal close-range constriction. Upon seeing this figure, Wang Feng pondered internally. He realized that in order for 8 tubes to successfully upgrade to silver rank, 3 more bronze creatures needed to be defeated. This upgrade would enhance its physical attributes, providing greater security. After confirming 8 tubes experience points, Wang Feng did not linger excessively. He quickly made the decision to return to Shelter Island with the newly acquired bronze treasure chest and the remaining 11 units of bronze crab meat. Chapter 5. Reopening the treasure chest and upgrading the Shelter Island. Wang Feng tightly grasped the treasure chest and the crab, his hands turning pale from the exertion, as if these were the most precious possessions of his life. He stumbled back to the heart of Shelter Island, carefully placing the chest and the crab beside him. Panting heavily, his throat felt ablaze, desperately in need of moisture. Without hesitation, he seized a bottle of fresh water nearby, unscrewed the cap, and gulped it down eagerly. The water was like a refreshing rain in the desert, bringing him immense relief and satisfaction. It had been nearly 5 to 6 hours since he left the shelter that morning. During this time, he had not taken a single sip of water and had endured 2 intense battles, depleting his physical strength significantly. His body was severely dehydrated, even exhibiting signs of desiccation. After consuming 2 units of fresh water, Wang Feng finally felt rejuvenated. He regained a semblance of energy and began to scrutinize the treasure chest. Compared to the golden treasure chest he had previously acquired, this one appeared somewhat lackluster. It lacked the dazzling golden exterior, instead emanating a faint greenish glow. Indeed, it was merely a lowly bronze-level resource box, significantly less impressive in stature. However, he did not dwell on the chest's appearance. To him, the contents were of utmost importance. He reached out and slowly opened the chest. As the lid lifted, a gentle radiance emanated from within, as though a mystical veil was being delicately unveiled. Wang Feng's gaze was immediately drawn to the items inside, as if magnetized by their allure. This bronze-level chest contained only 3 items, 2 fewer than the previous golden chest. The first to catch his eye was a neat pile of stones, approximately 100 in number. Next, he spotted a bag of pristine white rice. Name: rice, common level. Weight: 6 units. Ordinary rice, requires cooking before consumption, possesses a strong satiating effect but lacks vitamins. Finally, his attention settled on a softly glowing orb. Curiously, he extended a finger and gently tapped the orb. Instantly, the light intensified and a message appeared in his mind. It turned out that the orb contained a blueprint for a wooden house. A thrill surged through Wang Feng. This was precisely what he urgently needed. With this blueprint, he could construct a safe dwelling. Name: wooden house blueprint, bronze level. Materials: 100 wood, 100 stones. Description: this wooden house will provide you with shelter from the wind and rain. However, it is important to note that this structure cannot withstand a level 10 storm, so precautions must be taken before such a tempest arrives. A look of delight spread across Wang Feng's face, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He understood well that once the protective shield of Shelter Island vanished, enduring hunger was not the most dreadful fate. The true terror lay in the frigid temperatures of the night. Without a shelter to shield him from the elements and maintain warmth, he risked succumbing to hypothermia, never to awaken again. Previously, he had contemplated waiting for the upgrade of the Sanctuary Island before trading the blueprints for houses in the trading channel. To his astonishment, he received them directly, a truly magnificent surprise. Now, all that remained was to upgrade the Sanctuary Island and construct the houses. Thus, Wang Feng opened the survival manual of the water world to assess the resources required to elevate the Sanctuary Island to level 1. Sanctuary Island, level 1, 100 square meters upgrade. 200 wood, collected. 200 stone, collected. 38, 10 units of water. The desalination filter processes 30 units of water daily. Currently with 40 units remaining. 1 soul pills, collected upon discovering that he met the upgrade requirements. Wang Feng hesitated no longer and promptly clicked to upgrade the Sanctuary Island in the survival manual of the water world. A radiant white light enveloped the entire Sanctuary Island in an instant, so brilliant that Wang Feng was compelled to close his eyes. Within the white light, a sound resembling the roar of a deep-sea vortex resonated, deep and powerful, as if emanating from the distant past. The waves at the island's edge suddenly surged skyward, forming a waterfall several meters high. Bathed in sunlight, the cascade refracted a rainbow-like luminescence, a breathtaking spectacle. From the depths of the ocean came a series of muffled thuds, reminiscent of an ancient behemoth stretching its limbs in slumber, evoking a sense of awe. After a few seconds, the white light gradually faded. Wang Feng slowly opened his eyes, the sight before him leaving him speechless with astonishment. The once barren island had been transformed by a wondrous force into a vibrant new landscape. The original 100 square meters had expanded to 300 square meters, and the soil appeared more solid, as if compacted by invisible hands. Surrounding the island was a low stone wall. Though not tall, it imparted a sense of security, as if forming a sturdy line of defense for this small haven. Wang Feng joyfully ran about the island, reveling in the remarkable transformation, fully aware that his journey of survival had taken a significant leap forward. At that moment, the information regarding the Sanctuary Island in the survival manual of the water world was also updated. Sanctuary Island, level 2, 300 square meters, upgrade. 100 300 wood 0 500 stone, 28 100 units of water. The desalination filter processes 30 units of water daily. Currently with 30 units remaining, 110 soul pills the compacted 300 square meter island can withstand the impact of ocean waves. However, do not assume it can endure greater calamities. Level 2 shelter facilities. Surrounding wall. Capable of repelling attacks from ordinary marine creatures. If faced with bronze-level beings, please address them promptly. Having grasped the fundamental information about the sanctuary island, Wang Feng began to tally his resources, preparing to construct the wooden house with fervor. Name: Wooden house blueprint. Bronze level. Materials: 100 100 wood 0 100 stone. This wooden house will provide you with shelter from the wind and rain. However, it is crucial to note that this house cannot withstand level 10 storms. Thus, adequate precautions must be taken before the tempest arrives. Upon discovering a shortage of stones, Wang Feng hastily processed the crab legs, intending to exchange them along with other materials at the trading hall later. He opened the survival manual of Waterworld, hoping to gather enough resources to construct a wooden house and a planting area. Currently, he had 28 units of water remaining and 11 units of crab meat already portioned. Wang Feng surmised that he could acquire several valuable items, for both water and food are indispensable. As he perused the trading market, he encountered an array of enticing items. Yet he hesitated over what to exchange. With the level of his shelter island no longer able to be upgraded, his focus shifted to gathering materials for the wooden house and planting area, specifically wood and stones, resources that his shelter island was incapable of producing. Furthermore, he considered the various unique items that could be obtained from treasure chests, although they appeared impractical at present and may not be immediately useful. Their intrinsic value was exceedingly high. In a situation where food and water were abundant, he felt inclined to trade for some of these items. Wang Feng noticed a collection of clothing, pants, shoes, toothpicks, and cling film among the offerings. Thus, those genuinely seeking to trade, aiming to upgrade their shelter island, and possessing the capability to do so, predominantly opted to utilize crafting scrolls for their exchanges. After a prolonged examination, he discerned two categories of traders. The first group sought to exchange crafting scrolls for 20 units of water or food. These individuals typically had minimal stock, willing to part with a less significant scroll for a chance at a trade, whether successful or not, essentially relying on serendipity. The second group aimed for a modest exchange of 3 units of water or food. They were on the brink of upgrading their shelter and were thus inclined to take a risk, finding the trading prices rather reasonable. However, regardless of the category, none would part with truly high-value crafting scrolls. Wang Feng recalled a transaction from the previous day, where several individuals had inquired about prices. Zhang Yang proposed, "I wish to exchange 100 stones for 15 units of water. If the water can be supplied long-term, I can provide stones consistently." Wang Feng contemplated that this individual was likely situated on a larger island, capable of quarrying stones independently. He retorted, 100 stones for 15 units of water is excessive. I can offer a maximum of 9 units, with water available for long-term supply. The other party responded, let us proceed with this trade for now. But should you require stones in the future, the price will have to increase, or I shall trade with others. Upon concluding this transaction, Wang Feng added the individual as a friend, believing they could maintain a fruitful connection for a steady supply of stones. He then exchanged his remaining 11 units of water and 3 units of bronze-grade crab meat for 100 units of wood and 100 units of stones. Wang Feng observed that the prices for essential materials like wood and stones for upgrading the shelter island were on the rise. After amassing the necessary materials for constructing the wooden house and planting area, he did not cease his efforts. Instead, he continued to browse through the trading records, hoping to uncover items that could be exchanged for his bronze-grade crab meat. After a meticulous search, he discovered numerous items, yet to his disappointment, most were merely beautiful but impractical decorative pieces. For instance, this seesaw. Name: seesaw manufacturing scroll, bronze level, material, tin wood function, decorative item to enhance the aesthetic of a shelter island. Description: the seesaw is meticulously crafted with balanced proportions, suitable for 2 individuals to enjoy together. Wang Feng gazed at the description of this seesaw manufacturing scroll and an overwhelming sense of helplessness and absurdity surged within him. He could not help but exclaim, "Is this world truly upside down?" In this solitary realm, who would engage in playful companionship on a seesaw? Presently, if he were not to glance at the chat channel, he might even feel as though he were the sole inhabitant of this world. Such a beautiful yet futile trinket held no practical value for Wang Feng. Without hesitation, he dismissed the seesaw manufacturing scroll from his transaction records. However, he soon discovered that in this trading market, there were indeed numerous peculiar items akin to this one. They may appear amusing, yet in the current environment for survival, they were nearly devoid of utility. Just as Wang Feng was perusing the trading channel, a message suddenly popped up on the screen, capturing his attention. This message was from the formidable brother who had previously sold him the construction blueprint for the planning map. The formidable brother sent a message. "Would you like a storage bag? It can be strapped to your waist and hold a great deal of items. You should be able to afford it." Accompanying this was detailed information about an item. Wang Feng focused intently, and the information revealed name, storage bag, silver level. Description: an unassuming little pouch that conceals a dimensional space of 3 cubic meters within, incapable of holding living creatures. Function: essential for both home travel and acts of mayhem. Is a must-have item. Wang Feng's pupils dilated sharply, and an uncontrollable excitement surged within him. This was the first time he encountered someone selling a silver-level item on the trading channel. It is worth noting that the most precious item he owned was merely that seawater desalination filter. Although the functionality of the seawater desalination filter undoubtedly surpassed that of the storage bag, successfully trading for this storage bag would undoubtedly accelerate his material gathering significantly. However, Wang Feng then pondered, since the other party was offering a silver-level storage bag, they surely would not part with it for mere basic materials. So, was this storage bag acquired from a resource chest or obtained through other means? Chapter 6. Trading storage bags and establishing abodes in a remote corner of the vast and boundless ocean world lies a place that has been upgraded to a level 2 sanctuary island. On this island, a young man clad in blood-stained garments sits beside 3 open treasure chests, his expression resolute. In his hands, he holds the survival manual of the water world, engrossed in its pages. Meanwhile, the air around him is punctuated by incessant beeping notifications, as if to remind him that numerous individuals are attempting to engage in trade with him. Had Wang Feng been able to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be astounded. For while he possesses merely 2 treasure chests, this individual has upgraded his sanctuary and opened 3, an undoubtedly remarkable achievement. However, the young man harbors a tinge of disappointment within. Despite his recent triumphs in hunting some beasts and opening a treasure chest, he has yet to obtain the medical supplies necessary for treating his wounds. It appears he must seek out Wang Feng, who previously traded him a medical first aid kit. He mused quietly. Yet, when he recalls Wang Feng's long-standing offer to exchange water and food for upgrade materials, a sense of helplessness washes over him. It is likely that Wang Feng has also upgraded, and he does not seem to lack for basic necessities of life, making any potential trade increasingly challenging. The young man lets out a resigned sigh, contemplating how he might alleviate his predicament. However, it is certain that the other party lacks storage bags. Perhaps it is a stroke of luck or misfortune that he has opened 2 storage bags from the 3 chests. Now, he must resort to trading these bags for a first aid kit, as his wounds are beginning to fester and he can no longer endure the pain. A message from Wang Feng arrives. "How can we exchange the storage bags? They are too costly. I cannot afford a trade." The young man's heart leaps with excitement as he hastily replies, "Not expensive at all. I merely wish to exchange 1 storage bag for your remaining first aid kit, and you can compensate me with 20 units of fresh water or food. What do you think?" Wang Feng remained silent for a moment before responding. "Let us proceed with that arrangement, but I can only provide the fresh water tomorrow. Today's supply is insufficient. If that works for you, we can finalize the deal." The young man hesitates. Although his primary goal is to acquire the first aid kit, fresh water is equally vital. Even if he cannot use it himself, it could be traded for other resources, leaving him somewhat uneasy about not securing an immediate transaction. "Then how about this? Provide me with the fresh water and the first aid kit today. I only require 10 units of either fresh water or food." If you agree, let us trade. Otherwise, I will look for someone else. He replied, gritting his teeth. Wang Feng acquiesces, placing the remaining first aid kit, along with 5 units of fresh water and 5 units of compressed rations into the trade slot. The young man mirrors this by placing a storage bag into the trading area. Upon confirming the exchange, he eagerly opens the first aid kit and applies the contents to his wounds. A soothing sensation washes over him, alleviating much of the pain, and he exhales a long breath of relief. Although Wang Feng felt a sense of loss at the absence of the emergency medical kit, considering it a diminishment of his security, he recognized that the storage bag would prove more beneficial during the resource-gathering phase. Moreover, as he primarily relied on his summoned beasts, he needed only 3 more bronze-level creatures for an upgrade, which would further enhance his physical capabilities. Wang Feng continued to list bronze crab meat on the trading channel, offering 3 units of it in exchange for either 100 units of wood or 100 stones, steadfastly refusing to lower the price and opting for automatic exchanges. His target demographic comprised those who were initially present on the large island, possessing wood and stone resources, yet hesitant to hunt wild beasts. With no items available for trade at present, Wang Feng resolved to construct a wooden house, allowing him to avoid sleeping on the ground, waking at dawn to the piercing sunlight. He opened the construction blueprint for the wooden house. Name: Wooden House Blueprint. Bronze level materials: 200-100 wood, 200-100 stone. This wooden house will provide you with shelter from wind and rain. However, it is crucial to note that this house cannot withstand level 10 storms, so adequate precautions must be taken before a storm approaches. Once Wang Feng confirmed that he had sufficient materials, he unhesitatingly opened the enigmatic Water World Survival Manual. With a gentle tap of his finger, a brilliant white light surged forth, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the night sky, enveloping the entire refuge island in an instant. The intensity of the white light was extraordinary, enduring for approximately 5 seconds, as if time itself had paused in that moment. As the radiant light gradually receded, a charming little wooden house miraculously materialized at the center of the previously barren refuge island. Overjoyed, Wang Feng briskly approached the small wooden house and gently pushed open the slightly antiquated wooden door. The hinges emitted a soft creak, as if the little house was welcoming its new master. Upon opening the door, Wang Feng's gaze was captivated by the interior. The first thing he noticed was the neatly sealed wooden walls, which stood closely aligned, resembling an impenetrable line of defense that completely shielded the interior from the external elements. The wind could no longer invade the space freely, and the sunlight streamed gently through the windows, casting a soft glow on the floor without blinding the eyes, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled comfort. Looking down at the floor, he observed that the square stones were laid out with meticulous precision, their robust textures instilling a profound sense of security, as though this little wooden house had stood the test of time. The house itself measured approximately 70 square meters. While not excessively large, it was more than sufficient for Wang Feng. Its rectangular shape spanned 10 meters in length and 7 meters in width, equivalent to a modest 2-bedroom apartment. The interior of the wooden house was cleverly divided into 4 distinct rooms, each outfitted with appropriate amenities to fulfill Wang Feng's basic living requirements in this aquatic realm. The bedroom featured a simple yet impeccably tidy single wooden bed. In the living room, a small stove awaited, promising warmth on chilly nights, ensuring Wang Feng's comfort in this new abode. In the workshop, a small workbench is positioned, serving as a domain where Wang Feng crafts various items. Whether they are rudimentary or of the bronze tier, as long as he possesses the corresponding crafting scrolls, he can complete the creations here. In the kitchen area, there exists a rudimentary earthen pit with an iron pot. Though simple, it enables Wang Feng to prepare delectable meals, satisfying his culinary cravings. After the wooden cabin was constructed, the once barren sanctuary island now exudes a newfound vitality. Observing the dimming sky, Wang Feng resolves to establish a planting area, sowing corn seeds to address his sustenance needs. Name: planting area, bronze tier, materials, 150 wood, 100 stone. 12 units of animal blood and flesh function. Creates arable land suitable for planting crops. With sufficient animal blood and flesh, it can shorten the maturation time of plants. Wang Feng carefully places the planting blueprint beside the cabin and clicks to construct on the survival manual of the water world. With his actions, the planting area materializes with remarkable swiftness, and in the blink of an eye, a planting plot secured with what emerges beside the cabin. The area spans approximately 100 square meters, encircled by sturdy timber, forming a closed fan-shaped space around the petite cabin. The interior is partitioned with wooden blocks, their surfaces smooth and flawless, showcasing exceptional craftsmanship. Each section measures around 20 square meters, resulting in level plots of land that have been tilled, ready for the sowing of seeds. The planting area seems to have manifested from thin air, astonishing in its sudden appearance. Wang Feng gazes at the sight before him, his heart swelling with joy and anticipation. He understands that cultivating food in this water world is vital for survival, and this newly emerged planting area will provide him with a stable food source. He cautiously steps into the planting area, feeling the soft earth beneath his feet. The scent of the soil evokes a sense of familiarity and reassurance, as if this land is his sanctuary. He crouches down, meticulously examining the details of the planting area. Eager to commence planting, he yearns for the future harvest of bountiful fruits. He swiftly returns to the cabin, carefully retrieving ocean corn seeds from the treasure chest. He returns to the planting area, kneels down, and diligently plants 20 ocean corn seeds into the freshly turned soil. With each seed sown, he imbues it with his hopes for the future. Just as Wang Feng stands up after scattering the seeds, a peculiar beam of light flashes across the sky. Suddenly, a group of bizarre, flying creatures swiftly approaches from afar. As they soar over the sanctuary island, the sky darkens momentarily. These creatures resemble gigantic bats, yet they shimmer with an eerie blue glow, their eyes radiating a fierce brilliance. It is Wang Feng's first encounter with such terrifying beings, and though they merely pass overhead, their presence profoundly impacts him. In this world, he is aware of such dreadful entities, yet he never anticipated witnessing them so soon. Wang Feng gazed at the receding silhouette of the creature, his heart brimming with uncertainty and trepidation. He was oblivious to the origins of this monster and its intentions. Contemplating his future, he pondered whether he could continue to exist safely in this world. Upon returning to his humble wooden cabin, he found himself without any means to ignite a fire, rendering him unable to cook the rice he had drawn from the treasure chest. Having lost his appetite for raw crab meat, he resorted to consuming his remaining ration provisions and sipping on some water. As he prepared to retire to bed, thoughts of that colossal flying being plagued his mind, preventing him from finding solace in sleep. Thus, he resolved to peruse the chat channel for any pertinent information. With this thought in mind, Wang Feng opened the survival manual of the aquatic world as the global chat channel buzzed with activity. Chapter 7. Exploring the sea forest, having grown accustomed to the vibrant nightlife and entertainment of Blue Star. The sense of solitude abruptly enveloped everyone now left to their own devices. They flocked to the chat channels, as if seeking refuge from a tempest. In this unfamiliar and perilous aquatic realm, the absence of their former amusements and social interactions left them grappling with unexpressed anguish. Alone in the struggle for survival in this watery world, feelings of loneliness, fear, and panic intensified. The chat channels became their sole sanctuary, allowing survivors to communicate, share their experiences, and express their sentiments. The humorous exchanges among netizens served to alleviate the isolation of surviving in the aquatic domain significantly. The immense pressure of survival could also be released through jesting banter. Both the global and regional chat channels overflowed with a multitude of messages, most of which were complaints laced with humor. I'm nearly out of food and water after 2 days. I'm going to starve. Does anyone have anything to eat? Absolutely. The person above is a glutton. Survival supplies should last 3 days. You should venture outside the shelter island. There are no large creatures due to the protective shield. I can't. I'm just a fragile girl and too afraid to go out alone. After assessment, the person above is definitely not a girl. Just trying to mooch off others. Can't you find food either? I thought it was only barren near me. Who isn't? My island is overrun with weeds. Be grateful. Mine is a deserted wasteland with not even a blade of grass. And has anyone told you that supplies must be sought outside the shelter island? A flurry of eloquent exchanges continued. The structure was gradually leaning to the point where it could not be righted. After observing for a while, Wang Feng noticed that neither the regional nor global chat channels contained any remarks about the flying monstrosities. He couldn't help but wonder if he was the only one residing on the fringes of this world. Unable to find the content he sought, Wang Feng decided to rest, resigning himself to the situation, for if it could not be resolved, slumber might offer a solution. On the third day in the aquatic realm, today marked the last day of the protective shield surrounding Shelter Island. After today, everyone, whether willing or not, would have to confront this terrifying world. Wang Feng rose a bit later. Within his wooden abode, he found a bed and walls shielding him from the sun. Everything felt so perfect. Yet life must go on. Without exploring this world, one would perish. With this thought in mind, he promptly finished his breakfast and checked the day's weather. Today's weather, overcast with light rain. Weather effects. Expect early darkness due to the overcast and rain. Be mindful of your return time. Equipped with a storage bag and a harpoon, he made his way towards the waters of Coral Island. The sea was relatively calm, yet he dared not let his guard down, remaining vigilant to the sound around him. As he neared Coral Island, he beheld the vibrant coral reefs shimmering beneath the surface, teeming with an array of peculiar fish darting about. In his heart, Wang Feng called out to Batong. Suddenly, a colossal octopus emerged from behind the coral reef, extending its tentacles towards him. Wang Feng swiftly raised his spear, preparing to strike at the octopus's limbs. Just then, he noticed something amiss. The octopus's movements were slowing down. It turned out that Batong was merely playing a prank on him. Amused yet exasperated, Wang Feng beckoned Batong closer and inquired about any discoveries. Batong communicated telepathically, revealing that the crab hole from yesterday contained various aquatic plants, and to the south of the coral reef lay a grove abundant with fruit and teeming with fish. Wang Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed vital information. He resolved to investigate the crab hole first to see if those aquatic plants were edible. Approaching the crab hole with utmost caution, he feared the presence of crabs within. Upon reaching the entrance, he beheld a multitude of green, grass-like plants, which appeared somewhat mystical under the faint light. Curiosity piqued, he gently reached out and carefully plucked a small segment of the aquatic grass. Holding it in his hand, he scrutinized the plant. Its leaves exhibited a delicate green hue, with a soft texture that seemed remarkably tender. A surge of delight welled up within Wang Feng as he recalled having read in the chat channel that one could determine the utility of resources by checking the system prompts. He hastily opened the system interface to gather information about this aquatic grass. Name: horn seaweed common. Category: food effect, none. Evaluation: grows rapidly, edible, rich in various vitamins. Beneficial for human health. Average taste but not very filling. Elated, Wang Feng set to work, harvesting 1/3 of the grass from the cave, approximately 10 units. He meticulously collected these plants and placed them into his storage pouch. Wang Feng planned to retain a portion of the aquatic grass for his own consumption to replenish his nutritional needs. The remainder, he intended to exchange in the trading channel for other resources. He resolved to leave some of the grass to continue growing in the cave, fostering sustainable development and making this barren island more bountiful. With the agility of a nimble fish, he swiftly made his way toward the grove south of the coral reef. The distance between this grove and the reef was roughly 2 nautical miles, a mere hop for Wang Feng in his current state. Previously, he had explored parts of the surrounding waters of Refuge Island multiple times, but had always remained near the coral reef for various reasons, never venturing this way. Today, as he finally arrived at the enchanting underwater grove, an overwhelming sense of curiosity and anticipation surged within him. As he approached the grove, Wang Feng was astounded by the sight before him. An extensive forest flourished on the ocean floor, stretching as far as the eye could see, seemingly without end. The trees swayed gracefully in the water, creating an illusion of a self-contained world, brimming with vitality and vigor. In the woods, vibrant little fish danced joyfully, weaving between branches and frolicking around tree roots, infusing this mysterious forest with a lively aura. Wang Feng took a deep breath, regulated his breathing, and cautiously swam into the enigmatic underwater grove with his 8-tentacle companion. Upon entering, he was captivated by the diverse forms of the trees surrounding him. Some trunks stood robust like pillars, seemingly the backbone supporting the entire forest. Others were slender as threads, gently swaying in the water like fairies in a graceful dance. The branches were adorned with various green and red fruits, their shapes reminiscent of apples from the previous world, yet significantly larger. These fruits swayed gently in the water, as if beckoning Wang Feng to savor their delectable taste. Suddenly, a subtle disturbance heightened Wang Feng's alertness. He focused intently and saw a massive eel darting out from behind a large tree like a bolt of lightning, its fearsome maw wide open, lunging straight at him. Unfazed by the sudden assault, Wang Feng swiftly dodged the eel's attack with agile finesse. In that same instant, the spear in his hand seemed to come alive, slicing through the water in a fierce arc aimed at the eel. However, the eel's reflexes were astonishingly quick. It adeptly twisted its body, effortlessly evading Wang Feng's thrust. Immediately, the eel adjusted its trajectory and charged at him again with remarkable speed, akin to a cannonball. At this critical moment, the 8-tentacle creature, like a divine intervention, timely joined the fray. Its sturdy appendages ensnared the eel like iron chains, rendering it unable to escape. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Wang Feng swiftly raised his spear and thrust it with tremendous force towards the eel. With the creature firmly restrained, it had no chance to evade this fatal strike. A muffled sound echoed as the spear pierced the eel's head without resistance. The eel's body convulsed violently before collapsing limply to the ground like a puddle of mud. Seeing this, the 8-tentacle gradually released the eel, and Wang Feng approached to examine it closely. Confirming its demise, he retrieved the survival manual of the aquatic world and began to dissect it, ultimately yielding 6 units of eel flesh. Name: eel flesh, common. Category: food. Function: none. Evaluation: edible, with no special effects or value. It is merely a common food, not recommended for raw consumption, but provides substantial satiety. After collecting his spoils, Wang Feng took another deep breath and continued his journey through the mysterious grove. Today, he decided to explore the fringes of the forest first, planning to gradually venture deeper once he became familiar with the surroundings. After all, this vast woodland was rich in food resources and might conceal mutated creatures. Given his current level of beast mastery at level 1, and considering that Batong has yet to ascend to the silver tier, it is prudent to exercise caution. Wang Feng advanced cautiously along the edge of the forest with Batong, meticulously observing the surroundings. After a prolonged exploration, he discovered a bronze treasure chest nestled among the treetops, which he subsequently stored in his inventory. This chest, guarded by wild beasts, marked the 3rd treasure he had encountered since arriving in the oceanic realm. In addition, he stumbled upon some peculiar minerals and plants at the forest periphery, along with a significant population of sea eels. These eels were of impressive size, and remarkably, none had yet attained the bronze level. As the sky gradually darkened, Wang Feng realized that time was of the essence. He swiftly harvested approximately 3 units of red fruits from the forest and stored them in his bag, before hastily returning to the coral reef with Batong. Upon arriving back at the coral reef, he made sure Batong was comfortably settled before he could finally return to the sanctuary island, concluding his adventurous day. Chapter 8. Discovering the ocean apple and opening the treasure chest, Wang Feng finally returned to the sanctuary island, where the sky was now shrouded in darkness, and a soft drizzle began to fall. He stood quietly at the edge of the island, allowing the sea breeze to gently caress his face, savoring the slightly briny air. Today, having discovered a treasure chest along with other supplies, his spirits were particularly buoyant. As the rain intensified, he exuberantly made his way back to the wooden house and slowly retrieved the fruits he had gathered from the sea grove from his storage pouch. Due to the pressing time constraints earlier, he had not had the chance to examine the specifics of these fruits. Now, he finally had the opportunity to calm his mind and closely study these mysterious treasures. He took out one fruit from the pouch and scrutinized its appearance. The fruit was somewhat larger than a typical apple, with a delicate blush of red upon its skin. He proceeded to check the information regarding the fruit. Name, ocean apple, common grade. Category, food. Effect, none. Evaluation, as the land was submerged by the ocean, apple trees underwent mutations to adapt to the marine environment. Their fruits are slightly larger than normal apples and rich in various vitamins. However, during the mutation process, the fruits absorbed a substantial amount of seawater, resulting in a somewhat bitter taste. Nevertheless, these fruits are very filling and serve as a decent choice when hunger strikes. After reading the information about the ocean apple, Wang Feng felt a surge of curiosity towards this peculiar fruit, prompting him to take a bite. Although its taste did not possess the sweetness of a regular apple. In this world rife with uncertainty and peril, finding a sustenance that could satiate his hunger was indeed a rarity. Wang Feng was elated, for amidst the vast and boundless woods, the ocean apples were plentiful. This indicated a stable food source for him, even if each ocean apple could only be exchanged for a single piece of wood or stone. The quantity he had amassed was sufficient to meet the resource demands for upgrading his sanctuary island in the long run. Having perused the details regarding the ocean apple, Wang Feng took a deep breath, steadied his nerves, and prepared to inspect the highlight of the day, the treasure chest discovered in the sea grove. He carefully extracted the bronze chest from his storage pouch, as if cradling a rare gem. With his eyes tightly shut, he muttered a prayer. 3 pure ones. Buddha of the Tathagata, may the celestial deities and Buddhas bless me with some practical items. Once a staunch materialist, he now found himself in a world of oceans, compelled to believe in divine beings. As he chanted, he slowly opened the bronze chest. As the lid lifted, a faint glow emanated from within, soft and warm. Wang Feng's gaze was fixated on the chest, fearful of missing any detail. His heart raced uncontrollably, as though the treasures within might flee at any moment. When the radiance gradually subsided, Wang Feng finally discerned the contents of the chest. Inside this bronze-grade treasure chest lay 2 luminous orbs and a bottle of white liquor. Wang Feng gazed at the 2 luminous orbs, a smile unfurling at the corners of his mouth, for he understood that wherever there were orbs of light, there were bound to be blueprints for construction tools. He first picked up a bottle of white liquor, scrutinizing its details. Name, white liquor, common grade. Weight, 500 milliliters. Description, a 52-degree liquor that promises a joyful life, allowing you to forget the troubles of existence. After reading the description, a chuckle escaped Wang Feng's lips. He mused that although this liquor was ordinary, it could serve as a delightful indulgence during leisure, a means to unwind. Next, he shifted his focus to the 2 glowing spheres. With a delicate touch, he reached out to the first orb, and a surge of information flooded his mind, revealing the particulars of the first tool. Name, Firestarter Blueprint, common grade. Materials, 1 stone, 1 wood. Description, a firestarter worth possessing. Bid farewell to consuming raw food and revel in the warmth of flames. Previously, Wang Feng had subsisted on compressed rations and scant crab meat, not due to an aversion to cooked food, but rather the absence of a source of fire. With the fire issue resolved, he could not only savor warm meals, but also acquire a new commodity for trade. With eager anticipation, he reached for the second orb. Name, Medical Kit Blueprint, bronze grade. Materials, 1 wood, 1 unit of blood essence, 50 milliliters purified water. Description, generates a medical kit corresponding to the level of blood essence input. This kit can treat ailments such as colds, fevers, headaches, and wounds up to 10 centimeters in size. It can be taken internally or applied externally. Upon seeing this, Wang Feng leapt up in exhilaration. Truly, the celestial beings were favoring him, bestowing upon him 2 remarkably valuable blueprints, particularly the medical kit blueprint, which had extensive applications. It could address minor injuries and ailments, whether from resource-gathering injuries or illnesses caused by the disappearance of the protective shield of the shelter, promising a substantial market. He promptly made his way to the workshop, crafting 2 bronze-grade medical kits and 3 common-grade kits, preparing for future trades and personal use. Once the medical kits were completed, Wang Feng returned to the living room to organize his supplies in preparation for trading. He methodically began sorting his inventory, and soon noted with concern that his stock of compressed rations had been nearly depleted. However, he still had a reserve of other food items, including 6 units of rice, common grade, 5 units of crab meat, bronze grade, 10 units of sea lettuce, common grade, 3 units of eel meat, common grade, and 3 units of ocean apples, common grade. Additionally, he possessed 30 units of fresh water. After meticulously organizing his supplies, Wang Feng contemplated his next course of action. He recognized that the most pressing issue was acquiring the urgently needed wood and stone, resources he could neither produce nor gather, thus necessitating trade to ensure the rapid upgrade of the shelter. The upgrade of Refuge Island is of paramount importance, as today marks the final day of the protective shield's efficacy. Once the clock strikes midnight, the island will lose this crucial layer of defense, leaving it vulnerable to the relentless onslaught of tumultuous waves. Even more dire is the prospect that should weather conditions deteriorate further, Refuge Island may struggle to withstand such immense pressure, potentially leading to its submersion. Refuge Island. Level 2, 300 square meters, upgrade, 5,300 wood, 500 stone, 3,100 units of water. The desalination filter processes 30 units of water daily, with 30 liters remaining, 110 soul pills. A compacted 100 square meter island, capable of withstanding the impact of large ocean waves. However, do not attempt to endure greater calamities. Level 2 shelter facilities, walls, capable of repelling attacks from ordinary marine creatures. But should bronze-level creatures appear, prompt action is required. Wang Feng found that his current stock of what amounted to a mere 50 pieces, and he possessed not a single stone. This paltry supply starkly contrasts the materials required for upgrading to level 3 of Refuge Island, rendering his efforts nearly futile. This reality instilled a profound sense of anxiety in Wang Feng, as it underscored the necessity of procuring additional wood and stone by any means necessary. Otherwise, his plan for the island's enhancement would likely be thwarted by material shortages, potentially placing him in peril. Having spent the entire day exploring the ocean, Wang Feng had no time to peruse the chat channel. He resolved to check today's chat messages, hoping to uncover some valuable insights. He retrieved the Waterworld Survival Manual and accessed the chat channel. Nightfall marked the peak of activity within the chat, especially as today was the final day of the protective shield, leaving everyone engulfed in fear and uncertainty about the future. A torrent of messages surged across the screen, overwhelming in both volume and rapidity, as if the stream would never cease. Wang Feng fixated on the screen, endeavoring to extract useful information, but soon realized this task was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Thus, he opted to take the initiative, entering the term monster into the search bar, hoping for fruitful results. Indeed, the search results astounded him. It appeared that many individuals had witnessed colossal creatures throughout the day, their forms emerging in the skies, oceans, and on large islands. Chapter 9. The Blueprint for Crafting Beast Traps. Can you believe it? Today, I witnessed a swarm of flying creatures resembling bats racing towards us from the distance, their bodies shimmering with an eerie blue glow. Each creature was about the size of a helicopter. This is utterly unscientific. A piece of news caught Wang Feng's attention. Is it true or false? I cannot believe it without photographic evidence. How could there be such enormous monsters? Even an ordinary helicopter measures over 5 meters in length. And they're social creatures. This is simply impossible. Doubts were immediately voiced. However, another reply confirmed the claim. You can believe it, for I too witnessed these monsters today while gathering timber. Terrifying. What kind of world is this? Someone exclaimed. Enough. Today, while I was at the mountain peak collecting stones, I spotted a turtle taller than a 2-story building and a python exceeding 30 meters in length engaged in a fierce battle. Their sheer size left me astounded. Another person recounted, disbelief evident in their tone. Let go of the science of Blue Star. This world may defy our imagination. Do not think this is merely about gathering resources for upgrades. We will soon confront these monsters and compete with them. A calm analysis of the current situation emerged. The protective shield of Refuge Island is about to dissipate, and various beasts are beginning to stir. This news detonated like a bomb, capturing everyone's attention. People began to discuss fervently. Some were eager, filled with anticipation for the upcoming encounters with these monsters, while others chose to resign and lay flat, doubting their ability to overcome such formidable adversaries. The complexity of humanity was laid bare at that moment, as each individual would be responsible for their choices. Whether to bravely face the challenge or to evade reality would ultimately determine their fates in this unknown world. After meticulously reviewing the information on monsters in the chat channel, Wang Feng felt an increasing sense of urgency. He understood that a significant transformation was occurring in this world, and to survive in such an environment, one must continually enhance their strength. Thus, he decisively opened the trading channel, hoping to find resources that could aid him in fortifying his abilities. Upon entering the trading channel, Wang Feng first examined the information he had posted yesterday. Bronze crab meat. 3 units of bronze crab meat for 100 units of timber or 100 units of stone. No price reduction. Automatic exchange. As he scrutinized this message, he couldn't help but feel perplexed. Perhaps the price was set too high, which is why no one had approached him for a trade. Considering his current situation, Wang Feng resolved to withdraw this message. After all, he now possessed fire seeds and could first consume the bronze crab meat. Subsequently, he could utilize the 8-2 method to upgrade to silver level, thereby enhancing his physical constitution to bronze level, thus acquiring a measure of self-protection. After making this decision, Wang Feng began to scour the trading channel for various crafting blueprints, eager to discover those that might prove beneficial while simultaneously broadening his horizons. He also kept an eye out for other players willing to exchange the resources he required for these blueprints. The trading section was adorned with a dazzling array of crafting blueprints, captivating the eye. Enthusiasm for exploring the world surrounding the sanctuary island had enriched the trading market with a plethora of items, particularly in the past 3 days. The drop rate of treasure chests had been exceptionally high, prompting players to list their surplus crafting blueprints on the market. Name: Harpoon Crafting Blueprint, Bronze Level Materials, 10 Wood. 5 Stone Function. Aids in the hunting of fish in the ocean and serves as a means of defense. Description: a harpoon of guaranteed quality, instrumental in early development. Name: Goblet Crafting Blueprint, Common Level Materials, 5 Wood, 1 Stone Function. Enhances the drinking experience, can also be used to hold water. Description: a simple goblet for enjoying fine wine. Name: Beast Trap Crafting Blueprint, Bronze Level Materials, 20 Wood, 10 Stones. 1 unit of animal blood function. Can be set to capture terrestrial beasts, with a maximum beast level not exceeding bronze. Description: a one-time use beast trap. Once crafted and placed, it cannot be moved, aiding in the capture of beasts or defense of the sanctuary island. Among the multitude of blueprints, Wang Feng developed a keen interest in the beast trap crafting blueprint. Although his sanctuary island was not situated on a large landmass and lacked terrestrial beast resources, a reasonably priced blueprint would undoubtedly bolster his island's defenses. Contemplating the imminent disappearance of the protective shield, he sensed that the surplus wall from the island's upgrade hinted at impending danger. The wall could only be breached by invaders, though he remained uncertain of their nature. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Wang Feng clicked into the trading page for the Beast Trap Crafting Blueprint. The listing clearly stated, Beast Trap Crafting Blueprint for 30 units of freshwater or 30 units of food, non-negotiable, automatic exchange. Upon seeing this trading condition, Wang Feng's heart stirred. He quickly realized that the seller might also inhabit a solitary oceanic sanctuary island. In this vast sea, resource scarcity was a common plight, particularly the supply of fresh water and food, which were notoriously difficult to secure. Thus, it was understandable that the seller sought such an exchange for essential survival materials. However, Wang Feng felt the price was somewhat steep. Although the Beast Trap Crafting Blueprint could offer a degree of safety, it could not yield immediate economic benefits like a large island would. Instead, it served more as a precautionary measure rather than a direct source of income. Nevertheless, after considerable contemplation, Wang Feng resolved to proceed with the exchange. After all, opportunities such as this were rare and precious. Upon acquiring the blueprint for crafting beast traps, most individuals tend to utilize it solely for the creation of traps, subsequently trading the finished products rather than the blueprint itself. Thus, Wang Feng promptly transferred 30 units of fresh water into the trading section. Moments later, he successfully obtained the coveted beast trap blueprint. After a meticulous examination to ensure its integrity, He set it aside and continued to peruse other available trade commodities. Following the transaction of 30 units of fresh water, Wang Feng discovered that his supply had been completely depleted, necessitating a wait for the seawater desalination filter to process additional seawater for more fresh water. In the interim, he needed to barter with other items for the required resources. Wang Feng opened the trading channel and browsed through various trading options. He noted a plethora of trade links for timber and stone, yet the prices varied dramatically, with some being outrageously inflated. This led him to realize the chaotic nature of the trading market, necessitating careful comparison among multiple sellers to ascertain reasonable prices. Offers included 100 units of timber for 10 units of water or 10 units of food, considered a low-tier trade, while another deal presented 10 units of timber for the same return, advertised as a promotional offer. Moreover, he encountered a notably low price of 50 stones for 50 units of water or food, and another offering 100 stones for the same return. Additionally, there were trades that involved 100 units of timber or stone for bronze-level medical supplies. In his search among the myriad of trading links, Wang Feng discerned that most appeared to be misleading, treating potential traders as naive. He couldn't help but ponder whether anyone would truly fall victim to such trickery. After all, in an environment rife with uncertainty, individuals often lose their discernment in their eagerness to procure necessary supplies. He selected 2 trade links with relatively reasonable prices, which corresponded with the materials he possessed for exchange. The first was 100 units of timber for 10 units of water or 10 units of food. Wang Feng contributed 3 units of ordinary rice and 7 units of ordinary sea asparagus to complete the transaction, receiving 100 units of timber in return. The second trade involved 100 units of timber or stone for bronze-level medical supplies. Upon entering the trade, he found that the counterpart, identified as Zhang Wei, was also online. Wang Feng shared the details of the medical kit. Name: medical kit, bronze level. Description: this bronze-level medical kit effectively treats ailments such as colds, fevers, headaches, and wounds up to 10 centimeters in length. It can be used for both internal and external application. Zhang Wei responded, "The trade is feasible. Would you prefer 100 units of timber or stone to complete the transaction? I can offer you 2 bronze-level medical kits and 2 ordinary-level medical kits in exchange for 100 units of timber and 100 units of stone." Wang Feng, keen to make a profit, entertained 2 thoughts. Firstly, the high profit margin on the medical kits permitted him to offer a discount while still gaining significantly. And secondly, he hoped to add Zhang Wei as a friend, establishing a long-term channel for trading timber and stone, as he lacked access to sources for collecting these materials. Zhang Wei. Certainly, 2 bronze-level medical kits and 2 ordinary-level medical kits can be exchanged for 100 units of wood and 100 units of stone. Following the completion of the transaction, Wang Feng added the other party as a friend and sent a message. "If you require medical kits, we can establish a long-term partnership, and the price is negotiable." Once the transaction was finalized, Wang Feng exited the trading channel, as food supplies were dwindling, necessitating some provisions for storage. After all, no one could predict what circumstances would arise once the shield dissipated. Chapter 10. The disappearance of the shield upon exiting the trading system. Wang Feng slowly rose to his feet, stretched his limbs, and strolled over to his workbench. His gaze fell upon the blueprint for the fire torch common level, a document he had possessed for some time but had been unable to bring to fruition due to a lack of stone materials. Now that he finally had an ample supply of stone, he was eager to commence the creation of the fire torches. Name: Fire Torch Manufacturing Blueprint, Common Level, Materials: 1 stone, 1 wood. Description: a fire torch you truly deserve. Bid farewell to raw food and bask in the warmth of flames. Wang Feng meticulously scrutinized the instructions detailed on the blueprint and diligently began the crafting process. Before long, he successfully produced a fire torch. He gazed with satisfaction at the simple yet potentially invaluable item in his hand. Subsequently, he continued to create 9 additional fire torches, expending a total of 10 stones and 10 pieces of wood. These torches would suffice for his needs for a considerable time. Next, he turned his attention to crafting beast traps, intending to prepare 3 traps to be placed outside the walls of his shelter for added security. Name: Beast Trap Manufacturing Blueprint, bronze level, quantity, 20 wood, 10 stones, 1 unit of animal blood function, capable of setting traps to capture terrestrial beasts, with a maximum beast level not exceeding bronze. Description: a one-time use item. Once crafted and set, it cannot be moved, aiding in the capture of beasts or defending the shelter. Once the beast traps were completed, a wave of hunger washed over Wang Feng. He took the fire torches to the kitchen, ignited one, and subsequently set ablaze the kitchen facilities within the wooden cabin, heating rice and crab meat over the flames. In no time, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the kitchen. Wang Feng gazed at the steaming dishes with anticipation. It was his first hot meal since entering this oceanic world, and he regarded it as a true indulgence. He devoured the delectable meal with fervor, a sense of satisfaction enveloping him. After finishing his repast, he opened the door of the wooden cabin and stepped outside. The nighttime ocean world was shrouded in darkness, with rain continuing to fall from the sky. The distant ocean shimmered indistinctly in the gloom, the rhythmic crashing of waves against the shield creating a crisp sound. Standing silently at the entrance of the small cabin, Wang Feng felt as if time had come to a standstill. His gaze pierced through the darkness, fixating on the solitary point of light emanating from within the room, a faint glow. At midnight tonight, the shield would vanish. This reality swirled incessantly in his mind, preventing him from finding peace to sleep. He turned back to his room and opened the survival manual of the water world, hoping to discover strategies to confront the impending challenges. He leafed through the manual, seeking information regarding the Shelter Island. Shelter Island, Level 2, 300 square meters, upgrade, 180-300 wood, 7,500 stone, 100 units of water. The desalination filter purifies 30 units of water per day. 110 soul orbs. This compacted 300 square meter isle can withstand the onslaught of ocean waves, yet do not presume it can endure greater calamities. Level 2 shelter facilities. Walls, capable of repelling attacks from ordinary marine creatures. Should one encounter bronze-level beings, prompt action is advised. He realized that even if everything progressed smoothly, upgrading the island would require at least 4 days, and that was without engaging in freshwater trade. However, without such trade, he could not acquire wood and stone, resources that were crucial for the island's enhancement. Wang Feng felt acutely aware of his scant supplies. While food and drinking water were not immediate concerns, the materials required for the upgrade troubled him greatly. Lacking a fixed gathering site, he could only rely on chests and trade for these resources, leaving him with a sense of being constrained. Lying in bed, his thoughts swirled chaotically. Various possible scenarios and responses flashed through his mind, yet none seemed particularly promising. Before he realized it, his consciousness began to blur, and he drifted into a slumber. After an indeterminate amount of time, Wang Feng was abruptly awakened by an unusual sound. He perked up his ears and listened intently, discovering that the once crisp sound of waves lapping against the protective shield had vanished, replaced by the dull thud of waves crashing directly against Shelter Island. A wave of anxiety gripped him as he hurriedly threw off his covers and rushed out of the small wooden cabin. Upon stepping outside, he was met with the alarming sight of the protective barrier that had long enveloped Shelter Island, now completely absent. Though he had anticipated this outcome, the disappearance of the shield still cast a pall over him. Without that final layer of protection, the oceanic world now teemed with peril. Returning to his room, he opened the chat channel of the Water World Survival Manual. Did you all know that the shield has vanished? Don't say it. I can't bear to hear this dreadful truth. Does this mean beasts can directly invade our Shelter Island and attack us? A foolish question was posed from above. Indeed, the current Shelter Island could be obliterated by waves or shattered by mutated creatures. The only thing left to safeguard them was themselves. A friendly reminder, a level 1 Shelter Island is exceedingly unsafe. If you wish to survive, it would be prudent to upgrade to level 2. Naturally, higher is better. What? No, I'm just 1 soul orb short. Who will trade with me? I dare not venture out to hunt beasts. I echo that sentiment. I thought gathering wood and stone would suffice. Soul orbs might be found among those awakened with abilities. They should possess a greater quantity. What was mentioned above is not entirely accurate. One should inquire among those who have awakened offensive abilities. Not every power proves useful. For instance, I have awakened to control fire elements and can only cast fireballs, yet my shelter island is a solitary isle, making it impossible to launch fireballs from the sea. The plight of the inhabitants above is indeed lamentable. One might deem it the most futile talent in the realm of ocean world. Attention, everyone! A horde of monsters is about to descend upon us. Those fortunate enough to have upgraded their refuge to level 2 are surely aware of the newly erected wall. This barrier is quite formidable, capable of withstanding the assaults of ordinary marine creatures. However, caution must be exercised against creatures of the bronze tier. They pose a significant threat and must be dealt with swiftly. What does this signify? It indicates that there are indeed beasts poised to attack our refuge. Yet previously, we were shielded by a protective barrier, allowing us to remain oblivious to their presence. Wang Feng observed the situation, nodding silently to himself, as he found the individual's thoughts to mirror his own precisely. Nevertheless, a tinge of unease lingered in his heart. He was uncertain whether the onslaught of these monsters was systematic or chaotic. If it were the latter, the days ahead could prove to be exceedingly arduous. For one could never predict when a formidable beast might emerge unexpectedly. Wang Feng quietly scrutinized the incessant flow of information within the chat channel, choosing not to engage, but instead seeking out any valuable insights. As time passed, he continued to observe, noting the increasing number of participants in the chat. It seemed that everyone was relishing this final revelry, for none could foresee what calamity lay ahead. Wang Feng could not help but envision a future where the number of survivors plummeted dramatically, akin to a roller coaster's descent. Having seen enough, he retreated to his bed, shutting down the chat channel. The protective barrier had vanished, yet life must persist. He resolved to cease pondering the unchangeable and redirect his focus towards expediting the upgrade of the refuge. Only through this endeavor could he hope to thrive in such a perilous world. On the 4th day in Ocean World, the sun had yet to fully rise, casting a gentle light across the sky. Despite having retired late the previous night, Wang Feng awoke early, agitated by the disappearance of the refuge's protective shield. He felt an urgent need to explore the surrounding seas, to upgrade the octopus, and to gather sufficient resources for the refuge's advancement. After hastily consuming breakfast to replenish his energy, he began checking the day's weather. Today's weather: light rain transitioning to moderate rain. Weather effects: expect waves on the sea surface, and darkness will descend earlier. Be mindful of the time spent exploring the ocean. Having reviewed the weather, Wang Feng placed the 3 beast traps he had crafted the night before into his storage bag. Armed with his storage bag and spear, he set forth towards the shore. Chapter 11: The final announcement. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The announcement is as follows: due to the sluggish upgrade speed of the majority of the refuge islands, an onslaught of mutated creatures will assault the refuge islands in 2 days. Please heed the following precautions. 1. Each refuge island will face an attack from 5 bronze-level mutated creatures and 5 ordinary beasts. All mutated creatures attacking the refuge island must be eliminated, or the defenders will perish at their hands. 2. Defeating the bronze-level mutated creatures will guarantee the drop of bronze-level treasure chests, with a chance of obtaining silver-level chests. 3. Expedite the enhancement of the refuge islands level. The top 10 individuals who upgrade their refuge islands by 3 levels will receive special rewards. At the very least, they will secure a silver-level chest, and the top 5 will be announced worldwide. This is your best opportunity to surpass others. Do not let it slip away. 4. This is the final reward event. There will be no further notifications, and everything must be discovered through your own endeavors. In the oceanic world, you can rely solely on yourself and your refuge island. Good luck. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng stood frozen as if struck by lightning, time seemingly suspending in that moment. Though he had sensed that the refuge island would eventually face an attack from mutated creatures, he had never anticipated that the day would arrive so swiftly, leaving them with a mere 3 days to prepare. What left him even more astounded was the sheer number of mutated creatures, an alarming total of 10. It was a daunting challenge for a single person to confront and eliminate such ferocious adversaries simultaneously, undoubtedly a brutal test of survival. A chill coursed down Wang Feng's spine as he realized that this crisis was far graver than he had imagined. As for the rewards tied to upgrading the refuge island, he could scarcely afford to contemplate them at this moment. After all, if he could not survive this imminent life-or-death ordeal, then all else would become meaningless. In his heart, preserving his life was the utmost priority, relegating all other concerns to the background. Wang Feng could not afford a moment's delay. He was acutely aware of the urgency of the situation and the need for immediate action. At that instant, one thought consumed him. Within 2 days, he must elevate the octagonal structure to silver level. Only by upgrading the structure could he potentially ascend to level 2, thereby gaining control over an additional beast, which would afford him greater security when confronting the mutated creatures. With a resolute mind, Wang Feng sprinted toward the shoreline without hesitation. His strides were agile and swift, as if propelled by the wind itself. As he passed the enclosure, he paused to retrieve 3 beast traps from his storage bag. These traps had been meticulously prepared for unforeseen circumstances. With great care, Wang Feng positioned the traps at the breach in the wall leading to the center of the refuge island, ensuring their optimal effectiveness. Once the traps were set, he exhaled softly in relief before resuming his rapid dash toward the sea. Upon reaching the shoreline, he dove into the tumultuous waters with the grace of a nimble fish. His movements both swift and powerful, each stroke seeming to race against the surging waves. His gaze was fixed upon the distant coral reef waters as he swam swiftly, silently calling out the name of his companion, Batong. Batong was not only his dear friend, but also an invaluable ally in this marine expanse. Soon, he sensed Batong's response, its presence drawing ever closer. At last, they converged within the coral reef domain. A wave of joy surged through Wang Feng as he beheld Batong, engaging in a telepathic communion. He inquired whether there were any other bronze-level creatures in proximity, preferably solitary ones. Batong promptly comprehended his intent, delving into its mind for pertinent information. After a brief interval, Batong conveyed a crucial piece of news. Approximately 3 nautical miles north of the coral reef, there resided a bronze-level sea serpent. This serpent had long cast a covetous eye upon the coral reef, frequently provoking it, yet it was always repelled by Batong. However, Batong alone could not eliminate the serpent entirely. Further into the depths, around 5 nautical miles from the reef, dwelled a pair of giant shrimp, both bronze-level and rarely mobile. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng devised a plan. He resolved to first deal with the solitary sea serpent, followed by the pair of shrimp, thereby allowing Batong to level up. Together, they swiftly swam towards the northern waters of the coral reef, with Batong leading the way, vigilant against any sudden assault from the serpent. As they arrived at the serpent's domain, Wang Feng felt a surge of anxiety. He was acutely aware of the serpent's potent venom, knowing he lacked the formidable resistance that Batong possessed. A bite from the serpent would likely spell his doom. To ensure his safety, Wang Feng decided to conceal himself in a hidden spot, observing the serpent's movements. He instructed Batong to lure the serpent from its lair, while he awaited an opportune moment to strike. In this manner, he could evade direct confrontation with the serpent while preparing to deliver a decisive blow at a critical juncture. Without hesitation, Batong executed Wang Feng's command, stealthily approaching the serpent's cave and tossing stones inside with its tentacles. The serpent was immediately incensed, darting out of its den, fangs bared and lunging at Batong. At that moment, Wang Feng realized just how colossal the serpent was. Had someone told him it was a python, he would have believed it. The serpent measured around 3 meters in length, its girth exceeding that of an adult man's forearm, adorned with a striking pattern of red and white. Batong adeptly evaded the serpent's assaults while relentlessly striking at it with its tentacles, attempting to draw it further away. Wang Feng observed their every move closely, mentally guiding Batong to edge closer to his concealed position, biding his time for the perfect moment to strike. As time wore on, the battle intensified. Batong's tentacles firmly grasped the serpent's head, while the serpent coiled around Batong, creating a stalemate. Sensing that the moment was ripe, Wang Feng surged forth from his hiding spot like a bolt of lightning, his weapon glinting coldly as it lunged toward the serpent's vulnerable spot. The serpent was caught off guard by Wang Feng's sudden assault, its reaction slightly delayed. The weapon wielded by Wang Feng struck the body of the sea serpent with precision, causing it to writhe in agony before collapsing helplessly into the water. Observing this, Wang Feng felt a sense of relief wash over him. He waited an additional 10 minutes before swimming to the serpent's side, confirming its demise. He then extracted the harpoon and consulted the survival manual of the water world to gather information on the serpent. Name: red-ringed sea serpent. Level: bronze. Description: a mutated red-ringed sea serpent, highly venomous, rapidly growing in size, primarily attacking with venom and constriction. The revolting patterns of the serpent lingered in Wang Feng's mind, and he found little interest in the creature. Thus, he decisively collected only the soul orb. He then instructed Batong to explore the serpent's lair for any potential dangers. Upon receiving the command, Batong darted into the cave like an arrow released from a bow. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a message, informing Wang Feng that no other sea serpents were present within the cave. With this news, Wang Feng felt a slight relief and cautiously swam into the cavern. Inside, he remained vigilant, meticulously inspecting every corner. After a thorough search, he was astonished to discover that the cave contained only a small shrub, which bore several vibrant red fruits. Upon this discovery, Wang Feng promptly retrieved the survival manual of the water world from his possession to look up information regarding these fruits. After some searching, he finally located the pertinent entry. Name: red-ringed serpent fruit, bronze level. Effect: consuming it raw can alleviate bronze-level toxins, high medicinal value. Description: the mutated red-ringed sea serpent has long dripped its venom onto the tree, resulting in a long-term mutation that can neutralize bronze-level toxins, though it is bitter and unpalatable. Upon reading this, Wang Feng's heart soared with joy. He quickly reached out and plucked all 10 fruits from the tree, carefully placing them into his storage bag. With the absence of the sea serpent in the cave, it meant that the fruits would no longer possess detoxifying properties in the future. Thus, Wang Feng chose not to leave any behind. After confirming there were no other valuable resources within the cave, Wang Feng, feeling thoroughly satisfied, swam out alongside Batong, ready to venture towards the next destination. Chapter 12. The hunt for the crimson-eyed giant shrimp and the treasure chest. Wang Feng darted through the water like a nimble fish, swiftly surfacing before racing back to the shore with remarkable speed. His movements were fluid and agile, as if this had become second nature to him. Upon reaching the land, he wasted no time and immediately retrieved sustenance and fresh water from his storage pouch, consuming them voraciously to replenish the energy he had just expended. After finishing his meal, he took a moment to catch his breath and then lifted his gaze to the sky. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and raindrops began to fall more heavily, casting a shadow over what should have been a bright midday. The oppressive atmosphere weighed on him, and a flicker of concern surged within Wang Feng as he recalled the pair of bronze-tier giant shrimps. He feared that the rain would intensify, and if he couldn't venture out to sea the following day, he might miss this rare opportunity. After a brief respite, Wang Feng resolutely made his way back towards the ocean. His steps were firm and purposeful, as if nothing could impede his progress. Once immersed in the sea, he donned his 8 tubes and swam directly towards the coral reef, the gateway to the deep sea. As he traversed the reef, an array of bizarre and mutated marine creatures glided past him, each more peculiar than the last. These beings exhibited diverse forms, vibrant colors, and some even emitted strange luminescence that dazzled the eyes. Wang Feng remained ever vigilant, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, leaving no detail of potential danger unexamined. Time slipped away, and he was unaware of how long had passed when suddenly a message from 8 tubes alerted him that they had arrived at their destination. The waters here were far deeper than any he had previously encountered, and the dim light created an oppressive ambience. Standing in the water, he stared ahead, contemplating strategies for the impending battle. Should he engage directly in a fierce 2-on-2 confrontation with the giant shrimps, or attempt to separate them, concentrating his efforts on one before turning to the other? Various tactical possibilities flitted through Wang Feng's mind, and he understood the necessity of making a swift decision. Just as he was deep in thought, A deep rumble of thunder reverberated through the water, jolting him into action. The rain had intensified, accompanied by the ominous sound of thunder. He realized he could no longer hesitate. He steeled himself, determination coursing through him. No more delay. He would confront the giant shrimps head-on. Failure was not an option. He believed in his strength and was confident he could overcome these seemingly trivial sea creatures. Taking a deep breath, Wang Feng surged forward. His figure sliced through the dark waters like a flash of lightning. At that moment, the silhouettes of the two giant shrimps came into view. These colossal creatures were 10 times the size of a normal small dragon, exceeding half a meter in length. Their eyes glowed like crimson jewels, and their enormous pincers gleamed with a chilling light, as if they could effortlessly rend steel. The sharp spines of the shrimp's head resembled a menacing dagger, sending shivers down one's spine. Without hesitation, Wang Feng charged directly towards the colossal shrimp alongside the octopus, and in an instant, the two parties were locked in a fierce battle. The octopus's tentacles lashed out like steel whips, striking with astonishing speed and force at the enormous shrimp, each swing sending ripples through the water. Wang Feng, wielding a specially crafted harpoon, moved with the agility of lightning, deftly evading the shrimp's relentless assaults. His movements were ghostly, elusive, as if he and the harpoon were one. He remained fully attentive to the shrimp's every movement, waiting for the octopus to eliminate one before he would lend his support. After a heart-stopping exchange, the octopus finally seized a perfect opportunity. With a sudden burst of strength, it ensnared one of the giant shrimp with multiple tentacles, constricting it like a serpent before mercilessly squeezing the life out of it. This series of actions was both swift and precise, offering the shrimp no chance to recover. Witnessing its companion's gruesome demise, the remaining giant shrimp erupted with fury, launching a furious attack against Wang Feng. Faced with this onslaught, Wang Feng chose not to confront it head-on. Instead, he continuously wielded his harpoon, nimbly dodging the shrimp strikes. His steps were light yet firm, each calculated to evade the shrimp's grasp without falling into a defensive position. Meanwhile, the octopus had approached the fray, searching for the ideal moment to strike. Its tentacles quivered slightly, seemingly gathering strength for a decisive blow. Noticing the octopus had stealthily positioned itself advantageously, Wang Feng felt a surge of excitement, understanding that the moment had come. He was well versed in the octopus's attack patterns, and without hesitation, he and the octopus synchronized their efforts. With the octopus's assistance, Wang Feng moved with newfound confidence, and his harpoon, like a flash of lightning, accurately pierced the giant shrimp's vital point. The shrimp, severely wounded, thrashed in agony before ultimately collapsing, its life extinguished. Panting heavily, Wang Feng's chest heaved like a bellows. His gaze fixed intently on the spoils before him, a smile of satisfaction gradually spreading across his face. This was the fruit of his arduous labor. Each victory felt immeasurably precious. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he retrieved the survival manual of the water world and began to peruse its pages. He sought information on the giant shrimp. Name, red-eyed giant shrimp level. Bronze gray description. A mutated small dragon, typically found in pairs, known for its delectable flesh, which can be consumed raw in moderation, enhancing physical attributes with a maximum level of bronze grade. Having gleaned the characteristics and attributes of the giant shrimp, Wang Feng opted for disintegration. With a flash of light, the two red-eyed giant shrimps transformed into 2 soul orbs and 15 units of red-eyed giant shrimp meat, bronze grade. Satisfied, he stowed these treasures in his storage bag. Having completed this task, Wang Feng and the octopus commenced their exploration of the red-eyed giant shrimp's habitat, meticulously searching the ocean floor for any other valuable resources, leaving no corner unexamined. However, the seabed seemed devoid of anything valuable apart from the fine sand. The octopus, displaying signs of impatience, relentlessly struck the sand with its tentacles, as if venting its dissatisfaction. Suddenly, one vigorous strike sent a cloud of sand billowing into the water, revealing a faint glimmer amidst the swirling particles. Wang Feng's eyes were instantly captivated. He swiftly swam over and cleared the sand away. Beneath it lay a striking bronze chest. manifesting before him. A surge of elation coursed through Wang Feng. He could not help but exclaim, "Oh, octopus, you truly are my lucky star. If it weren't for that strike, I might have missed this treasure entirely." With great care, he stowed the chest into his storage bag and glanced around. He sensed that the waves were noticeably growing, an ominous sign indeed. There was no time to waste. They must return swiftly. Thoughtfully, Wang Feng led the octopus towards Coral Island. After a lengthy swim, they finally reached the shores of Coral Island. It was in close proximity to Refuge Island. And even if the waves swelled further, Wang Feng felt confident in his ability to return in time. He began to examine the octopus's information, preparing to upgrade it to silver rank for the day. Name, Spiked Ring Octopus. Octopus, level, bronze level experience. 5-5, promotion to silver level. Description, a common octopus mutated to bronze level, possessing significant growth potential. Its primary attack methods are high-speed strikes with its tentacles and close-range constriction. Chapter 13. The silver level upgrade of the octopus. Wang Feng meticulously examined the information panel regarding the octopus before him. Aware that it had met the conditions for an upgrade, he took a deep breath to steady his burgeoning excitement and focused his mind to initiate the upgrade. In an instant, a brilliant white light enveloped the octopus, resembling a perfectly round egg. The radiance was so intense that it was nearly blinding. Wang Feng gripped his harpoon tightly, bracing for any potential disturbances, determined to ensure the octopus's successful upgrade. As time passed, approximately 10 minutes later, the luminous orb began to fracture. With a crisp sound, the light shattered like eggshells, revealing the octopus in its transformed state. Originally measuring just over 2 meters, the mutated octopus had now grown to an astonishing length of over 4 meters. Its body had undergone significant changes. The previously somewhat rough tentacles were now smooth and robust, resembling iron whips that instilled fear in onlookers. Upon observing the octopus's eyes, which had once appeared somewhat vacant, Wang Feng noted their newfound agility, indicating that the octopus had not only increased in size, but also in intellect with each upgrade. Each transformation was, indeed, comprehensive. Filled with joy, Wang Feng scrutinized the octopus's upgraded information displayed on the screen. Name, Stinging Ring Octopus. Octopus 8. Level, Silver Experience. 0-10, to advance to gold. Description, a common octopus that has undergone multiple mutations to become bronze level, exhibiting significant growth potential. Its primary attack method involves rapid strikes with its tentacles, whose suckers are laced with venom, inflicting additional damage upon constricting enemies. And it excels in close-range strangulation. Wang Feng marveled at the upgraded appearance of the octopus. He observed that, besides its considerable increase in size and strength, the tentacle suckers now possessed a new and lethal toxin. This indicated that the octopus's attacks were not only more potent, but also capable of inflicting supplementary harm upon enemies upon impact, rendering its assaults even more deadly. The upgraded octopus exhibited signs of restlessness, a reaction to its transformation. Recognizing its evident hunger, Wang Feng permitted the octopus to seek out sustenance. After watching it depart, he inhaled deeply, gradually redirecting his gaze from the direction in which the octopus had vanished, and turned his attention back to himself. At the very moment the octopus completed its upgrade, Wang Feng was suddenly enveloped by a powerful force, surging through him like a relentless tide. This energy seemed to awaken from the depths of his being, coursing through his meridians at an astonishing speed, igniting every cell within him into a state of remarkable activity. Unable to contain his anticipation, Wang Feng eagerly accessed his personal information interface, his eyes scanning the text with fervor. Name, Wang Feng level, 2 bronze. Possesses self-preservation abilities in the shallow waters of the ocean. Talent, Beast Mastery, level 2, can control up to 3 beasts, not exceeding silver rank. Beast Space, level 1. Can store 1 beast in the beast space, accelerating growth and recovery. No other items may be stored. Talent description. The host establishes a unique bond with various beasts. Once tamed, these creatures will never betray him and can be commanded for his purposes. The beasts under his command can level up by defeating other creatures. And as they ascend, the host's physical attributes are also enhanced. This signifies that with each advancement of the beasts, the host's physical prowess can further improve. Wang Feng closed his eyes, quietly attuning himself to the flow of power coursing through his body. He could distinctly sense subtle transformations within him. The internal injuries that had plagued him were gradually dissipating under the nurturing embrace of this energy. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a confident smile curving at the corners of his lips. In this moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength, so palpable and intense that he believed he could effortlessly overpower 10 versions of his former self. It is worth noting that Wang Feng had previously engaged in rigorous physical and strength training due to his profession. While his physical attributes may not rival those of elite soldiers who train incessantly, they were undoubtedly superior to those of an average special forces operative. Yet, in comparison to his present self, his former state seemed trivial. In Wang Feng's mind, it felt as if a new door had been unlocked, leading him into a contemplative reverie. If this was merely the power of the bronze rank, how formidable would the powers of silver, gold, diamond, and legendary ranks be? He envisioned those higher tiers of strength, capable of traversing mountains and oceans, soaring through the skies, and vanishing into the earth. Would such powers manifest at those levels? Blue Star has long been filled with legends, tales that have historically been regarded as mere myths. Now he found himself questioning whether these were indeed mere fabrications or if there truly existed beings of evolution with unimaginable strength. What of them now? Are they still concealed in some corner of this world, or have they perished? The more Wang Feng pondered, the more he perceived this world as a realm of enigma and mystery, intensifying his yearning for power. He stood amidst the tumultuous sea, feeling the waves relentlessly battering against him, each impact sending a shiver through his being. The waves grew increasingly ferocious, the swirling sands resembling a pack of fierce beasts roaring past him. The visibility of the ocean diminished, as if shrouded by a thick fog. He understood that the downpour was intensifying, and the ocean was about to reveal its terrifying visage. Without hesitation, Wang Feng swiftly swam towards the refuge island. Despite his body having undergone an upgrade, he felt no sense of arrogance. Rather, he was imbued with a deeper reverence for the ocean. After swimming to the shore of Refuge Island, Wang Feng struggled to climb onto the land. He lifted his gaze to the sky, only to find it darkened unusually early due to the heavy rain. In the distance, the ocean roared, with waves resembling a pack of colossal white beasts, constantly churning and flashing dazzling white light. Suddenly, a deafening rumble echoed from the far sea, as if the very fabric of the world were about to be torn asunder. Wang Feng's heart tightened. He recognized that sound as thunder. Indeed, one must never linger in the sea during a thunderstorm. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastened towards the small cabin at the island's center. Upon returning to the cabin, Wang Feng let out a slight sigh of relief. He quickly retrieved a fire starter from his pocket and gently blew on it, igniting a flame almost instantly. He brought the fire starter close to the heater in the living room, and soon it began to emit a warm glow, gradually raising the temperature within the room. Wang Feng decided to inspect the contents of the bronze treasure chest he had discovered that day before contemplating his next course of action. Before opening the chest, he silently prayed to the deities, hoping to receive something valuable this time. However, as he eagerly lifted the lid, he found the items inside did not meet his expectations. The chest contained only 3 items, and this time the anticipated luminous orb was absent. Instead, he discovered 100 units of wood, 100 units of stone, and 10 units of water. A sense of disappointment washed over him. It seemed that fortune had not favored him today. The rain outside intensified, preventing Wang Feng from venturing out, leaving him no choice but to remain indoors. He began to organize his existing supplies to better assess his reserves. As of now, his food inventory included 2 units of rice, common grade, 2 units of crab meat, bronze grade, 3 units of fiddlehead ferns, common grade, 2 units of ocean apples, common grade, and 15 units of red-eyed giant shrimp meat, bronze grade, harvested that day. Additionally, he possessed 1 medical kit, bronze grade, and 10 units of red-ring snake fruit, bronze grade. Refuge Island. Level 2, 300 square meters, upgrade, 480 300 wood. 2,500 stone, 3,100 units of water for 10 soul pills. A solidified 300 square meter island capable of withstanding the impact of ocean waves. However, do not attempt to endure greater disasters. Level 2 shelter facilities. Walls. Capable of repelling attacks from ordinary marine creatures. If faced with bronze-grade creatures, please address them promptly. Wang Feng felt akin to a sand rat, tirelessly gathering supplies to ensure his survival. As he gazed at his resources, a wave of reflection surged within him. He felt as though he were indeed a sand rat, endlessly amassing various provisions, all in a bid to endure a little longer in this harsh environment. Chapter 14. The Beast Trap bestseller. After meticulously organizing the supplies, Wang Feng entered the workshop. He was acutely aware that in 2 days, mutated creatures would launch a fierce assault on the sanctuary island, while he and Badong possessed the strength to fend off the attacking mutants. The prospect of swiftly eliminating all of them seemed nearly insurmountable. Thus, the creation of several beast traps became an urgent priority. These traps would not only assist them in neutralizing a portion of the mutated creatures, alleviating their burden, but would also serve as an effective deterrent against potential destruction of the sanctuary island. Wang Feng was determined not to witness the demise of the haven he had painstakingly established. Moreover, he contemplated placing these beast traps in the trading channel for exchange. Given the current urgency for defensive items against the mutant onslaught, his traps undoubtedly represented an excellent option. Through diligent effort, both Wang Feng and Badong had successfully leveled up, which bolstered Wang Feng's confidence. He no longer sought merely to survive the impending attack, but began to strategize how to harness the benefits of this assault to elevate the sanctuary island to level 3. It is noteworthy that those who rank among the top 10 to achieve this upgrade would receive a special reward, an enticing prospect for Wang Feng. He intended to primarily trade beast traps for stones, as he still required approximately 300 stones to accomplish the upgrade. Regarding the fresh water necessary for the enhancement, he had amassed 30 units, and with the seawater desalination filter producing an additional 30 units daily, he could secure 60 units over 2 days. Coupled with the rainwater he was currently collecting, he could easily meet the 100-unit requirement for fresh water and even trade a small surplus. Additionally, progress regarding soul orbs was promising. He had acquired 4, and with 5 bronze-level creatures attacking the sanctuary island. A successful defeat of just 1 more within the next 2 days would bring his total to 10. Wang Feng commenced the crafting of beast traps, expending 100 units of wood, 50 stones, and 5 units of animal blood to create 5 traps. Upon completion, he further invested 7 wood, 7 units of flesh essence, and 450 milliliters of purified water to produce 7 medical kits, bronze level. Name, Beast Trap Blueprint, bronze level. Quantity, 20 wood, 10 stones. 1 unit of animal blood function. Enables the setting of traps to capture beasts on land, with a maximum beast level not exceeding bronze. Description: the beast trap is a one-time use item. Once crafted and placed, it cannot be moved. It aids in capturing beasts or defending the sanctuary island. With all preparations complete, Wang Feng retrieved the survival manual from his backpack and skillfully accessed the trading channel. He began to scrutinize the information within the crafting blueprint trading section, an area of particular interest to him upon each visit to the trading channel, as it harbored potential items crucial for his survival and development. Name, World Universal Horn Blueprint, silver level, materials, 10 wood, 10 stone. 5 soul pills function, enables communication in the world chat channel. Everyone will receive a notification. Introduction, an essential tool for announcing important information, indispensable for those preparing for conquest. Wang Feng glanced at it. The silver-level blueprint was quite rare, yet it held little immediate utility. Name, Bicycle Blueprint, bronze level, materials, 50 wood, 20 stone. 1 soul pill function, increases travel speed. Introduction, riding a bicycle to the seaside for a leisurely ride, both free and carefree. After perusing numerous items, Wang Feng discovered that most were of little value, with only a few being entirely useless at present. He then entered the Common Resources trading channel, where he noted an abundance of listings seeking to trade for soul pills, the price of which was steadily rising. It seemed that many were becoming anxious to upgrade to level 2 shelters. Soul pills could only be obtained by hunting bronze-level beasts, leaving many unable to acquire them, and thus reliant on trade. Those who could easily obtain them would consider the need for upgrading to level 3 shelters, creating a rapid surge in the price of soul pills alongside a shortage. No longer wishing to peruse the trading content, he opened his messages, revealing numerous notifications. Lehigh, brother, do you have any medical supplies? I can exchange for a silver level item. Wang Feng, I have a medical kit, bronze level. I've sent you the details. If you need it, please send over the information for the silver level item. Lilan, is there any fresh water left? I can trade stone for fresh water. Wang Feng, 10 units of water for 100 stones. If that works for you, let's exchange. He attached the trading link upon agreement. They would place the items in the trading slot to complete the transaction. Zhang Wei, do you have any food left for exchange? I have wood. Wang Feng, 2 units of rice, common level, and 2 units of ocean apples, bronze level, 450 wood. After successfully completing trades with Lilan and Zhang Wei, Lehigh sent another message. The medical kit, bronze level, is good. Here, as the information for the wavebreaker gun, silver level. Once you've reviewed it, we can discuss the price. Name, wavebreaker gun, silver level. Function, equipped with inherent wave-breaking capabilities, it enhances attack speed and strength. Introduction, exceptionally durable and resistant to damage. Ideal for high-intensity combat, but requires the wielder to possess a bronze-level physique. Wang Feng examined the wave-breaker gun before him, silently admiring its craftsmanship. Ever since he successfully upgraded to level 2, the once familiar bronze harpoon now felt somewhat insubstantial, and after several intense battles, it had sustained some damage. However, the challenge lay in determining an appropriate price for the wavebreaker gun. If it were too expensive, he would certainly be unable to afford it. If too inexpensive, the seller would likely be reluctant to agree. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Feng spoke. Lehigh, this item is indeed impressive, yet we must negotiate further on the price. Please, make an initial offer. After a moment of contemplation, the formidable individual responded. How about this? You exchange 10 bronze-level medical kits for my silver-level wavebreaker gun. What do you think? Wang Feng inwardly lamented, for this price was somewhat exorbitant for him. At present, he possessed only 8 bronze-level medical kits, and the essence required to craft them had dwindled to a mere 5 units. After a protracted negotiation with the formidable individual, they ultimately reached an agreement. Wang Feng would part with 7 bronze-level medical kits in exchange for the coveted silver-level wavebreaker gun. Upon completing the transaction, Wang Feng surmised the formidable individual's level to be at least bronze, given that the wavebreaker gun was crafted from a schematic. The fact that the individual was willing to trade indicated that he had long been utilizing it. However, the nature of his awakened talent remained a mystery. His tendency to sustain injuries suggested a self-destructive tendency, akin to inflicting 1,000 points of damage upon his foes while suffering 500 in return. It seemed prudent to maintain a long-term connection, particularly to ascertain whether this formidable individual could elevate to the 3rd tier of the Sanctuary Island. In high spirits, Wang Feng posted a message in the trading channel. 1 bronze-level beast trap for 100 stone blocks. It can effectively ensnare bronze-level beasts, but supplies are limited. To provide clarity regarding the specific details of the beast trap, he attached a description that could be viewed upon clicking the message. Almost immediately, offers began to flood in. Li Xiang inquired, "Can I trade 3 bronze-level beast traps for 300 stone blocks?" Wang Feng acquiesced, randomly completing the transaction for 3 bronze-level beast traps. Soon after, 2 others finalized trades through the link. Wang Feng promptly removed the trading link, astonished at the fervor surrounding the bronze-level beast traps. They had sold out almost instantly. He hesitated to engage further in trading, as he possessed only 5 units of essence, enough to craft a maximum of 5 additional traps, which would jeopardize his food supply. Approaching the door of his wooden cabin, he noted the rain was intensifying. While it would allow him to collect more fresh water, it also precluded any opportunities for ocean exploration. After standing there for a moment, he turned back to his bed. On a rainy day, rest was the only option available to him. With nothing pressing to attend to, He opened the chat channel to review the thoughts of others regarding the attacks of mutated creatures on the Sanctuary Island. Chapter 15. The onslaught of rain. A full day has elapsed since the announcement regarding the impending biological assault on Shelter Island, and the chat channels have regained their tranquility. Aside from those who have surrendered to despair, the vast majority are engaged in their final preparations. Humanity has never been lacking in the courage to seize the moment. Today, rain has descended, rendering exploration at sea impossible. What to do? Fortunately, it is sunny here, and I can still make some efforts to struggle. Ha ha ha. Friends upstairs and downstairs, let us celebrate these last 2 days. Liberation is near. Oh, what nonsense. Leveling up Shelter Island will merely grant us a few more chapters of survival. It's as if upgrading the island would allow us to slay 10 beasts effortlessly. I am exhausted and wish to remain idle for these final days. There are still numerous tasks left undone. Woe is me. Is there anyone who can come to my aid? A friendly reminder. The distances between our Shelter Islands are vast. Do not harbor any illusions. Just choose a comfortable position. What? No. I am merely one soul orb short. Who will trade with me? I will meet any demands. Do not even think about the soul orbs. They are in short supply. What can you offer in return? Nothing at all. This is not your conventional zombie apocalypse. We can only rely on ourselves and indulge in mere words. I have an idea. Since we can survive in the ocean, why not abandon Shelter Island altogether? This way, we may continue to live. This message ignited a fervor in the chat group, with replies pouring in from all directions. This is indeed feasible. I have lived in the ocean for 2 days, surfacing only to eat and drink. Shelter Island is of no consequence. I simply evade any beasts I encounter. The suggestion made by the individual upstairs could be further elaborated. If we later discover a suitable Shelter Island, we could seize it. We could even form an alliance. Aptly named the Shelter Island Pirate Alliance. Wang Feng perused the chat messages, which were a cacophony of opinions, some dousing enthusiasm with cold water, declaring that survival in the ocean is sheer folly, others advocating for a passive acceptance of fate, believing death is inescapable. Wang Feng had grown accustomed to such discussions. Since arriving in this oceanic realm, he had frequently encountered similar sentiments. It seemed as though many had lost faith in survival, merely awaiting the inevitable end. However, those who shared survival strategies reminded Wang Feng of a saying he had once encountered on Blue Star. The machinations of the clever often cause greater harm than the sudden insights of the foolish. Though this statement may be somewhat extreme, it resonates within this unique environment. If those who continually douse hope with negativity lead others to resign themselves to despair, that is indeed detrimental. Wang Feng was certain that without Shelter Island, they would perish in the waters within 2 days. This is not the ocean of Blue Star. This marine world is teeming with monsters, devoid of stable resting places, and survival is but a fleeting dream. Wang Feng continued to observe for an extended period, finding no messages of real value. He prepared to retire early to replenish his energy, as he intended to venture out to sea the following day to hunt a beast of bronze caliber, fulfilling the requirements for upgrading the Sanctuary Island. On the 5th day of his arrival in this oceanic realm, Wang Feng awoke from his slumber at dawn, the sound of rain drumming against the wooden roof of his abode resonating in his ears. A sense of despair washed over him as he pushed open the door, only to find that the rain had intensified since the previous night, rendering any maritime expedition impossible. He turned to check the weather, hoping the rain would abate. But his hopes were dashed. The weather report read, today's forecast, torrential rain. Weather effects, continuous heavy rain accompanied by thunderstorms. It is advised not to venture out to explore unless one possesses the fortitude to withstand lightning strikes. After absorbing the grim forecast and realizing that exploration was futile, he retreated back to his bed. Time slipped away unnoticed as Wang Feng sank deep into the realm of dreams, until an overwhelming hunger jolted him awake. Slowly opening his eyes, he became aware of the rumblings emanating from his stomach, realizing he had slept for an extended period. He mustered his resolve, climbed out of bed, and trudged towards the kitchen with heavy steps. To his dismay, he discovered that the food supplies were dwindling. He prepared a modest meal, 1 unit of common sea kale and 1 unit of roasted red-eyed giant shrimp, bronze level. As he ate, He couldn't help but reflect on his situation. Since ascending to the bronze level, his daily food intake had markedly increased, and it seemed that common food no longer sufficed. Only bronze-level sustenance, like the roasted red-eyed giant shrimp, could sustain his vigor. After satiating his hunger, Wang Feng approached his workbench, intending to craft some beast traps to enhance the security of the sanctuary island. He expended 40 units of wood, 20 stones, and 2 units of animal blood to fabricate 2 beast traps. Despite the torrential downpour outside, he did not waver. He grasped the 2 traps and stepped out of the sanctuary, making his way towards the perimeter wall. He positioned the traps near the wall adjacent to the planting area, ensuring they would effectively ensnare any potential beasts that might approach. Having completed this task, Wang Feng pressed on, advancing along the wall until he reached the coastline adjacent to the coral reef. Standing by the shore, he repeatedly signaled to Ba Tong, hoping it would swim over promptly. Before long, Ba Tong's silhouette emerged on the distant ocean surface, swiftly making its way towards Wang Feng, seemingly attuned to his call. Upon reaching the shore, Ba Tong noticed that Wang Feng had not entered the water, and thus it approached him directly. Wang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom what he was witnessing. Ba Tong had come ashore. How is this possible? After all, Ba Tong was a genuine octopus, and the notion of it ascending onto land was simply incredulous. However, Ba Tong seemed to read Wang Feng's thoughts and promptly conveyed a message to him. It turned out that this unexpected downpour had brought about unforeseen changes for the marine life, revealing that they could use the torrential rain to reach the land. However, Ba Tong also conveyed to Wang Feng that although they could come ashore, it was far from comfortable, and their movements on land were not nearly as agile as they were in the ocean. A sudden thought flashed through Wang Feng's mind. He recalled the impending event of mutated creatures attacking the island tomorrow. Could it be that the relentless rain of the past few days was orchestrated to facilitate the landing of these aberrant beings? The very notion sent a chill coursing down his spine. Furthermore, Wang Feng realized that from now on, every stormy day would necessitate heightened vigilance. After all, if marine creatures could ascend the island during tempestuous weather, then Sanctuary Island would face an additional layer of peril on such days. Besides the colossal waves induced by the rain, there would now be the threat of wild beasts, undoubtedly introducing more uncertainty and latent dangers into the lives of its inhabitants. Determined not to remain passive, Wang Feng resolved to take proactive measures. He promptly issued a command to Ba Tong, instructing it to return to the ocean and consume as much food as possible before returning to the shores of Sanctuary Island at dusk. Prepared to confront the impending onslaught of mutated creatures. With Ba Tong's task arranged, Wang Feng hurried to the seaside to secure the desalination filter, placing it into his storage bag. He was keen to avoid any potential damage from the beast tomorrow. The recent torrential rains had replenished the freshwater resources to over 120 units, ample for both the island's upgrades and daily necessities. As Wang Feng dashed towards the cabin, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the marine corn he had previously sown had begun to break through the soil, sprouting tender green shoots. This sight provided him with a modicum of comfort. At least in this perilous world, the growth of plants remained remarkably swift and resilient. Upon returning to the cabin, he refrained from engaging in the chat channel and instead retreated directly to bed, preparing to rest. Uncertain of when the mutated beast would strike the following day, he understood the necessity of maintaining a state of alertness. Thus, he prioritized rest today. Chapter 16. The onslaught of mutated creatures. The sky transitioned from bright to dark, and the rain intensified. In the depths of his slumber, Wang Feng received a transmission from Ba Tong, who informed him that he had arrived at the shores of the refuge island. Rising from his bed, Wang Feng communicated back, instructing Ba Tong to remain in place and await the arrival of the mutated beasts. Wang Feng prepared to warm up, moving to the center of the wooden cabin. Once settled, he took a deep breath and retrieved the wave breaker spear from the storage pouch at his waist, a weapon acquired during yesterday's transaction. The spear gleamed with a silvery sheen, significantly heavier than the bronze harpoon he had previously wielded, measuring 3 meters in length. Grasping the spear firmly with both hands, He savored its weight and texture before beginning to dance through the room. His movements were both practiced and fluid, each swing infused with strength and skill. As he twirled, the wave breaker traced arcs of silver in the air, emitting a faint whistling sound. He continuously altered his motions, becoming increasingly familiar with the spear. After a period of practice, Wang Feng finally ceased his performance, nodding in satisfaction. He then seated himself on a nearby wooden bench and commenced the meticulous task of cleaning the wave breaker. With a soft cloth, he tenderly wiped the spear's surface, erasing the dust and grime to restore its resplendent luster. This habit had become second nature to him. Regardless of the task's magnitude, he treated his weapon with utmost reverence. In a world fraught with peril, even the slightest oversight could herald failure, and failure often meant the imminent approach of death. Time slipped away unnoticed as Wang Feng remained engrossed in the ritual of polishing his spear. Suddenly, an urgent transmission shattered the tranquility of the cabin. A surge of anxiety gripped his heart as he set the wave breaker aside to examine the message. It was from Ba Tong, alerting him to disturbances in the ocean, where the beasts had begun to congregate in the shallows. Wang Feng's expression grew grave. He sprang to his feet, seized the wave breaker, donned his storage pouch, and hastily exited the small cabin. As he stepped outside, the air resonated with the ferocious roars of beasts, their cries mingling with the rain and thunder, evoking an unsettling chill. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted toward the coastline, the rain soaking his clothes. Yet he paid no heed, focused solely on reaching the shore to ascertain the situation. At last, Wang Feng arrived at the water's edge. Standing upon the beach, he gazed into the distance, where tumultuous waves surged and several enormous mutated creatures appeared intermittently in the depths. The torrential rain obscured his vision, rendering it difficult to discern the precise nature of these beings. However, their massive forms and fearsome visages indicated that they were far from benign. Wang Feng stood still, his gaze fixed on the distant ocean, contemplating whether he should take the initiative to strike against the yet-to-convene mutated creatures. Yet he hesitated, fearing that a premature attack might not count towards the assault on the island. As time ticked away, his anxiety mounted, yet he found himself unable to reach a decisive conclusion. The night outside was shrouded in darkness, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning. In the distance, mutated creatures from the ocean had finally gathered. Contrary to Wang Feng's expectations of them attacking one another, they swiftly approached the sanctuary island. As they drew nearer, Wang Feng discerned the distinct characteristics of these aberrations. He retrieved the survival manual of the water world to compare the emerging creatures on the surface of the sea. First to catch his eye were 4 enormous wild boars, 2 of which weighed over 2 tons. Their bodies exceeded 4 meters in length, with sharp tusks protruding from their mouths. Unlike ordinary wild boars, the bristles on their backs stood erect, glistening with a cold sheen reminiscent of sea urchin spines, exuding a fierce demeanor. Their size diverged significantly from that of typical pigs, resembling instead colossal elephants. Name: sea urchin wild boar. Level: bronze. Description: ordinary wild boars evolved to adapt to marine conditions during the inundation of land, growing to an immense size, with spines developed for self-defense, exhibiting considerable aggressiveness. Next, Wang Feng's attention shifted to 3 crabs. Judging by their sizes, one was a bronze-level crab while the other 2 were ordinary crabs. Remarkably, even the ordinary crabs were as large as small grinding stones, astonishing in their proportions. Name: blue flower crab. Level: bronze. Description: mutated crabs with a blue and white patterned shell, possessing a massive size and robust pincers. While contemplating the presence of only 7 mutated creatures, Wang Feng received a communication from Ba Tong, informing him of the discovery of 2 great white sharks lurking beneath the surface. One was significantly larger, exceeding 8 meters in length and clearly of bronze level, while the smaller one, also impressive at over 6 meters, was of ordinary caliber. Additionally, a bronze-level sea turtle appeared, its own length surpassing 4 meters, emanating an imposing aura. Due to his inability to venture into the sea, Wang Feng could not utilize the survival manual of the water world to identify the hidden mutations below the surface. The creatures seemed to have consumed some form of hormone, rendering them abnormally colossal, with their eyes glowing a menacing red, devoid of reason, exuding an air of brutality and ferocity. The sea urchin wild boars and blue flower crabs surged forth toward the sanctuary island like bolts of lightning, their apparent target being the very heart of the island or, more specifically, its owner. Meanwhile, the sea turtle and great white sharks launched their assault from beneath the waves, violently battering the edges of the sanctuary island, intent on its destruction. Their roles were starkly defined. Wang Feng understood that the sanctuary island was his fundamental assurance of survival. If it were to be destroyed, his own existence would be jeopardized. Acting decisively, he commanded Badong to descend below the surface to eliminate the 3 attacking great white sharks and the sea turtle, instructing him to return for reinforcements afterward. Typically, great white sharks were the natural predators of octopuses, but Batong, having recently ascended to silver level, had significantly enhanced strength and should be capable of swiftly dispatching the 2 bronze-level adversaries. Without hesitation, Wang Feng charged directly towards the sea urchin, wild boar, and blue flower crab. As he approached these mutated creatures, he incessantly provoked them in various ways, striving to capture their attention and incite their fury. Simultaneously, he skillfully maintained a certain distance from these aberrant beings, ensuring that he would not be easily attacked. Wang Feng was acutely aware of the folly of confronting 7 mutated creatures alone. Prudence was paramount. His assassin's profession had instilled in him the principle of striking decisively rather than engaging in a futile struggle that could lead to mutual destruction. He secretly hoped that his beast-controlling abilities would allow him to dominate these ferocious mutants. However, to his astonishment, these aberrations seemed entirely immune to his powers, unaffected as they lunged towards him with relentless ferocity. The sky loomed dark, heavy with clouds, illuminated only by sporadic flashes of lightning that briefly revealed the frenzied beasts. The mutated creatures exuded a nauseating stench, which intensified under the relentless downpour. Wang Feng recognized that facing such a multitude of aberrant beings armed solely with his own strength would prove utterly insufficient. Continuing in this manner would not only fail to exhaust the creatures, but would likely lead to his own swift fatigue. Consequently, Wang Feng promptly altered his strategy, guiding the throng of mutants towards the wall. He had previously set 5 beast traps around the perimeter, if fortune favored him. These traps should eliminate half of the mutated creatures, thereby alleviating his burden. Once the 8 tubes dealt with the underwater mutants, he planned to bring this conflict to a decisive close. Chapter 17. The Slaying of the Sea Urchin Wild Boar. As Wang Feng sprinted forward, he remained vigilant, glancing back at the relentless mutated creatures pursuing him. He observed the sea urchin wild boars charging wildly, while the blue flower crabs brandished their enormous pincers, menacingly in tow. In the blink of an eye, Wang Feng and these aberrant beings reached the vicinity of the enclosing wall. With remarkable agility, he seized the opportune moment and leaped over a meticulously set trap like a nimble monkey. However, one ordinary sea urchin wild boar was not so fortunate. Caught unawares, it plunged into the trap with a thunderous crash. The wooden spikes within the trap were exceptionally sharp, mercilessly piercing the wild boar's body as if awaiting prey. Its anguished cries echoed hauntingly through the space, sending shivers down one's spine. This sudden spectacle did not instill fear in the other mutated creatures. Rather, it incited them to further frenzy. They seemed to have lost all semblance of reason, recklessly charging forward, seemingly unperturbed by the specter of death, solely intent on vanquishing Wang Feng. As anticipated, another ordinary blue flower crab soon followed suit, tumbling into the trap as well. It too was impaled by the spikes. Writhing in agony, this series of unforeseen events rendered the remaining mutated creatures considerably more cautious. No longer did they charge blindly. Instead, they began to scrutinize their surroundings warily, fearful of sharing the same fate. However, this newfound caution disrupted their previously tight formation. The coordination between the blue flower crabs and the sea urchin wild boars faltered, creating a significant gap in their ranks. Wang Feng, ever quick to seize an opportunity, grasped his wave-breaker spear and surged towards a nearby blue flower crab like an arrow released from its bow. This particular crab, resplendent in deep blue and adorned with intricate patterns, appeared menacing and fearsome. With unwavering focus, Wang Feng locked onto the blue flower crab, biding his time for the perfect moment to strike. At last, when he was but a few steps away, he leapt into the air, akin to a graceful leopard. The wave-breaker spear traced a silver arc through the air, piercing the crab's hard shell with the ferocity of a lightning bolt. In an instant, a muffled thud resonated as the spear penetrated deep into the crab's exoskeleton, sending dark green blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering Wang Feng in the process. The blue flower crab, grievously wounded, collapsed to the ground, convulsing briefly before falling still. Just as Wang Feng dispatched this blue flower crab, another, even larger bronze-tier blue flower crab charged at him from the side, moving with the speed of a racing vehicle. This colossal crab possessed enormous pincers that gleamed ominously, as if capable of crushing steel with ease. In the face of this sudden assault, Wang Feng's reflexes were as swift as lightning. He moved with a flicker, evading the fierce lunge of the blue flower crab like a wraith, while his wave-breaker spear struck with the swiftness of a serpent, landing a decisive blow on the joint of the crab's claw. A sharp crack echoed, and the crab's formidable pincers were mercilessly severed by Wang Feng's strike. In excruciating pain, the blue flower crab emitted a piercing wail before swiftly turning and racing towards the direction of the sea urchin wild boar. Simultaneously, the sea urchin wild boar burst forth from behind a beast trap. This ordinary-grade creature, massive in stature and covered in a thick layer of formidable spines, resembled a mobile fortress. Its tusks gleamed ominously in the rain, reflecting a chilling light. Not daring to hesitate, Wang Feng leapt aside nimbly, skillfully avoiding the boar's charge. In one fluid motion, he thrust his wave-breaker spear into the back of the wild boar like a javelin. The creature writhed under his control, its immense strength forcing Wang Feng to exert every ounce of his power to maintain his grip on the spear. Undaunted by the boar's might, he cleverly guided its struggles towards the beast trap. As the sea urchin wild boar drew nearer to the trap, Wang Feng's heart raced. He recognized this pivotal moment. Failing to lure the boar into the trap would render his earlier efforts futile. Just as the wild boar was about to reach the trap, Wang Feng suddenly withdrew the spear with great speed and turned to flee. The boar, unable to halt its momentum due to inertia, charged straight into another trap. A sharp crack resounded as the wooden spikes within the trap pierced the boar's body, securing it in place. The wild boar howled in agony. Yet it could not escape the grip of the spikes, thrashing helplessly within the confines of the trap. Witnessing this scene, Wang Feng exhaled in relief. He had successfully ensnared the boar, temporarily alleviating the threat it posed and gaining precious time. Now, 2 bronze-grade sea urchin wild boars and a half-damaged bronze-grade blue flower crab remained, the remaining foes proving to be formidable. In his possession was only one preset beast trap. If utilized cunningly, it might enable him to eliminate one of the bronze-grade aberrations. As Wang Feng contemplated how to separate the opposing aberrations, a message suddenly arrived from Batong. He had successfully dealt with 2 great white sharks and a bronze-grade sea turtle attacking the sanctuary island and was now heading towards Wang Feng's location. Upon receiving this news, Wang Feng's spirit soared. With Batong's assistance, the odds of victory in this battle had undoubtedly increased significantly. His mind raced, strategizing the optimal response to the current situation. After a brief deliberation, he resolved to continue circling with the 3 aberrant creatures while keenly awaiting Batong's arrival. However, at that moment, the 3 bronze-level mutated creatures, which had been relentlessly attacking him, suddenly seemed to regain their senses and cease their assault on Wang Feng. They turned around and dashed towards the surrounding wall, exerting all their strength to crash against it, as if attempting to break through this barrier. Wang Feng, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. As the wall began to tremble under the fierce blows of the mutated creatures, he resolved to take action without hesitation. He sprinted towards the severely injured bronze-level blue flower crab, brandishing his wave strider spear, which whistled through the air, while simultaneously issuing taunting roars. The blue flower crab, evidently enraged by Wang Feng's provocations, swung its remaining claw and lunged aggressively at him. Wang Feng deftly sidestepped, evading the crab's attack, and continued to tease it with his spear, attempting to lure it into a trap he had previously set. However, the blue flower crab seemed unfooled, despite its anger. It stubbornly refused to leave the vicinity of the wall, realizing he could not employ the beast trap to deal with crab. And with the wall showing clear signs of damage from the relentless assaults of the wild boars, the situation grew increasingly dire. Anxious, Wang Feng observed the two sea urchin wild boars attacking the protective wall from a distance, momentarily distracted. He thought to himself, if he could not deal with the two boars, how could he possibly handle the crab? Therefore, he abandoned his retreat and relentlessly attacked the blue flower crab with his spear. Given that the crab had already lost one of its large claws, its defenses were no longer as formidable. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Feng managed to sever the crab's remaining claw and thrust his spear into its body. Just as he withdrew the spear, the two sea urchin wild boars charged at him like two heavy tanks, their speed astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they were upon him. Wang Feng swiftly evaded, yet one of the boars grazed his arm with its sharp tusk, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. At that critical moment, a dark flash darted in from the side. An octopus, like a bolt of black lightning, launched its tentacles towards one of the sea urchin wild boar's eyes. The boar, unable to evade in time, had both its eyes obliterated, letting out a pained roar as it rampaged wildly nearby. The octopus retreated, persistently attacking the boar's body with its tentacles, releasing toxins upon contact. As the wild boar continued its frantic thrashing, the venom coursed through its bloodstream, gradually slowing its movements until it collapsed heavily to the ground. The other sea urchin wild boar, undeterred, continued its charge towards Wang Feng. He now aimed to stall, waiting for the octopus to join him in dispatching this final boar without sustaining injury. After the octopus dealt with its own boar, it joined forces with Wang Feng to attack. The sea urchin wild boar continued to thrash left and right, and at the opportune moment, Wang Feng plunged his wave-strider spear forcefully into the boar's belly. Withdrawing the spear, the boar's blood splattered onto him as it let out a mournful howl, thrashing violently in place. The 8-tube weapon relentlessly assailed the injured belly of the wild boar, and soon after, the last of these creatures succumbed to the ground. Chapter 18. Abundant harvest. After a fierce battle, Wang Feng successfully repelled all the attacking mutated beasts. He let out a long sigh of relief and sank to the ground, feeling the weight of his burdens lift. After catching his breath, he rummaged through his storage bag and devoured some food voraciously to replenish his depleted energy. Although the octopus, known as 8 Tubes, had endured 2 intense battles consecutively, it seemed utterly unfazed by fatigue. On the contrary, this was its first venture onto land, and it was filled with curiosity about everything on the island. It excitedly looked around, occasionally using its tentacles to touch nearby objects, unable to contain its exuberance. After resting for a moment, Wang Feng felt a slight recovery in his strength. Yet what he yearned for most was to return to the comfort of his bed at the center of Shelter Island, where he could relax and put everything off until tomorrow. After all, the day's battles had been incredibly tense and exhilarating, and he needed time to unwind. When he glanced up at the sky, he noticed that the rain was still pouring down, and the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, which filled him with unease. This pungent odor would likely attract other mutated creatures, so it was prudent to deal with the carcasses of these beasts without delay. Wang Feng thought to himself. Thus, he called for 8 tubes, preparing to return to the shore together. Upon reaching the shore, Wang Feng decided to inspect the 3 mutated creatures that 8 tubes had slain. Upon closer examination, he discovered 2 massive great white sharks and a sea turtle. He took out the survival manual of the water world and began to dissect the bodies of the 3 beasts, yielding 2 bronze-level treasure chests, 2 soul orbs, and 2 lumps of blood essence. Name: Great White Shark Meat Level. Bronze quantity: 20 units. Description: the fully grown form of the great white shark, enormous in size, with unpalatable flesh that carries a hint of a fishy odor, yet provides a strong sense of satiety and can enhance physical prowess. Name: giant sea turtle meat level. Bronze quantity: 10 units. Description: a mutated ordinary sea turtle, possessing immense strength and a trace of ancient bloodline, which can enhance power with long-term consumption. Wang Feng stood still, his gaze fixed on the two bronze treasure chests, a twinge of regret swelling within him. He mused to himself, how wonderful it would have been if these two chests were silver level. However, reality was what it was, and he had to accept the facts before him. Cautiously, Wang Feng placed the blood essence and treasure chests into his storage bag before falling into contemplation. He began to ponder why, despite the massive size of these mutated beasts, the blood essence he obtained was so scant. After some reflection, he suddenly realized that he needed to learn how to process the carcasses of the beasts effectively to maximize the extraction of their essence. After meticulously inspecting the surrounding ground to ensure he had not overlooked any vital items, he decided to leave 8 tubes by the seaside. He instructed 8 tubes to return to the coral reef at dawn and to immediately contact him if any mutated creatures appeared. With all arrangements in place, Wang Feng grasped his wavebreaker spear and proceeded towards the traps he had set earlier. Upon reaching the traps, he swiftly set to work, skillfully disassembling the carcasses of the beasts contained within. After considerable effort, he successfully acquired 20 units of ordinary wild boar meat and 5 units of ordinary blue crab meat. These modest gains left Wang Feng feeling somewhat unsatisfied, as he had already consumed food of a higher quality. With the recent assault of mutated creatures on the island, those who survived would not face a scarcity of food, relying instead on replanting. Yet, he was acutely aware that the main event of the day still lay ahead. Presently, 2 bronze-level wild boar and 1 bronze-level blue crab awaited his attention. Wang Feng took a deep breath, once again habitually making a wish to the deities, hoping that one of the remaining 3 treasure chests would yield a silver chest. He retrieved the survival manual of the water world and began to dismantle the corpses of the 3 mutated beasts. Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted from the bodies, transforming into 3 treasure chests, 3 soul orbs, and 2 clusters of bronze-level flesh essence. He noted that 2 of the chests were significantly larger than the other, and a wave of ecstatic joy washed over him. He recognized that he had obtained 2 silver chests and 1 bronze chest. He swiftly stowed the chests in his storage bag, fearful they might vanish at any moment. Next, he examined the remaining 2 clusters of bronze-level flesh essence, discovering 40 units of bronze wild boar meat and 10 units of bronze blue crab meat. Wang Feng felt the weight of the essence in his hands was entirely different from its original form. Frustrated, he muttered to himself, lamenting that this was hard-earned food and that the survival manual had pilfered his meat. It was, after all, his rightful sustenance. Once he had completed these tasks, Wang Feng looked up at the sky, which remained shrouded in darkness, although the rain had lessened significantly. He understood that this challenge had finally passed. With a sigh of relief, he turned and returned to his wooden cabin. After carefully placing the wavebreaker gun into his storage bag, he climbed into bed, ready to indulge in a much-needed slumber. For Wang Feng at this moment, sleep was paramount. Everything else could wait until he awoke. After all, in this world, sleep was the most effective means of restoring energy and spirit. As he lay in bed, he closed his eyes and soon drifted into a dream. Perhaps he would dream of the delectable wild boar meat and blue crab meat, or perhaps he would envision returning to Blue Star. Regardless, upon awakening, everything would become clearer. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, until once again he was roused by hunger. After rising and consuming some food, he opened the door to find the sun shining brightly. The rain long ceased. He began to check today's weather. Today's weather, sunny. Weather effect, the sun is bright, with prolonged daylight, ideal for exploring the surrounding seas. He returned to the room, intending to open the treasure chests first before venturing into the sea woods to confront a bronze-level mutated creature, gather soul orbs, and upgrade the Level 2 Sanctuary Island to a Level 3 Sanctuary Island. At this point, he had not yet heard any announcements, indicating that no one had successfully upgraded to a Level 3 Sanctuary Island. Wang Feng retrieved 5 treasure chests from his storage bag, 3 of which were bronze chests, and 2 were silver chests. He swiftly opened 3 bronze chests, yet the treasures within were rather disappointing. Among the 9 items, only 2 were crafting blueprints, and one of those was of ordinary quality. The contents included 100 stones, 100 stones, 50 stones, 100 wood, 200 wood, a bronze-level harpoon, 10 units of fresh water, a fishing rod blueprint, ordinary, and a bronze bow and arrow blueprint, bronze level. Name, fishing rod blueprint, ordinary. Materials, 10 wood, 5 stones. Description: fishing can cultivate one's character. A fishing rod is essential for the art, yet this rod can only catch fish weighing up to 20 pounds. Name, bronze bow and arrow blueprint, bronze. Materials, 20 wood, 30 stones. Description: do you aspire to be an archer? The bronze bow and arrow provide you with the means for range attacks. Wang Feng gazed at these blueprints, his heart bleeding at the sight of such meager rewards from 3 chests. His only hope now rested on the 2 remaining silver chests to mend his spirit. He opened both silver chests in one breath and beheld 8 items, 6 of which were luminous orbs. This time, in terms of quantity, he had struck gold, and he began to inspect the items. 3 units of spirit rice, silver, 200 refined iron, upgrade scroll, silver, X4, blueprint for triple bow crossbow tower, silver, and talent ability upgrade fruit, bronze. Name, spirit rice, silver, quantity, 3 units. Effect: long-term consumption can enhance physical attributes. Description: regular consumption can enhance one's physical qualities, up to silver level, and has been germinated to prevent sprouting. Name, upgrade scroll, silver, effect, can elevate an item's level by 1, up to silver level. Description: is your item S level lagging behind? Here lies your opportunity for enhancement, though it cannot be used on the shelter island. Name, blueprint for triple bow crossbow tower, silver. Materials, 100 wood, 100 stones, 100 refined iron. Description: fires 3 arrows simultaneously, effective range of 200 meters. Can easily slay ordinary beasts and severely wound bronze-level beasts. When positioned within the walls of the shelter island, it will automatically attack intruders, consuming 3 units of refined iron per use. Be sure to replenish the iron promptly. Name, talent ability upgrade fruit, bronze. Effect, can elevate talent ability level to bronze. Description: this fruit enhances talent abilities with a maximum increase to bronze level and can augment experience points. After reading the descriptions of these items, Wang Feng felt an immense joy. Indeed, one cannot be perpetually unfortunate. These items would expedite his personal advancement and that of the shelter island. With the items safely stowed in his storage pouch, he grasped the wavebreaker spear and exited the modest wooden cabin, making his way toward the shores of Shelter Island. Chapter 19. The world announced upon arriving at the seaside. Wang Feng gazed into the distance, but could not spot the figure of Batong. He pondered quietly to himself, concluding that Batong had likely returned to Coral Island. Thus, he silently called out Batong's name in his heart, hoping to transmit his voice to it through some mysterious connection. Before long, a ripple broke the tranquility of the sea's surface, followed by the emergence of Batong's massive form. Wang Feng focused his gaze and felt a twinge of surprise. Batong appeared to have grown even larger ever since it ascended to the silver level. Each encounter revealed noticeable increases in Batong's size. Wang Feng smiled and waved at Batong, who joyfully swam to his side, affectionately nudging him. Wang Feng gently stroked Batong's head. Then together they ventured towards the sea woods. This area was one they had previously only explored at its periphery, where the mutated creatures were relatively abundant. Upon entering the sea woods, Wang Feng and Batong instinctively separated, each swimming in different directions to search for bronze-level mutated creatures. Wang Feng was aware that, given Batong's current prowess, it could easily hunt down bronze-level creatures on its own, but would not yield a soul pill. Thus, he specifically instructed Batong to notify him first upon spotting a target, so they could hunt together thereafter. As Wang Feng navigated through the sea woods, meticulously searching every possible hiding place for mutated creatures, he encountered numerous mutated sea eels, yet all were of ordinary caliber, not the sought-after bronze level. Just as disappointment began to settle in, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. "Congratulations to the first place, Jiang Feng. for successfully upgrading the Sanctuary Island to level 3, earning a special reward. This mechanical voice echoed in Wang Feng's ears 3 times, seemingly mocking his inadequacy. Sweat began to bead on Wang Feng's forehead, and his heartbeat quickened. He realized he was merely one soul pill away from upgrading the sanctuary. As time slipped by, Wang Feng's anxiety intensified. He could no longer afford to wait. He must find that soul pill swiftly. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and ventured deeper into the sea woods. Just as he was about to step into the dense foliage, a sudden message from Batong reached him. Wang Feng felt a surge of joy and quickly checked the message, discovering that Batong had found a bronze-level mutated creature. Wang Feng's eyes lit up. He immediately turned and dashed toward Batong's location like an arrow released from a bow. He maneuvered through the thick sea grass and finally arrived where Batong awaited. Upon arrival, he beheld a massive bronze-level sea eel coiled in place, its robust body distinctly prominent in the water. Without a moment's hesitation, a singular thought consumed Wang Feng. Dispatch the sea eel swiftly and obtain the soul pill. He exchanged a knowing glance with Batong, and they understood each other perfectly. Batong initiated the attack, its agile tentacles extending like lightning to strike forcefully against the sea eel. The sea eel, in agony, emitted a fierce roar, opening its gaping maw to reveal its sharp fangs, intent on severing the tentacles of the octopus. Observing this, Wang Feng flickered into motion, gliding around the eel like a wraith, in search of the opportune moment to strike. The octopus relentlessly assaulted the eel with its tentacles, inflicting considerable damage despite the eel's formidable defenses, which appeared somewhat fragile under the octopus's persistent onslaught. Just as the octopus prepared to wear down the eel, a golden opportunity presented itself. One of the octopus's tentacles successfully ensnared the eel's body, binding it and rendering it incapable of escape. At that moment, the eel opened its mouth, poised to use its razor-sharp fangs to sever the octopus's tentacle. Without hesitation, Wang Feng raised the wave-breaker spear and lunged toward the eel's mouth with the swiftness of a tempest. The spear traced a silver arc through the air, piercing the eel's mouth with precision and directly impaling its brain. Instantly, the eel's body convulsed violently before collapsing like a deflated balloon, lifeless and motionless. Wang Feng withdrew the wave-breaker spear and retrieved the survival manual of the water world, beginning to dissect the eel, yielding 10 units of bronze-grade eel meat and a soul orb. He instructed the octopus to investigate the eel's habitat for any unique resources while he swiftly made his way back towards the shelter island. As Wang Feng returned to the shore of Shelter Island, he once again heard the mechanical voice. Congratulations to the second place, Jiala, for successfully upgrading Shelter Island to level 3 and receiving a special reward. The announcement echoed 3 times, indicating that the first place contestant, Jiang Feng's advancement, had sparked a competitive fervor among the others, all vying for a position in the top 10. Without pausing, Wang Feng ascended to Shelter Island and continued his sprint towards the island center. Upon reaching the small wooden cabin, he opened the survival manual of the water world to review the island's information. Shelter Island. Level 2, 300 square meters, upgrade. 950-300 wood, 700-7,500 stone. 150-100 units of water, 10 soul orbs. This compact island, solidified over an area of 300 square meters, can withstand the impact of ocean waves. However, do not expect it to endure greater calamities. Level 2 Shelter Island facilities. Walls, capable of fending off attacks from ordinary marine creatures. Should you encounter bronze-gray beings, please address them promptly. Upon discovering that the conditions for upgrading Shelter Island to level 3 had been met, an uncontrollable surge of excitement and anticipation welled within him. Taking a deep breath, Wang Feng dared not delay any further and resolutely clicked the upgrade option for Shelter Island in the survival manual of the water world. In an instant, a dazzling white light, akin to a bolt of lightning, pierced through the darkness, swiftly enveloping the entire island. The brilliance of this white light was so intense that it was nearly blinding. Although Wang Feng had experienced a similar spectacle before, he remained awestruck by the sudden radiance, instinctively closing his eyes to shield himself from the harsh glare. In that fleeting moment of closure, A resonant roar akin to the sound of a deep-sea vortex emanated from the white light. The sound was deep and powerful, as though it were an ancient calling, imbued with an indescribable majesty and mystery. The voice reverberated in Wang Feng's ears, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Before long, all strange phenomena gradually dissipated, and the sanctuary island returned to tranquility. Wang Feng slowly opened his eyes, discovering that the island had expanded significantly in size, transforming from a narrow space into a spacious haven. At that moment, the familiar mechanical voice resonated once more. Congratulations, third place Wang Feng, for successfully upgrading Sanctuary Island to level 3 and receiving a special reward. This voice, as per usual, rang out clearly and resoundingly 3 times. Before Wang Feng could thoroughly examine the changes on the island, a dazzling treasure chest, radiating golden light, suddenly appeared before him. The chest looked exquisite, emanating an enticing glow. Just as he was about to approach and open it to reveal the rewards within, the mechanical voice continued. Congratulations, 4th place Lehigh, for successfully upgrading Sanctuary Island to level 3 and receiving a special reward. He felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing he had narrowly surpassed 4th place by mere seconds, fortunate not to have delayed. Following this, 5th place Donald, 6th place Ouyang, and 7th place Mars swiftly followed suit. Once the announcements concluded, Wang Feng began to inspect the details of Sanctuary Island. Sanctuary Island, level 3, 1,300 square meters, normally 1,000 square meters. 3rd place upgrade grants an additional 300 square meters. Upgrade requirements: 65 1,000 copper wood, 10 wood for 1 copper wood, 227 1000 refined iron, 10 stones for 1 refined iron, 51,000 units of water 010 soul pills, silver grade, 01 island core, can be obtained upon destruction of a level 3 island or from treasure chests. The compacted 1,300 square meters island can withstand the impact of a level 12 typhoon, but do not attempt to endure greater calamities. Level 3 Sanctuary Island facilities, walls, can withstand attacks from bronze-gray creatures. If faced with silver-gray creatures, please resolve swiftly. Level 3 Sanctuary Island facilities, pond. Sanctuary Island can establish a 100 square meter aquaculture pond. Drinking from the pond's water is not advised. Upon reviewing the information of the Level 3 Sanctuary Island, Wang Feng noted that, aside from its increased area, the island now boasted an additional pond, indicating the potential for aquaculture and irrigation of plants. The island was progressing towards becoming a conventional isle. However, he soon realized that attaining a level 4 Sanctuary Island would be exponentially more challenging than upgrading to level 3. Observing the upgrade requirements, he concluded that he would likely need to maintain the level 3 Sanctuary Island for an extended period, while other resources could be gradually accumulated. The island core was an elusive prize, not to mention the scarcity of level 3 upgrades and the desolate surroundings. It was uncertain how long it would take to explore other maritime regions and encounter additional sanctuary islands. The mechanical voice of the world announcement resonated once again. 8th place Chien Do Duo, 9th place Matsumoto Chiharu, and 10th place Li Baoshua. Chapter 20. Golden Level Flesh Thorn Vine. The oceanic realm truly lived up to its legendary reputation. The greater the tempest, the more valuable the fish. This phenomenon transcended mere natural occurrence, resembling a fundamental principle of this world. When mutated creatures assaulted Shelter Island like a tempest, it posed no formidable challenge to the strong. Rather, it appeared as a bountiful reward. Upon successfully vanquishing the invading aberrations, they reaped abundant resources, and to their astonishment, the rate of Shelter Island's advancement exceeded all expectations. This was undoubtedly a validation of their prowess, simultaneously deepening their understanding of the brutality inherent in this world. Here, the majority had become sustenance for a select few. This stark reality lay bare before all. Wang Feng felt an intense urgency. He understood that every moment in the oceanic world was exceedingly precious. Thus, without hesitation, he produced the reward he received for upgrading Shelter Island to level 3, the enigmatic golden treasure chest. Standing before it, his heart raced with a blend of anxiety and anticipation. As he fervently chanted, "May the 3 pure ones, the Jade Emperor, and the Buddha bless me with splendid treasures. Resolute, Wang Feng extended his hand and opened the chest. As the lid creaked open, a radiant light burst forth. Once the brilliance receded, he peered inside to find 4 luminous orbs and 200 units of fine iron. In that instant, an indescribable joy surged within him. He could not help but marvel at how the celestial deities seemed to have heeded his prayers, bestowing upon him 4 items of great value. He vowed to make a wish for divine protection before opening the treasure chest next time. He then began to examine the details of these orbs. Name: Shelter Island Overall Relocation Scroll Function. Allows the relocation of Shelter Island to another location without damaging its existing facilities. Description: the world is vast. Take Shelter Island out to explore. Name: Flesh Thorn Vine Level. Golden Function. Attacks intruders. Description: this carnivorous plant thrives on high-quality flesh. The better the nourishment, the stronger its attack. However, its main root must not be moved, and it will wither without sustenance. Name: Secret Realm Entry Card. Description: grants a single entry into the Secret Realm, which contains rare beasts, diverse items, and various skills left behind by predecessors. Do not miss this opportunity. Name: Beast Bloodline Awakening Scroll Function. Purifies ancient bloodlines to enhance the abilities of beast. Description: do you wish to possess legendary creatures like the Divine Dragon or the Phoenix? With the Beast Bloodline Awakening Scroll, such mythical beings can be yours. After perusing these descriptions, a wave of elation surged within Wang Feng, and a beaming smile adorned his face, nearly stretching to his ears. Each item procured from this treasure chest was remarkably practical, seemingly tailored just for him. Indeed, as stated in the announcement, this harvest has undeniably enabled him to further widen the gap between himself and others. The task before him now is to transform these invaluable resources into his own strength. Contemplating this, he resolved to first enhance the defensive capabilities of the Sanctuary Island, subsequently placing these items into his storage bag before proceeding to the workshop to craft 3 crossbow turret towers. Due to a lack of materials, he was only able to construct 3 of the crossbow turret towers. Upon completion, Wang Feng arrived at the perimeter of the Sanctuary Island, strategically positioning 1 turret tower at each of the 3 cardinal directions. After some reflection, he decided to place a blood and flesh thorn vine, gold grade, at the remaining direction devoid of turrets. He meticulously planted the blood and flesh thorn vine, gold grade, within the walls and then retrieved all the ordinary grade beast meat from his storage bag, gently laying it beside the vine. To his astonishment, the blood and flesh thorn vine began to grow at a visibly rapid pace. Its tendrils extended continuously, adorned with sharp thorns. Upon closer inspection, these thorns appeared hollow, seemingly designed to extract the essence of blood and flesh from their prey. Witnessing this scene, Wang Feng felt a surge of delight within him. He promptly extracted 60 units of bronze-grade blood and flesh from his storage bag and placed it at the root of the vine, allowing it to absorb the nutrients gradually. Consequently, this blood and flesh thorn vine would receive ample sustenance, enabling it to thrive. Although this created an entity that required a significant amount of blood essence. The Sanctuary Island now possessed an additional layer of security, alleviating Wang Feng's previous concerns about potential invaders seizing the opportunity to invade in his absence. After completing the series of tasks, Wang Feng gazed skyward, noticing that dusk had begun to descend. He mused that he would refrain from venturing out to explore the seas today, instead opting to utilize the remaining time to meticulously arrange the facilities within the Sanctuary Island. First, he approached the location where he had installed the seawater desalination filter, carefully placing the silver-grade desalination filter in position, ensuring its continued and stable production of fresh water resources. Next, Wang Feng moved to the planting area, where he had previously sown ocean corn. Now, these corn stalks had blossomed, thriving remarkably. Evidently, the mutated plants exhibited an extraordinary growth rate, defying conventional scientific principles. Standing at the edge of the vibrant cornfield, Wang Feng was engulfed by a sense of accomplishment. Subsequently, he retrieved a prop upgrade scroll, silver grade, from his storage bag, a precious item he had acquired earlier. Wang Feng resolved to utilize this scroll to elevate the planting area to silver grade. Although he currently lacked additional seeds, his innate inclination as a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom to cultivate the land and grow vegetables seemed to be an inborn trait, unalterable. He placed the prop upgrade scroll upon the planting area, and in an instant, its expanse expanded from the previous 100 square meters to a magnificent 200 square meters, with the soil's hue changing as well. Now, the only item remaining on Wang Feng's refuge island is a small wooden house. He possesses 2 upgrade scrolls and intends to elevate the wooden house to silver level. After all, the pursuit of improvement on the refuge island is aimed at enhancing his quality of life. He returned to the wooden house and pressed the upgrade scroll against the wall. The house transformed, transitioning from a wooden structure to one primarily composed of stone, and its area expanded. Name: Stone House, Silver Level. Area: 150 square meters. Description: this stone house will provide you with a warm winter and a cool summer dwelling, ensuring durability and security. Wang Feng gently pushed open the door and stepped inside, carefully closing it behind him, as if to avoid disturbing the serene atmosphere. The room was dimly lit, emanating a soft warmth. He approached the bedside and sat down, retrieving from his pocket the talent ability upgrade fruit, bronze level, he had obtained today. The fruit emitted a faint glow and exuded a delightful sweetness. Although Wang Feng had already reached the bronze level, he understood that this fruit held significant importance for him. While consuming it would only enhance his experience points, he believed these points would elevate his abilities, allowing him to navigate this perilous world with greater resilience. Without hesitation, Wang Feng placed the fruit in his mouth, and it instantly transformed into a stream of energy flowing into his stomach. He experienced a sensation akin to Zhu Beiji's consumption of the ginseng fruit, scarcely savoring its flavor. In an instant, a warm current cascaded down his throat, spreading throughout his entire being. He felt enveloped by a powerful force, his body radiating warmth as if basking in the sunlight of spring. However, concurrently, a fierce hunger surged within him, making him feel as though he could consume an entire ox. Wang Feng quickly rose to his feet, somewhat unsteady, and made his way to the kitchen. To swiftly replenish his energy, he prepared a pot of porridge using spiritual rice, silver level, and sea urchin wild boar, bronze level. He hastily gathered the ingredients and set the fire to cook the porridge. As he awaited its completion, his hunger intensified, his stomach rumbling incessantly. Finally, the porridge was ready. Wang Feng eagerly served himself a bowl, blew on the steam, and began to eat heartily. The flavor of the porridge was exquisite, providing immense satisfaction to his taste buds. After finishing, Wang Feng felt revitalized, having narrowly avoided starvation in the kitchen, which left him somewhat apprehensive. He couldn't help but lament. The description of the talent ability upgrade fruit, bronze level, did not mention such an energy expenditure. Having satisfied his hunger, Wang Feng initially intended to relish this rare moment of leisure. However, he suddenly realized that he had not opened the survival manual of the water world for an entire day and night. Yesterday, he had been on high alert against the assault of mutated creatures, engaging in fierce battles without daring to let his guard down for even a moment. At this moment, he yearned to ascertain the current situation and the number of survivors remaining. He retrieved the survival manual for Waterworld and began to peruse the messages within the chat channel. Chapter 21. A harsh world. Upon entering the chat channel, one is immediately bombarded with a plethora of messages. A closer inspection reveals that these posts are merely remnants from yesterday, as participants continue to flood the channel with their thoughts. What a torrential downpour. I haven't stepped outside, let alone ventured into the sea. Let us not struggle. Instead, let us indulge in conversation and savor our final moments together. Do you think that upon our demise, we might return a blue star? This place is utterly terrifying. Someone upstairs posed an excellent question. I sincerely hope so. Maintaining hope is preferable to succumbing to despair. I fear the beasts and the pain. What awaits me tomorrow? Drift upon the sea above the beasts, and perhaps that would be more favorable. I once believed myself a prodigy upon arriving in this new world, only to realize it was merely a figment of my imagination. While others may still find wickedness in their apocalypse, why is it that our end is devoid of any other souls? Let us indulge in idle chatter. Why ponder so deeply? After all, what fun is there in hunting mutated beasts compared to the company of friends? Friends, it is midnight, and I can already hear the roars of the mutated creatures outside the sanctuary. Wish me luck. Charge forth, for in death we ascend. Let us live on for eternity. Let us act. Who can save me? I implore you all. I do not wish to perish. I curse you all to meet a woeful end, a dreadful demise. Please, come to my aid. The mutated creatures are ravaging the sanctuary. We are all from Blue Star. Cannot any of you assist me? I am on the brink of death. No one is coming to our rescue. Have you not noticed how the number of messages has dwindled? Everyone is too preoccupied to pay us any mind. Let us revel in our final celebration, as death will return us home. Gradually, the messages became fewer, and the chat channel fell into an unusual silence, devoid of any flickering notifications. Either everyone has ceased their struggle, or this journey has come to an end. Until this morning, when the chat channel once again flickered with activity, regaining a semblance of liveliness, albeit far from its previous fervor. Ha 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 ha, I have returned to life. My prowess knows no bounds. I have lived another day. Those diminutive mutated creatures are no match for me. I am formidable beyond measure. The person upstairs has lost their mind, and so have I. Once, I aspired to be a graceful lady, yet now I am akin to Lindayu, uprooting willow trees with a single punch to vanquish the little monsters. How impressive, my dear sister. I seek your companionship and patronage, for I am easy to maintain. Does anyone possess medical supplies? I feel I may still be salvageable. Those mutated creatures are colossal, utterly unscientific. Another day survived. How delightful. Indeed, a good death is no match for a wretched life. Wang Feng focused intently on the screen, his fingers incessantly scrolling through the messages. As time ticked away, he found himself revisiting the moment he had opened the survival manual for the water world. When he beheld the current number of participants in the chat, a weighty despair settled in his heart. After a rough calculation, he was astounded to discover that the current number of chatters had plummeted by at least 90%. In other words, if there were a total of 7 billion souls from Blue Star who ventured into this oceanic realm to survive, then now, the number of those who remain alive has dwindled to perhaps less than 700 million. This is merely the 6th day. Furthermore, during the initial 3 days, the sanctuary island was shielded by a protective barrier, and most of the fatalities were among those intrepid souls who dared to explore. Astonishingly, the majority of the 60 billion lives were lost predominantly on this day of the mutated beast assault on the island, such a staggering and heart-rending statistic. Wang Feng's heart grew increasingly heavy as he pondered the vastness of this world. Was this truly survival? Or would it be more apt to describe it as nurturing a curse? Confronted by such a brutal reality, a wave of fear surged within him, as if this world were an infinite abyss, consuming countless lives. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself, refraining from further contemplation, for the more he thought, the more he uncovered the world's cruelty. He accessed the trading channel, and upon entering, he was captivated by the myriad of item blueprints on display. After all, everyone had successfully weathered this catastrophe and, to varying degrees, had acquired some treasure chests, now actively trading in hopes of enhancing their strength. As Wang Feng perused the trading channel, a sense of disappointment washed over him. He discovered that the prices of these item blueprints were exorbitantly high, far beyond his means. Most of his resources had already been expended on constructing the sanctuary island, leaving him with no surplus to purchase these precious blueprints. He couldn't help but feel regret, thinking he should have first explored the trading channel to gauge the market before deciding on the island's construction. Perhaps this would have allowed for a more efficient use of limited resources, preventing his current predicament. Noticing a message from a friend flashing, he saw it was a previous one from Milan. Great one. Are you the third place? I seek your guidance. I can assist you in gathering wood and stones. Just reserve a spot for me on your sanctuary island once teleportation becomes available. Wang Feng contemplated this. As the sanctuary island expanded with upgrades, assistance would undoubtedly be required for its management. Moreover, it was not a disadvantage to have another person aiding in the collection of wood and stones, allowing him to concentrate more on enhancing his own prowess. Thus, he replied, "Certainly, you may gather wood and stones from me, and I will exchange them at market value. But all the wood and stones you collect must be traded with me. If teleportation becomes available later, you may work on my sanctuary island." Then came a message from the formidable brother. "Is it you who upgraded the sanctuary island to 3rd place? From our previous trading interactions, I believe you possess that capability." Wang Feng noticed that the other party was actively chatting and responded, "It is I, fortunate to have claimed the 3rd position. You must be in 4th place, as the name formidable is rather obscure." The formidable brother replied, "Indeed, it is you. A certain plant surpassed me by mere seconds, and I deeply regret it. The rewards for 3rd place are undoubtedly superior to those for 4th. Could you briefly share your rewards?" Wang Feng pondered for a moment, considering, in the long run, having an ally with whom to collaborate is undoubtedly a favorable development. Moreover, the other party did not explicitly mention any specific props, which enhances the likelihood of collaboration. Wang Feng continued, stating that the situation with the treasure chest is similar. It is merely a golden treasure chest. Yet the area of the sanctuary island has increased by 100 square meters, resulting in an additional reward of 300 square meters. Lehigh could not help but exclaim, "I truly regret not acting sooner. If only I could have been a bit quicker." He vowed, "Next time, I shall be ahead of you. We can form a preliminary alliance, since the impending competition will only intensify. Furthermore, I am not particularly familiar with the other contenders in the top 10, so an alliance would benefit us both." Today, the 6th place contestant, Yang, added me as a friend and mentioned that they have formed an exploration alliance, which includes 8 or 9 members collaborating in the later stages. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng expressed his agreement. "That sounds splendid, just as I had envisioned." To upgrade the sanctuary island to level 4 requires an island core, which only exists in islands of level 3 and above. Therefore, the competition ahead will undoubtedly become more fierce, and the variety of available props has also diversified. After forming an alliance, we can mutually support one another when faced with adversaries, collectively tackling various challenges. After concluding his conversation with Lehigh, Wang Feng noticed a new message in his friend list from Yang. "Great one. Shall we form an alliance? Our team includes the 4th place contestant, Lehigh, the 8th place contestant, Qian Duo, and the 10th place contestant, Li Baoshua. We can provide mutual support in the later stages." As Wang Feng read Ouyang's message, he sensed that the other party was leveraging additional resources to enhance their alliance, finding the individual rather intriguing. He decided to agree for the time being and assess the situation later, as there were no binding commitments. "All right, let us add each other as friends and see how things unfold." Subsequently, Wang Feng sent a message to Lehigh, informing him of his intention to join Ouyang's alliance. Before closing the survival manual for Waterworld. Chapter 22. Entering the secret realm upon comprehending the changes in the world. Wang Feng fell into deep contemplation regarding his subsequent course of action. He was acutely aware that the aspiration to swiftly elevate the level of his 4th-tier sanctuary island was far from feasible. Such a notion was evidently impractical. Consequently, he resolved to prioritize the enhancement of his own strength. After all, only by fortifying himself could he navigate this world teeming with uncertainties and perils more adeptly. When Wang Feng successfully ascended to level 2, bronze rank, he discovered, to his astonishment, that he could command 2 additional beasts. Due to the recent torrential rains, he had yet to seize the opportunity to explore the ocean and thus had not replenished his beastly companions. At that moment, a thought flashed through his mind. Could he potentially access the secret realm to harness the extraordinary creatures dwelling within? After all, some of the beasts in the ocean possessed ancient bloodlines, and upon awakening, could evolve into legendary beings, their prowess incomparable to that of ordinary creatures. Take, for instance, the 8 tubes. Its offensive capability and growth attributes were somewhat lacking, although it could swiftly level up by hunting mutated creatures of the same rank. It still paled in comparison to those of equal rank that flourished through their intrinsic development. Therefore, if he could command legendary beings within the secret realm, he would undoubtedly ensure rapid growth in the later stages. Moreover, even if he were unable to encounter legendary creatures, merely finding beasts imbued with the bloodlines of such beings, and utilizing the bloodline awakening scrolls would yield immense rewards. With this in mind, Wang Feng resolved to venture into the secret realm the following day. He believed that consistently enhancing his own capabilities was the most tangible and reliable course of action. Precious items, if left untouched, were rendered useless. Thus, he must seize every opportunity to elevate himself without hesitation. Returning to his bed, he soon drifted into slumber. In his dreams, it felt as though he was enveloped in a mystifying secret realm. Surrounding him were swirling mists, with peculiar lights flickering intermittently, and the distant roars of strange beasts echoed around him. Suddenly, a colossal creature, radiating a golden luminescence, materialized before him, its eyes glimmering with a hint of intelligence. As if assessing Wang Feng, just as he sought to approach it, the beast lunged forward, startling Wang Feng awake. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he glanced at the dawnlight filtering through the window, realizing it was time to rise and prepare for his expedition into the secret realm. Wang Feng swiftly got up, retrieved the survival manual of the water world, and began to check the day's weather as per his routine. Today's weather, cloudy, weather effect, transitioning from sunny to cloudy, with a cool climate. However, it is advised not to explore too far into the ocean as darkness will descend earlier. Having gathered the necessary items, Wang Feng took a deep breath, stepped out of his room, and extracted the wave breaker spear from his storage bag, hastening towards the seaside. Upon arrival, he began to call for the 8 tubes. In no time, the 8 tubes appeared by his side, and Wang Feng placed it into the beast summoning space. As it had previously preferred to roam freely by the shore, Wang Feng swiftly returned to the center of the sanctuary island, retrieving the mystic entry card from his storage pouch to activate it. In an instant, the card transformed into a black hole, presenting an impenetrable darkness that obscured all vision. Taking a deep breath, he stepped resolutely towards the abyss, his heart a mixture of eager anticipation and a tinge of trepidation. After all, no one could foretell the surprises and treasures this journey into the unknown might bestow upon him. The moment Wang Feng's foot crossed the threshold of the black hole, an overwhelming force engulfed him. The scenery before his eyes whirled at an alarming pace, as if the very fabric of reality were spinning out of control. After a brief moment, the dizziness subsided, and Wang Feng found himself in an entirely unfamiliar realm. The air here was thick and oppressive, almost as if it had solidified, evoking an inexplicable sense of constraint. Regaining his composure, he steadied himself only to witness the black hole in midair morphing once more into a mystic entry card. He hastily reached out to catch it, carefully placing it back into his storage pouch. This card was his key to escape this mysterious domain, and he had no desire to be trapped here indefinitely. With the mystic entry card secured, Wang Feng began to scrutinize his surroundings. A peculiar mist enveloped the area, swirling like gossamer, veiling the entire sanctuary in an air of enigma. Through the haze, he could faintly discern 3 majestic mountains standing tall against the clouds, resembling colossal swords piercing the sky, imparting a sense of awe and grandeur. Occasionally, the distant roars of strange beasts echoed through the tranquil sanctuary, instilling a sense of dread. The ground was blanketed with a thick layer of fallen leaves, crackling underfoot, while a lush green sea of intertwined shrubs spread across the landscape. These shrubs bore flowers of myriad hues, showcasing the vibrancy of life. Nestled among the blossoms were fruits of varying sizes, some translucent and others plump, exuding an enticing fragrance. Sampling a few, he discovered their taste remarkably akin to the blueberries he had relished back on Blue Star. The entire sanctuary radiated an aura of mystery and fantasy, immersing him in a dreamlike world. Taking a deep breath, Wang Feng gradually opened the portal to his beast space. As a flash of light erupted, the 8-tentacled creature emerged from the space, landing gracefully on the ground. To Wang Feng's astonishment, the creature seemed quite at home in this unfamiliar environment, curiously surveying its surroundings before joyfully scuttling over to his side. "You seem to thrive in this space as well," Wang Feng remarked, affectionately patting the creature's head. The eight-tentacled being appeared to understand his words, responding with a gentle sway of its appendages. Wang Feng resolved to keep the creature close, providing himself with not only a companion, but also a protector. He patted its back, signaling it to follow, and cautiously began to advance forward. The secret realm is vast, enveloped in a thick mist that obscures distant sights. Wang Feng finds himself at a loss, unsure of which path to pursue. After some contemplation, he resolves to investigate the three towering mountains ahead, hoping to uncover clues or perhaps an exit. Armed with his wave-breaking spear, he cautiously navigates through the fog. Suddenly, a foul breeze sweeps past him, tightening his chest with alarm. The tentacles of the eight tubes whip through the air, establishing a safe distance. As he gazes intently, a colossal creature resembling a pangolin bursts forth from the mist. This beast, clad in hard scales that gleam with a metallic sheen, possesses small, fierce eyes radiating malevolence. Its attack style is uniquely formidable. It employs sharp claws and teeth for offense while utilizing its robust scales and powerful tail for defense and counterattacks. Before Wang Feng can react, the pangolin-like creature opens its massive jaws, charging at him like a speeding truck. Wang Feng swiftly sidesteps, narrowly evading the creature's assault. At that moment, the tentacles of the eight tubes strike the creature's body, producing a sharp metallic clang. Remarkably, the pangolin-like beast appears unfazed, swiftly maneuvering behind Wang Feng, its indomitable tail sweeping fiercely towards him. In response, Wang Feng performs an agile roll, driving the wave-breaking spear into the ground to stabilize himself. However, the creature persists in its assault, once more opening its jaws to unleash a stream of black venom, shooting towards Wang Feng like a cannonball. He promptly swings the wave-breaking spear, deflecting the toxic spray. The venom splatters onto the ground, hissing and emitting a plume of green smoke, while the tentacles of the eight tubes continue to strike the creature's back. Realizing it cannot swiftly dispatch Wang Feng and his companion, the pangolin-like beast turns and bolts into the distance. Chapter 23. The Overlord's marksmanship. Wang Feng gazed intently in the direction the pangolin beast had fled, heading straight towards the heart of the secret realm's towering mountains. His brows furrowed with concern. He feared that the pangolin beast would not easily relent. It was imperative that they did not allow it to escape, for should it summon more beasts, it would spell significant trouble. Resolute in his decision, Wang Feng swiftly led the way with baton, pursuing the path taken by the elusive creature. The pangolin beast was intimately familiar with the terrain of this area, and its speed far surpassed that of Wang Feng and his companion. In the blink of an eye, it had left them far behind. Upon reaching a dense grove, the traces of the pangolin beast seemed to vanish in a thin air, leaving no sign of its presence. The forest was shrouded in thick mist, severely limiting visibility. The trees grew lush and twisted, their branches contorted in grotesque shapes due to the lack of sunlight, imparting an eerie atmosphere. Although a sense of trepidation gripped Wang Feng, he resolutely decided to venture into the mist-laden woods with baton. Fortunately, the expanse of the forest was not extensive, and they soon arrived at its boundary. At the edge of the woods stood a solitary wooden cabin, appearing somewhat dilapidated, as though it had existed for ages. Wang Feng's vigilance heightened. He pondered to himself, how could there be a cabin in this secret realm? Was it possible that someone resided here? Firmly gripping his broken wave spear, he cautiously approached the cabin, each step imbued with an air of caution. Badong sensed Wang Feng's tension, its tendrils subtly raised, poised for an imminent strike. At last, Wang Feng found himself before the cabin door. Taking a deep breath, he gently pushed open the slightly decayed door with his broken wave spear. The hinges creaked in protest, as if objecting to the disturbance. A musty odor wafted forth, causing Wang Feng to frown. The interior of the cabin was sparsely furnished, allowing him to survey all its contents at a glance. There stood a rickety bed, a worn table, and several equally dilapidated chairs. On the table lay an ancient tome, its style suggesting it had weathered many years. Wang Feng's gaze lingered on the archaic book, an indescribable feeling swelling within him. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to his own survival manual of the water world, as if they were of the same lineage. Carefully, he retrieved the survival manual from his backpack and placed it beside the ancient tome on the table. At that moment, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. The ancient book seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, and it began to flip its pages autonomously. Wang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the pages turn rapidly, only to suddenly halt and revert to their original state. This spectacle left him astounded, intensifying his intrigue towards the mysterious tome. With deliberate slowness, Wang Feng approached the table and reached out to grasp the ancient book. As his fingers brushed against its cover, a faint current coursed through his body, as though the book possessed a certain vitality. He opened its pages, discovering that the text was in an archaic script, yet still decipherable. Through careful reading, Wang Feng gradually uncovered the history of the wooden cabin. It turns out that the creator of this wooden cabin was also a survivor who traversed into this world. His journey occurred even earlier than that of Wang Feng, as he lived during the Yuan dynasty. Unlike the era in which Wang Feng resided, this period did not witness a universal struggle for survival. Rather, only a select few individuals were drawn into this realm, known as practitioners. This creator endured numerous trials and tribulations in this world, continually exploring and evolving. Ultimately, he succeeded in upgrading the sanctuary island to level 5. However, just as he believed that all would proceed smoothly, the sanctuary island was destroyed for reasons left unsaid. In desperation, he utilized the secret realm to escape here and constructed this wooden abode. Over time, he discovered that his innate abilities were gradually waning, and he found himself unable to leave the secret realm, which filled him with profound despair. In the final moments of his life, he resolved to document his experiences and knowledge for future generations. Thus, he employed an ancient tome, the survival manual, hoping to offer insights and assistance to those who would come after him. The last page of the book concealed a delightful surprise: the Overlord's spear technique. This seemed to be a gift he left for posterity, embodying the unique skill he had comprehended in this world. He hoped it would aid future seekers in reaching the end of Sanctuary Island and unveil what lay beyond. With a heart full of anticipation, he began to delve into the introduction of the Overlord Spear technique. The history of the Overlord Spear technique is profound and can be traced back to the Chuhan period. It was during this time that Xiang Yu, with his invincible martial prowess and indomitable spirit, pioneered the single-handed 18 thrust technique, which was later inherited by the Yao family during the Eastern Han dynasty. As time passed, in the early Northern Song dynasty, Yang Yi systematically refined the ancestral spear techniques, cleverly integrating techniques such as the 9 sunflower spear, thus enriching the Overlord spear art into a comprehensive system encompassing an 18-method offensive and defensive framework. However, the evolution of the Overlord spear art did not cease there. By the Southern Song period, martial artist Zhou Tong further synthesized the Overlord spear techniques, developing them into a dual-handed spear system suited for diverse battlefield environments. This spear art is characterized by its fierce and swift nature. Its unique shock techniques not only incapacitate foes, but also diminish their offensive and defensive capabilities. The Overlord spear art is divided into 9 methods for single-handed spear techniques and 9 for dual-handed spear techniques, with the returning horse spear being its signature killing move. This maneuver is as swift as lightning, rendering foes defenseless. After Wang Feng meticulously perused the introduction to the Overlord spear technique, the ancient tome on the table suddenly seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, gradually dissolving into nothingness. Simultaneously, he felt as though something new had been implanted in his mind: insights into the application of the Overlord spear technique. Excitedly, Wang Feng grasped the wave-cleaving spear and swiftly exited the wooden cabin, eager to test the newfound spear techniques he had acquired. Initially, his body struggled to synchronize with the thoughts in his mind, resulting in somewhat awkward and uncoordinated movements. However, as he practiced repeatedly, continuously adjusting his posture and strength, his understanding of the Overlord spear technique deepened, and his body began to harmonize perfectly with the techniques envisioned in his mind. At this moment, Wang Feng stood tall like a pine, his gaze resolute as that of an eagle. His figure danced across the open ground, the long spear in his hand glimmering with a cold light, tracing fierce arcs in the air as if it were an extension of his very being. His spear technique grew increasingly adept. Each move flowed with the grace of a gentle stream, and every thrust radiated unparalleled strength and precision. No longer relying on brute force, he wielded the exquisite skills of the Overlord spear technique, confident in his ability to effortlessly dispatch bronze-level mutated creatures, and even daring to confront silver-level ones head-on. After returning to the wooden cabin to consume a modest meal and sip some fresh water, he departed once more, accompanied by the 8 tubes, continuing his journey towards the distant mountains. At this juncture, Wang Feng felt an immense joy, for the cost of entering the secret realm had already been recouped through the Overlord spear technique. Now, the question remained whether the forthcoming journey would yield minimal gains, or, by a stroke of fortune, allow him to master 2 legendary beasts and reap bountiful rewards. Chapter 24. Encounter with the water monkey in the peach blossom forest. As the saying goes, a horse dies running towards the mountain. At this moment, Wang Feng had been away from the secret wooden cabin for a full 3 hours, yet the 3 towering mountains remained as distant as ever, seemingly forever out of reach. Throughout this protracted journey, he encountered several peculiar beasts, yet these creatures seemed to regard him with great caution, merely casting a distant glance before swiftly retreating. Rarely initiating an attack, Wang Feng ascended yet another small hill, standing atop the height to gaze into the distance, and finally discern the path ahead. To his astonishment, he discovered a vast river stretching across the direction of the 3 mountains, obstructing his remaining journey. This river appeared extraordinarily wide, its breadth estimated to exceed 100 meters. With urgency, Wang Feng and his companion, Batong, hastened towards the riverbank. Upon their arrival, they were taken aback to find the river even wider than it had appeared from the hilltop. The water surged relentlessly, emitting a thunderous roar that inspired a profound sense of reverence. After a brief respite by the shore to catch their breath and regain some stamina, Wang Feng resolutely stepped into the frigid waters. The moment they entered, they were immediately struck by the bone-chilling cold, far more intense than that of the sea. Not long after they entered the river, Wang Feng suddenly sensed something unusual beneath the surface. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to discover creatures resembling monkeys swimming in the water, their bodies covered in damp fur, exhibiting swift and agile movements. The legendary water monkeys. The name water monkey may not be unfamiliar to most. In folklore, they are also known by various other names, such as water ghost, waterline ghost, and water corpse ghost. As Wang Feng swam toward the opposite bank, he was amazed to see the number of water monkeys multiplying. These creatures seemed to be filled with curiosity, frolicking in the water and occasionally casting inquisitive glances in his direction. Wang Feng quickly retrieved the survival manual of the water world to examine the information regarding these water monkeys. After careful observation, he discerned that the water monkeys were classified mainly into 2 tiers, ordinary and bronze level. The ordinary water monkeys were relatively weak, while the bronze-level ones were considerably stronger. Wang Feng's mind began to ponder the circumstances on the opposite bank. Why were there so many water monkeys in this river? Was there something special on the other side that attracted them? Or perhaps there existed other, more formidable beasts on the far bank? He envisioned 2 potential creatures in his mind, Zerang and the Water King Ape. Both of these beings were said to be blood relatives of the legendary Hwai Vortex Water Lord, Waziki, who, according to ancient legends, battled against the Yu and was ultimately subdued by him. As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of tension surged within Wang Feng. He and Batong cautiously continued their swim toward the opposite bank, striving to avoid drawing the attention of the water monkeys. After all, the sheer number of water monkeys was overwhelming. Even if they were individually weak, as the saying goes, a multitude of ants can take down an elephant. Thus, the numerous bronze-level water monkeys were not to be trifled with. At long last, after a strenuous journey through the waters, Wang Feng and Batong finally reached the opposite shore. As they emerged from the depths, the sight before them left them utterly astonished. A vast expanse of peach orchards stretched out along the bank. It was the season of blooming peach blossoms, and the flowers within the orchards were competing in a riot of colors, a breathtaking spectacle. A gentle breeze swept through, causing petals to cascade like snowflakes, imbuing the entire peach grove with an air of romance. Just as they were about to step into the orchard, a sudden sound of something tearing through the air pierced the tranquility. Countless stones hurtled towards them from the trees like a torrential downpour, accompanied by a fierce wind that howled ominously. Without a moment's hesitation, Batong extended its tentacles, striking the stones away with the speed of lightning. However, as the stones collided with its appendages, they produced a crisp sound, as if taunting them. Simultaneously, a deafening roar emanated from the thicket, reminiscent of a ferocious beast's growl. Wang Feng's heart raced. Peering closely, he was shocked to discover a multitude of water monkeys emerging from the peach trees. These creatures, their bodies glimmering in a bronze hue, were evidently bronze-tiered monsters. Alarmed by the overwhelming presence of so many bronze-level water monkeys, Wang Feng recognized the disparity in their strengths and dared not advance recklessly, opting instead to retreat to the riverbank, intending to circumvent the peach orchard and continue toward the mountains. He hurried along, fearful that the water monkeys might pursue him. After a swift passage, he finally circumvented the grove of blossoms. The three towering mountains loomed ahead like giants, imparting a sense of solemnity and grandeur. Just as Wang Feng breathed a sigh of relief, a more furious series of roars erupted from the peach orchard. Startled, he turned to see a group of bronze-level water monkeys frantically attacking a monkey covered in white fur. This white-furred monkey was twice the size of an ordinary water monkey, yet one of its arms was drenched in blood, clearly injured from the fierce battle against the water monkeys. Nevertheless, it showed no signs of retreating. Instead, it relentlessly struck down the water monkeys with its other arm, each swing creating a rain of blood, despite the white-furred monkey's seemingly effortless dispatch of its foes. The sheer number of water monkeys was overwhelming, displaying a fearless disregard for death as they charged relentlessly towards it, determined to impede its escape. It was evident that the white-furred monkey recognized the gravity of its situation. A glimmer of urgency shone in its eyes, as it sought to break through the blockade of water monkeys and flee the peach grove. Wang Feng began to scrutinize the white-furred monkey's information. After a thorough examination, he was astonished to discover that it was, in fact, a silver-tiered Zurin. This revelation ignited a flicker of hope within him. He felt compelled to take a risk and attempt to rescue this Zurin. Should he succeed in saving it, he would possess a silver-tiered beast, significantly enhancing his own strength. Moreover, the Zurin bore the bloodline of the illustrious Huaihu Water Lord Waziki, a lineage of considerable rarity. Wang Feng contemplated the possibility of employing a beast bloodline awakening scroll to elevate the Zurin's lineage, pondering that it might well ascend to the status of Water Monkey King, bringing him one step closer to the revered Huaihu Water Lord Waziki. Upon contemplating this, Wang Feng immediately transmitted a message to Batong, instructing it to prepare for an imminent assault. Simultaneously, the white-furred Zurin had exerted every ounce of its strength to reach the edge of the peach blossom forest. However, its stamina was nearly depleted, and its movements began to slow. The water monkeys, in contrast, grew increasingly frenzied, disregarding their own safety as they charged towards the Zurin with reckless abandon, seemingly intent on ensuring its demise. In this critical moment, the white-furred Zurin summoned its last vestiges of energy and successfully burst forth from the peach blossom grove. The water monkeys lingered at the periphery of the grove, paralyzed by an inexplicable dread, unwilling to venture any further. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from within the peach blossom forest, and several water monkeys, resolute in their determination, surged towards the Zurin, intent on its destruction. Wang Feng, wielding the breaking wave spear, darted forth like a bolt of lightning, arriving before the Zurin in the blink of an eye. His speed was akin to a tempest, catching all by surprise, while the spear emanated a formidable aura, as though it could rend the very fabric of reality. Just as the water monkeys prepared to launch their assault, Wang Feng executed a swift motion with his spear, its tip tracing an arc through the air, deftly intercepting the initial wave of their attack. The impact was akin to a thunderclap, forcing the water monkeys to retreat in disarray. Simultaneously, Batong sprang into action. Its elongated tentacles lashed out like whips, striking several water monkeys with tremendous force. The creatures were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, incapacitated and unable to rise. Witnessing this, Wang Feng wasted no time in activating his beast mastery ability upon the Zurin. Exhausted from its ordeal, the Zurin was unable to mount any effective resistance against the surge of Wang Feng's power, and in an instant, it was successfully subdued. Just as Wang Feng secured the Zurin, he suddenly sensed an unusual atmosphere surrounding him. Peering intently, he observed the trees within the peach blossom forest quaking violently, surmising that some colossal creature was emerging from within. Chapter 25. The Beastmaster and the Giant Zurin. A sudden pang of anxiety gripped Wang Feng as he instinctively recognized the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he summoned the white-furred Zurin into the Beastmaster space, and, like an arrow released from a bow, sprinted towards the mountains with 8 tubes in tow. Yet, they were heartbeat too slow. A colossal peach tree hurtled towards Wang Feng like a cannonball. Its trunk was immensely thick, and its branches resembled lethal arrows, sending chills down his spine. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the tree's violent impact as it crashed to the ground, creating a resounding thud and leaving a massive crater in its wake. Still shaken, Wang Feng glanced back and beheld a towering Zurin, exceeding 10 meters in height, looming at the edge of the peach blossom grove. This creature was enveloped in a thick coat of fur, its muscles rippling with power, exuding an overwhelming aura. With its gaping maw open wide, it roared deafeningly, the sound echoing ominously. More terrifyingly, the giant Zurin began to hurl the massive peach trees like javelins, each one striking with the force of a cannonball. Wang Feng dared not linger. He summoned every ounce of strength within him, racing towards the mountains with the speed of lightning, engaged in a heart-stopping chase against the relentless barrage of peach trees. Simultaneously, he grasped the entrance card to the secret realm from his storage bag, holding it tightly in case the giant Zurin dared to step beyond the grove, ready to activate it and escape this perilous domain. Fortuitously, the enormous Zurin appeared to harbor a certain trepidation towards the exterior of the peach blossom grove, never daring to cross its threshold. Wang Feng pressed forward without a moment's pause, haunted by the thought of the gigantic Zurin pursuing him. His heart pounded like a drum, each beat resonating with tension and dread. 8 tubes followed closely, vigilant and observant, ever ready to protect Wang Feng. At long last, they reached the base of the mountains. Overcome with exhaustion, Wang Feng collapsed onto the grass, as if all his strength had been siphoned away. He gasped for air, feeling as though the very atmosphere had thinned. His body felt as if it had been torn apart. Every muscle ached, particularly his legs, which seemed to belong to someone else. With great effort, Wang Feng turned to 8 tubes, who, despite having attained silver rank, lay sprawled on the ground, equally fatigued. The constraints of the terrain had limited 8 tubes' capabilities, and during their frantic escape, it had not only run desperately, but also assisted Wang Feng in surveying the surroundings, identifying safe routes, and exerting its silver aura to deter some of the beasts from drawing near. They lay still on the ground, as if time itself had come to a standstill. After what felt like an eternity, Wang Feng slowly sat up, retrieving some essence of flesh and water from his storage bag, devouring it ravenously. Once sated, he poured some fresh water over 8 tubes to aid its recovery, followed by offering it the essence of flesh, voraciously consuming the food, as if he could never be full. Once his strength had somewhat returned, Wang Feng opened the Beastmaster space and released the white-furred Zurin into the world once more. At this moment, the wound on its arm, having been treated in the Beastmaster space, ceased to bleed, and its stamina had somewhat recovered. Wang Feng gazed at the white-haired Zurin, a wave of affection swelling within him. He resolved to bestow a name upon this little creature. After much contemplation, he felt that the name Great Sage suited it perfectly, hoping it would embody the legendary qualities of the Water Lord Huayuo, Wiziki. Once the name was chosen, Wang Feng began to meticulously observe the changes in the white-haired Zurin after it was tamed. He noticed its eyes had grown markedly brighter, as if capable of seeing through all things. Its movements had become swifter, and it seemed to possess an enhanced awareness of its surroundings. Name: Zrin, Great Sage. Level: Silver Experience. 0-30 Silver. 2 Advanced to Gold. Skills: Transformation. Physical attributes and abilities experience an overall surge, capable of doubling its size. Albeit for a brief duration. Water Manipulation. Can control water flow to create water arrows, blades, shields, and prisons for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. Description: resembling a monkey in physique in its juvenile stage. Standing at 4 meters tall, it can freely breathe underwater, moving with the swiftness of walking on solid ground. Impervious to water pressure and resistance, inheriting the agility of monkeys on land and trees, possessing extraordinary speed, reflexes, and flexibility, both in water and on land. With the bloodline of the water lord Huayuo, Wiziki. After reviewing the information about the Great Sage, Wang Feng was struck by its formidable strength. While Batong, another creature, had no skills at the silver level, the Great Sage possessed 2, and it was still in its juvenile phase, indicating that its size and power would continue to grow in the future. The only source of distress for Wang Feng was the requirement to hunt 30 silver-level creatures for advancement, which was 3 times that of Batong. One could imagine that the days ahead would be spent either slaying mutated beings or traversing the path towards such confrontations. As Wang Feng communicated with the Great Sage, Batong suddenly stood alert, raising its tentacles toward the distance, poised for an attack. Wang Feng rose, gripping the wave-breaking spear, and followed Batong's gaze, spotting several agile mountain leopards emerging from the forest. These leopards, exceeding 3 meters in length, emanated a bronze-level aura encircling Wang Feng. Their eyes glinted with ferocity, accompanied by guttural roars. Wang Feng withdrew the Great Sage into the beast master space, unwilling to risk further injury to it. He raised the wave-breaking spear before him, vigilantly watching the surrounding leopards. Batong hovered closely, its tentacles raised, ready to deliver a lethal strike at any moment. Just as the leopards prepared to launch their assault, a deep, resonant roar erupted from the forest, a sound far more powerful than the leopards' cries. Upon hearing this, the leopards trembled in fear, turning to flee into the woods. Wang Feng pondered what creature could instill such terror in these formidable leopards. A massive black tiger, over 5 meters in length, emerged from the dense foliage, resembling a small mountain of darkness. Its coat was entirely black, devoid of any blemish, as though it were a being forged from shadows, radiating a heart-stopping aura. The moment Wang Feng's gaze met that of the black tiger, an indescribable sensation surged within him. The black tiger evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within him, and he found himself inexplicably drawn to it at first glance. Wang Feng gazed intently at the black tiger, and a thought suddenly flickered in his mind. This was the 3rd beast he had been searching for. He had even conceived a name for the creature, Yuan Bao. The resemblance to the black cat named Yuan Bao he had cared for in his childhood was striking. Not only did they share the same coat color, but their regal demeanor was eerily alike. Wang Feng promptly sent a message to Batong, instructing it to relentlessly assault the black tiger while ensuring its own safety. Upon receiving the command, Batong immediately launched an attack, its agile tentacles darting towards the black tiger like lightning. However, the black tiger's reflexes were astonishing. It nimbly sidestepped, effortlessly evading Batong's onslaught. Moreover, while evading, it opened its mouth and unleashed a bolt of lightning aimed directly at Batong. Batong hastily retreated, narrowly escaping the tiger's electric strike, which left a profound psychological scar. Upon witnessing this, Wang Feng felt a pang of dread. He focused intently, channeling all his energy in an attempt to impose his beast-taming abilities upon the black tiger, hoping to subdue it. Yet, the black tiger appeared to possess formidable resistance against Wang Feng's powers, letting out a thunderous roar that shook the surrounding trees, as if to challenge him. At that critical moment, Batong displayed remarkable courage and unwavering loyalty to Wang Feng, despite the deep-seated fear of lightning imprinted in its instincts. Its devotion to its master triumphed overall. Without hesitation, it charged at the black tiger, disregarding its own safety. Badong's tentacles lashed against the black tiger like whips, inciting its fury. The tiger, in turn, opened its massive jaws and retaliated with bolts of lightning aimed at Badong. The lightning struck the ground like torrential rain, instantly scorching the earth into desolation. Yet, Badong exhibited astonishing agility, adeptly dodging the tiger's strikes while persistently harassing it with its tentacles, denying the beast any respite. Observing this, Wang Feng understood the necessity of absolute focus. Gritting his teeth, he poured forth every ounce of his beast-taming prowess. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, but he paid no heed, solely intent on conquering the formidable black tiger. Realizing Badong's agility, the black tiger ceased its assault on Badong and pivoted, striking its paw fiercely towards Wang Feng. Its movement abruptly halted, its gaze becoming somewhat dazed, and its body began to quiver ever so slightly. Chapter 26. The thunder-patterned Xian tiger. It was at a critical moment that Wang Feng successfully commanded the beast, halting the black tiger's assault. Just as he was about to inspect the tiger's attributes, a deafening roar erupted from the distant mountains, reverberating through the air like thunder, causing Wang Feng's eardrums to resonate. He stood frozen in place, momentarily stripped of all reaction, as the power and majesty contained within that roar sent tremors coursing through his body. 8 tubes gently tapped Wang Feng's shoulder with its tentacles, seemingly urging him to regain his senses. As if awakening from a dream, he inhaled deeply, striving for composure. Swiftly, he retrieved the secret realm entry card from his storage pouch and activated it without hesitation. As the card shimmered with light, a pitch-black portal materialized before him. Without delay, he dove into the abyss alongside 8 tubes and the black tiger, eager to escape the secret realm. Only after fully entering the realm did he dare to glance back. Upon turning to face the towering mountain, his heart nearly ceased its rhythm. There, on the peak, stood a colossal black tiger, its length exceeding 15 meters, resembling a moving mountain. The beast was enveloped by howling winds that threatened to uproot the surrounding trees. Dark clouds roiled ominously above, seemingly incensed by its presence, while flashes of lightning flickered within, hinting at the imminent descent of thunder. The black tiger's fur billowed in the tempest, merging with the elements to evoke an indescribable sense of oppression. Its eyes, like blazing flames, glinted with ferocity as they fixated on Wang Feng, emanating an aura of chilling authority. Suddenly, a half-meter-wide bolt of lightning streaked from above, hurtling directly towards Wang Feng. The lightning, akin to a brilliant silver serpent, cleaved through the murky sky, hurtling with fierce momentum. Wang Feng's eyes widened in terror as he fixated on the lightning, his body trembling slightly. He was acutely aware of the bolt's devastating power and silently prayed that the secret realm's portal would withstand the onslaught. Just as the lightning was about to strike the void, Wang Feng's form flickered and vanished like a specter. Yet, the thunderous roar of the tiger continued to echo in his ears, as if the creature were immediately beside him. His heart raced, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Eventually, when he emerged from the secret realm's portal, he felt utterly drained, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. 8 tubes, witnessing his plight, gently prodded him with its soft tentacles, as if inquiring about his well-being. The black tiger, however, remained vigilant, its eyes scanning the surroundings with unease. After some time, Wang Feng gradually regained his composure. Steadying himself, he began to meticulously examine the attributes of the black tiger. Name: Thunder-patterned black tiger. Yuanbao. Level: Silver experience. 0.30 silver. Promotion to gold. Skills: Control thunder. Capable of unleashing lightning attacks. A mature form can influence the surrounding environment and manipulate thunder. Close combat. Possesses a close combat power far exceeding that of an ordinary tiger. Capable of swatting away a child with a single paw. Introduction: The thunder-patterned black tiger in its juvenile stage. Measures 5 meters in length and possesses the ability to breathe freely underwater. On land, it exhibits extraordinary speed, reflexes, and flexibility, with an overwhelming close combat power. Inheriting the bloodline of the Qiongqi. Having grasped the information about Yuanbao, Wang Feng recalled the enormous black tiger he had just encountered. which was likely the sovereign of the thunder-patterned Black Tiger clan. He silently rejoiced at his swift escape. Had he been pursued by the king of the thunder-patterned Black Tiger, he would have faced dire consequences. Upon seeing that Wang Feng had recovered, Batong signaled for him to return to the ocean, as he preferred the sea over land. Wang Feng observed the darkening sky and released the great sage, Zerang, from the Beastmaster space, allowing both the great sage and Yuan Bao to acclimatize to the refuge island and to each other's presence. Wang Feng led the great sage and Yuan Bao back to the stone house, but both felt that the space was too confined and were reluctant to enter. Thus, Wang Feng permitted them to roam freely, on the condition that they would not engage in conflict, planning to take them hunting the following day. After arranging for the great sage and Yuan Bao, Wang Feng contemplated his next steps. Currently, he possessed only a single beast bloodline awakening scroll, which could enhance the bloodline of only one beast. Batong had been his companion the longest, but its bloodline quality was not particularly high, meaning that even if the scroll were used on Batong, the enhancement would be minimal. Both the Great Sage and Yuan Bao possessed bloodlines, so he had to weigh his options between the two. Ultimately, Wang Feng decided to use the scroll on the Great Sage, given that the Great Sage was still injured. This enhancement would expedite its recovery, while also offering advantages for future resource acquisition. Having made his decision, Wang Feng immediately summoned the Great Sage back. He gripped the Beast Bloodline Awakening Scroll tightly in his hand, filled with anticipation and trepidation. When the Great Sage appeared before him, Wang Feng took a deep breath and directed the scroll toward the Great Sage, channeling his focus to activate its power. In an instant, a dazzling white light erupted from the scroll, surging forth like a powerful torrent of energy, directly enveloping the Great Sage. The Great Sage was entirely engulfed by this radiant light, forming a colossal luminous egg. This egg emanated a brilliant glow, resembling a mysterious barrier that tightly encased the Great Sage within. Inside the luminous egg, the Great Sage seemed to sense a wondrous transformation taking place, its body trembling slightly as it underwent an unprecedented metamorphosis. As the light flickered, a series of crackling sounds emanated from within the egg, as if something was growing intensely. Wang Feng watched the luminous egg with bated breath, scarcely daring to breathe. Suddenly, the egg burst open, and a golden beam of light shot skyward. The Great Sage slowly emerged from the brilliance, its size having diminished even further. It now stood just over 2 meters tall. Its fur transformed from white to a radiant gold, glowing like flames in the white light. The previously injured area has now completely healed, radiating a formidable aura. The eyes of the Great Sage have become more luminous, exuding a sense of agility and majesty. The Great Sage glanced at its own form and, in a fit of excitement, leaped up, circling affectionately around Wang Feng. Wang Feng took out the survival manual of the water world to examine the Great Sage after utilizing the Beast Bloodline Awakening Scroll. Name: Water King Monkey, Great Sage. Level: Silver Experience. 050 Silver, Promotion to Gold. Skills: Transformation, Physical attributes and abilities surge comprehensively, with the potential to increase its size up to 5 times, with stamina determining transformation duration. Water Manipulation, ability to control water flow, forming water arrows, blades, shields, and prisons for offensive or defensive purposes. Aquatic form, partial or complete transformation into water, granting immunity to certain physical attacks, enabling passage through narrow gaps. Weather influence, area-wide control over ambient moisture to induce rain or fog. Description, resembling a monkey in physique in its juvenile stage, standing 2 meters tall, capable of breathing freely underwater, moving swiftly as if on solid ground, impervious to water pressure and resistance, inheriting the agility of monkeys on land and in trees, possessing extraordinary speed, reflexes, and flexibility both in water and on land, having undergone multiple mutations, each enhancing its strength, endowed with the bloodline of the Huai Vortex Waterlord. After meticulously reading the introduction to the Great Sage, Wang Feng's understanding of it became clearer and more intuitive. He realized that, Although the great sage's size had diminished compared to before, this did not weaken its power. Rather, it conferred new advantages. Firstly, the great sage gained an extended transformation ability, allowing it to maintain combat effectiveness for a longer duration. Secondly, it acquired two formidable new skills, aquatic form and weather influence. Among these, the aquatic form skill was particularly noteworthy, granting the great sage immunity to certain physical attacks, significantly enhancing its survivability. This implies that the great sage will not be as vulnerable to injury in future battles, marking a crucial advancement. Watching the great sage and Yuan Bao frolicking joyfully nearby, Wang Feng could not help but smile. These two little beings, still in their juvenile stage, resembled curious children, exploring their surroundings with unrestrained joy. Their carefree playfulness evoked a profound sense of warmth and delight. However, amidst this charming scene, Wang Feng felt that the great sage seemed to lack something essential. He gazed intently at the great sage, pondering for a long time, yet the elusive thought remained just out of reach. Just as he was about to relinquish his contemplation, his eyes inadvertently fell upon the nearby, broken wave spear. Suddenly, enlightenment struck him. How could the great sage be without its staff? Wang Feng realized that the staff was not merely a weapon for the great sage. It symbolized its identity. A great sage devoid of its staff seemed to have lost a fragment of its soul. Thus, he resolved that once resources were available tomorrow, he would certainly venture into the trading channel to procure a suitable staff for the great sage. Chapter 27. A renewed exploration of the sea forest. As the evening grew late, Wang Feng returned to his bed to rest. The following morning, he awoke to the soft light of dawn filtering through his window. After consuming a modest meal, he retrieved his storage bag and opened the door. Outside, the Sheng was resting against Yuan Bao, and upon waking them, he took out the survival manual for the water world, following his daily routine to check the weather. Today's weather: mostly cloudy. Weather effects: clear skies transitioning to clouds, with a cool climate suitable for exploring the maritime regions, though darkness would descend earlier than usual. Wang Feng grasped the wave breaker spear from his storage bag, feeling a chill emanating from its body. Turning to the Sheng and Yuan Bao, he called out, "Let us go." They exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, following Wang Feng towards the seaside. The sea breeze caressed his face, carrying a hint of saltiness that lifted the hem of his clothing. Upon reaching the shore, Wang Feng paused, gazing at the tumultuous waves before him, a surge of ambition swelling within his heart. He silently summoned Batong, his means of communication with the creature. Moments later, ripples formed on the surface, and Batong's immense form broke through the waves, swimming towards Wang Feng and his companions. The sight of Batong filled the Sheng and Yuan Bao with exhilaration, prompting them to emit joyful roars. With a slight smile, Wang Feng patted Batong on the head, ensuring everything was in place before they surged towards the heart of the sea forest. The water rushed away beneath them, creating a frothy white trail. His objective for the day was to delve deeper into the sea forest. Although he had previously visited, he had only lingered at the periphery, never daring to venture further. After some time, Wang Feng felt a significant enhancement in his abilities, especially with the companionship of the Sheng and Yuan Bao. He now held confidence that he could evade even the most formidable golden-tier mutated creatures. Thus, he resolved to explore the depths of the sea forest, hopeful of uncovering new resources. Even in the absence of materials, the presence of abundant silver-tier marine creatures would suffice. To upgrade his beast companions, he would have to make sacrifices among the silver-tier oceanic life. As Batong propelled them forward, the silhouette of the sea forest gradually came into focus. Towering trees, resembling giants of the deep, stood solemnly, imparting an aura of mystery and grandeur. Upon entering the sea forest, Wang Feng and his companions noted an unusual scarcity of marine life, which piqued his curiosity. He pondered whether the aura emanating from Yuan Bao and the Sheng instilled fear in ordinary sea creatures, causing them to flee. The trees deeper within the forest were sturdier than those at the edges, their trunks devoid of fruit, adorned only with countless leaves that swayed gently with the currents, creating an atmosphere of foreboding. Moreover, With the increasing depth of the water, visibility diminished. Wang Feng squinted, striving to discern his surroundings, but his sight remained severely constrained. Suddenly, Desheng's form began to swell, and in the blink of an eye, it reached a height of approximately 4 meters. Like a small mountain, it charged majestically towards the towering trees ahead. The great sage moved with astonishing swiftness, akin to a bolt of lightning, swiftly arriving beneath the towering tree. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped forth, resembling a cannonball as he surged towards the treetop, simultaneously coiling his arm to unleash a powerful strike. Just as his fist was about to make contact with the leaves, a resounding thud echoed, as if the entire canopy trembled in response. In the next instant, a colossal sea eel was forcefully expelled from the foliage, its length exceeding 5 meters and its girth surpassing that of a fully grown man's calf. The sea eel crashed heavily to the ground, thrashing its body against the tree as it opened its mouth in an aggressive stance. Observing this, the octopus swiftly raised its tentacles, poised to attack the eel. At that moment, the lightning from Yuan Bao's mouth struck the eel, rendering it momentarily paralyzed. Seizing the opportunity, the great sage leaped down from the tree, landing squarely atop the eel's body. The impact was akin to a tremendous force, pinning the eel down and halting its thrashing completely. Witnessing this, Wang Feng approached to disassemble the eel. To his astonishment, he discovered that it was a silver-tier sea eel. Yet, this silver-tier creature succumbed to the combined might of the great sage and Yuan Bao in merely 2 or 3 exchanges. Wang Feng found himself pondering whether the great sage and Yuan Bao were indeed overwhelmingly powerful, or if this silver-tier sea eel was inherently weak. After disassembling the eel, Wang Feng acquired a silver-tier soul orb and a substantial 30 units of flesh essence. They did not pause in their journey, continuing deeper into the forest. Their relentless progress was soon interrupted as they encountered 2 more silver-tier sea eels in succession. These eels were massive, their bodies adorned with shimmering silver scales, moving through the water with the speed of lightning. Faced with such formidable foes, Wang Feng and the octopus had scarcely any time to react before the great sage and Yuan Bao surged forth like phantoms. The great sage wielded his golden staff with fierce vigor, each strike precisely targeting the eel's vital spots, while Yuan Bao adeptly navigated between the eels, delivering lethal blows with its razor-sharp claws. These encounters proved to be effortless games for the great sage and Yuan Bao. Creatures that previously required the coordinated efforts of Wang Feng and the octopus to vanquish were now rendered utterly ineffectual before their might. As a result, Wang Feng's role shifted. He no longer needed to engage in combat, but instead focused on disassembling the corpses of the sea eels slain by the great sage and Yuan Bao, storing them in his bag. In the vicinity where the 3 sea eels resided, they found no treasure chests or other valuable resources. Yet they did gather a significant amount of flesh essence from the silver-tier eels, totaling 70 units. Just as Wang Feng joyfully collected these spoils, the great sage, who had been racing ahead, suddenly came to a halt as if frozen in time. He stood still, resembling a statue, motionless and seemingly awaiting something. Observing this, Wang Feng's heart swelled with a sense of perplexity. He was perplexed as to why the great sage had suddenly halted. Had he detected some imminent danger? Or was there another reason? With a heart full of inquiries, Wang Feng quickened his pace, eager to uncover the truth. Upon finally reaching the great sage, panting and out of breath, his attention was drawn to a scene unfolding in a clearing amidst the coastal forest. There, 10 colossal silver-grade sea eels were fiercely vying for possession of an object, their massive forms completely obstructing Wang Feng's view, rendering it impossible for him to discern what they were contending over. Faced with this unforeseen circumstance, a flurry of thoughts raced through Wang Feng's mind like lightning. He began to contemplate his course of action. Should he charge forth without hesitation, relying on his own strength to vanquish the 10 sea eels in one fell swoop? Or should he opt for a more cautious approach, carefully circumventing them to avoid unnecessary peril? After all, the sheer number of these eels was daunting, and a momentary lapse in judgment could plunge him into a perilous situation. After a tumultuous internal struggle and thorough deliberation, Wang Feng ultimately resolved to eliminate the sea eels before him. He assessed that, with his current capabilities, he should be able to contend with these creatures. Moreover, as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. If he could successfully hunt down these 10 sea eels, he might gain unexpected rewards. His curiosity about what the eels were fighting over was piqued. Even if the odds were stacked against him, and defeating the eels proved challenging, their speed would likely allow for a swift escape without harm. Should the sea eels stubbornly pursue him, it would play directly into his hands. In that event, he could dispatch them one by one, akin to flying a kite, effortlessly dismantling this audacious group. With a plan in mind, Wang Feng swiftly made simple arrangements. He instructed Batong to charge ahead first, drawing the attention of the sea eels. Batong, who had found little opportunity to showcase his prowess until now, was exceedingly thrilled by the assignment. Like an arrow loosed from a bow, he darted toward the swarm of sea eels. Simultaneously, Yuan Bao stealthily followed closely behind, poised to unleash a lightning strike at the opportune moment. Meanwhile, Wang Feng and the great sage lay in wait, ready to spring into action the moment any eel was incapacitated by the electric shock, delivering a lethal blow. Chapter 28: Encounter with the Eel Swarm. With every preparation complete, Batong surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, charging directly into the heart of the eel swarm. With a fierce gaze, Batong brandished its tentacles menacingly. The eels, evidently startled by Batong's sudden incursion, were instantly provoked, abandoning whatever they had been encircling and surging towards Batong like a relentless tide. Batong's tentacles danced elegantly through the air, each swing infused with precise power and velocity. The tentacles struck the eels swiftly and accurately, producing a crisp sound with each impact. Simultaneously, Batong retreated rapidly, as if taunting the eels, while the damage inflicted upon them was minimal. This act was laden with insult, successfully drawing the ire of the entire swarm towards itself. Yuan Bao unleashed dazzling bolts of lightning from its mouth, arcing through the air like a chain of electric brilliance, striking the eels behind with pinpoint accuracy. The eels hit by the lightning instantly stiffened, losing their balance in the water and drifting aimlessly, temporarily rendered incapable of resistance. Seizing this opportune moment, Wang Feng and Sheng charged forward with the ferocity of a descending tiger. Wang Feng brandished the wave-breaking spear, its tip glinting coldly as he thrust it fiercely into a stunned eel. The spear easily pierced through the eel's body, which writhed in agony for a brief moment before finally succumbing to stillness. Sheng showcased his formidable strength, his fists hammering down like iron mallets upon another eel. Each blow contained tremendous force, leaving the eel's body a gruesome sight, battered and bloodied. However, the sheer number of eels was overwhelming. Despite the ferocity of Wang Feng and Sheng's attacks, a few unscathed eels suddenly sensed Wang Feng's presence and swiftly lunged towards him. They seemed acutely aware of his aura, realizing he was merely of bronze level, and immediately focused their attention on him. These eels bared their sharp teeth, clearly intent on delivering a fatal strike to Wang Feng. In that critical moment, Batong displayed remarkable reflexes and agility. It swiftly extended its tentacles, ensnaring the several eels that had lunged at Wang Feng with the speed of lightning, binding them tightly in place and rendering them immobile. Batong's tentacles resembled resilient ropes, unyielding to the eels' desperate struggles. Witnessing Batong ensnared by the eels, Sheng pivoted and charged towards them like a whirlwind, excitement radiating from his face. The more he fought, the more exhilarated he became, and with each surge of excitement, his attacking prowess intensified. Sheng's fists rained down upon the eels like a torrential downpour, each strike infused with tremendous power, causing their bodies to quiver under his relentless onslaught. Meanwhile, Wang Feng remained undeterred, wielding the wave-breaking spear with precision. The spear danced through the water, each thrust striking true at the eel's vital points, effortlessly slicing through their flesh as blood spread in the water. Yuan Bao, on the sidelines, continued to unleash lightning, the brilliant arcs striking down upon any eels that dared approach Batong. The power of lightning is astonishing, causing the eels to convulse violently, rendering them unable to approach the octopus even a single step. After a thrilling battle, all 10 eels were finally vanquished, their lifeless bodies sprawled haphazardly across the ground. A faint metallic scent of blood lingering in the seawater. Wang Feng gazed at the fruits of his victory with exhilaration, eagerly swimming towards the area where the eels had previously congregated. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a plant resembling an orchid, adorned with a small, unremarkable red flower. Given the fierce competition among the eels for this flower, it must possess some beneficial properties for marine life. Without hesitation, Wang Feng retrieved the survival manual of the aquatic world to examine the flower's information. Name, blood orchid level, silver effect, slightly enhances the bloodline of marine organisms description. The blood orchid thrives deep within dense ocean jungles, nourished by the blood of mutated eels. This extremely rare red orchid is said to prolong life when consumed. The orchid's remarkable properties extend to the eels, rendering them exceptionally fierce, while simultaneously removing the limitations of their lifespan, allowing them to grow and transcend bloodline restrictions. After meticulously reviewing the description, Wang Feng mused to himself, "This is tailor-made for the octopus." Among all the beasts he commanded, only the octopus could harness its potential effectively. Not only would this enhance the octopus's bloodline strength, but although the immediate effects might be negligible, consuming several of these could potentially enable the octopus to revert to its ancestral traits. After all, within this vast and boundless oceanic forest, the population of eels is considerable, suggesting that the blood orchid is not a solitary existence. With this thought in mind, Wang Feng summoned the octopus without hesitation and presented the blood orchid to its mouth, encouraging it to consume the flower. The octopus initially sniffed the blood orchid, seeming intrigued by its aroma, before promptly swallowing it whole. However, to Wang Feng's surprise, there were no discernible changes in the octopus's physiology post-consumption. Puzzled, he wondered, could it be that the octopus had consumed too little? Or was there another reason? He scrutinized the octopus for any unusual reactions, but aside from appearing somewhat unsatisfied, it seemed to be unaffected. Seeing this, Wang Feng sighed in relief, concluding that since the octopus exhibited no adverse effects, the blood orchid should pose no significant threat to it. He then turned to Yuan Bao and Dasheng, instructing them to search for any other items in the vicinity. Once the tasks were assigned, he proceeded directly towards the corpse of an eel, intent on dissecting it to uncover any valuable treasures. After meticulously dissecting the 10 eels, Wang Feng obtained 10 silver-level soul orbs, 300 units of silver-level eel meat, and 2 silver-level treasure chests. As he gazed down at the chests, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "The probability of obtaining treasure chests is exceedingly low. Today, I've vanquished a total of 13 silver-grade sea eels, yet astonishingly, I only acquired 2 treasure chests. This is utterly perplexing." He shook his head, deeming the odds rather unreasonable, unable to suppress his urge to voice a few grievances. Nevertheless, complaints aside, Wang Feng promptly commenced the collection of his spoils. He carefully stowed away the 300 units of silver-grade sea eel meat into a storage bag, recognizing these as invaluable resources that must not be squandered. Subsequently, he prepared to secure the 2 silver-grade treasure chests as well, eager to continue his exploration. However, as he attempted to place the chests into the storage bag, he discovered, despite his efforts, they simply would not fit. Wang Feng was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening as he scrutinized the storage bag, only to realize it was already full. How could this be? Wang Feng scratched his head in frustration. He was reluctant to discard the precious silver-grade essence he had painstakingly obtained. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to abandon his forward momentum and return to the sanctuary island first. Wang Feng instructed the others to head back to the sanctuary island, while Badong communicated to him that it intended to hunt in the nearby sea woods, assuring Wang Feng that he need not wait. With that, Wang Feng turned, accompanied by Yuan Bao and Dasheng, and set off towards the direction of the sanctuary island. Chapter 29. Organizing supplies upon returning to Shelter Island. Wang Feng instructed Dasheng and Yuan Bao to transport the 2 mysterious treasure chests back to the stone house for safekeeping. Although Dasheng was somewhat reluctant, he complied with Wang Feng's command, hoisting the chests and striding toward the stone house with a light-hearted gait. As he finally approached the perimeter wall, the sight before him caused his eyes to widen in astonishment, a profound sense of awe swelling within him. The once barren wall was now entirely cloaked in a dense tangle of flesh-thorn vines, covering a full quarter of its surface. These vines thrived remarkably, their branches and leaves entwined to form a verdant ocean. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting vibrant rays that illuminated the wall, as if it had been imbued with newfound life. Wang Feng felt a surge of joy within. He understood that the healthier the flesh-thorn vines grew, the more robust the defenses of Shelter Island became, enhancing its security. This transformation was the result of the vines incessantly absorbing nutrients, akin to ravenous patrons devouring the sustenance around them, thus flourishing. Without hesitation, he retrieved the remaining bronze-grade flesh essence from his storage pouch, the essence exuding a faint metallic scent, evidently rich in nourishment. Carefully, he piled it at the roots of the flesh-thorn vines. Following this, he extracted a full 170 units of silver-grade sea eel meat from his pouch, placing it alongside the essence at the roots. The sea eel meat emanated an enticing aroma, a veritable temptation for the flesh-thorn vines. Just as Wang Feng completed this task, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The previously lifeless flesh-thorned vines appeared to awaken, as if infused with a mysterious force, suddenly bursting forth with vigorous life and growing at an astonishing pace. The main vines swelled rapidly, becoming more robust, while the once sparse thin vines split into countless strands in the blink of an eye, weaving a dense web across the wall. These slender vines, akin to well-trained soldiers, skillfully concealed themselves among the lush leaves, resembling lurking hunters quietly awaiting their prey, should an unsuspecting creature inadvertently brush against them. The thin vines would spring forth with lightning speed, ensnaring the prey in a manner so swift that it left no room for escape. The more the prey struggled, the tighter the vines constricted, as if intent on tearing it asunder. Meanwhile, the thorns upon the vines began to release a lethal toxin, colorless and odorless, yet highly venomous. Once ensnared, the toxin would rapidly permeate the prey's body with each desperate struggle, rendering it incapable of resistance in a short span of time. The vines would then voraciously absorb the essence of the prey as flesh and blood to nourish their own growth, their roots adhering greedily to the prey's body, extracting its life force unceasingly. Wang Feng observed this spectacle with satisfaction, choosing not to linger and watch the growth of the flesh-thorn vines any longer. Instead, he turned away from the wall and made his way back to the stone house. As he gently pushed open the door and stepped inside, a familiar scent enveloped him. He strode directly into the kitchen and skillfully cooked the silver-grade sea eel meat, serving the delectable dish before the great sage and Yuan Bao. Ever since they had savored the exquisite taste of cooked meat, their interest in raw fare had waned, and they eagerly awaited Wang Feng to prepare their meals. Observing the great sage and Yuan Bao devouring their food with fervor stirred a warm feeling within Wang Feng. Once they were satiated, he did not immediately rise to continue his exploration of the ocean. Instead, he meandered to the workshop, where two mysterious treasure chests awaited his opening. Standing before the chests, Wang Feng took a deep breath and, as per his custom, recited a prayer. May the three pure ones, the Jade Emperor, and the Buddha bestow their blessings upon me, granting me the fortune to unveil something extraordinary. With hands clasped in reverence, he earnestly prayed, as if those divine beings could truly hear his innermost thoughts. Upon concluding his prayer, Wang Feng opened both silver chests simultaneously, revealing a total of 8 items. Anticipation filled his heart, yet as he examined each one, disappointment welled within him. It seemed that his luck had been exhausted upon entering the secret realm, for the items he received lacked any remarkable qualities. The items included 50 refined iron, 50 copper wood, 10 refined iron, 1 storage bag, silver grade, 100 units of fresh water, 1 item upgrade scroll, silver grade, and a wooden boat blueprint, bronze grade, along with another item upgrade scroll, silver grade. Item name, item upgrade scroll, silver grade. Function, can elevate an item's level by 1 rank, up to silver grade. Description, is your item S level lagging behind? Here S your opportunity to upgrade, though it cannot be used on Sanctuary Island. Item name, wooden boat blueprint, bronze grade. Materials, 200 wood. 20 stone. Function, enables navigation on the sea. Description, sets sail upon the wind and waves, traversing shallow waters, but beware of storms, as rough seas may spell disaster for your vessel. Item name, storage bag, silver grade. Description, an unassuming little bag concealing a spatial dimension of 5 cubic meters. Unsuitable for living creatures. Function, an essential companion for both domestic travels and daring escapades. However, when his gaze fell upon the wooden boat blueprint, a glimmer of hope sparked within him. He scrutinized the blueprint closely, contemplating its potential utility. With this wooden boat, he could venture into the deep sea for exploration and rest aboard at night, eliminating the need for daily round trips as he had done previously. Yet, the blueprint was merely of bronze grade, which gave Wang Feng pause. He understood that while bronze items were not inherently lacking, they certainly did not exemplify excellence. In the face of the myriad dangers that lurked in the deep sea, such a grade might prove insufficient. After thoughtful deliberation, Wang Feng resolved to employ one of the item upgrade scrolls to enhance the wooden boat blueprint grade. He retrieved the scroll from his backpack and, without hesitation, applied it to the blueprint. In an instant, a radiant glow enveloped the blueprint, and its grade ascended to the next level. Name, Copperwood Ship Blueprints, Silver Tier. Materials, 100 copperwood, 20 fine iron. Purpose, capable of sailing the seas. Description, sets sail upon the winds and waves for distant journeys. It can navigate the deep sea routes, but beware, colossal waves may lead to the ship's demise. Wang Feng gazed at the description of the Copperwood ship, feeling a renewed sense of security for his explorations into the vast ocean. He opened the blueprints for the Copperwood ship, Silver Tier, and expended 100 copperwood and 20 fine iron to construct a vessel. With the tools for maritime exploration now at his disposal, he proceeded to organize his supplies. 1 unit of spirit rice, Silver Tier, 165 units of sea eel meat, Silver Tier, and 230 units of fresh water. Additionally, he possessed 1 medical kit, Bronze Tier, 10 red ring snake fruits, Bronze Tier, 1 upgrade scroll, Silver Tier, 2 storage bags, 15 copperwood, for 67 fine iron, and 13 Silver Tier soul pills. Chapter 30. The Alliance Scroll. Gazing at his current supplies, Wang Feng discovered that the level of his medical kit was merely at the Bronze Tier. Realizing that if he were to explore the vast ocean, he would need to recover swiftly from any injuries sustained, he utilized a single upgrade scroll, Silver Tier, on the medical kit blueprint, Bronze Tier. Instantly, the information regarding the medical kit transformed. Emergency medical kit blueprint, Silver Tier. Name, Emergency medical kit blueprint, Silver Tier. Materials required, 1 wood, 1 unit of Silver Tier flesh essence, 1 Silver Tier soul pill, 50 milliliters of purified water. Function, treats wounds, capable of saving your lifetime and again. Description, emergency medical supplies primarily designed for treating external injuries and general infections. Without delay, Wang Feng expended 3 wood, 3 units of Silver Tier flesh essence, 3 Silver Tier soul pills, and 50 milliliters of purified water to craft 3 emergency medical kits, Silver Tier, which he then stored in his inventory. With his basic preparations complete, he retrieved the Waterworld Survival Manual to peruse the chat channel information from the past 2 days, only to find that aside from some banter about various colossal beasts, there was little of value. He then opened his friend messages, eager to see if there were any new communications from his companions. Upon clicking on Li Lan's chat window, he found a message from her. Great one. I have prepared 300 wood and 300 stone, which can be exchanged for fresh water and food. If you possess any items to fend off beastly attacks, that would be even better. Wang Feng's heart stirred at this message. He promptly made his way to the workshop, spending 60 wood, 30 stones, and 3 units of animal flesh to craft 3 beast traps, Bronze Tier. Though these traps were only of bronze quality, they should be effective in warding off beasts. Once completed, he sent the detailed information of the 3 traps to Li Lan, inquiring if she was open to a trade. Not long after, Li replied. Great one, we can trade. I will exchange 100 wood or 100 stone for each beast trap, bronze tier. What do you think? Also, do you require wood and stone long-term? After contemplating, Wang Feng deemed the price reasonable and responded. Agreed, 300 stones for 3 beast traps, bronze tier. As for the remaining 300 wood, I will trade it for silver tier sea eel meat. 6 units of silver tier sea eel meat for 100 wood. I require wood and stone in abundance for the long haul. The more, the better. Upon completing the transaction, Wang Feng turned his attention to other friend messages. He noticed one from a formidable source. Formidable. I have acquired an alliance scroll. Shall we formalize our alliance? After signing the scroll, we shall be incapable of harming each other, and we can teleport to one another. However, each teleportation requires the expenditure of 10 silver tier soul pills. Here is the information regarding the alliance scroll. Take a look. Wang Feng clicked on the details of the alliance scroll and began to read attentively. Name: Friendship Alliance Scroll, Silver Level. Function: establishing alliances between friends, with a binding agreement that prohibits direct or indirect harm to one another. Violators face destruction of their sanctuary. Ensuring trust is safeguarded. Introduction: in a vast oceanic realm, possessing trustworthy allies is of paramount importance. The Friendship Alliance Scroll exists to address this necessity. When one ally is under attack, the other may teleport once, free of charge, to provide support and protection. Furthermore, should there be a need for subsequent teleportation to the ally's sanctuary, each round trip will cost 10 silver soul orbs. Wang Feng meticulously perused the Friendship Alliance Scroll, a wave of elation swelling within him. He recognized that the value of this scroll exceeded his expectations, for it allowed the signatories to genuinely forge a defensive alliance, a formidable safeguard in this perilous world. Without hesitation, Wang Feng responded affirmatively, his tone resolute and decisive, reflecting his confidence and anticipation for the alliance. Subsequently, he swiftly inscribed his name upon the scroll. As he completed this act, he felt an intensified bond with Li. It turned out that Li had already signed his name when he sent the introduction of the Friendship Alliance Scroll. Upon completing the signing, Wang Feng discovered a unique connection had blossomed between himself and Li. He could summon the latter to his side at any moment through teleportation, while a reciprocal invitation was required for him to journey to Li's sanctuary. This mutual constraint not only ensured their safety, but also fortified their trust in one another. In pursuit of enhanced collaboration, Wang Feng and Li resolved to share their foundational talents and the levels of mutant creatures they could contend with. This way, they could avert misjudgments stemming from a lack of understanding of each other's capabilities, thus preventing tragic outcomes when inviting one another to resolve conflicts. Wang Feng began by stating, "My innate ability is beast mastery, allowing me to control and command various wild creatures. Currently, I can tackle silver-level mutant creatures. Additionally, my sanctuary is rather secluded and relatively impoverished." Li replied, "My talent lies in controlling lightning, which enables me to effortlessly handle silver-level mutant creatures, even inflicting area damage. However, this ability has a minor drawback. When I unleash my lightning, I sustain some small injuries myself. Thus, I often find myself struck by lightning. But over time, I have grown accustomed to it." Wang Feng widened his eyes in astonishment at Li's revelation, utterly taken aback. Internally, he lamented, "What an unusual ability. While the offensive power is undeniably formidable, the indiscriminate nature of the attack is exceedingly perilous. Should he unwittingly strike an ally, that would spell disaster." Wang Feng pondered that when accompanying Li in future endeavors, he must keep his distance to avoid the perilous reach of his lightning. Moreover, he began to question his own physical resilience, doubting whether his constitution could withstand the might of such lightning. Previously, Brother Li had been exchanging various medical kits, and in retrospect, the reason for this behavior might be apparent. Such a capacity to harm the enemy while inflicting self-damage is indeed perplexing. However, Wang Feng must concede that Brother Li's physical prowess is undoubtedly being enhanced by his frequent encounters with lightning. Meanwhile, Wang Feng informed Li that he is currently planning an expedition to explore the high seas. Should he discover valuable resources during this venture, that he cannot tackle alone. He will extend an invitation to Li to join him. At that time, they will allocate the proceeds based on their respective contributions. Wang Feng believes that preemptively discussing the distribution of benefits is highly advantageous for the alliance. This approach not only mitigates unnecessary disputes, but also clarifies the objectives and responsibilities for both parties. Likewise, if Li uncovers valuable resources, the same distribution method will apply. After concluding his conversation with Li, Wang Feng noticed that Ouyang had established a chat group. Curiously, he entered the group to find approximately 40 members. Upon reviewing the names of the group members, Wang Feng recognized several familiar faces, such as the 4th-ranked Li Hai, the 6th-ranked Ouyang, the 8th-ranked Qianduoduo, and the 10th-ranked Li Baoshua. Wang Feng mused to himself, astonished that 5 out of the top 10 were present in this group, and the other members had also upgraded their shelter islands to level 3. It appears that Ouyang harbors considerable ambition. As Wang Feng casually browsed through the group messages, he observed that aside from Ouyang, the contributions from the others were relatively sparse. He deduced that the group did not hold much of interest, and thus chose to cease his attention. Chapter 31 Preparation for Ocean Exploration. Wang Feng sat in the living room, observing the trading channel of the survival manual of Waterworld as it gradually unfolded. His gaze swept across the myriad of items displayed on the page, and he pondered how to select a suitable staff for the Great Sage. If the staff proved unnecessary for the Great Sage, it would merely serve to indulge his own whimsical desires. After all, in this desolate oceanic realm, finding amusement to alleviate the monotony of existence was of paramount importance. Otherwise, he would inevitably be driven to madness by the unrelenting solitude. Name: Potato, bronze level, function: edible, high satiety introduction. Mutated potato, suitable for planting, offers strong satiety, grows rapidly, and yields abundantly. Name: Mo Dao, silver level, function: slay enemies introduction. Amok Dao, a double-edged, long-handled sword, measures 3 meters in length and weighs 40 kilograms. Heavier than the ordinary Mo Dao, boasting greater attack power. A minimum of bronze-level physical fitness is required for prolonged use. Name: Fishing net manufacturing scroll, bronze level, function: aids in fishing introduction. Are you still troubled by fishing? The fishing net fulfills your fishing needs. Wang Feng meticulously browsed through the trading information, noting that most participants were primarily trading tangible items, with few willing to exchange crafting blueprints. Only if the blueprint itself was deemed worthless would it be offered for trade. He typed staff into the search bar, and the page refreshed instantly, listing numerous items related to staffs. However, most of these staffs were of bronze quality, and neither their weight nor strength seemed sufficient to meet the requirements of the Great Sage. After browsing the trading channel for an extended period, his eyes nearly weary, he found no enticing items, prompting a sigh of disappointment as he decisively closed the trading channel. Rising from his seat, Wang Feng stretched languidly, easing his stiff body. He then strode toward the workshop, preparing to forge additional defensive structures to bolster the safety of his refuge island. Upon entering the workshop, Wang Feng first expended 400 units of wood, 400 units of stone, and 400 units of refined iron to commence the construction of 4 crossbow towers. He gazed upon his creation with satisfaction and then carefully transported the 4 crossbow towers to the walls of the refuge island. He placed 1 tower at intervals along the walls, ensuring that the entire perimeter was effectively fortified. During the arrangement of the crossbow towers, Wang Feng was pleasantly surprised to discover that the blood and flesh thorns previously planted along the walls had grown rapidly, now enveloping the entire structure. The intertwining vines of these thorns formed a natural barrier, capable not only of effectively repelling enemy assaults, but also inflicting harm upon creatures attempting to scale the walls. Wang Feng silently marveled at the fact that, indeed, as long as sufficient blood essence was provided, the growth rate of the blood and flesh thorn vines posed no issue. With these formidable defensive structures in place, his refuge island could essentially be free from concerns regarding assaults by silver-level creatures. After all, he certainly did not wish to toil away in exploration only to return to the sanctuary island and find his home pillaged by foes. Such a scenario would be exceedingly awkward. Once he had arranged the 3 crossbow towers, Wang Feng did not pause in his endeavors, but instead made his way directly to the base of the flesh thorn vines. He opened his storage pouch, revealing 147 units of silver-grade sea eel meat remaining within. After careful contemplation, he resolved to retain 47 units for himself and the great sage, while placing the remaining 100 units at the roots of the flesh thorn vines for their nourishment. This decision stemmed from Wang Feng's original intention to return to this spot daily. However, now that he possessed the copperwood ship capable of venturing into the deep sea and providing a place of rest, he might be unable to return for several days. In the ocean, the essence of flesh could be acquired by hunting marine creatures at any time. Thus, he deemed it prudent to leave the sea eel meat for the flesh thorn vines, allowing them to thrive while also conserving space in his storage pouch. Having completed these arrangements, Wang Feng turned and walked toward the stone house. From a distance, he could see the great sage and Yuan Bao joyfully frolicking on the sanctuary island. Seemingly reveling in their freedom, Wang Feng smiled, sending them a message urging them to rest early. For the next day, they would embark on an expedition into the open sea, during which they might be absent for several days. Therefore, maintaining ample combat readiness was of utmost importance for everyone. Upon receiving Wang Feng's message, the great sage and Yuan Bao promptly ceased their playful antics. As if understanding the perils that lay ahead on this journey, Wang Feng watched them obediently return to the vicinity of the stone house. Feeling a flicker of comfort in his heart, Wang Feng returned to his bed, drifting into slumber. In his dreams, he found himself amidst a vast and boundless blue ocean. Waves crashed against his body, and the sea breeze caressed his cheeks, bringing a refreshing chill. He sensed the power and mystery of the ocean, his heart brimming with anticipation and trepidation for the unknown. He beheld a myriad of marine creatures, gracefully swimming in the water. Some were vibrantly colored, while others possessed peculiar shapes. Captivated by their beauty and wonder, Wang Feng yearned to delve deeper into their world. Yet, the ocean within his dream was not always serene. Suddenly, a fierce gale swept in, stirring colossal waves. Wang Feng was engulfed, experiencing an unprecedented sense of fear and helplessness. He struggled desperately, seeking to escape the treacherous waters. Just as despair began to envelop him, a voice whispered in his ear, "Do not give up, persevere." As he slowly opened his eyes, gradually emerging from the haze of confusion, he was astonished to find himself back in the familiar confines of his bed in reality. His heart raced with intensity, as though he could still vividly feel the spine-chilling fear and tension from his dream. He took a deep breath, attempting to calm his tumultuous emotions. Slowly, he rose to his feet, opened the door, and stepped outside. The night air was crisp and tranquil, with a resplendent full moon hanging high in the sky, casting silvery light that enveloped the entire world in a soft, ethereal glow. Upon hearing the voice of Wang Feng, Dasheng and Yuan Bao opened their eyes, curiosity gleaming within them as they gazed in his direction. Wang Feng approached them, gently caressing their fur, savoring the warmth and companionship they offered. He quietly leaned against Dasheng and Yuan Bao, closing his eyes and allowing himself to be enveloped by this moment of tranquility. Gradually, his spirits began to settle, akin to the mysterious voice from his dreams advising him to persevere. He took a deep breath, reminding himself not to succumb to fear and adversity. Wang Feng opened his eyes once more, witnessing the first rays of morning sunlight cascading over the earth, draping the world in a delicate golden hue. Rising to his feet, he returned to the house to prepare a simple breakfast for himself, Dasheng, and Yuan Bao. After their meal, he retrieved the survival manual for the aquatic world, meticulously reviewing the day's weather conditions. Today's weather: partly sunny with scattered showers. Weather effects: today will be partly sunny with intermittent rain. The climate is cool, making it suitable for exploring the sea, but caution is advised regarding the showers, and an early return to the sanctuary island is recommended. Having finished his review, he secured 2 storage pouches around his waist, the larger pouch containing the copper wooden boat, while the smaller pouch held other essential items. With everything prepared, Wang Feng grasped the wave-breaker spear, calling upon Yuan Bao and Dasheng to accompany him as they made their way towards the shore. Chapter 32. Deep within the sea forest upon reaching the shore, Wang Feng stood upon the sandy beach, where the sea breeze caressed his face, carrying with it a hint of briny flavor. He gazed intently at the tranquil sea surface before him, feeling a surge of calmness and anticipation within his heart. Gently raising his hand, he employed his unique method of communication to relay information to the distant Batong. Moments later, he observed the emergence of ripples upon the water, as the formidable silhouette of Ba Tong gradually appeared in the distance. As Ba Tong swam towards Wang Feng, its colossal form appeared particularly majestic amidst the waves. To Wang Feng's astonishment, he discovered that Ba Tong had grown to exceed 6 meters in length, far larger than before. Accompanied by Sheng and his other comrades, Wang Feng waded into the water, their bodies swiftly acclimating to the buoyancy of the sea. They headed towards the sea forest where they had discovered the blood orchid the previous day, proceeding cautiously and remaining vigilant for any potential threats. Fortunately, they encountered no silver-level sea eels, allowing their journey to proceed with remarkable smoothness. Soon, they arrived at the previously explored waters, where the enigmatic sea forest unfolded before their eyes. Once within the forest, they continued their descent into its depths. As they ventured deeper, the light diminished further, and the shapes of the surrounding trees grew increasingly bizarre, as if they were creatures from another realm. At this juncture, their formation shifted. Sheng took the lead, forging ahead to clear the path for the others. Ba Tong assumed the rear guard, ensuring no enemies could launch a surprise attack from behind. Wang Feng and Yuan Bao positioned themselves in the middle, prepared to support their teammates at the front and back. They maintained this close formation, gliding forward with deliberate grace. Time slipped away unnoticed, and they were unaware of how long they had been swimming when, suddenly, the sea forest ahead appeared as if cleaved by a colossal divine sword. Refaling our first gesche measuring over 100 meters in width. Wang Feng stood at the edge of the gorge, peering into the inky abyss before him. The chasm seemed unfathomable, resembling an endless void that consumed all light. An eerie silence enveloped the gorge, devoid of any illumination, evoking a chilling sense of dread. Bubbles occasionally surfaced from the depths, appearing particularly sinister in the darkness, as if they were breaths emanating from the underworld. Above the chasm, not a single fish could be seen. It was as if this expanse were a sea of death, where all life had vanished without a trace. Wang Feng resolved to test the depth of the gorge, instructing Sheng to seize a stone and hurl it with all his might towards the opposite side. The stone arced gracefully through the air, but as it reached the midpoint of the gorge, it seemed to be ensnared by an invisible force, abruptly altering its trajectory and plummeting into the abyss, ultimately vanishing into the darkness. They attempted this several times, each instance yielding the same result. The stone would fall swiftly downwards when it reached the gorge's center, as if some unseen entity awaited it below. Observing the stones consistently disappearing into the shadows, Wang Feng pondered silently. It appeared that traversing directly above was a daunting impossibility. Before me lie two choices: either to venture into the depths of the canyon, traversing it directly to save time, albeit at the risk of peril, or to take the longer route, which would waste some time. To further assess the canyon's nature, Wang Feng instructed the Monkey King to cast a stone into the abyss, hoping to discern the sound of its impact. However, as the stone plunged into the darkness, no sound emerged, as if it had been wholly consumed by the shadows. Thus, he resolved to alter their course, for the canyon was too dark and profound, concealing unknown dangers in its depths. It was wiser not to tempt fate recklessly. They cautiously maneuvered along the canyon's edge when, all of a sudden, the Monkey King seemed to sense an anomaly, abruptly halting and assuming a defensive posture. Observing this, Wang Feng's heart raced, and he immediately heightened his vigilance, signaling to the others to cease movement and maintain silence, while he scrutinized their surroundings. At that moment, an unexpected phenomenon unfolded. The once impenetrably dark canyon began to transform. The seawater within churned as if stirred by an invisible force, rising in tumultuous waves. Then, a colossal tail slowly emerged from the canyon, astonishing in its enormity, measuring over 5 meters in width and tapering off into apparent infinity. Its hue was as dark as ink, and as it writhed within the canyon, it resembled a titanic black dragon, exuding an imposing presence and stirring the waters into a frenzy. Even more astonishing were the scales upon the tail, which shimmered with a mysterious and resplendent light, hinting at boundless strength, evoking awe in those who beheld it. As the tail ascended, an overwhelming, suffocating aura surged forth, crashing upon them like a tidal wave, rendering them nearly unable to stand. Under the impact of this formidable presence, the group was left in shock, catching glimpses of a massive serpentine creature swiftly navigating the canyon below, its speed akin to that of lightning. Wang Feng widened his eyes, attempting to gauge the length of this serpentine entity, but he soon realized this was a nearly impossible task. Even the visible portion exceeded 20 meters, offering him only a preliminary understanding of its colossal scale. Moreover, part of its body remained obscured, yet was still advancing forward. Wang Feng was so tense that he dared not utter a sound, fearful that even the slightest movement could disturb this behemoth. He understood all too well that, given the creature's size and might, escape was far from assured. This beast evidently surpassed the golden tier, likely an entity of diamond rank or higher. To such a creature, Wang Feng and his companions might appear as a delectable morsel, easily consumed. As time stretched on, Wang Feng felt as though he had been standing for half an hour, though it was likely only a few minutes. At last, the canyon below gradually returned to tranquility, allowing Wang Feng and his companions to dare to stir slightly. Wang Feng remained fixated on the canyon, pondering inwardly how long it would take him to possess the formidable ability to command such powerful beasts. If he could harness a creature of such magnitude, he would undoubtedly be fearless. However, this was not the moment for such musings. Taking a deep breath, Wang Feng turned with the 8 tubes and set off in the opposite direction of the serpent-like giant beast's path. He had no intention of offering himself willingly, relying on the creature's favorable mood or satiation for survival. After all, he had not yet exhausted his time on this earth. Wang Feng and Yuan Bao swiftly propelled themselves forward, swimming for an extended period until they circumvented the canyon and arrived at an expanse of seafloor plains. Judging by the light and the hue of the seawater, they had reached the depths of the ocean. Throughout their journey, they encountered no other marine life, likely due to the intimidating aura exuded by the serpent-like giant beast during its movements, which deterred other ocean creatures from approaching. Chapter 33. Arrival at the deep-sea. Wang Feng felt an overwhelming hunger and instructed Badong to forage for food nearby, signaling him if any danger arose. Meanwhile, he swam towards the surface of the sea accompanied by Dasheng and Yuan Bao. Upon reaching the surface, he was astonished to find a light drizzle falling from the sky. The gentle raindrops caressed his skin, bringing a refreshing chill. He quickly retrieved a copperwood boat from his spacious storage bag, and in a dazzling flash, the boat appeared to be enchanted, settling steadily upon the sea's surface. Together with Yuan Bao and Dasheng, he leaped aboard, directing them to remain vigilant on the deck while he retreated to the cabin to prepare a meal. Before long, the cabin was filled with an enticing aroma, the delectable scent of food making their mouths water. However, as they finished their meal, the rain intensified, with droplets cascading like pearls on a broken string, relentlessly pounding the sea's surface and creating ripples. Accompanied by the downpour, the winds and waves grew fiercer, causing the copperwood boat to rise and fall upon the tumultuous waves, threatening to capsize at any moment. Wang Feng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his stomach churning violently, reminiscent of a roller coaster's tumultuous ride, leaving him exceedingly uncomfortable. Unable to endure the tumult any longer, he resolved to plunge into the sea with Yuan Bao and Dasheng. He swiftly stowed the copperwood boat back into his storage bag and dove into the ocean, swimming towards the depths. As he descended, he observed that the marine life surrounding him had changed significantly. The creatures appeared to be of bronze rank, gliding effortlessly through the water, showing little caution towards Wang Feng's presence. After reuniting with Batong, they continued their exploration, maintaining a heightened sense of vigilance as they realized they had now entered the deep-sea region. In these depths, Bronze-ranked sea creatures were abundant, silver-ranked ones were frequently encountered, and gold-ranked beings claimed dominion over their respective territories. Lacking a map, Wang Feng and his companions could only venture in one direction, occasionally encountering silver-ranked marine creatures, which they prudently evaded, intending to familiarize themselves with the nearby gold-ranked beings before engaging in the hunt for silver-ranked ones. Just as they cautiously continued their exploration, a colossal great white shark surged towards them from a distance, resembling a small mountain in size. This monstrous shark, nearly 20 meters in length, instilled a sense of dread with its immense bulk and astounding speed. In the blink of an eye, it lunged towards Wang Feng and his companions, opening its massive jaws to reveal rows of glistening, razor-sharp teeth. Faced with this sudden threat, Dasheng did not hesitate to activate his transformation skill, doubling his size before unleashing a powerful punch, akin to a cannonball, aimed squarely at the great white shark. However, the shark was clearly not to be trifled with. It swiftly pivoted, delivering a forceful blow from its muscular tail against Dasheng's fist. The impact was thunderous, and both parties felt the immense force of the encounter at that very moment. As the two sides remained in a stalemate, Yuan Bao suddenly lunged forward, opening its mouth wide, and a dazzling bolt of lightning shot forth, striking the great white shark with unerring precision. Though the lightning was formidable, it merely caused the massive megalodon to pause momentarily. However, this brief hesitation was ample opportunity for the great sage to act. Seizing the moment while the megalodon had yet to fully recover, he unleashed a flurry of powerful punches, each one landing like a heavy hammer on the same spot. With each strike, the megalodon could no longer withstand such overwhelming force. Blood erupted from its wounds, staining the surrounding waters crimson. The creature's fury escalated, its eyes bloodshot as it snapped its jaws in a wild frenzy, seemingly pushed to the brink of madness. Suddenly, it whipped its head around, opening its gaping maw to charge directly at the great sage. At that moment, the tentacles of Batong shot out with lightning speed, striking the megalodon's wounds with forceful blows. Each lash was accompanied by a surge of green venom that quickly seeped into the creature's injuries, inciting excruciating pain. The megalodon recoiled, its fierce assault dulled by the agony. Realizing the peril it was in, it began to turn and attempt to flee the dangerous vicinity. Yet, Yuan Bao would not allow such an escape. It unleashed a torrent of brilliant lightning from its mouth, striking the megalodon relentlessly like dancing silver serpents. These bolts were not only swift, but also immensely powerful, leaving charred marks across the megalodon's body. Under the relentless onslaught of lightning, the megalodon was tormented, its speed diminishing until it could only struggle feebly in the water. At that critical juncture, Wang Feng seized the opportunity, brandishing his breakwave spear and darting towards the megalodon's wound like an arrow released from its bow. His movements were swift and precise, and the spear effortlessly pierced the creature's flesh, further tearing open its original injury. Observing this, the great sage leapt onto the back of the megalodon, raining down punches upon its head like a torrential downpour, each strike infused with tremendous power, leaving the creature dazed and disoriented. With the combined might of Wang Feng and the great sage, the megalodon could no longer endure and began to sink slowly to the ocean floor. As it fell, a potent scent of blood permeated the waters, acting as a signal that drew the attention of countless marine creatures. They flocked from all directions, eager to feast upon the carcass of the megalodon. Wang Feng, quick as a flash, swam to the fallen beast and swiftly disassembled its body, yielding one soul pill and 90 units of blood essence. Without a moment's hesitation, he stored the silver-grade soul pill and 10 units of blood essence in his storage bag, leaving the remaining blood essence for the marine life to contend over. Then, he hastened away with the great sage, Batong, and Yuan Bao, swimming swiftly into the depths of the ocean. As soon as they departed, the metallic scent of blood in the sea intensified, luring an increasing number of marine creatures. These beings frantically tore at the flesh of the colossal shark, creating a scene of gruesome carnage. Wang Feng glanced back, secretly relieved that he had acted swiftly. At that moment, His gaze was unexpectedly drawn to a massive silhouette in the distance. A sea turtle exceeding 20 meters in length, adorned with numerous sharp spines, unmistakably of golden caliber. It was swimming at an astonishing speed towards the carcass of the great white shark. As it approached rapidly, it unleashed a stream of icy breath upon the bloodied remains, instantly encasing the shark and the surrounding marine life in solid ice before finally pausing to feast. Wang Feng, unwilling to linger, urged the great sage and the others to swim away until they confirmed that the turtle did not pursue them, at which point they halted. Wang Feng then continued his journey into the depths of the ocean. Although the abyss posed greater dangers, he yearned to discover another sanctuary island, to facilitate its enhancement while simultaneously affirming that humanity still fought for survival in this aquatic realm. Chapter 34. The rainy night assault. Wang Feng, accompanied by the great sage and his companions, had been traversing the ocean for an extended period, yet had not uncovered any valuable clues or targets. The prolonged swimming left him feeling unusually fatigued, as if his body were nearing its limits. Thus, he resolved to temporarily abandon his exploration and return to the surface to rest, intending to delve deeper the following day. The night ocean was fraught with unknown dangers, a fact Wang Feng was acutely aware of. To ensure safety, he summoned Batong to accompany him as they ascended to the surface, where it would keep watch beneath the boat throughout the night. Upon reaching the surface, Wang Feng retrieved the copper wooden boat from his storage bag. He first instructed Yuan Bao to return to the beast space for rest. Then he and the great sage hopped aboard. The copper wooden boat floated steadily on the waves, gently rocking in rhythm with the sea. At that moment, the sun had yet to fully set, and the remnants of twilight filtered through the clouds, casting golden rays across the water surface. This sunlight warmed Wang Feng slightly, offering him a modicum of relaxation. However, the tranquility was short-lived. Soon, a mass of dark clouds began to drift into the sky, swiftly coalescing to obscure the sun's light. Following this, torrents of rain began to fall, striking the ocean's surface and creating small splashes. Upon witnessing this, Wang Feng and the great sage hurriedly sought refuge in the cabin. Although the cabin was modest in size, it was sufficient to accommodate the two of them. Wang Feng settled in a corner, while the great sage lay beside him. He communicated with Batong, instructing it to remain vigilant beneath the boat and to alert him immediately should any mutated marine creatures approach. With everything arranged, Wang Feng leaned against the great sage, listening to the rhythmic patter of raindrops on the cabin roof, gradually calming his mind. In this serene atmosphere, he slowly closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Wang Feng was roused by the sound of crashing waves and the thud of raindrops against the copper wooden hull. He slowly opened his eyes and stepped out of the cabin. Outside, the sky was enveloped in darkness, and the rain fell heavily, obscuring even the faintest star. The downpour intensified, and the sea roared with tumultuous waves, causing the boat to sway perilously, as if it might capsize at any moment. Wang Feng's body swayed with the boat, and he struggled to maintain his balance before waking the great sage. He inquired whether it could influence the storm. The great sage communicated back, indicating that the tempest was too fierce for its current abilities to mitigate. Resigned, Wang Feng gazed up at the torrential rain, pondering whether it might be toxic. Why did it begin to rain just as he sought rest on the boat? Was the heavens conspiring against his repose? Complaining silently, he contemplated whether to stow away the copper wooden boat and seek refuge beneath the waves to escape the storm. The relentless rocking was exceedingly uncomfortable. Just as Wang Feng hesitated, an urgent message from Batong broke through. It reported the appearance of a massive fish several hundred meters ahead of the copper wooden boat. Instantly, Wang Feng's senses sharpened. He gripped the wave-breaking spear tightly and, without hesitation, called upon the great sage as they leaped into the sea together. Upon plunging into the sea, Wang Feng swiftly stowed away the copperwood boat. He had no desire for the vessel to be damaged amidst the tempestuous waves, as it served as his sanctuary in the deep ocean. Just as he secured the boat, a colossal shadow raced past him, moving with lightning speed. The great sage immediately became alert, vigilantly scanning the surface of the water for any unforeseen occurrences. Suddenly, a gigantic sea creature leapt from the depths, its gaping maw aimed directly at Wang Feng and his companions. Wang Feng quickly sidestepped, while the great sage transformed and charged forward, undaunted by the aqueous depths. At that moment, Wang Feng finally discerned the true visage of the enormous fish. Its form bore a striking resemblance to the Dunkleosteus he had previously observed in a documentary on Blue Star, characterized by its toothless mouth capable of delivering powerful bites. Moreover, the creature's head was adorned with a hard carapace, featuring blade-like structures that appeared exceedingly sharp. However, unlike the ordinary Dunkleosteus, this fish was significantly larger. Wang Feng estimated its length to exceed 15 meters, its entire body encased in a layer of formidable scales, akin to a wall of bronze and iron. Given that a 10-meter Dunkleosteus weighs approximately 4 tons, this behemoth likely surpassed 6 tons. As Wang Feng meticulously scrutinized the gargantuan fish, the great sage, with the swiftness of a lightning bolt, surged forward to confront it. Muscles taut and brimming with latent power, the great sage unleashed a powerful punch towards the Dunkleosteus. Astonishingly, the fish seemed impervious to the assault, turning to bite at the great sage as if oblivious to the attack. This provocation ignited a fierce wrath within the great sage, whose fur transformed to a vibrant red, and in the blink of an eye, his size expanded significantly, while deftly evading the ferocious strikes of the Dunkleosteus. The great sage relentlessly targeted the same area of its body. His formidable strength was on full display, each blow resonating with the might of thunder. Under the relentless barrage, the Dunkleosteus's once impenetrable scales could no longer withstand the assault and were shattered. As the scales fell away, a torrent of blood surged forth from the creature's wounds, forming a crimson mist in the air. Simultaneously, the octopus did not remain idle, as it flailed its tentacles, striking the Dunkleosteus's eyes with the ferocity of tempest. This relentless onslaught severely impaired the creature's vision, hindering its ability to evade the great sage's attacks. Just as the Dunkleosteus was reeling from the combined strikes of the great sage and the octopus, Wang Feng seized the moment, charging forward with the wave-breaking spear. His target was the very spot where the great sage had dislodged the scales, and with a swift motion, he thrust the spear into the creature's flesh, akin to a roaring dragon piercing the depths. The severely wounded Dengshi fish was clearly unable to endure such excruciating pain, thrashing its body before turning to flee into the distance. As Wang Feng prepared to pursue, the great sage stepped forward to obstruct him, conveying a message that he sensed a creature ahead emanating a terrifying aura. Wang Feng held the great sage in high regard, and realizing the potential danger of remaining in place, he summoned the great sage and baton, then turned to swim in the direction the Dengshi fish had fled. At that moment, the Dengshi fish seemed to sense the impending threat, attempting to turn back towards Wang Feng, but it was evidently too late. Suddenly, a massive maw appeared beneath the Dengshi fish, severing it in two with a single bite. Witnessing this scene, Wang Feng swam even faster, daring not to glance back at the colossal creature, filled instead with dread. He felt fortunate that the great sage had detected the creature's presence in advance. Otherwise, he would have been delivered to a grim fate. It was astonishing how the creatures of this oceanic realm, seemingly nourished by hormones, all bore such formidable sizes. Chapter 35. The island finally appears. Wang Feng dared not return to the surface of the sea. He first released Yuanbao from the beast space, then cautiously stored Tong back into the beast space, allowing it to rest and recuperate. Following this, he led the great sage and Yuanbao deeper into the ocean's depths. The underwater environment was far more intricate than that of the surface, filled with numerous obstructions such as coral reefs, seaweed, and rocks, which provided ample cover for them to conceal themselves and observe the movements of other marine creatures. Thus, they continued their exploration towards the south. However, the deep sea was fraught with unpredictable dangers, which rendered Wang Feng and his companions hesitant to actively hunt other marine life. The scent of blood could easily attract massive and formidable sea beasts, posing a grave threat to them. As time passed, they swam southward, encountering various marine creatures, yet failing to catch a glimpse of even a small island. During this prolonged journey, Wang Feng exchanged the Great Sage and Batong, allowing the Great Sage to rest within the beast space to maintain its combat readiness. Unbeknownst to them, a day slipped away in haste. Thanks to their cautious demeanor, they had not faced any assaults from marine creatures. On the third day of their maritime exploration, Wang Feng awoke on the copper-wood vessel at dawn. Gazing at the sky, he noted the brilliant sunshine and splendid weather, perfect for seafaring. Yet, he began to contemplate whether to return to Shelter Island. After all, they had been at sea for 2 days, progressing in a singular direction without yielding any results. After considerable reflection, Wang Feng resolved to explore further south for 1 more day. If they still failed to uncover any sign of an island, he would alter their course and make their way back to Shelter Island. He carefully stowed away the copperwood vessel and, without hesitation, plunged into the profound depths of the ocean with the Great Sage and Yuan Bao trailing closely behind him, their silhouettes flickering in the darkness. After a prolonged journey, they finally reached the ocean floor. It was a realm of tranquility, illuminated only by faint beams of light filtering through the water. He remained vigilant, observing his surroundings with utmost caution. As they continued to swim forward, he suddenly noticed that the depth of the water was gradually shallowing, and the seabed began to glimmer with increasing brightness. This discovery filled him with exhilaration, as a sudden decrease in ocean depth often signified the presence of an island ahead. His heart raced as he urged the Great Sage and Yuan Bao to hasten their pace. Indeed, as they advanced, the number of silver-tier marine creatures began to dwindle, replaced by a growing presence of bronze-tier beings. Wang Feng's conviction in his hypothesis strengthened. There must be an island ahead. Whether it was Shelter Island or a larger landmass remained to be seen once they reached the shore. Eagerly, he breached the surface of the water, and in the distance, he spotted a small dark silhouette upon the horizon. Though the distance was still considerable, he was already able to ascertain that the distant black dot ahead was undoubtedly an island. Wang Feng swiftly returned to the boat, retrieving provisions from his storage bag to share with the Great Sage and Yuan Bao. They devoured the food ravenously, replenishing the energy they had expended. After all, no one could predict what awaited them on that island. Maintaining peak condition upon arrival was the most prudent choice. Wang Feng stood quietly on the deck, his gaze fixed upon the faintly discernible black dot in the distance, as if drawn to it, and he involuntarily fell into a reverie. Suddenly, he noticed an unusual shift in the surrounding light. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that he was enveloped in a patch of shadow. A wave of curiosity washed over him. Was the weather about to change again? Yet, when he lifted his eyes to the sky, he was startled to find that only the small area he occupied was shrouded in shadow, while the rest of the surroundings basked in bright sunlight. Intrigued, Wang Feng followed the direction of the shadow and beheld a colossal bird soaring majestically above him, heading towards the island ahead. The magnificent creature descended steadily, drawing closer to Wang Feng, who could now distinctly discern its imposing features. The bird's wingspan exceeded 30 meters, resembling 2 immense golden appendages that glittered dazzlingly in the sunlight. Its beak was sharp and formidable, as if it could effortlessly tear through steel. Each feather shimmered with a golden luster, as though woven from countless fragments of gold, radiating a captivating brilliance that dazzled the eyes. The bird held its head high, its piercing gaze surveying the ground below, exuding an air of majesty and dominance. Its massive beak slightly parted, seemingly poised to unleash a roar that could shake the heavens and the earth. The feathers on its wings fluttered in the wind, reminiscent of golden flames dancing, evoking an indescribable sense of awe and beauty. To Wang Feng's astonishment, the bird's talons were tightly grasping a gigantic serpentine creature. The body of this serpent-like entity twisted and coiled, its length impossible to estimate, leaving one uncertain whether it was a snake or perhaps an eel. Its body was extraordinarily robust, the scales glimmering with a cold light, while its massive head bore sharp fangs that glinted ominously, instilling a sense of dread. Wang Feng was utterly mesmerized by the spectacle before him, his mind racing with countless thoughts. Was this truly a bird? If someone were to tell him it was an aircraft from Blue Star, he would have no hesitation in believing it. For this colossal bird was so grand and spectacular that it transcended the realm of ordinary avians, resembling the legendary golden-winged roc of myth. He watched as the magnificent creature vanished beyond the distant black, and he began to doubt whether his decision to venture to the island ahead was indeed wise. It was now evident that the island was not a sanctuary for individuals, but rather the vast primordial island mentioned in the initial announcement of the Waterworld Survival Manual, teeming with legendary creatures. However, after 3 long days of arduous drifting, Wang Feng had finally arrived at this juncture. To abandon his quest now, without even casting a glance at what lay ahead, would be something he could hardly bear. Indeed, this vast and boundless ocean world harbors countless hidden dangers. In light of this, it would be more prudent to take a leap of faith and explore the uncharted territories. With his mind made up, Wang Feng acted decisively, swiftly stowing away the copper and wood vessel before plunging headlong into the tumultuous sea. His movements were as agile as a flying fish. Accompanied by the great sage and Yuan Bao, they surged forward like arrows loose from a bow, racing towards the elusive dark speck on the horizon. As they drew nearer to the primordial island, the acrid scent of blood in the water intensified, enveloping the ocean in a palpable aura of menace. Simultaneously, an invisible yet formidable pressure bore down upon them, overwhelming and suffocating. At last, as they broke the surface and neared the enigmatic isle, the sight that met Wang Feng's eyes rendered him breathless with shock. Surrounding the island in the shallow waters lay a gruesome tableau. Countless marine creatures floated aimlessly, their corpses scattered in disarray. Some bodies were mangled and incomplete, while others had begun to decompose, exuding a rancid stench. Fresh corpses bled profusely from their wounds, staining the once crystalline blue waters a horrific dark red. Not a single sign of predation marred these remains. They had simply been slaughtered here. Just as Wang Feng was grappling with his astonishment, a thunderous roar erupted from within the island, reverberating like a clap of thunder, echoing through the heavens. It seemed as though some colossal entity was venting its fury and dissatisfaction. A sudden chill gripped Wang Feng's heart as he realized that this terrifying roar emanated from the mysterious creature that inhabited this primal island. Chapter 36. The thorny wild boar. Wang Feng stood upon the sandy shore, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized the island before him. Enshrouded in mist, the island's full visage remained elusive, yet a towering mountain loomed prominently, appearing to float amidst the clouds and fog. He recalled the golden-winged roc he had glimpsed from the ship. Should that magnificent creature reside upon this isle, the mountain could pose a grave threat. As Wang Feng's eyes swept across the beach, he was astounded to discover the absence of any marine life carcasses upon the sands. This stark contrast to the waters beyond created a profound sense of disjunction, as if any sea creature that ventured into the shallows met an instantaneous demise by some unseen force, none escaping its grasp. Memories of the lifeless bodies he had observed in the shallow waters flooded his mind, their blood still staining the sea. A sense of unease crept into his heart, for he pondered whether the nameless monstrosity that had slain those creatures lurked nearby. Resolutely, Wang Feng dared not linger upon the beach any longer. He swiftly tucked away his 8-tube into the beast-concealing space and gripped the wave-breaker lance tightly, carefully guiding the Sheng and Yuan Bao toward the jungle that lay beyond the shore. As Wang Feng's foot first touched the forest floor, he was immediately awestruck by the scene before him. The vegetation was astonishingly dense, resembling an endless ocean of verdant green, with no end to the thicket in sight. Towering and robust, each tree required the embrace of 2 or 3 individuals, their branches intertwining to form a colossal green canopy that obscured the sunlight. Countless vines cascaded from the branches like emerald waterfalls, imparting an air of mystery and grandeur. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of decaying leaves, interspersed with numerous small shrubs. Walking upon this terrain proved laborious for Wang Feng. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows that imbued the forest with an enigmatic charm. Inhaling deeply, he was enveloped by the refreshing aroma. a unique blend of plant fragrances mingled with the scent of earth. Here, no trace of human existence lingered, not even the footprints of animals. Wang Feng felt as though he had entered a serene woodland, devoid of anything but flora, heightening his vigilance. Danger often conceals itself beneath beauty. Dai Sheng ascended a towering tree, nimbly leaping between vines to survey the path ahead. Wang Feng's pace was hindered, necessitating the use of the wavebreaker lance to clear the underbrush. Yuan Bao, eager to assist, invited Wang Feng to mount its back, swiftly galloping deeper into the forest, clearly invigorated to return to its domain. As time passed, signs of animal life began to emerge more frequently. Various small birds chirped joyfully among the trees, as if welcoming an unseen presence. Yet, amidst this tranquil ambience, a sudden roar erupted from the sheng atop the canopy. Upon hearing this bellow, Yuan Bao immediately halted its movements and gently dislodged Wang Feng from its back. It swiftly entered an aggressive state, its muscles taut and fur bristled, poised to confront any impending danger. Once released by Yuan Bao, Wang Feng immediately became alert. Following Yuan Bao's gaze, he looked ahead, but could see nothing due to the obstructing tree branches. Just as he pondered the source of the disturbance, the underbrush began to shake violently, accompanied by rustling sounds, and a colossal wild boar, covered in black scales, burst forth with great force. This beast was extraordinarily large, measuring over 2 meters in length, its tusks extending half a meter, radiating a chilling glimmer. The boar's eyes glowed a fierce red, exuding a ferocious aura as it emitted deep growls. Upon its emergence, it charged directly towards Wang Feng, simultaneously trampling the ground with great force. Wang Feng's heart tightened. He could not fathom why the boar was suddenly so enraged. Just as confusion clouded his mind, Yuan Bao, with astonishing speed, collided with him, propelling him aside. Before Wang Feng could react, he felt a sudden impact, sending him flying. When he regained his footing, he discovered that where he had stood moments before, a cluster of sharp, robust stone spikes had erupted. These spikes were densely packed and appeared exceedingly sharp. Had Yuan Bao not intervened in time, he surely would have been impaled. Wang Feng silently praised his good fortune. Tightening his grip on the wavebreaker spear and adopting a defensive stance, intently gazing at the wild boar. He never anticipated that the boar could wield such a skill, nearly costing him his life. At that moment, the great sage leapt from the trees like a bolt of lightning, landing securely beside Wang Feng. It bared its teeth, emitting a sharp, piercing cry, as if to intimidate the enemy and signal Wang Feng that it was ready to attack at any moment. Meanwhile, Yuan Bao, equally resolute, growled softly, its fur standing on end like steel needles, while the lightning in its mouth began to gather, waiting for the opportune moment to unleash its thunderous might. The wild boar, instead of retreating, became even more ferocious, launching a ground spike assault against Wang Feng and the great sage. These spikes erupted from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain, dense and omnipresent, leaving no room for evasion. However, the great sage reacted with remarkable swiftness, its body rapidly swelling to the size of a giant. It charged at the wild boar like a cannonball. Simultaneously, Yuan Bao evaded the spikes while unleashing its lightning, a silver bolt slicing through the air towards the boar. A tremendous crash echoed as the lightning struck the boar fiercely. The beast's body jolted as if struck by a powerful force, rendering it momentarily rigid. Seizing the opportunity, the great sage unleashed a flurry of blows upon the boar, its fists raining down like a tempest. Yet, the scales on the boar's surface proved remarkably resilient, withstanding the sage's relentless assault. The wild boar, evidently aware of the formidable prowess of the Monkey King and Yuan Bao, ceased its relentless engagement and, with astonishing speed, charged towards Wang Feng. At this moment, Wang Feng found himself besieged, having to evade the incessantly emerging spikes from the ground, while also fearing the piercing attack of the boar's sharp tusks. In this critical juncture, the Monkey King underwent yet another transformation, growing to an imposing size reminiscent of a small mountain. With a powerful leap, it ascended to the treetops, surveying the battlefield from its elevated vantage point. As Yuan Bao's lightning struck the wild boar once more, The Monkey King did not hesitate to leap down from the tree, akin to a nimble leopard, landing precisely on the boar's back. The Monkey King's fists, resembling heavy hammers, struck down upon the boar's head with tremendous force, each blow imbued with immense power, eliciting anguished cries from the creature. Suddenly overcome by excruciating pain, the boar thrashed wildly, attempting to dislodge the Monkey King from its back. At that opportune moment, Yuan Bao seized the chance, dashing forward with lightning speed to deliver a powerful paw strike that connected with one of the boar's legs. A crisp crack resonated through the air as the leg shattered, causing the boar to lose its balance and crash to the ground. Wang Feng, seizing the opportunity, surged forward once again, wielding the wave-piercing spear, which pierced into the boar's abdomen like a dragon breaking through the sea. He swiftly withdrew the spear, and the boar emitted a piercing scream that echoed throughout the forest. Blood gushed from its wound, splattering like a fountain as it writhed in agony, violently tossing the Monkey King aside. However, the wild boar refused to relent, enduring the intense pain. It struggled to its feet and began to unleash spikes around it in a frenzied manner. These spikes erupted from the ground like a torrential downpour, forcing everyone to evade. Taking advantage of the chaos, the boar spotted an opening and fled into the depths of the forest without a backward glance. Chapter 37. The frosty black bear Wang Feng stood still, gazing intently in the direction where the spiny wild boar had disappeared, contemplating silently. I cannot allow it to escape so easily. A brilliant idea struck him. He could utilize the spiny wild boar to explore this mysterious island. Thus, he commanded the great sage to leap into the branches above, observing the movements ahead from a vantage point, while he himself nimbly ascended onto Yuan Bao's back, closely following the trail of blood left by the boar, speeding away like the wind. Before long, the great sage suddenly sent a message to Wang Feng from the treetops, a prearranged signal indicating that something unusual lay ahead. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng immediately reined in Yuan Bao, bringing it to a halt, then stealthily approached, careful not to make the slightest sound. Peering through the dense foliage, Wang Feng caught a glimpse of the scene before him. The injured spiny wild boar was locked in a tense standoff with a massive black bear, the atmosphere charged with anticipation. The black bear stood upright, towering at least 4 to 5 meters high, resembling a small mountain. Its fur bristled like steel needles, exuding an aura of formidable ferocity. Faced with such a colossus, the spiny wild boar exhibited no signs of weakness, emitting low growls from its throat as if warning the black bear not to approach lightly. Ever ready to engage in a fierce battle once more, Wang Feng's eyes suddenly sparkled with delight. A stroke of fortune indeed. This presented a splendid opportunity for him to reap the benefits of their confrontation. He gently urged Yuan Bao to circle around and conceal itself, simultaneously communicating to the great sage that, should the spiny wild boar sustain severe injuries, it should swiftly charge in to seize the kill before the black bear could react. While he and Yuan Bao would create a diversion, blood gushed from the boar's abdomen like a spring, pooling into a shocking crimson puddle. The pungent scent of blood incessantly stimulated the bear's senses. Unable to resist the overwhelming temptation any longer, the black bear opened its enormous maw, emitting a deep, rumbling growl. With that growl, a bone-chilling cold erupted from its mouth like a surging torrent, sweeping through the surroundings. Wherever this frigid air flowed, the nearby vegetation seemed to be enchanted, instantly freezing into solid ice. The once verdant leaves turned crystalline, appearing as if they would shatter upon the slightest touch. However, the spiny wild boar was evidently no stranger to the black bear's icy tactic. The moment it saw the bear open its mouth, it swiftly dodged aside, evading the deadly blast of cold. Simultaneously, the boar unleashed its spiny attack, with countless sharp spines erupting from the ground, sealing off the bear's path of advance. These spines formed an imposing barrier, instilling a sense of dread in any who beheld it. The bear's strength was truly astonishing. With its massive paws, it effortlessly shattered the obstructing spines, as though they were mere fragile paper. After demolishing the spines, the black bear fearlessly surged toward the spiny wild boar. its speed akin to a tempest, unstoppable. At that moment, the spiny wild boar, having lost considerable blood, had become exceedingly weak. Its movements had evidently slowed, and in the face of the fierce onslaught from the black bear, it dared not confront it head-on. The spiny wild boar desperately unleashed its quills, hoping to fend off the bear's advance. However, its reaction time lagged far behind the bear's speed, as the black bear deftly evaded the spines and swiftly closed the distance. Realizing escape was futile, the spiny wild boar resolutely turned to charge at the bear, frenzied and determined. Its 2.5-meter-long tusks glinted ominously in the sunlight, resembling indomitable lances poised to pierce the bear's body. Yet, in the face of such a ferocious attack, the black bear remained undaunted, not retreating a single step. It deftly controlled the boar's tusks with its massive paw, exhaling a chilling breath that enveloped the spiny wild boar like a winter tempest, instantly freezing it into a statue of ice, rendering it immobile. The black bear, seizing this opportune moment, unleashed a relentless barrage of blows upon the boar's head, each strike imbued with tremendous force that sent the boar hurtling through the air. After being struck, the spiny wild boar crashed into a distant tree trunk like a cannonball, collapsing helplessly beneath it. At this juncture, the boar was gravely injured, its body twisted and deformed, clearly unable to rise again. Observing this, the black bear ambled towards the boar with a leisurely gait, seemingly unconcerned that the boar might mount a sudden counterattack. The boar, now utterly defenseless, was destined to become the bear's next feast. Seizing the moment, Wang Feng deemed it the perfect time to strike. He commanded Yuan Bao to attack, and Yuan Bao unleashed a dazzling bolt of lightning from its mouth, striking the unsuspecting black bear like a silver serpent. The bear was momentarily paralyzed by the shock, and seizing the opportunity, Wang Feng lunged forward with unhesitating ferocity. His spear, swift as lightning, pierced directly toward the bear's eyes. Meanwhile, the great sage leapt down from the treetops like a shooting star, landing deftly before the spiny wild boar. Without hesitation, he unleashed a fist that struck the boar's head with the force of thunder, instantly killing it. With the boar dispatched, the great sage swiftly darted toward the black bear, which remained momentarily stiff and disoriented. Recognizing this prime opportunity, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at the bear's other eye. The bear, overwhelmed by this sudden agony, let out an earth-shattering roar. Both of its eyes were now blinded, rendering it entirely sightless, as it flailed its paws blindly, thrashing wildly in all directions. The sound of its paws slicing through the air echoed ominously, as if threatening to rend the very fabric of its surroundings. Wang Feng and the great sage, sensing the dire situation, quickly retreated to establish a safe distance from the black bear. Meanwhile, Yuan Bao incessantly unleashed bolts of lightning, creating additional opportunities for Wang Feng and the great sage to mount their offensive. At that moment, the black bear resembled a mere target, utterly incapable of withstanding the ferocious onslaught from Wang Feng and his companions. Just as they believed victory was assured, the black bear suddenly let out a more chilling roar that reverberated through the air, its sound waves causing the surrounding trees to tremble. Following this, an even more terrifying aura emanated from the black bear. Its body began to swell, transforming its already formidable form into something even more imposing, with its fur standing on end and shimmering with an eerie glow. It turned out that the black bear had concealed its true strength, awakening its latent potential in this moment of desperation. Wang Feng swiftly adjusted his stance and shouted, "Everyone, be cautious. The black bear still has a trick up its sleeve." Gripping his spear tightly, he resolutely charged towards the bear once more. The great sage, not one to yield, tensed his muscles, preparing for another assault. Yuan Bao intensified the discharge of lightning, sending thick bolts akin to dragons surging towards the black bear. In the darkness, the black bear adeptly evaded the attacks with its keen perception, while simultaneously swinging its powerful paws toward Wang Feng and his allies with ferocity. Chapter 38. The struggle between the bear and the boar. The fisherman profits at the moment the black bear swung its paw. Wang Feng's gaze sharpened like a hawk's. Seizing the opportunity, with a nimble roll, he deftly maneuvered to the side of the bear, his spear moving like a swift serpent, striking swiftly towards the bear's flank. Yet, just as he withdrew the spear, the bear's other paw came crashing down like a tempest. Wang Feng, quick-witted and agile, evaded the blow, but the edge of the paw still grazed his spear, producing a sharp crack as the weapon splintered in two. The immense force sent Wang Feng hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Witnessing this, the great sage was consumed with urgency, letting out a fierce roar, heedless of his own safety, and darted towards the black bear like an arrow released from a bow, determined to divert its attention. With blinding speed, he unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the bear's legs, each punch landing with devastating force until, with a resounding crack, the bear's limb shattered, causing its massive form to collapse to the ground. In that moment, Yuan Bao, without hesitation, gathered all its strength into a singular, brilliant bolt of lightning. This surge was thicker and more radiant than before, seemingly imbued with boundless energy, and it struck the black bear directly. The bear trembled violently, rendered motionless by the sheer power of the strike. Seizing the moment, the great sage expanded in size, resembling a towering mountain, and swung its fist down upon the bear's head with a force akin to thunder. The bear was severely wounded, finally ceasing its movements, utterly incapable of further resistance. Yuan Bao then delivered a lethal blow with its claw upon the bear's throat, blood gushing forth, culminating in the end of the bear's life. Wang Feng, laboriously rising from the ground, felt as fragile as a leaf caught in the wind. His legs seemed devoid of strength, each step a monumental effort. For the first time since arriving in this oceanic realm, he acutely sensed the nearness of death. The creatures he encountered in the deep sea were rugged and tough, their defenses astonishingly robust. Even the great sage's formidable strength, which effortlessly dealt with silver-tier sea eels in shallow waters, proved inadequate against the deep-sea adversaries, who easily withstood his attacks, seemingly dismissing them entirely. What astounded Wang Feng even more was the realization that these beings could manipulate elemental forces, undeniably complicating the battle with further unpredictability and challenge. The pride that once filled Wang Feng's heart shattered like fragile porcelain under the weight of these relentless blows. He had believed that with his own strength, alongside the great sage, Yuan Bao, and Badong, he could face any challenge this world presented. Yet reality proved merciless, compelling him to reevaluate his abilities and circumstances. Fortunately, Wang Feng was not alone. He had the steadfast companionship of the great sage and Yuan Bao. The great sage took the lead, delivering lethal blows with its immense power and speed, while Yuan Bao managed long-range control, using its unique skills to disrupt the enemy's movements. It was their presence that allowed Wang Feng to endure the fierce battles against these mutated creatures. The air was suffused with a noxious blend of rancid and sanguine scents. Wang Feng, apprehensive that the lingering odor of blood might attract other beasts, resolved to dispose of the corpses post-haste. He hastened towards the remains of the two mutated beasts, extracting the survival manual of Waterworld to commence the dismemberment. From his efforts, he procured 2 silver-grade soul orbs, along with 50 units of earth spike wild boar meat and 70 units of frost black bear meat, provisions ample enough to sustain him for the foreseeable future. Name: earth spike wild boar meat level. Silver quantity: 50 units. Description: the sea urchin wild boar has mutated once more. Prolonged consumption enhances one's affinity for earth elements. Bolstering physical prowess. Name: frost black bear meat level. Silver quantity: 70 units. Description: the black bear, having dwelled near millennia-old ice, has mutated. Prolonged consumption enhances one's affinity for water elements, augmenting physical capabilities and improving meat quality. As Wang Feng joyfully stowed the 120 units of sanguine sustenance into his storage pouch, he suddenly noticed, concealed beneath the bounty, 2 silver-grade treasure chests. This unexpected discovery filled him with exuberance, causing him to muse inwardly. Am I finally destined for fortune? Despite the ferocity of these deep-sea mutants, their bountiful rewards were indeed astonishing. Without hesitation, Wang Feng placed the chests into his storage pouch and, accompanied by the Sheng and Yuan Bao, swiftly departed from the blood-soaked locale like a tempest. They raced onward for approximately an hour, until the stench of blood began to dissipate, allowing Wang Feng to finally pause and rest. De Sheng gracefully ascended to the treetops, vigilantly surveying the surroundings, while Wang Feng retrieved the 2 treasure chests from his pouch. Contemplating the potential treasures within, he hoped for a usable spear. Should that not materialize, he could still consider trading with the formidable brother he had encountered earlier. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly opened one of the chests. As the lid lifted, a faint glow emanated from within. Peering inside, he beheld 8 items: 20 units of fine iron, 30 units of copper wood, another 40 units of fine iron, 10 units of copper wood, a silver-grade alliance item scroll, the Yajiao spear, silver copper grade, and 5 units of spirit rice seeds, silver grade. Name: Yajiao spear level, silver description, allegedly wielded by Zhao Yun during the Three Kingdoms era. This spear is silver white, lightweight yet resilient, measuring 13 feet in length and weighing 30 pounds. Though the treasures from this chest could not be deemed extraordinarily lavish, they were still satisfactory. Among the items, only 3 were of practical use. However, fortune smiled upon Wang Feng as he unearthed a silver-grade spear. This was indeed a timely boon, as his previous weapon, the breaking wave spear, had shattered, leaving him in a most awkward position without a means to defend himself. With elation, Wang Feng grasped the spear, examining it with keen interest. The long spear gleamed with a silvery luster, its tip exquisitely sharp, evidently a rare and exceptional weapon. With this armament in his possession, Wang Feng's combat prowess was destined to increase significantly. Having resolved the issue of weaponry, he proceeded to prepare a meal. From his storage pouch, he retrieved a fire starter and deftly ignited a pile of kindling. Soon, he placed the previously acquired essence of flesh upon the flames to roast, and within moments, the air became perfumed with a delectable aroma. Once the food was cooked to perfection, Wang Feng, along with the great sage and Yuan Bao, gathered around to indulge heartily. The sumptuous fare rapidly replenished their energy, restoring their vigor. After satisfying their hunger, they took a brief respite before continuing their journey deeper into the island. Throughout their passage, they encountered no other mutated creatures, rendering their expedition remarkably smooth. However, as time elapsed, the light began to fade. Wang Feng discerned the necessity of halting their advance blindly and sought a suitable location to spend the night. He then instructed the great sage to scout ahead for any potential shelters, such as a cave. Obediently, the great sage set off and soon returned at a swift pace, relaying to Wang Feng that a small hill lay ahead, beneath which there was a cave. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng felt a surge of joy and hurried toward the direction of the cave. Upon arriving at the cave's entrance, a potent and foul odor assaulted their senses. This scent struck Wang Feng as oddly familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Standing at the mouth of the cave, he hesitated for a moment, then picked up a stone and hurled it into the abyss. The sound of the stone hitting the ground echoed, yet the cave remained eerily unresponsive. Chapter 39. The unexpected appearance of the frosty ice bear. Wang Feng furrowed his brow, pondering inwardly. This eerie silence is truly abnormal. Either there are no mutated creatures in this cave, or these mutated beings are lying in wait, ready to ensnare him. Suddenly, the great sage dashed into the cave. Before long, the great sage communicated with Wang Feng, relaying that no signs of beasts had been discovered within the cave. Wang Feng exhaled slightly, yet he did not fully lower his guard. After all, the mutated beasts inhabiting this island were terrifying, and he certainly did not wish for them to block the cave's entrance and claim him as their meal. Resolute, Wang Feng decided to leave Yuan Bao at the cave entrance to keep watch, while he cautiously ventured deeper into the cave. The interior was shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible, and Wang Feng had to rely on the faint glow of a firecracker from his storage bag to discern his surroundings. As he delved further into the cave, the landscape gradually unfolded before him. The cavern was filled with jagged rocks of various shapes, some resembling fearsome beasts, others contorted trees, evoking a chilling sensation. Scattered across the ground were footprints of indeterminate origin, varying in size and depth, as if multiple creatures had traversed this space. While observing these footprints, Wang Feng suddenly sensed something amiss and abruptly halted. A familiar, putrid odor assaulted his senses, intensifying as he approached. He quickly crouched down to scrutinize the hairs and footprints within the cave. After a meticulous examination, he was astonished to find that the hair and footprints bore an uncanny resemblance to those of the frost black bear he had just vanquished today. Moreover, the foul stench was reminiscent of the scent emanating from the bear's carcass. A thought flashed through Wang Feng's mind. This cave could very well be the lair of the frost black bear. He strode out of the cave, surveying his surroundings, his gaze landing on the nearby woods. He stepped into the forest to gather wood. In a short while, he found himself cradling an assortment of branches of varying thicknesses. He carefully carried the wood back to the cave, anxious not to drop any. Upon returning to the cave, he stacked the wood together and then retrieved the firecracker from his pocket. With a gentle puff, sparks flew onto the wood, igniting a roaring flame that illuminated the entire cavern. The blaze revealed a more spacious interior than he had anticipated, albeit somewhat desolate. Aside from bones left behind by the black bear, there was scarcely anything else. Suddenly, images of the frost black bear's description flashed in Wang Feng's mind. This species had mutated due to prolonged exposure to millennium-old profound ice. Realizing this, he surmised that the cave must harbor ancient ice. Therefore, he meticulously searched the cave once more, hoping to uncover any overlooked areas. However, after a thorough search, he remained empty-handed and let out a disappointed sigh. As he stepped out of the cave, the night enveloped him in a thick darkness, akin to ink, with only the faintest moonlight cascading onto the ground. He released the 8 tubes from his storage bag, assigning it to stand guard tonight. The 8 tubes vigilantly scanned the surroundings before quietly settling at the cave entrance. Safeguarding this small haven for Wang Feng, he gently patted the 8 tubes on the head, signaling it to remain alert, then turned to summon Yuan Bao, who appeared somewhat fatigued. With a tender touch, Wang Feng stroked its head, encouraging it to rest well within the cave. At present, the mutated beasts on this island seemed exceedingly perilous, compelling Wang Feng to maintain his utmost combat readiness. He took a deep breath, meticulously surveyed the environment, and, upon confirming there were no anomalies, returned to the cave with a sense of relief. By this time, the sky had completely darkened. Wang Feng added more wood to the pile, intensifying the flames. He then leaned against Yuan Bao, relishing its warmth as drowsiness gradually overtook him, his eyelids growing heavier until they finally closed, ushering him into slumber. Wang Feng was awakened by the deafening roar of a beast, so thunderous that even the unburned wood on the ground trembled. Puzzled by the sound, he noted that the 8 tubes stationed outside would unlikely fail to alert him to an impending attack from a beast. At this moment, Dashing and Yuan Bao had already dashed out of the cave, preparing for defense. Wang Feng, not daring to delay, seized his spear and rushed outside, only to find nothing amiss. Then came another resounding roar, distinctly different from the previous one, as if 2 colossal creatures were confronting each other, their roars compelling the other to retreat. Wang Feng swiftly stored the 8 tubes in his beast-controlling space and hastened toward the small hill behind him. Upon reaching the hillside, he found his view broadened and spotted. At a considerable distance, a creature resembling a monkey, its massive frame akin to a moving mountain. Its height was estimated to exceed 30 meters, a sight to behold. The creature boasted 6 robust arms, each imbued with strength capable of effortlessly tearing through steel. Its head resembled that of a lion, exuding authority and ferocity, with sharp teeth and a menacing visage that sent shivers down one's spine. Opposing it stood a bear, entirely white like snow, resembling a sculpture of ice. Its fur sparkled with a chilling radiance, shimmering under the sunlight. When the bear stood upright, it matched the monkey's towering height, equally colossal, with well-defined muscles that radiated immense power. Its massive, sharp paws appeared capable of easily shattering rock. Wang Feng retrieved the survival manual of the water world. Seeking information on these 2 behemoths, he discovered only their names. The monkey was called the 6-armed lion monkey, while the bear was known as the icebound prairie bear. The 2 mutated beasts locked eyes, their gazes brimming with animosity and impatience, as a tense atmosphere enveloped the air. The icebound prairie bear initiated the assault, its gargantuan body quivering slightly as it emitted a low growl. It raised its paw, conjuring numerous 1-meter-long ice spikes that shimmered with a cold glow, akin to a volley of fierce arrows aimed directly at the six-armed lion monkey. In the face of this sudden onslaught, the six-armed lion monkey displayed remarkable agility. It darted to the right with a flash, evading like lightning. Simultaneously, its arms, akin to a tempest, wrenched colossal trees from the forest, each imbued with immense strength, akin to miniature hills, crashing down upon the frost bear of the glacial plains. The trees soared through the air, howling with a deafening roar, as if to rend the very fabric of space itself. The frost bear remained undeterred by this ferocious onslaught, letting out another roar and unleashing a barrage of icicles. These icicles fell like a torrential downpour, colliding with the tree trunks and producing a crisp, shattering sound. Unyielding, the frost bear unleashed more icicles, intensifying the assault. The trunks shattered instantly under the impact of the icicles, sending wood shavings flying as if a rain of splinters had descended. At that moment, the six-armed lion monkey had lunged before the frost bear. Its 6 robust arms, as hard as steel, swung with astonishing speed and power towards the frost bear. Each strike resonated like the fall of a heavy hammer, causing the ground to tremble. The frost bear felt the immense pressure and slammed its paw down onto one of the lion monkey's arms. The collision produced a thunderous sound, as though the entire space was on the verge of being torn apart. The lion monkey's arm quivered slightly, yet it did not retreat. Instead, seizing the moment, the remaining 5 arms struck even more fiercely against the frost bear's body. The frost bear was forced back, its fury igniting, and the icicles began to rain down with greater density and power. Chapter 40. The gathering of behemoths. The battle escalated into a fervent clash, with both sides employing their utmost abilities. The ice spikes of the frost bear clashed spectacularly with the massive branches wielded by the 6-armed lion monkey, creating a breathtaking tableau. Their attacks intertwined in a mesmerizing display. Amidst the fierce combat, the frost bear and the 6-armed lion monkey exchanged blows without yielding. However, as time progressed, the frost bear began to reveal its superior strength. Its assaults grew increasingly ferocious, while the 6-armed lion monkey appeared to falter. Despite its desperate counterattacks, each strike from the frost bear inflicted grievous harm upon it. Ultimately, after a violent collision, the 6-armed lion monkey lost its balance and crashed heavily to the ground. Seizing the moment, the frost bear prepared to deliver a fatal blow. It opened its cavernous maw, baring its razor-sharp fangs, and lunged at the 6-armed lion monkey with a ferocious roar. Just as the situation seemed dire, the 6-armed lion monkey emitted a thunderous roar, reverberating throughout the forest like a clap of thunder. Accompanied by this primal scream, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from its body, akin to a shockwave, pushing the frost bear back several steps. Taking advantage of this unexpected turn, the 6-armed lion monkey sprang back to its feet, its eyes ablaze with fury. Wang Feng initially anticipated a life-or-death struggle, but to his astonishment, the 6-armed lion monkey did not charge at the frost bear. Instead, it turned and uprooted the surrounding trees, hurling them towards the frost bear like cannonballs. These massive trunks hurtled through the air with immense force, striking the frost bear unawares. Caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, the frost bear found its vision obscured by a flurry of ice spikes and wood debris. While the frost bear was preoccupied with the incoming trees, the 6-armed lion monkey wasted no time, darting like a bolt of lightning towards the mountain at the island center. Its speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished into the depths of the forest. The frost bear, enraged, roared in frustration, clearly unwilling to accept the escape of its adversary. Yet, by this time, the 6-armed lion monkey had already disappeared without a trace, leaving the frost bear to bellow in impotent fury. Wang Feng's eyes widened as he gazed upon the ravaged landscape left in the wake of the titanic beasts. The once lush forest was now a desolate expanse, as if a dreadful storm had swept through. At the far end of the clearing, the frost bear's figure gradually faded into the depths of the jungle, its colossal form starkly contrasting with the surrounding trees. As Wang Feng's gaze followed its retreat, a profound sense of reverence for the creature welled up within him. He slowly raised his head, directing his attention towards the towering mountain at the island's core. The closer he approached the mountain, the sparser the forest became, replaced by vast stretches of barren earth, as if this land had been deliberately cleaved by some unseen force. Curiosity stirred within him. What manner of ferocity did the beasts of this island possess to result in such devastation? Just as he prepared to turn away and continue his search for others on the island, a clear, melodious call suddenly reached his ears. Wang Feng abruptly turned his head, his gaze following the direction of the sound. Before him soared a magnificent golden-winged rock, ascending from the misty peaks of the island's central mountain like a bolt of golden lightning cleaving the heavens. This rock spread its vast wings, flying towards the deep sea, its enormous wings shimmering with brilliant light under the sun. As Wang Feng beheld its receding silhouette, his heart was profoundly stirred. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this golden-winged rock was even more colossal than when he had glimpsed it in the depths of the ocean, its presence filling Wang Feng's mind with an array of questions regarding this island. He could not help but ponder what truly lay upon this island. Why were the beasts here of such immense size, and why were their numbers seemingly unreasonably abundant? Accompanied by the great sage and Yuan Bao, Wang Feng turned to continue his exploration of the small island, his heart set on a singular goal: to locate a Tier 3 refuge island, thereby enabling him to elevate the refuge to Tier 4. They traversed the dense woods, time slipping away, and after what felt like an eternity, the scenery around them remained largely unchanged. Yet, just as fatigue began to settle in, a deep growl resonated from ahead. Wang Feng halted, instantly alert, while the great sage and Yuan Bao assumed defensive postures. Through the thick foliage, they discerned the outline of a massive wild boar, its body clad in formidable spines, glaring at them with fierce intensity. A silver-tier, spiked wild boar, Wang Feng murmured. He swiftly commanded the great sage and Yuan Bao to launch an attack. They coordinated seamlessly and quickly dispatched the silver-tier beast. However, unlike their previous encounters, no treasure chest materialized. Only a soul orb and 50 units of spiked wild boar meat remained. Disappointed yet resolute, Wang Feng collected the spoils. As he contemplated whether this island was devoid of other survivors, the great sage suddenly dashed towards him from the trees, leaping while telepathically conveying an urgent message. Hurry! There is a golden tier, mutated beast ahead. With no time for deliberation, Wang Feng instructed Yuan Bao to turn and flee. He glanced back to see the woods shaking violently, as though a colossal monster was drawing near. They sprinted through the forest, the duration of their flight unknown, until the sound from behind gradually faded, allowing them to pause and recuperate. After replenishing their energy, Wang Feng urged the great sage to ascend to the treetops, seeking to ascertain their distance from the central mountain of the island and the best direction to proceed. Unwilling to relinquish their quest, he resolved to explore this oceanic realm further. There was no turning back now. He must uncover the secrets of the mountain. As they approached the mountain, Wang Feng remained vigilant, searching for any signs of human habitation, yet found nothing. Perhaps humanity had indeed never set foot on this island. By the time they could clearly see the mountain, dusk had settled in, and nightfall heralded the time when various beasts would become increasingly active, rendering the island all the more perilous. Wang Feng hesitated to continue his exploration, and instead chose a tree so large that it required 3 people to encircle its trunk. He ascended to the treetop with Yuan Bao, allowing the latter to rest while he remained vigilant. The great sage rested on another crown of branches nearby. As Wang Feng gazed into the shadowy expanse of the forest, surrounded by the sounds of various wild beasts, he reflected on the fact that he had been out for 5 days. If by the next day he had not found any success in the mountains, he would prepare to return to the sanctuary isle, a journey that would also take several days. Time flowed like sand through an hourglass, each second stretching into an eternity. In this serene yet eerie forest, Wild beasts occasionally passed silently beneath the trees, their footsteps and breaths weaving together to create an atmosphere thick with tension. Suddenly, a strange blue light sliced through the darkness like a bolt of lightning, racing from the depths of the woods. This ethereal glow vanished as quickly as it appeared, seeming almost like an illusion. Yet, immediately after, a pack of shadow wolves, exuding a ghostly luminescence, sprang forth from the darkness, surrounding the great tree with spectral swiftness. The eyes of these shadow wolves glinted with a gluttonous light, fixating intently on Wang Feng and his companions, their throaty growls echoing as if proclaiming their dominion over the territory. Wang Feng gripped his spear tightly, focusing all his attention on the movements of the shadow wolves. At that moment, a massive shadow wolf king emerged slowly from the pack. Its body was significantly larger than that of the other shadow wolves, its fur as dark as ink, emanating a formidable aura. A tightness gripped Wang Feng's heart as he instantly recognized that this shadow wolf king was undoubtedly a being of golden caliber, its strength not to be underestimated. The great sage and Yuan Bao also sensed this overwhelming presence, swiftly adjusting their stances and preparing for battle, fully aware that this confrontation would be extraordinarily fierce. Chapter 41. A life hanging by a thread, the shadow wolf king stood before the pack, its colossal form exuding an aura of dread. It raised its head and unleashed a bone-chilling howl, a sound akin to a battle trumpet that pierced the stillness of the night, instantly igniting the fighting spirit of the wolves. The pack surged forward like a relentless tide, overwhelming the great tree with their fierce, glinting eyes and deep, menacing growls. Wang Feng stood resolutely atop the tree, his silhouette illuminated by the moonlight, exuding an unwavering determination. He deftly wielded his spear, each thrust executed with precision and ferocity, repelling the shadow wolves that attempted to scale the trunk. Despite his skillful strikes sending many wolves tumbling back, the sheer number of attackers was overwhelming, as they continued to launch unceasing assaults against the tree. Yuan Bao and Desheng prepared to confront the Shadow Wolf King to alleviate some of Wang Feng's burden. Yuan Bao unleashed bolts of lightning from his mouth, the electric arcs dancing through the air like silver serpents, relentlessly striking at the Shadow Wolf King. Seizing a moment of vulnerability, Desheng leapt onto the Shadow Wolf King's back, delivering rapid-fire punches to its waist like a relentless rain. When the Shadow Wolf King snapped its jaws backward, Desheng nimbly leapt off, retreating, while Yuan Bao continued to disrupt the king's movements with arcs of electricity. In that instant, the air crackled with electricity, shadows of spears danced, and the howls of wolves intertwined with the crackling thunder, resembling a breathtaking symphony of chaos. The battle raged fiercely. Despite their valiant efforts, Wang Feng and his companions began to falter against the relentless onslaught of the shadow wolves. One wolf managed to ascend the tree, bearing its bloodied maw and sharp fangs as it lunged at Wang Feng. Wang Feng sidestepped, his spears sweeping in a decisive arc, piercing the wolf's throat. Yet, more shadow wolves seized the opportunity to climb the tree, descending upon him like famished predators. Wang Feng bore numerous wounds, his garments soaked in crimson, yet he gritted his teeth, persistently wielding his spear to fend off the advancing horde. Yuan Bao pivoted, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck the wolf scaling the treetop, then lunged forward, his claws slicing through the air with the swiftness of a flash, sending the stunned wolves crashing to the ground. His movements were agile and fierce, each strike infused with tremendous power, and those he struck fell lifeless, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Yuan Bao's presence afforded Wang Feng a moment of precious respite, allowing him to catch his breath and regain his composure. The fierce duel between Desheng and the Shadow Wolf King continued unabated, with neither side gaining a decisive upper hand. The Desheng adeptly maneuvered through the surrounding vines, evading the king's relentless assaults while simultaneously hampering its ability to command the pack effectively. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and the brutal conflict showed no signs of abating, while Wang Feng and his comrades found their situation increasingly perilous. The ferocity of the Shadow Wolves' attacks intensified, their overwhelming numbers posing an ever-present threat to Wang Feng and his allies. As the situation grew increasingly dire, Wang Feng resolutely decided to descend the treetops with Yuan Bao, determined to confront the Shadow Wolf King alongside the great sage, even at the cost of his own life. Just as he prepared to act, he suddenly noticed the distant trees swaying violently, accompanied by a rustling sound, as if some immense force were approaching. Fixing his gaze, Wang Feng beheld the Shadow Wolf King emitting a piercing howl, followed by a noticeable diminishment in the Shadow Wolf's aggression. A sense of urgency gripped Wang Feng's heart. He swiftly communicated to the great sage to disregard the Shadow Wolf King and urgently clear a path for their escape beneath the trees. Upon receiving Wang Feng's directive, the great sage promptly turned and charged toward the ground. Without hesitation, Wang Feng climbed onto Yuan Bao's back, gripping his spear tightly, bracing himself for the potential onslaught of shadow wolves. Following Wang Feng's command, Yuan Bao dashed down the tree with incredible speed, akin to a bolt of black lightning, swiftly navigating through the dense foliage. Simultaneously, Wang Feng wielded his spear with fervor, fending off the shadow wolves that lunged at them. Yuan Bao successfully descended from the tree, and as it touched the ground, the entire world seemed to tremble in response. Without delay, it sprinted after the great sage, both racing in the opposite direction of the swaying trees. Meanwhile, the Shadow Wolf King recognized the imminent danger. Ignoring Wang Feng and his companions, it frantically led the remaining shadow wolves away at an astonishing pace. As they fled with desperation, a colossal serpent's head suddenly emerged from the woods, resembling a small mountain, with a gaping maw exuding a foul stench. The giant serpent swiftly consumed a fallen shadow wolf, its body still quivering. After devouring the shadow wolf, the giant serpent showed no sign of pause. It reared up, flicking its long tongue greedily to capture the scents in the air. Then, as if it had detected a delectable treat, it hastened towards the fleeing shadow wolves, toppling trees in its wake. Unaware that the giant serpent had abandoned its pursuit of them, Wang Feng and his companions were nonetheless gripped by fear, compelling them to run without pause until they reached a serene stream, where they finally exhaled a sigh of relief and halted to rest. The water of the stream was extraordinarily clear, revealing the sandy bottom and darting fish. After ensuring there were no lurking dangers nearby, Wang Feng led the great sage and Yuan Bao into the river, allowing the refreshing waters to wash away the stench of blood that clung to them, preventing the attraction of other beasts. Once they had cleansed themselves of the blood, Wang Feng released Badong from the beast's space, instructing it to remain vigilant and alert to their surroundings. He then carefully returned the injured great sage to the beast's space, hoping it would recover swiftly in this relatively safe environment. At this moment, the sky began to lighten with the faintest hint of dawn, heralding the end of the night and the arrival of a new day. Wang Feng's taut nerves finally began to ease slightly, yet the pain coursing through his body surged like a tidal wave at that moment. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating agony and rummaged through his storage pouch to retrieve a medical kit, commencing the treatment of his wounds. Once he had tended to his injuries, Wang Feng seated himself upon a stone by the stream, contemplating the journey that lay ahead. The current situation appeared rather grim. The great sage, in confronting the Shadow Wolf King, who was a level above him, found himself unable to transform again in the short term due to prolonged engagement, significantly diminishing his offensive capabilities. Yuan Bao had also expended considerable stamina, leaving only Batong with full combat potential, albeit with limited offensive strength on land. Faced with such adversity, Wang Feng found himself ensnared in deep contemplation about the path he ought to choose moving forward. Chapter 42. Discovering other sanctuary islands, Wang Feng sat quietly by the crystal-clear stream for an extended period, contemplating the forthcoming journey, allowing UNB a much-needed respite. After a tumultuous internal struggle, he ultimately resolved to venture forth and explore the enigmatic mountain. After all, he had expended considerable time and energy to reach this island. The thought of returning empty-handed weighed heavily on his conscience. Thus, Wang Feng summoned the great sage from the beast-controlling space, while retracting the 8-tube back into the same realm. He understood that the 8-tube's speed on land paled in comparison to that of the great sage, and should they encounter peril, The former would likely struggle to escape. With preparations complete, Wang Feng, accompanied by the great sage and Unbo, resumed their trek towards the mountain. They traversed lush forests and crossed babbling brooks, eventually arriving at the mountain's base. However, upon their arrival, they were astonished to find that the towering trees had abruptly vanished, replaced by a dense thicket of shrubs. This foliage, thickly clustered, formed a natural barrier that obstructed their path forward. The mountain loomed majestically, as if it were the nexus between earth and sky. Wang Feng gazed upward, unable to discern the summit, shrouded as it was in mist that swirled like gossamer, veiling the peak with an air of enigma that inspired awe. This mountain resembled a colossal fortress, standing resolutely between heaven and earth. Its steep, craggy slopes and sheer cliffs appeared as if sculpted by a master artisan. The bizarre stones scattered throughout the mountain resembled ferocious beasts or towering giants, imparting a thrilling sense of danger. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Wang Feng felt the immense pressure it exuded, as if it could crush everything underfoot at any moment. Just as he sought to discern the summit, he suddenly noticed a platform cloaked in mist below, upon which seemingly rested a quaint little house. This discovery filled him with exhilaration, for he recognized that he might have stumbled upon the right location. To ensure safety, Wang Feng promptly retrieved the Water-World Survival Manual, preparing to contact the formidable brother. Wang Feng, I may have discovered another sanctuary. I will confirm later, and if you're needed, I will call upon you for assistance. We can split the rewards evenly. But this area is quite perilous. It is up to your discretion. Before long, he received a response from the formidable brother. Dangerous? The ocean world is hardly fraught with peril. I am prepared, and should you require my presence, reach out directly. We shall arrange the rewards as you suggested. With an additional layer of assurance, Wang Feng felt a measure of calm. Nevertheless, to guarantee absolute safety, he decided to have the great sage scout ahead. Before departing, he earnestly instructed the great sage to remain vigilant for any signs of danger and to observe for the presence of other humans. Should any irregularities arise, he must contact Wang Feng without delay. Having arranged everything, Wang Feng, with Unbo in tow, followed at a measured pace behind the great sage as they approached the platform. The mountain path was rugged, and the pace of travel was not swift. Yet Wang Feng remained unhurried, ever vigilant, attentive to the sound around him. Just as he had scaled halfway up the ascent, news arrived from the great sage. It turned out that the great sage had successfully reached the platform and discovered a dilapidated stone house that appeared to have been uninhabited for a considerable time. Upon receiving this information, Wang Feng hastened his steps and quickly arrived at the platform halfway up the mountain. Indeed, he soon spotted the stone house standing solitary on the platform, its doors and windows in a state of disrepair, precariously hanging in place. Furthermore, there were no defensive structures surrounding the house, which piqued Wang Feng's curiosity. With a spear in hand, Wang Feng cautiously approached the stone house. He gently pushed open the door with the spear and was met with a thick layer of dust inside, indicating that it had been a long time since anyone had visited. The wooden furnishings within had decayed, scattered about in disarray. Standing before the door, he refrained from entering immediately. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings with keen vigilance, searching for any signs of wildlife activity. After a thorough inspection, he found no traces of beasts, which struck him as peculiar, for it was only logical that such a remote mountain would harbor numerous wild creatures. Wang Feng reflected on his experiences since entering the mountain. It seemed he had not encountered any wildlife at all. Could it be that the legendary golden-winged rock resided atop this mountain, causing other mutated creatures to shy away? Though this notion felt somewhat far-fetched, he had no better explanation at present. He resolved not to dwell on the matter, for ensuring his own safety was of paramount importance. Having confirmed that the vicinity of the stone house posed no immediate danger, Wang Feng let out a sigh of relief. He retrieved his survival manual and sent a message to his formidable companion, informing him that there was no need to wait any longer, as the refuge he had discovered was merely a remnant left by previous survivors, utterly devoid of resources, a place so barren that even the mice would weep. After dispatching the message, Wang Feng stepped inside the dwelling. Upon entering, he was greeted by a musty odor, a clear indication that it had been long abandoned. Wang Feng commenced a meticulous search of the room, leaving no corner unchecked in hopes of uncovering something useful. He first examined the kitchen, only to find the utensils rusted and broken, clearly unused for ages. Subsequently, he ventured into the workshop and the living area, yet found nothing of value. Though disappointment crept in, he refused to yield, for he understood that the most precious items often lie hidden in the most unassuming places. Ultimately, he placed his hopes on the bedroom. As he entered the bedroom, his gaze fell upon a stone bed where several bones lay. Beside the bones, there was a storage bag. Wang Feng's heart leapt with excitement as he quickly approached, using his spear to retrieve the storage bag. Cautious of potential dangers, he dared not touch it directly, instead lifting it outside before consulting the Waterworld Survival Manual to examine the contents of the bag. Name: storage bag, silver grade. Description: an unassuming small pouch, yet within it lies a dimensional space of 10 cubic meters. Items placed inside undergo transformation. Living beings cannot be stored. Purpose: whether for home travel or nefarious deeds, it is an indispensable item. Upon confirming the absence of danger posed by the storage bag, Wang Feng felt immense joy. For this bag was larger than the two he currently possessed. Curiosity piqued, he began to explore the contents of the storage bag. Inside, he found 400 refined iron, 300 copper wood, 1 red fruit, 3 green fruits, a small jade tablet, and a scroll. The meager assortment left him incredulous, as there were no weapons to be found. He began to examine the information regarding these items. Name: red fruit, silver grade. Description: the red fruit gathers the essence of heaven and earth, the quintessence of all things, blooming for 50 years, fruiting for 50 years, and maturing for 50 years. Consuming one can elevate innate abilities directly to silver grade without any negative effects. Purpose: are you still toiling to level up? With the red fruit, ascend directly to silver grade. Name: unripe red fruit, silver grade. Quantity: 3. Description: the unripe red fruit also gathers the essence of heaven and earth, the quintessence of all things, blooming for 50 years, fruiting for 50 years, and maturing for 50 years. It can quickly restore innate abilities but cannot elevate their grade. Purpose: what to do when innate abilities are depleted. Consume an unripe red fruit to restore your vigor. Name: information storage jade tablet, bronze grade. Description: a tool for recording information in the oceanic realm. Capable of long-term preservation, it can record sound and images and is used by placing it on the forehead. Purpose: are you troubled by the inability to preserve sound and images? The information storage jade tablet resolves your dilemma. Name: secondary shelter island scroll, silver grade. Description: also known as the slave scroll, it can control the preservation or destruction of another shelter island, allowing for teleportation between 2 shelter islands. Controlling the other requires their consent to become a secondary shelter island, and can only control shelter islands of equal or lesser grade than that of the controller. Purpose: diversify your safety with multiple shelter islands. Rational allocation of the secondary shelter islands functions will accelerate the development of your sanctuary. Chapter 43. The core of the Tier 3 island. Wang Feng meticulously examined the various items before him, and as he absorbed the information regarding each one, an indescribable thrill surged within him. This newfound acquisition promised to elevate his prowess to a higher echelon. By deciphering the information stored within the jade tablet, he gleaned insights into the life of a predecessor, one who had been chosen during the Republic of China era to descend into the oceanic realm, embarking on a remarkably fortuitous journey right from the start. Astonishingly, the predecessor's initial sanctuary island was situated upon this very mountain. What left Wang Feng in awe was the presence of the golden-winged rock, which rendered the predecessor impervious to the threats posed by mutated beasts that might assail his refuge. Such exceptional circumstances afforded the predecessor a relatively tranquil existence in the early stages of his life. However, as the predecessor's innate abilities ascended to the silver tier, he became somewhat complacent and dismissive of potential dangers. During his descent from the mountain, an unforeseen calamity struck. A golden tier, putrid centipede emerged from the shadows, launching a ferocious assault on him. In this harrowing encounter, The predecessor's weaponry was utterly shattered, and he himself sustained grave injuries. Despite exerting every ounce of strength to escape, he tragically fell victim to the centipede's neurotoxin during his flight. Upon his arduous return to the stone dwelling, prepared to tend to his wounds, he was met with the horrifying realization that most of his body had become immobile. After absorbing this information, Wang Feng was reminded to remain ever vigilant. The oceanic world was rife with peril. He collected the predecessor's remains and buried them at the edge of the platform. A thought suddenly struck him. Was the core of this Tier 3 sanctuary island still intact? Although the island's master had perished, the sanctuary itself remained unchanged. Wang Feng promptly retrieved the Waterworld Survival Manual to ascertain whether this stone dwelling could yield the island's core. A prompt appeared in the manual. Would you like to immediately extract the core of the Tier 3 sanctuary island? Uncertain of the consequences, he resolved to leave before extracting the core. Upon discovering that the sanctuary still possessed its core, he took out the scroll for the secondary sanctuary to see if he could claim this location as his own. However, there was no response this time. It seemed that without a master for the sanctuary, one could not establish a secondary sanctuary. Wang Feng then extracted 2 immature crimson fruits, silver tier, from his storage pouch, offering one to the great sage and the other to Yuan Bao. Watching them devour the crimson fruits with fervor, Wang Feng felt a sense of reassurance. After all, these fruits would enable them to swiftly regain their optimal condition. Once the great sage and Yuan Bao finished their feast, Wang Feng turned back to the stone dwelling and retrieved the remaining crimson fruit, silver tier, from his storage pouch. This particular fruit had been reserved for his own advancement. Although he had been consuming silver tier sustenance for an extended period, further time was required to ascend to the silver tier. In this perilous world, every moment was of paramount importance. An earlier upgrade signified an increment in safety. Taking a deep breath, Wang Feng gently bit into the crimson fruit, and instantly, a rich aroma enveloped his palate. The moment the fruit met his saliva, it seemed to be activated, rapidly transforming into juice that slid down his throat and into his belly. Wang Feng felt a warm current flowing down his esophagus, swiftly radiating throughout his entire being. His body began to gently heat up, as if every cell within him was rejoicing, greedily absorbing the essence of the crimson fruit. Simultaneously, a profound wave of drowsiness surged over him like a tide, rendering his eyelids increasingly heavy, as if burdened by an immense weight. Despite Wang Feng's desperate attempts to resist this overwhelming sleepiness, it surged forth like an unstoppable torrent. His consciousness gradually blurred, and he slowly collapsed to the ground, succumbing to the realm of dreams. After an indeterminate period, Wang Feng stirred awake, only to find himself enveloped in utter darkness, unable to see even his own hand. He fumbled about in search of a fire starter, but in his panic, he inadvertently shattered it. A jolt of alarm surged through him as he realized he seemed unable to harness the power within his body. Rising to his feet, he was overwhelmed by a torrent of force surging within him, as though it sought to shatter the confines of his corporeal form. His legs instantly became as unyielding as steel, brimming with boundless strength, yet entirely beyond his control. He attempted to take a step forward, but each movement felt as if he were treading upon cotton, his body careening uncontrollably ahead. His arms, too, felt as if infused with a formidable force, becoming exceedingly heavy, as though burdened by an overwhelming load. He struggled to lift his arms, but the strength coursing through him was akin to a wild stallion, entirely unbridled. In a state of resignation, Wang Feng laboriously turned, attempting to navigate toward the doorway. However, the sudden surge of power rendered his movements clumsy, each step a contest against an invisible force. His gait faltered, and his body swayed precariously, as if on the verge of collapse. At last, upon reaching the threshold, the power within him erupted in full force. It was as if he had been struck by a colossal shockwave, propelling him forward uncontrollably. With a resounding crash, he shattered the door into splinters, sending shards flying in all directions. Wang Feng's body collided heavily against the wall, producing a dull thud. Stepping outside, he gazed up at the star-studded night sky, his heart awash with confusion. He was bewildered by his current state and uncertain how to regain his former self. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him as he recalled the 8 tubes. 8 tubes, come forth and strike me, he shouted into the darkness. He hoped that through the assault of the 8 tubes, he could awaken the latent potential within his body, thus regaining control over his newfound strength. The 8 tubes, wielding the power of tentacles, relentlessly struck at Wang Feng. Initially feeling too light, he urged the 8 tubes to unleash their full might, at which point he finally felt capable of managing the sudden surge of power. After a while, sensing a slight deficiency in strength, he instructed the great sage to take over the 8 tubes' attack on him, emphasizing the need for the great sage to exert himself fully. In an instant, the great sage transformed into a towering 6-meter-tall giant ape, charging toward Wang Feng and delivering a powerful punch to his form. Wang Feng had no time to defend himself and was sent flying backward, his momentary arrogance swiftly obliterated by the impact of that single blow. The great sage yearned to continue his assault, yet Wang Feng promptly commanded him to cease, then feigned nonchalance as he returned to the stone chamber to resume his rest. Once inside, he muttered under his breath, "Great sage, how dare you seek to end my life?" Eagerly, Wang Feng accessed the personal information interface of the survival manual of the water world, eager to assess his status following his ascension to silver rank. Name: Wang Feng. Level 3, silver rank. Talent: Beast Mastery, level 3, capable of commanding up to 5 beasts. Not exceeding golden rank. Beast Space, level 2, allows for 3 beasts to be housed within the beast space, facilitating accelerated growth and recovery. No other items may be stored. Beast Teleportation, level 1, enables personal teleportation to the location of a beast or vice versa. Usable once per day. Talent description: the host establishes a unique bond with various beasts. Once tamed, these creatures shall never betray. They can be commanded for the host's purposes. Furthermore, tamed beasts can level up by defeating other creatures, and as the beasts evolve, so too does the host's physical prowess. This implies that with each beast's advancement, the host's physical attributes are also enhanced. Upon discovering the additional functionality granted by his upgrade to silver rank, Wang Feng realized that the ability of beast teleportation afforded him greater options, and the number of beasts under his command had increased by 2. He was now tantalizingly close to realizing his dream of amassing an army of beasts. Chapter 44: Encounter with the Shadow Wolf King. As dawn broke, sunlight pierced through the mist, cascading onto the windows of the stone cottage. Wang Feng slowly opened his eyes and stretched languidly. Gazing outside, he beheld a hazy landscape enveloped in fog, with the sky draped in a somber gray, as if shrouded by a veil of gloom. Today, Wang Feng intended to return to his refuge island. Yet before embarking on that journey, he had a significant task to accomplish. He needed to locate 1 or 2 suitable beasts to be tamed on this island, ensuring their long-term presence as a waypoint for future explorations. He retrieved some provisions from his backpack and shared them with Yuanbao, Batong, and Dasheng. After they devoured the food ravenously, Wang Feng summoned Batong into the beast space and cautiously retreated to the platform with Dasheng and Yuanbao. Standing at the edge of the platform, he took a deep breath to steady his emotions. He produced the survival manual of the water world and meticulously studied the method for extracting the core of a level 3 refuge island. Following the manual-esque guidance, Wang Feng focused his energy and began to infuse it into the survival manual. Suddenly, the platform trembled violently as if struck by an immense force. Stones shattered and fell, creating a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Wang Feng gripped the edge of the platform tightly, refusing to allow any lapse in concentration. After a while, the tremors subsided, and a luminous, transparent crystal began to materialize before him. This crystal was no larger than a palm, resembling glass, yet emanating a mysterious and formidable aura. With great care, Wang Feng stored the level 3 island core in his storage pouch, exhaling a long sigh of relief. He affectionately patted Dasheng and Yuanbao on their heads, signaling that it was time to set off. Wang Feng, accompanied by Dasheng and Yuanbao, swiftly descended the mountain. Upon reaching the base, he was greeted by towering trees, and he instructed dashing to leap into the branches to survey the surroundings for safety. Meanwhile, he climbed onto Yuan Bao's back and ventured into the forest. After traversing for a considerable distance, Dashing suddenly halted atop the treetops. Through their telepathic link, it communicated to Wang Feng that it had spotted the Shadow Wolf King ahead. A sense of urgency gripped Wang Feng's heart as he urged Yuan Bao to slow down, stealthily approaching the location of the Shadow Wolf King. As they drew nearer, Wang Feng finally discerned the condition of the Shadow Wolf King. It stood alone, with no other shadows of its kin in sight, its fur matted with blood. And in certain areas, fresh blood oozed forth. Its movements were labored, clearly indicating that it had endured a brutal battle, likely having been pursued by the colossal serpent, which seemed to have decimated the wolf pack. Wang Feng tightened his grip on the spear in his hand, contemplating whether to tame this golden-tier Shadow Wolf King or to eliminate it. Ultimately, he resolved to tame the Shadow Wolf King. For securing it would mean gaining control over an entire wolf pack, a valuable asset for the forthcoming explorations. He inhaled deeply to calm himself, then communicated with Dasheng, instructing it to prepare for an attack. Just as Wang Feng was about to dismount from Yuan Bao, an unexpected event unfolded. Suddenly, the Yuan Bao opened its mouth, and a dazzling bolt of lightning shot forth like an arrow, swiftly targeting the Shadow Wolf King. It became evident that Yuan Bao had sensed the presence of Wang Feng's nemesis right before it, and without hesitation, it unleashed its formidable skill. The bolt of lightning was incredibly rapid, leaving the battle-weary Shadow Wolf King with no time to evade. With a resounding crash, the lightning struck the Shadow Wolf King fiercely, momentarily rendering its body immobile. Observing this, the great sage seized the exceptional opportunity. It rapidly expanded its form fivefold and leaped onto the back of the Shadow Wolf King like a small mountain, launching a relentless assault. Wang Feng, witnessing the unfolding situation, charged forward without delay. The spear in his hand glimmered with a chilling light as he activated his beast taming skill, joining the great sage in a fierce onslaught against the Shadow Wolf King. Anxiety clawed at him, and beads of cold sweat formed on his brow as he silently prayed for his skill to take effect swiftly. He understood all too well that any delay could lead to the demise of the Shadow Wolf King under the relentless attacks from Yuan Bao and the Great Sage. At that moment, the Shadow Wolf King was gravely weakened, and with the continuous onslaught from Yuan Bao and the Great Sage, it was utterly incapable of resisting Wang Feng's beast-taming skill. A radiant light flashed, and the skill succeeded almost instantaneously. The Shadow Wolf King trembled slightly before falling still. Wang Feng, recognizing the shift, immediately signaled for the Great Sage and Yuan Bao to cease their attacks. After all, the Shadow Wolf King had now become part of their team. As someone who struggled with naming, he simply decided to call it Shadow, then proceeded to examine its information. Name, Shadow Wolf King, Shadow, level, golden experience, 0-20 gold, promotion to diamond skills. Pack control, can command a pack of shadow wolves, with attack power and speed increasing according to the number of wolves controlled. Pack search, can swiftly locate nearby wolf packs and engage in one-on-one combat with the existing pack's king, with the victor becoming the new king. Life drain, can restore its own vitality by draining the life of controlled shadow wolves. Description, the Shadow Wolf King, in its mature stage, measures 6 meters in length and possesses the ability to breathe underwater. Its power correlates with the size of its wolf pack. The greater the number of wolves, the more formidable it becomes, inheriting the bloodline of the Kuei Mu wolf. However, as Wang Feng meticulously scrutinized the description, he discovered a significant concern. To maintain the Shadow Wolf King's attack potency, a sufficient number of wolves must be kept under its command. This meant that Wang Feng would not only need to care for the Shadow Wolf King, but also invest time and energy into locating wolf packs, undoubtedly adding a considerable burden to his responsibilities. A bitter smile crept across Wang Feng's face as he mused that he had unwittingly invited a considerable dilemma upon himself. Yet, having already tamed the Shadow Wolf King, he could only press onward, knowing that Shadow would play a crucial role in his exploration of the island. To expedite the recovery of the Shadow Wolf King's capabilities for better management of the wolf pack, Wang Feng unhesitatingly retrieved the remaining immature crimson fruit, silver level, from his storage bag. The crimson fruit was indeed his prized possession, originally intended for the great sage or to replenish Yuan Bao's strength when depleted. However, in light of the necessity to expedite the recovery of the shadow, he cast aside his reservations. Wang Feng presented the fruit to the maw of the Shadow Wolf King, observing as it devoured the offering in one swift motion. The medicinal properties of the fruit swiftly took effect within the shadow, its breath gradually stabilizing, and the once dull glimmer in its eyes rekindled with vitality. Subsequently, he summoned the shadow into the beast-guarding space, continuing to facilitate its healing. Wang Feng remained stationary, his gaze traversing the lush forest and undulating mountains surrounding him. As an ineffable sensation surged within him, a palpable sense that departing this island today seemed implausible. Drawing in a deep breath, he resolved to alter his planned course, directing his steps toward the lair of the frost black bear. This cave, situated at the island's periphery, was known to be the habitat of the frost black bear, where the surrounding fauna were predominantly of silver rank, thus providing a semblance of safety. He was not keen on being encircled by a horde of mutated beasts come nightfall. Presently, he found himself in the heart of the island, an area teeming with golden and diamond-ranked giants. With utmost caution, Wang Feng advanced, each step imbued with vigilance. He instructed the great sage to remain aloft in the trees, utilizing its keen eyesight to monitor any movements ahead. Chapter 45. The ancient ice reappears throughout their journey. Wang Feng and his companions encountered several formidable golden-tier mutated beasts. These creatures were exceedingly fierce, and a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, the great sage perched atop the treetops, providing a broad vantage point that enabled him to detect dangers ahead and issue warnings, granting them ample time to evade threats. Thus, they proceeded with utmost caution until the afternoon, finally arriving in the vicinity of the frost black bear's lair. Wang Feng resolved to release Shadow, first to assess the recovery of its injuries. When Shadow leapt from Wang Feng's backpack, he was pleasantly surprised to observe significant improvement in its condition. The previously limping leg now moved with normalcy, and the wounds no longer bled, indicating a clear path to healing. With a sigh of relief, Wang Feng commanded Shadow to begin searching for nearby wolf packs. Without hesitation, Shadow darted off like an arrow towards a specific direction, prompting Wang Feng to follow closely behind, accompanied by the great sage and Yuan Bao. After approximately half an hour of pursuit, Shadow suddenly let out a howl. A wave of anxiety washed over Wang Feng, and he quickly ushered Yuan Bao behind a thicket to cautiously observe the unfolding scene. Before them, a clearing revealed more than 10 shadow wolves. These imposing creatures, with their jet-black fur, exuded an aura of ferocity. Upon closer inspection, Wang Feng discerned that most of them were of bronze rank, with only 4 or 5 attaining silver rank. In comparison to the previous wolf pack led by Shadow, the quality of these shadow wolves was evidently inferior. At the forefront of this assembly stood a significantly larger shadow wolf, its coat darker than the others, unmistakably the leader of the pack, a silver-tier shadow wolf. Despite the overwhelming number of adversaries, Shadow exhibited no signs of fear. With a fierce howl, it charged towards the leader of the wolf pack, moving with the swiftness of lightning and employing its sharp claws to swiftly bring the silver-tier shadow wolf to the ground. The other shadow wolves reacted with howls of protest. Yet Shadow successfully rallied this pack of over 10 wolves. Throughout the afternoon, it consolidated 4 additional packs, with some containing more than 10 shadow wolves while others had merely 5 or 6. Ultimately, Shadow commanded a total of over 40 wolves, among which 15 were of silver rank, with the remainder being bronze rank. After siphoning the vitality from 20 bronze-tier shadow wolves, Shadow's injuries were nearly healed. Wang Feng pondered internally, questioning whether Shadow's keen intellect led it to specifically seek out the silver-tier wolf packs, or if the outer fringes of this island were exclusively inhabited by silver-tier wolves. This conundrum left him somewhat perplexed. At that moment, he noted that Shadow had fully recovered, and the night had completely descended. Considering Shadow's prowess and autonomy, Wang Feng resolved to allow it the freedom to roam, as it would undoubtedly navigate more adeptly in the darkness. Having arranged for Shadow's liberty, Wang Feng, along with Yuan Bao and the Great Sage, cautiously advanced toward the cave of the Frost Black Bear. As they gradually approached the cave entrance, the Great Sage suddenly emitted a low, resonant roar. This growl was evidently a warning, prompting Wang Feng to halt abruptly, his muscles taut and poised in a stance ready to strike at any moment. Almost simultaneously, a deep bear growl echoed from within the cave. Accompanying this roar, a colossal frost black bear lumbered forth from the depths. Its massive form resembled a small mountain, imposing and formidable. Upon spotting the Great Sage, the bear unleashed a plume of white frost from its maw, hurtling towards the Great Sage like a cannonball. The Great Sage reacted with remarkable agility, swiftly darting to the right to evade the frosty onslaught. Following this, the Great Sage ascended the small hill behind the cave with astonishing speed, surveying the movements of the frost black bear from an elevated vantage point. Meanwhile, Yuan Bao was not idle. He unleashed his signature move, Lightning Strike. Silver streaks of lightning danced through the air like serpents, striking the frost black bear with pinpoint accuracy. This barrage of electric assaults caught the bear off guard, causing it to tremble slightly. Yet, the frost black bear was not easily subdued. It quickly regained its composure, opening its massive jaws to emit another furious roar. At that moment, the Great Sage leapt down from the hill, its body expanding several times in size mid-air, crashing heavily onto the bear's back. Once firmly positioned atop the frost black bear, the Great Sage unleashed a flurry of punches upon its head, each blow infused with tremendous power, forcing the bear to stagger backward. The frost black bear, overwhelmed by the relentless assault from the Great Sage and a lightning strike from Yuan Bao, found itself in a state of passive defense, unable to muster an effective counterattack. Dazed and disoriented, it could only roar and flail in vain. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Feng brandished his spear, thrusting it forward like a dragon surging from the sea. The strike was executed with remarkable speed and force, piercing the bear's neck. Wang Feng swiftly sidestepped, while the Great Sage took the moment to withdraw the spear from the other side, liberating a torrent of blood. The frost black bear let out a tormented roar, its voice deafening as blood erupted like a fountain, splattering the ground around them. Despite the grievous wound, the frost black bear did not immediately collapse. It commenced a final struggle. Its massive paws flailed wildly at the ground, each swing generating fierce gusts of wind, sending fragments of earth spiraling through the air. Yet, all of this proved futile. Yuan Bao's lightning struck the bear's maw once more, delivering a decisive blow that extinguished its suffering. The bear's body finally succumbed, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Wang Feng dissected the frost black bear, obtaining 60 units of silver-grade frost black bear essence and 1 soul orb, though this time, no treasure chest was found. After stowing his acquisitions in his storage bag and collecting some wood, he ventured into the cave, igniting a fire. The scene within the cave remained unchanged from the last visit. Wang Feng was utterly astonished. He could hardly comprehend the enigmatic power concealed within this cave, which continuously spawned frost black bears. Gripping his horn spear tightly, he wielded it like a hoe, meticulously turning over the cave's floor, leaving no corner unexplored. Time passed slowly, yet he remained steadfast in his endeavor. At last, in the spot where the black bears had lain for an extended period, he discovered something peculiar. Gently gliding the horn spear across the ground, he felt a hard object beneath. Cautiously, he cleared the surrounding soil, revealing a solid mass approximately 1 meter long and 50 centimeters wide, with a milky white hue. Wang Feng scrutinized the smooth surface of this milky white substance. Noting its flawless exterior, he attempted to draw the horn spear across it, only to be astonished by the fact that the spear left no trace upon its surface, providing him with a more tangible understanding of the solidity of this milky white entity. From his storage bag, he retrieved the survival manual of the water world to examine the information regarding this solid. Name: Millennium Profound Ice, Gold Grade. Description: Millennium profound ice is formed from the sedimentation of eternal ice over an extensive period, holding immense value. Sleeping upon millennium profound ice enhances one's affinity for water elements, bolsters physical attributes, and elevates comprehension. However, to reap these benefits, a silver-grade physique is requisite. Millennium profound ice is a precious natural resource, suitable for crafting weapons or special potions. Effect: by merely lying on millennium profound ice to sleep, one can ascend to gold grade. Such a rare opportunity. What are you waiting for? Given that the millennium profound ice was somewhat diminutive in comparison to his frame, he had no choice but to position it level with the ground before carefully lying down upon it. Upon first contact with the millennium profound ice, a bone-chilling cold surged through his body like a tidal wave, as if attempting to freeze his very marrow. Yet, Wang Feng was acutely aware of the miraculous effects of the millennium profound ice. Gritting his teeth, he persevered against the frigid sensation, remaining atop it. As time elapsed, the cold gradually penetrated his body, merging seamlessly with his blood. Although his body remained enveloped in chill, his consciousness began to blur. In the liminal space between wakefulness and slumber, visions of the myriad benefits of millennium profound ice filled his mind. It not only augmented one's prowess, but also could heal various internal injuries. These thoughts swirled incessantly in his consciousness, fortifying his resolve to endure the cold. It was unclear how much time had passed, but eventually, Wang Feng's body acclimated to the biting cold of the millennium profound ice, and the sharp sensation gradually dissipated. In its stead arose an unprecedented comfort, as if every pore in his body was greedily absorbing the essence of the millennium profound ice. In this state of blissful warmth, his awareness slowly faded, and he ultimately succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 46. Beast Upgrades. Awakening in the early morning, Wang Feng felt invigorated, having not slept so comfortably in quite some time. He rose and stored the 1,000-year-old ice into his storage bag before stepping out of the cave, discovering a rare sunny day on the island, with sunlight streaming through the trees. He contemplated that since he now possessed the core for a level 3 shelter, he could consider upgrading to a level 4 shelter. Additionally, he could employ the Shadow Wolf Pack to clear the island's periphery, allowing his companions to ascend to the golden level. Thus, he opened the survival manual of the water world to review the resources he still required. Shelter Island, level 3, 1,300 square meters, typically 1,000 square meters, with an additional reward of 300 square meters for the third upgrade. Upgrade requirements: 305, 1000 copper wood, 10 wood for 1 copper wood, 457, 1000 refined iron, 10 stone for 1 refined iron, 630, 1000 units of fresh water, 1710 soul pills, silver level, 11 island core. Can be obtained after the destruction of a level 3 island or from treasure chests. This compact island of 1,300 square meters can withstand the impact of a level 12 typhoon, but do not expect it to endure greater calamities. Level 3 Shelter Island Facilities. Walls, capable of withstanding attacks from bronze-level creatures, if faced with silver-level creatures. Prompt action is advised. Level 3 Shelter Island Facilities. Pond. The shelter can establish a 100 square meter breeding pond. The water from the pond is not recommended for drinking. Wang Feng noted that he primarily lacked copper wood and refined iron, while fresh water could be collected during rainy days, and the oceanic world was abundant in rainfall. Upon checking his friend information and opening Lilan's chat box, he discovered several messages she had sent. Great God. I prepared 100 copper wood and 200 refined iron for you. Do you need them? I am in need of food. Dear expert, please reply. You must not come to harm. I currently possess 300 copper wood and 200 refined iron. Do you require them? The last message from yesterday. Great God. Have you truly met your demise? This is my final inquiry. If you do not respond, I shall trade with others. I have 500 copper wood and 200 refined iron. Wang Feng replied, I have not met my demise. Please do not utter such misfortunes. For 500 copper wood and 200 refined iron, I can exchange 100 units of silver-level flesh essence. To his surprise, Lilan responded promptly, Great God, could you possibly add a little more? I truly cannot dare to hunt the mutated beasts, and recently, no beasts have actively attacked the shelter island. After pondering, Wang Feng recognized his pressing need for copper wood and refined iron, coupled with the silver-level flesh essence, which was easily attainable for him. He added a condition: I will provide you with an additional 50 units of silver-level flesh essence, but you must assist me in gathering 200 copper wood and 300 refined iron within 5 days. Besides food, I can also exchange silver-level soul pills with you. Upon the completion of their transaction, Wang Feng resolved to prioritize upgrading his companions today, thereby enhancing the safety of their journey back to the shelter island. He promptly sent a message to the shadow, summoning it to assemble. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Feng began to examine the information of the 8 tubes and the Great Sage. Name: Thunder Pattern Xian Tiger, Yuanbao. Level: Silver Grade Experience, 630 silver, promotion to Gold Grade. Skills: Control Lightning, capable of spitting lightning for attacks. In its mature form, it can influence the surrounding environment and manipulate lightning. Close Combat: Possesses close combat power far exceeding that of a typical tiger. Capable of overpowering a child with a single strike. Introduction: The Thunder Pattern Xian Tiger, in its juvenile stage. Measures 5 meters in length and possesses the ability to breathe freely underwater, exhibiting extraordinary speed, reflexes, and flexibility on land, with an overwhelming close combat prowess. Inheriting the bloodline of the Qiongqi. Name: Water King Ape, Great Sage. Level: Silver Grade Experience, 750 silver, promotion to Gold Grade. Skills: Transformation, overall enhancement of physical attributes. Capable of enlarging to 5 times its original size. Stamina determines the duration of transformation. Water Manipulation, can control water flows to form water arrows, blades, shields. Imprisons for offensive or defensive purposes. Water Morph, can partially or fully transform into water, rendering it immune to certain physical attacks and allowing it to traverse through narrow spaces. Weather Influence, can manipulate moisture in the environment to induce rain or fog. Introduction: Resembling a monkey in its juvenile stage, standing 2 meters tall, capable of breathing freely underwater, moving swiftly as if on solid ground, ignoring water pressure and resistance. Inheriting agility traits of monkeys both on land and in trees, with extraordinary speed, reflexes, and flexibility, having undergone multiple mutations that enhance its strength. Possessing the bloodline of the Huai Vortex Water Sovereign. Name: Spiked Ring Octopus, 8 tubes. Level: Silver Grade Experience, 510, promotion to Gold Grade. Introduction: An ordinary octopus that has undergone numerous mutations to attain Silver Grade, primarily attacking with high-speed whip-like strikes of its tentacles, which are equipped with toxic suckers that release poison while constricting its enemies, excelling in close-range strangulation. Noticing that the Great Sage's experience points were still insufficient, he decided to upgrade the 8 tubes first, followed by Yuanbao. The Great Sage then returned to the Sanctuary Island, preparing to teleport and hunt mutated beasts for experience. The shadow soon arrived at the cave, and Wang Feng observed the densely packed shadow wolves, noting the expansion of the wolf pack and marveling at the shadow's capability for troop augmentation. Wang Feng instructed the shadow to disperse the wolves to seek out silver-grade mutated creatures, urging it to inform him immediately upon discovering a target, so he could engage and allocate experience. With a resounding wolf howl, the pack swiftly scattered. Shortly thereafter, the shadow reported the sighting of a group of barbarian rock boars. Wang Feng swiftly mounted Yuanbao, accompanied by the Great Sage and the 8 tubes, and followed the shadow to the location. Upon arrival, he witnessed a pack of wolves encircling 8 wild boars, 5 large and 3 small, resembling the size of elephants from Blue Star. Their bodies were encased in hard rock, each stone tightly adhering to their skin, forming an impenetrable defense. The sturdy limbs of these barbarian rock boars were as robust as iron pillars, supporting their massive frames. Their heads are broad and robust, adorned with menacing patterns, with sharp tusks protruding from the corners of their mouths, glistening with a cold light, as if they could effortlessly rend the flesh of their foes. When these colossal rock boars move, the ground trembles slightly beneath them. Wang Feng promptly commanded the shadows to launch an assault. The ants overwhelmed the elephant, And given the high attack power of the shadow wolves, it wasn't long before 5 of the large rock boars lay on the ground, gasping for breath. The shadows urged the wolf pack to push forward, and Yadong advanced with its tentacles to end one boar's suffering. 3 smaller boars, frightened, scurried into the thicket, while Wang Feng proceeded to dismember the 5 rock boars, acquiring 5 silver-grade soul orbs and 1 silver-grade treasure chest. As for the essence of blood and flesh, he took only 50 units, leaving the remainder for the shadow wolves. Subsequently, Wang Feng and his companions continued to repeat this process. The wolves would locate silver-grade beasts. Wang Feng would hurry to their aid, and the wolves would nearly incapacitate the mutated beasts before he delivered the final blow. He would then dismember the beast corpses, harvesting the soul orbs, with most of the essence of blood and flesh allocated to the wolf pack. This cycle persisted until deep into the night, culminating in the acquisition of the required 26 silver-grade beasts to upgrade to gold. Wang Feng also obtained 26 silver-grade soul orbs, 260 units of blood and flesh essence, and 5 silver-grade treasure chests. The only significant loss was the further reduction in the number of shadow wolves, leaving no bronze-grade wolves remaining. The pack consisted solely of 10 silver-grade shadow wolves. It was at this moment that Wang Feng truly felt the exhilaration of beast mastery. He realized he did not need to engage directly, as overwhelming numbers could vanquish his adversaries. He contemplated whether to return with the shadows, but ultimately decided against it, considering the inability to replenish his wolf pack. He then led Dasheng and the others back to the cave of the Frost Black Bear, preparing to upgrade Yuanbao and Yadong near the cave. Upon arrival, Wang Feng instructed the shadows to disperse the wolf pack and maintain vigilance in the vicinity, uncertain of how long the upgrades would take. Once everything was in place, he simultaneously initiated the upgrades for Yuanbao and Yadong. Chapter 47. The hunt for the four-eyed owl eagle. In an instant, a brilliant white light burst forth, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, enveloping the 8 tubes and the Yuanbao in its radiant embrace. This luminescence was extraordinarily intense, as if the most resplendent energies of the universe had converged, standing out remarkably in the darkness, reminiscent of 2 plump eggs shrouded in a sanctified glow. Wang Feng felt a sense of foreboding. He had not anticipated the ferocity of this light at night and regretted not upgrading during the day. He was acutely aware that this brightness might attract unnecessary troubles, prompting him to immediately send a message to Shadow and the Great Sage, urging them to prepare for potential attacks and to ensure that the Yuanbao and 8 tubes could upgrade smoothly. Time slipped away in a tense atmosphere, and after approximately 10 minutes, a sharp, piercing cry shattered the tranquility of the night, instilling a deep sense of dread. Wang Feng's heart raced as he looked up to see a massive bird resembling an owl circling above. The four-eyed owl eagle was colossal, several times larger than an ordinary owl, resembling a flying mountain. Its feathers were a deep gray, adorned with faint white spots, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky, imparting an aura of mystery and majesty. Its head was relatively small, yet it possessed 4 piercing eyes, each twinkling with an enigmatic light, akin to the cold stars in the night sky, sending chills down one's spine. The wings of the four-eyed owl eagle were broad and powerful, spanning over 6 meters. Its claws were sharp and enormous, glinting ominously, with traces of fresh blood, suggesting it had just taken down a prey. Its cry echoed through the air, evoking an intangible fear. The great sage immediately enlarged, leaping onto a small hill to observe the owl's movements. Wang Feng seized the opportunity to examine the owl as profile. Name: four-eyed owl eagle level, golden description, an owl that has undergone multiple mutations to attain golden level, with a wingspan exceeding 6 meters. The four-eyed owl eagle is nocturnal and harbors a deep grudge, with its sharp eyes fixed intently on the 2 glowing orbs below. The four-eyed owl eagle shimmered with a gluttonous gleam. Unable to contain its impulses any longer, it spread its immense wings, resembling a fierce fighter jet, and dove rapidly towards the luminous spheres. The great sage, witnessing this, swiftly darted from the hilltop like an arrow, launching himself at the four-eyed owl eagle. The owl adeptly twisted in the air, narrowly evading the great sage's attack, before emitting a piercing shriek. With a cry, a flurry of ice spikes suddenly descended from the sky, raining down upon the great sage. Undaunted, he swiftly broke small trees from the ground, wielding them like a massive shield, continuously swinging above the glowing orbs to deflect the onslaught of ice spikes. However, two shadow wolves were unable to evade in time and were pierced by the ice, collapsing to the ground. Seeing this, Wang Feng thrust his spear towards the four-eyed owl eagle, the tip glimmering with cold light, cutting through the air with fierce momentum, effectively disrupting the owl's ice spikes. The two glowing orbs finally could no longer withstand the pressure of upgrading and began to fracture. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the luminous orb shattered like an eggshell. In that fleeting moment of rupture, a formidable bolt of lightning surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, hurtling toward the four-eyed cat hawk. The creature was utterly unprepared for the overwhelming force of the lightning, leaving it no time to evade the strike. Upon impact, the four-eyed cat hawk plummeted to the ground, as if struck by a tremendous force. It was only when it was approximately 10 meters from the earth that it managed to regain some semblance of control, struggling to ascend into the sky. At that very instant, the tentacles of the octopus, resembling agile serpents, ensnared the hawk's talons tightly. A gripping contest of strength ensued, with neither party willing to yield. Seizing this opportune moment, Yuan Bao summoned all the power within, unleashing an even more colossal bolt of lightning that blazed through the air like a brilliant meteor, striking the four-eyed cat hawk with astonishing swiftness. Once again, the hawk lost control of its body, descending straight toward the ground. The octopus took advantage of this, forcefully dragging the hawk downward. The long-awaited great sage, akin to a fierce tiger descending from the mountains, charged forward and positioned itself atop the hawk's back, unleashing a torrential barrage of heavy punches. The shadow wolves surged in unison, relentlessly tearing at the four-eyed cat hawk. Yuan Bao advanced, delivering a powerful strike to the bird's head, ultimately ending its life. At this juncture, Wang Feng observed that the octopus had undergone a remarkable increase in size, while Yuan Bao remained unchanged. He swiftly examined their attributes. Name: Thunder Pattern Xian Tiger, Yuan Bao. Level: Gold Experience. 130 gold, promotion to diamond. Skills: Control of lightning, capable of emitting lightning as an attack. In its mature form, it can influence the surrounding environment and control lightning. Close combat: possesses far superior close-range attack power compared to ordinary tigers, easily overpowering smaller foes. Wind Summoning: can summon winds infused with slicing gusts. Description: Thunder Pattern Xian Tiger, in its juvenile stage, measures 5 meters in length, possesses the ability to breathe freely underwater, and exhibits extraordinary speed, reflexes, and flexibility on land, with overwhelming close-range attack capabilities, bearing the bloodline of the mythical creature Qiangqi. Name: Spiked-ringed octopus, Badong. Level: Gold Experience. 0-10, promotion to diamond. Description: an ordinary octopus that has undergone multiple mutations, awakening a trace of the bloodline of the great sea monster, exhibiting significant growth potential. Its primary attack method involves rapid strikes with its tentacles, which are equipped with toxic suckers that release poison while constricting foes, excelling in close-quarter strangulation. Astonishingly, the octopus had experienced a dramatic transformation. Originally measuring just over 6 meters, it now exceeded 10 meters in length. This remarkable growth elicited admiration for the magnitude of change that Badong underwent with each level up. In contrast, Yuan Bao's evolutionary path appeared to emphasize the enhancement of its innate abilities. With continuous evolution, Yuan Bao seemed to grow increasingly proficient in ranged attacks, undoubtedly augmenting its combat prowess. Wang Feng approached the lifeless body of the four-eyed cat hawk, preparing to commence its disassembly. He successfully procured 1 golden soul pill, 20 units of golden-grade flesh essence, and a golden chest. Upon beholding the golden chest before him, a wave of exhilaration surged within his heart. After all, such a treasure was exceedingly rare. He mused silently. The four-eyed cat eagle's attack on us may not be entirely detrimental. After all, it serves as a veritable transport captain. Wang Feng swiftly stowed the golden chest and soul pill into his storage bag, then, without hesitation, retrieved several units of silver-grade flesh essence from the bag and tossed them to the pack of wolves. These silver-grade flesh essences were highly nutritious for the wolves, aiding them in enhancing their strength. Next, Wang Feng placed the meat of the four-eyed cat eagle upon the flames to roast. He understood well that each level-up necessitated a substantial infusion of energy, and the golden-grade meat of the four-eyed cat eagle was undoubtedly the finest choice. As it roasted over the fire, the meat emitted an irresistible aroma that whetted the appetite. Once he had feasted and quenched his thirst, Wang Feng began to calm his mind, reflecting deeply on the exhilarating battle that had just transpired. He recognized a glaring weakness in his offensive capabilities, his lack of a formidable raptor as an ally. When Yuan Bao was not by his side, he found himself utterly defenseless against aerial assaults, akin to a target without the means to retaliate. This predicament filled him with unease, for in this perilous world, even the slightest vulnerability could lead to fatal consequences. However, locating a suitable raptor proved to be no simple task. Raptors in the sky were not only scarce, but also remarkably powerful and challenging to tame. Wang Feng couldn't help but lament the difficulty of acquiring a raptor of his own, feeling it akin to scaling the heavens. Nevertheless, he resolved not to abandon hope. He decided to send a message to Shadow, inquiring whether any other raptors still resided on the island. He emphasized that this raptor must be of golden grade, otherwise, they would merely become easy prey. After a prolonged silence, Shadow finally responded to Wang Feng's message. On the opposite side of the island, there existed a sheer cliff where a massive eagle resided. This eagle boasted an exceptionally sharp beak, and its feathers could unleash formidable ice projectiles, far surpassing the icy strikes of the four-eyed cat eagle. Shadow recalled its encounter with the eagle, during which it had led a pack of shadow wolves in a probing expedition, only to suffer significant losses and narrowly escape. Chapter 48. The thunder-patterned mysterious Tiger King. Upon receiving the Shadow's message, Wang Feng ultimately resolved to assess the situation the following day. He rose and returned to the cave, igniting a pile of wood, and retrieved the treasure chests he had acquired that day. 5 silver-grade chests and 1 gold-grade chest. He opened all 5 silver chests at once, discovering 20 items, of which only 6 were luminous orbs. This time, the scarcity of luminous orbs left him feeling quite unfortunate. He then proceeded to examine the items. 50 refined iron, 20 copper wood, 10 refined iron, 40 copper wood, 30 refined iron, 40 refined iron, 30 copper wood, 50 copper wood, 40 copper wood, 30 refined iron, 100 units of fresh water, 50 units of fresh water, 5 units of spirit rice, silver grade, and 50 ocean tomato seeds. The 6 luminous orbs were: Item Upgrade Scroll 1, Silver Grade. Weather Influence Scroll 1, Silver Grade. Secondary Refuge Island Scroll 1, Silver Grade. Friend Alliance Scroll 1, Silver Grade. Seawater Desalination Filter, Silver Grade. And Martial Stability Staff Blueprint, Silver Grade. Name: Weather Influence Scroll 1 Grade. Silver Function: capable of altering localized weather conditions. It can swiftly transition from sunny to rainy. Description: do you wish to control the weather? The Weather Influence Scroll will assist you in manifesting your desires, whether basking in sunlight or enduring torrential rain. However, the scroll remains effective for 1 hour. Name: Martial Stability Staff Blueprint Grade. Silver Materials: 30 refined iron function. The staff measures 4 meters in length. Entirely forged from refined iron, weighing 100 pounds. Description: sweeping across a vast area, the Martial Stability Staff triumphs through its weight. It requires the user to possess silver-grade physical capabilities. After reviewing these items, Wang Feng felt less unfortunate, as the practicality of the treasure chest was remarkably high. He then took out the gold chest, this time refraining from opening it immediately, instead murmuring, "3 purities, Buddha, and the deities of heaven, bless me with extraordinary fortune and unveil splendid treasures." With that, he opened the gold chest, revealing 5 items, 4 of which were luminous orbs. Wang Feng instantly felt a surge of excitement as he retrieved the 5 items. 300 refined iron, the giant wave spear, gold grade. Beast Bloodline Awakening Scroll 1 Gold Grade. Ability Recovery Potion Blueprint Gold Grade. And Six-Winged Jade Edge 1 Gold Grade. Name: Giant Wave Spear Grade. Gold Function: measuring 5 feet in length and weighing 50 pounds. It enhances attack speed by 10, crafted through a unique process, and inflicts wounds that are difficult to heal. Description: the longer the spear, the stronger the strike. With the spear in hand, who dares to obstruct me? The user must possess silver grade physical capabilities. Name: Ability Recovery Potion Blueprint Grade. Gold Materials: 1 gold grade soul pill and 100 milliliters of fresh water can produce 5 potions. Function: designed to treat severe wounds. It rapidly restores the body to its optimal condition, including the recovery of innate abilities. Introduction: the essentials for combat, ensuring your enduring fighting capability, alleviating the concern of sudden power loss. The effects are immediate for items of golden grade and below. Name: Six-Winged Jade Blade Swarm 1. Inactive. Level: Golden. Function: defend the sanctuary, assault intruders, possessing a formidable exterior. Physical attacks of the same level cannot harm the swarm, yet it is vulnerable to flames. Ultimately, it is advisable to pair it with water attribute mutated beasts for survival, necessitating corresponding level flowers. If using silver-grade flowers, one can only maintain silver-grade combat prowess. The Six-Winged Jade Blade boasts a resilient shell, impervious to equal-level physical assaults, yet it harbors a fear of fire. Best utilized alongside water attribute mutated beasts. Wang Feng meticulously perused the detailed descriptions of each item, his heart swelling with joy. Each of these treasures is immediately usable and capable of enhancing his strength. Ever since his ascension to silver grade, the once familiar edge spear now felt somewhat insubstantial in his grasp, its might significantly diminished. He had intended to try his luck at the trading market upon returning to the sanctuary, hoping to find a more suitable weapon. However, to his astonishment, he had directly obtained such a coveted piece of equipment, the tidal spear. Unable to contain his excitement, Wang Feng eagerly grasped the tidal spear and swiftly exited the cave. Standing in an open space, the spear in his hands transformed into a magnificent white-silver dragon, soaring and swirling through the air with a resounding roar. Each swing conjured a fierce gust of wind, as if the surrounding air was stirred by this formidable force. Once he acclimated to the feel and characteristics of the tidal spear, Wang Feng took a moment to compose himself. He turned to Yuan Bao, contemplating deeply, and ultimately decided to prioritize the precious Beast Bloodline Awakening Scroll, Golden Grade, for Yuan Bao's use. After all, Yuan Bao had demonstrated superior offensive capabilities in previous battles. Though Badong was equally significant, he could afford to delay the use of the Beast Bloodline Awakening Scroll for them. When Yuan Bao promptly appeared before Wang Feng, he unhesitatingly directed the Beast Bloodline Awakening Scroll towards Yuan Bao. Taking a deep breath, he focused all his energy and activated the potent force contained within the scroll. In an instant, a radiant white light erupted from the scroll, surging forth like a torrent of energy and rushed directly towards Yuan Bao. The brilliance dissipated swiftly, vanishing within minutes. Yuan Bao's size had diminished slightly, now measuring only 4 meters in length. Wang Feng reviewed Yuan Bao's information. Name: Thunder Pattern Xian Tiger King. Yuan Bao. Level: Golden Experience. 150 Golden. Promotion to Diamond. Skills: Control Lightning. Capable of spitting lightning for attacks. In its mature form, it can influence the surrounding environment and control lightning. Close Combat. Possesses close combat power far exceeding that of an ordinary tiger. Capable of dispatching a child with a single strike. Call Wind and Rain. The wind from the tiger conjures wind and rain. The wind is imbued with wind blade attacks, while the rain conceals ice spikes, amplifying the power of lightning. Introduction: the thunder-striped Black Tiger King, in its juvenile stage, measures 4 meters in length and possesses the remarkable ability to breathe freely underwater. On land, it exhibits extraordinary speed, reflexes, and flexibility, coupled with formidable close-range attack power. Thanks to its lineage from the Qiongqi, Wang Feng was astonished to discover that Yuan Bao had transformed into the sovereign of its species, a metamorphosis that significantly enhanced its abilities. The once simple skill of summoning winds had evolved into a more potent invocation of wind and rain, allowing for a harmonious interplay with thunder and lightning. This evolution signified that Yuan Bao, in the later stages, could not only unleash bolts of lightning, but also summon celestial truths, a dramatic escalation in its offensive capabilities. Recognizing Yuan Bao's meteoric rise in strength, Wang Feng felt a surge of joy within. He understood that in this perilous world, possessing formidable power was the essence of survival. He resolved to explore the cave, and, utilizing the golden grade soul orb of the four-eyed cat eagle along with 100 milliliters of fresh water, began crafting restorative potions for his abilities. Preparing for unforeseen circumstances, Wang Feng successfully concocted 5 restorative potions, which he carefully placed into his storage bag. These potions would serve as a robust safeguard against potential dangers. After accomplishing this, Wang Feng retrieved the millennium-old ice, burying it in the earth. This ancient ice was not only an essential tool for his nightly rest, but also a means through which he could continuously refine his body and will. Taking a deep breath, Wang Feng reclined upon the millennium-old ice. Instantly, a bone-chilling cold enveloped him, yet he did not falter, commencing his daily arduous training. As time passed, Wang Feng's body gradually acclimated to the frigid embrace of the ice, and unbeknownst to him, his strength and endurance began to blossom. One morning, he was awakened by the roars of wild beasts. After stowing all his belongings into his storage bag, he emerged from the cave, wielding the great wave spear. Chapter 49. The Azure Ice Eagle. Upon exiting the cave, he stood at the entrance, inhaling deeply the fresh air and basking in the warmth of the sunlight. He gazed up at the sky, silently invoking the name of Shadow. While awaiting its arrival, he retrieved some provisions from his storage bag and distributed them among the great sage and the others. They devoured the food with fervor, relishing its exquisite flavor. Once they had finished their meal, Shadow finally manifested. Its form flickered among the grass, ethereal as a specter. Upon sighting Shadow, Wang Feng smiled and summoned the 8 tubes into the beast's space, then nimbly vaulted onto Yuan Bao's back. Feeling its master-S movement, Yuan Bao rose instantly, striding forward with steady steps to follow the pack of shadow wolves. They traversed dense woods and leaped over babbling streams, moving with remarkable swiftness. Given their location on the outskirts of the island and the formidable aura emanating from the shadow wolves, no other beasts dared to attack them along the way. After a prolonged journey, Wang Feng ultimately arrived at the destination indicated by Shadow. Before him stood a small mountain, quietly towering over the vast expanse of land. The summit abruptly broke off, forming a steep cliff, as though the earth had been rent asunder, evoking a sense of awe. The cliff soared into the clouds, dropping vertically, resembling an insurmountable barrier. Its surface was rugged and uneven, strewn with sharp rocks and crevices, each displaying peculiar shapes, some akin to razor-sharp blades, others resembling grotesque beasts. Below the precipice lay an abyssal ocean, dark as night, devouring all that approached. Waves crashed against the cliff with a thunderous roar, while the sea breeze howled past, carrying a briny tang. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Wang Feng found no trace of the giant eagle that Shadow had signaled. He and the great sage ventured toward the cliff. Midway there, he heard a piercing cry. An eagle emerged from the distant ocean, its sharp talons clutching a massive fish. Swiftly approaching the cliff, this colossal eagle was immense, with a wingspan exceeding 8 meters, reminiscent of small aircraft. Its feathers gleamed in a profound azure, seemingly merging with the sky. The eagle's head was grand, its beak sharp and elongated, glinting ominously, inducing a chill. Its talons were enormous and powerful, yellow as steel, grasping a fish over a meter in length, a testament to its formidable hunting prowess. The eagle's physique was sleek, muscles well-defined, exuding strength. As it soared through the air, its vast wings beat against the wind, stirring a tempest. Upon reaching the cliff's edge, the eagle released its grip on the fish, casting it down, before diving rapidly towards Wang Feng and the others. As it neared them, it ascended sharply back to the cliff's summit, watching Wang Feng's every move with keen interest. Seizing this moment, Wang Feng began to examine the giant eagle's information. Name, Azure Ice Eagle level, golden description. The Azure Ice Eagle, in its mature phase, can briefly navigate underwater. Its massive size commands respect. Beware of its talents. Although the information at hand is somewhat limited, Wang Feng has resolutely made his decision. The next beast he shall command is none other than the Kanglen Ice Hawk. With a clear objective in mind, he began to meticulously strategize for the impending battle. His first thought was to harness the unique abilities of the great sage to influence the weather. Wang Feng understood that the forthcoming tempest would create ideal conditions for Yuan Bao's rain-calling skills. As the primary force behind this offensive, Yuan Bao bore a critical responsibility, ensuring that the Kanglen Ice Hawk does not ascend too high, for if it did, Wang Feng would be unable to tame it, and they might become helpless targets. To ensure absolute certainty in their plan, Wang Feng also summoned Ba Tong from the beast space. Ba Tong possède formidable swapping ability. Should the Kanglen Ice Hawk's flight descend below 10 meters, it would swiftly ensnare the creature, rendering it unable to escape. Simultaneously, Shadow received Wang Feng's orders to dart across the battlefield, continuously drawing the Kanglen Ice Hawk's attention and disrupting its attack rhythm. Once all arrangements were in place, the great sage unfalteringly unleashed its skill. In an instant, the previously sunny sky was engulfed by ominous clouds, casting darkness over the entire battlefield. At that moment, Shadow led the wolf pack forward like a swirling vortex of shadows. The Kanglen Ice Hawk, upon witnessing this, emitted a piercing cry and darted skyward like a bolt of lightning, diving directly toward Shadow. As the Kanglen Ice Hawk soared above Shadow, it flapped its wings violently, unleashing countless ice spikes that rained down with astonishing speed upon Shadow and the wolves. The wolf pack, having anticipated the Kanglen Ice Hawk's assault, reacted swiftly, scattering like phantoms, causing the hawk's ambush to miss its mark. The Kanglen Ice Hawk, akin to a cannonball, plummeted at remarkable speed, its talons resembling two exquisitely sharp daggers aimed directly at the head of a silver-grayed shadow wolf. In an instant, a muffled explosion resonated as the wolf's head burst open, blood and brain matter splattering, while its body fell limply to the ground like a severed kite. Just then, the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour, as if the sky itself sought to amplify the intensity of this fierce battle. Observing this, Yuan Bao unhesitatingly activated its rain-calling skill, and the winds and rains surged violently, sweeping across the battlefield like a furious torrent. As the Kanglen Ice Hawk attempted to launch another ice spike attack, Yuan Bao suddenly opened its mouth, releasing a blinding bolt of lightning that shot forth like an arrow. The Kanglen Ice Hawk, realizing the impending danger, hastily abandoned its initial assault and turned to evade the lightning. However, Yuan Bao had anticipated this move. At the very moment the Kanglen Ice Hawk pivoted, a massive flash of lightning erupted from the clouds above, akin to a silver dragon, striking the Kanglen Ice Hawk's back with breathtaking swiftness. The Kanglen Ice Eagle, struck by the blow, instantly lost control of its body, plummeting downwards like a downed aircraft. However, its strength was evidently far superior to that of the four-eyed cat eagle. Just as Yuan Bao's second bolt of lightning was en route, the Kanglen Ice Eagle astonishingly regained its composure, vigorously flapping its wings to halt its descent. While evading the lightning, I unhesitatingly unleashed a barrage of ice spikes towards Yuan Bao, swiftly ascending to initiate a long-range offensive. The ice spikes rained down upon Yuan Bao, who promptly activated a gust of wind to shatter a portion of them, while nimbly sidestepping the remaining projectiles. The situation gradually deteriorated, with both parties locked in a stalemate, neither able to secure a decisive victory. Wang Feng, observing the impasse, felt increasingly anxious. He was concerned for Yuan Bao's safety in the skirmish, as well as the possibility of the Kanglen Ice Eagle fleeing if it found itself at a disadvantage. Suddenly, a clever idea struck him. A strategy began to form in his mind. He immediately communicated with Yuan Bao, instructing it to run downhill after a brief period of attack to lure the Kanglen Ice Eagle in pursuit. This time, they would prepare to ensnare the eagle with the tentacles of Batong as it dove to strike. Upon receiving Wang Feng's message, Yuan Bao understood the plan. It engaged in further remote attacks with the Kanglan Ice Eagle before seizing the opportunity during a moment of vulnerability, abruptly turning and racing downhill like an arrow released from a bow. The Kanglan Ice Eagle, unwilling to relent, saw Yuan Bao's retreat as an invitation to strike. With the swiftness of lightning, it dove directly towards Yuan Bao, closing the distance in an instant, now merely 20 meters from the ground. Chapter 50. The island's wind blade Wang Feng initiated his formidable beast mastery skill, causing the Kanglan giant eagle's previously swift dive to suddenly slow, as if ensnared by an invisible force. In that fleeting moment, Yuan Bao seized the opportunity, releasing a dazzling bolt of lightning from its mouth. Simultaneously, dark clouds in the sky unleashed a similarly powerful lightning strike, the two arcs intertwining like silver serpents, aimed directly at the Kanglan Ice Eagle. At that moment, the Kanglan Ice Eagle, fully focused on resisting Wang Feng's beast mastery, was oblivious to the impending dual lightning assault, unable to evade and merely watching helplessly as the lightning struck its body. With two thunderous booms, the Kanglan Ice Eagle emitted a piercing cry, its form plummeting like a kite severed from its string. Batong had long been poised below, its elongated tentacles coiling around the Kanglan Ice Eagle's talons like ethereal serpents. Sensing the imminent danger, the Kanglan giant eagle struggled desperately to free itself from Batong's grasp, but the tentacles tightened around it like iron pincers, rendering escape nearly impossible. Yuan Bao, recognizing the splendid opportunity, opened its mouth once more, unleashing a thicker bolt of lightning that struck the Kanglan Ice Eagle like a resplendent blue pillar. This strike bore the weight of thunder itself, overwhelming the Kanglan Ice Eagle, which cried out in agony as the lightning struck, its injuries worsening. And the once mighty power within it began to wane. As the Kanglan Ice Eagle descended rapidly, mere meters from the ground, Desheng suddenly enlarged several times, towering in the air like a mountain. With a powerful leap, Desheng's robust arms, as strong as steel, firmly grasped the Kanglan Ice Eagle's talons and exerted all its strength to drag it down to the earth. At this juncture, the Kanglan Ice Eagle could no longer resist. Wang Feng intensified his beast mastery skill, and gradually, the Kanglan Ice Eagle quieted, succumbing to Wang Feng's will. A smile of satisfaction graced Wang Feng's face as he successfully tamed the formidable Kanglan Ice Eagle. He began to examine its detailed profile. Name: Kanglan Ice Eagle. Kanglan. Level: Gold skills. 1000 feather ice spike. Launches ice spikes at a designated target while flapping its wings. Ice wind shield. Creates a layer of ice wind around its body to withstand external attacks. Description: Kanglan Ice Eagle, in its mature stage, can briefly operate in water. Possessing a massive form, beware of its talons. Suddenly, Wang Feng realized that Kanglan had yet to unleash its shield skill. This revelation filled him with relief, for had Kanglan activated this ability, he might have struggled to tame the beast successfully. Wang Feng decided to allow the group a brief respite. Once they had regained some stamina, he approached Shadow alone. Wang Feng quietly instructed Shadow to remain on the island, serving as a crucial coordinate point. He emphasized the importance of safety, cautioning Shadow not to wander aimlessly to avoid unforeseen dangers. After all, Wang Feng still needed to rely on Shadow for transportation, making its safety paramount. Shadow comprehended Wang Feng's instructions and let out a long howl before leading the pack of wolves swiftly out of Wang Feng's sight. Once Shadow had departed, Wang Feng summoned Kanglan into the bee space and proceeded towards the coastline accompanied by Dasheng, Badong, and Yuan Bao. It had been several days since they left the sanctuary island, and now it was time to return. Upon finally reaching the beach, Wang Feng was once again astonished by the sight before him. The shallow waters ahead were a shocking crimson, with countless marine creatures floating lifelessly in the sea, evidently deceased for some time. A sense of unease gripped Wang Feng's heart, prompting him to alert his companions to heighten their vigilance. As they approached the ocean, the number of animal carcasses increased, yet curiously, there were no signs of any creatures preying upon the marine life. Faced with such an eerie scene, Wang Feng hesitated to wade into the waters. He was uncertain of the dangers concealed within the blood-stained sea. perhaps harboring some lethal threat that could plunge them into irretrievable peril. Standing on the shore, his gaze was piercing as he scrutinized the ocean's surface. The tumultuous waves crashed against the shore, sending sprays of white foam into the air. Amidst this vast expanse of water, two bronze-tiered sea turtles were slowly making their way to the beach. Suddenly, one of the turtles seemed to be struck by an unseen force, abruptly halting its movement. Its body began to convulse violently, blood gushing from various wounds, staining the surrounding waters crimson. In stark contrast, the other turtle remained unharmed, continuing its slow crawl towards the shore. Observing this, Wang Feng's mind stirred as he began to grasp the underlying reason. He swiftly retrieved some animal flesh from his storage pouch and unhesitatingly tossed it around him. The pieces of flesh danced through the air, some landing on the beach while others plunged into the sea. To his astonishment, certain pieces of flesh instantaneously sprouted gashes, as if sliced by an invisible blade, while others sank into the depths without any alteration. Wang Feng's hypothesis was confirmed. Surrounding this seemingly tranquil island was a circle of wind blades. These blades spun silently across the water's surface, ready to mercilessly shred any object that ventured too close. Wang Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him, recalling their previous fortune upon reaching the island. Had it not been for the turtle's encounter with the wind blades, he might have remained oblivious to the danger, assuming the presence of some unknown creature, and unknowingly face the same grim fate. To delve deeper into the patterns of these wind blades, Wang Feng continued to cast animal flesh into the surroundings, meticulously observing their reactions. Each time the flesh was sliced by the wind blades, he recorded the corresponding positions and angles, mapping the trajectory of the blades. With utmost care, Wang Feng stored yuan bao and badhong in the beast space, fearful of any harm that might befall them in this realm of uncertainty. Meanwhile, he kept Dashong by his side. After all, the great sage possesses a remarkable agility, and its relatively diminutive stature allows it to navigate through intricate environments with ease. Wang Feng took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing thoughts, and softly addressed the great sage. "My friend, you must stay closely by my side. It is imperative that you do not lag behind." The great sage appeared to comprehend his words, nodding in acknowledgement. With all preparations complete, Wang Feng dashed forward into the depths of the ocean without hesitation. His speed was astonishing, akin to a bolt of lightning, as he deftly maneuvered left and right to evade potential dangers that may lurk ahead. As he ventured deeper into the sea, the hue of the water began to transform. Initially, it was a deep crimson reminiscent of blood, instilling a sense of dread and oppression. However, as he progressed, the color gradually lightened, ultimately evolving into a profound blue. When the water turned a rich azure, Wang Feng finally paused to catch his breath. Glancing back, he beheld the island emerging faintly from the ocean, shrouded in mystery and fraught with peril. This isle was steeped in the bizarre and the unknown, leaving Wang Feng with an array of lingering questions. Why were there so many mutated beasts on this island? Furthermore, why did their levels escalate so dramatically? What could possibly account for this phenomenon? Additionally, why did the marine creatures recklessly swim toward the island in relentless pursuit? These inquiries haunted Wang Feng's thoughts, filling him with an insatiable curiosity and reverence for the enigmatic island before him. Chapter 51. Finally encountering humanity, Wang Feng cautiously released the octopus and yuanbao from the beast space. As soon as the octopus emerged, it exhibited an exuberant demeanor, its tentacles dancing energetically in the ocean's depths. Compared to the terrestrial realm, the octopus held a distinct fondness for the sea. Wang Feng smiled at the octopus and said, "All right, dear octopus, this time we shall rely on your guidance. We wandered freely on our way here, but now we must return to the refuge island. So it is imperative that you lead us accurately and swiftly." He was acutely aware that in this vast ocean, one could easily lose their way, making the octopus's navigational skills crucial. The octopus seemed to comprehend Wang Feng's words, its tentacles swaying slightly, as if nodding in acknowledgement. It then swiftly propelled itself forward, charting the course for Wang Feng. He followed the octopus, diving into the seabed. The sights beneath the waves left him in awe. Vibrant coral reefs, schools of fish, and an array of unique marine creatures created a world teeming with vitality. As they progressed, Wang Feng maintained a connection with the octopus through his Beastmaster abilities. He informed it to remain vigilant for small silver-tier marine creatures while leading the way. De Sheng was still at the silver tier and required the hunt of over 40 silver-tier beasts to ascend to the golden tier. This journey back to Refuge Island presented a prime opportunity to exploit the abundant marine resources for De Sheng's ascension. Upon receiving Wang Feng's message, the octopus instantly grasped his intentions. Its tentacles swayed once more, signaling its understanding of the mission. Thus, they continued onward, keeping a keen eye on their surroundings. Upon spotting any silver-tier marine life, the octopus would swiftly extend its tentacles to ensnare the creature, while the Sheng would charge ahead without hesitation, delivering a powerful blow to swiftly eliminate the target. Their cooperation was seamless, rendering the silver-tier marine creatures alarmingly vulnerable before their formidable team. Essentially, as soon as the octopus identified prey, De Sheng would efficiently conclude the encounter. They relentlessly hunted silver-tier marine beings, the passage of time slipping away unnoticed. Throughout the day, they advanced through the ocean, reaping a bountiful harvest. By evening, Wang Feng assessed their spoils, discovering they had amassed 20 soul orbs, 3 silver-tier treasure chests, and 200 units of blood essence. Though the yield was not exceptionally bountiful, the appearance of treasure chests was notably less frequent than usual. After an entire day of swimming, fatigue overcame Wang Feng, prompting him to cease further exploration. He and the octopus began their ascent to the ocean surface. When they finally surfaced, Wang Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. He retrieved a copperwood boat from his vast storage bag, secured Yuan Bao back in the beast space, and instructed the octopus to remain vigilant beneath the vessel. Subsequently, he hopped onto the boat alongside De Sheng. Lying on the deck, Wang Feng gazed up at the sky. The night sky was adorned with twinkling stars, resembling dazzling gemstones embedded in the vast celestial canvas. The Milky Way flowed like a silvery ribbon across the night sky, shimmering with an enchanting and mysterious luminescence. His spirits gradually lifted, and before he realized it, his eyelids grew heavy, ultimately leading him into the realm of dreams. In the early morning, the sun's rays pierced directly into Wang Feng's eyes, prompting him to slowly open them. He sat up, stretched lazily, and gazed towards the distant ocean. The sea lay tranquil and serene, an ideal day for ocean exploration. Suddenly, a small black dot in the distance captured Wang Feng's attention. This dot stood out prominently against the horizon, and his curiosity led him to release the Kanglin ice eagle from his beast space, instructing it to investigate what the dot truly was. The Kanglin ice eagle soared directly into the sky from the deck, its speed remarkable, soon vanishing from Wang Feng's sight. After a while, the eagle relayed a message. "Master, that is not an island. It is a massive creature floating on the water surface." Wang Feng summoned the Kanglin ice eagle back into his beast space, filled with curiosity about this gigantic being, eager to discover its nature. He resolved to navigate the ship towards the black dot to observe it from a closer vantage point. As they approached the enigmatic figure, Wang Feng finally discerned its full form. It resembled a whale, yet was even larger, its length exceeding 50 meters on the surface of the sea. Its colossal and majestic body resembled a moving mountain. The skin exhibited a profound black hue, akin to the shroud of night, shimmering faintly with a subtle glow. The scales covering its body were reminiscent of a hardened shield, closely arranged, each glistening with a metallic sheen, imparting an impression of invulnerability. Atop its head sat a pair of enormous eyes, deep as tranquil lakes, emanating an air of mystery and authority. Surrounding the eyes was a faint golden halo, as if symbolizing its inner power. Its mouth was wide and sharp, revealing teeth that gleamed with a chilling light, capable of effortlessly rending steel. Suddenly, the colossal creature expelled a gigantic column of water into the sky, the spray shooting upwards as if attempting to break through the heavens. The column was interspersed with countless tiny droplets, sparkling in the sunlight like a resplendent rainbow. The force of this water column was so potent that it stirred the surrounding sea, creating a massive vortex. Recognizing the lack of profit and the potential danger, Wang Feng immediately halted their advance. He and the Kanglan Ice Eagle leapt into the water, stowing away the copperwood ship into his storage bag, and swiftly swam towards the ocean floor, continuing to follow the 8 tubes in the direction of Refuge Island. To Wang Feng's astonishment, he discovered that this return route was entirely different from the previous one. A flicker of doubt surfaced in his mind. What could possibly be the reason for this? As time passed, Wang Feng found himself alternating between the depths of the ocean and shallow waters. This fluctuation fascinated him. The environmental disparities between the deep and shallow seas were stark, and he was unfamiliar with this strange marine territory. Even more surprising was the rarity of encounters with various colossal marine creatures along this peculiar path. This struck him as odd, as such giants were typically abundant in the ocean. After considerable contemplation, Wang Feng deduced that the sudden elevation of the seabed had significantly impeded the movements of the colossal marine creatures, rendering their navigation in such regions exceedingly challenging. Just as he was lost in thought, the leading 8 tubes emitted a signal, having once again discovered a diminutive silver-tier marine organism. Observing this, the great sage dashed forward with the swiftness of lightning, poised to eliminate the creature. Wang Feng, unhurried, trailed behind with Yuan Bao, reasoning that the process should unfold as it had previously. He merely needed to wait for the great sage to successfully vanquish the marine life before proceeding to dissect the carcass. However, as he pondered, an urgent message from 8 tubes interrupted his thoughts. The communication revealed that a creature resembling him had been sighted ahead. Initially taken aback, Wang Feng quickly grasped the implication. They had encountered another human. This revelation stirred a whirlwind of emotions within him. After spending so long in the oceanic realm, he had finally come across another human. Yet he remained uncertain of the other's capabilities and whether they would be amicable. Without hesitation, Wang Feng swiftly relayed a warning to 8 tubes and the great sage, advising them to exercise caution and to refrain from approaching the enigmatic creature. Meanwhile, he quickened his pace, steering Yuan Bao towards the location of 8 tubes. Chapter 52. The secondary refuge island. Wang Feng darted through the dense underwater foliage with the swiftness of lightning, quickly arriving at the location of Batong and the great sage. At a glance, he observed Batong and the great sage confronting each other across a massive, silver-level-armed blade crab. The creature's body was encased in a formidable shell, with its enormous pincers thrashing menacingly in the air. As Wang Feng focused intently, he was startled to discover that standing opposite him was a young woman. She wielded a long staff, her tall figure reaching approximately 7 meters. Her features were strikingly beautiful, yet her gaze was sharply penetrating, emanating a chilling aura. Wang Feng felt an unsettling familiarity about her, as if he had encountered her before, though he could not immediately recall where. While Wang Feng was scrutinizing her, the young woman took notice of his arrival. A look of apprehension crossed her face, and she swiftly raised her hand. Suddenly, a torrent of water blades surged forth from the depths, racing towards Wang Feng like a bolt of lightning. The ferocity and speed of the water blades were astonishing, closing in on him in an instant. Startled, Wang Feng quickly sidestepped to evade the attack. The power of the water blades was beyond imagination, effortlessly slicing the armed blade crab into numerous pieces. Its shell, akin to tofu, shattered under the onslaught, disintegrating in an instant. Yet, the water blades continued their relentless advance toward Wang Feng and his companions. Wang Feng was taken aback by the girl's fierce assault. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he wasted no time and swiftly retrieved the giant wave gun from his storage pouch, preparing to counterattack. The young woman, unfazed by her missed strike, maintained her composure. With another graceful motion, she summoned the water to coalesce into an even denser array of blades, shooting toward Wang Feng like a storm of arrows. Her movements were both elegant and ruthless, as if she had become one with the sea. The water blades intertwined in the air, forming an impenetrable net that sealed off all of Wang Feng's escape routes. They moved with such velocity, akin to meteors streaking across the sky. leaving him dazzled and struggling to discern their trajectories. Enraged by the danger, Wang Feng commanded his beasts with fervor, "Attack. Engage freely, but ensure they are captured alive." Upon receiving the command, Batong and the others immediately entered attack mode, eagerly seeking opportunities. Wang Feng, agile as a specter, navigated deftly between the water blades, his eyes fixated on the young woman, determined not to miss a single chance to strike. At that moment, Batong seized a perfect opportunity, its tentacles striking forth with the speed and power of lightning towards a girl. She was evidently no novice. Her brow furrowed slightly as she conjured a sturdy protective shield of water before her. Concurrently, she directed a portion of the water blades like arrows straight at Batong. Observing this, Yuan Bao stepped forward to manipulate the water flow, shattering the water blades aimed at Batong. The young woman had evidently underestimated the strength of Batong's tentacles, and with a sharp crack, the seemingly indestructible water shield shattered as if it were mere glass. The young woman was taken aback, yet her reflexes were remarkably swift. In an instant, she wielded her staff with fervor, creating an impenetrable barrier that repelled the myriad of tentacles from the creature known as the Eight Tubes. The great sage, astutely observing the fleeting moment when the water blades paused, leaped forward without hesitation, resembling a fierce tiger as he lunged directly at the young woman. Sensing the impending assault, she evaded with the speed of lightning, simultaneously sweeping her staff towards the sage's legs like a whirlwind. In midair, the sage twisted and turned with the grace of a dragon, deftly avoiding the strike of the staff. His gaze was piercing, and all his strength coalesced into his fist, which he hurled towards the young woman with thunderous might. Reacting with remarkable agility, she swiftly waved her hands, and the water coiled around her like a silver serpent, forming a sturdy protective shield. Though it trembled violently under the sage's assault, it steadfastly absorbed the blow. Meanwhile, she directed the water blades to shoot forth like a rain of arrows, intercepting other incoming attacks. With a horizontal swing of her staff, the sage's fist collided with her weapon, producing a crisp sound. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, a glimmer of determination sparked in her eyes. She swiftly harnessed the force of the sage's punch, propelling herself backward like a nimble fish. As she moved, she skillfully manipulated the water currents to accelerate her escape, seemingly merging with the sea. Wang Feng thought to himself that it was not a matter of attacking or fleeing at will. He commanded everyone to unleash their full strength without restraint. Yuan Bao opened his mouth, and a brilliant flash of lightning surged forth like a silver serpent, sealing the path of the young woman's retreat. The great sage grew in size, resembling a towering mountain, and charged forward with the ferocity of a raging tempest. His fist descended upon the young woman like a torrential storm, showing no sign of pause. She attempted to block with her staff once more. However, the sage's strength was overwhelming. Upon contact, the staff shattered instantly, leaving his fist unimpeded as it ruthlessly struck her. In the moment the staff broke, she invoked her ultimate technique once again, conjuring a new protective shield around herself. Yet the sage's fist, as if wielding the power to dismantle all barriers, shattered her defense anew and connected with her body. The young woman was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, plummeting to the ocean floor. Her complexion turned as pale as parchment as she summoned every ounce of strength to extricate herself from the mire below. The tentacles of the Eight Tubes, however, were as unyielding as iron, pinning her firmly to the seabed, rendering her immobile. The venom from the tentacles irritated her skin, and any excess movement would provoke a lethal strike. In a swift motion, another tentacle yanked her storage pouch from her waist. Wang Feng produced a secondary shelter island scroll, silver grade. Gripping the great wave spear in one hand, its tip glinting with a deadly sheen, he approached the young woman, the scroll in the other. His expression remained impassive as he gazed upon her, his cold voice resonating in the depths of the ocean. Submit or perish. You have but these two choices. Do not entertain thoughts of resistance, for that will only subject you to tortures more dreadful than death. Though I harbor no interest in peculiar inclinations, I am well versed in methods of torment. The woman's complexion shifted dramatically, and with trepidation, she inquired softly, You wouldn't do anything to me, would you? If so, I would rather perish at this very moment. Wang Feng's expression remained unchanged as he replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, I have no sexual interest in you. Women merely influence the speed at which I draw my weapon. Hurry and consent. I lack the time to dawdle." Perceiving Wang Feng's sincerity, the woman acquiesced to the secondary sanctuary island scroll. Wang Feng felt a new image of an island materialize in his mind, allowing him to obliterate this sanctuary along with its master at will, while simultaneously exerting control over the woman's every action, effectively stripping her of her agency. Indeed, as Wang Feng had asserted, he held no interest in women. The exhilaration and fulfillment derived from hunting mutated creatures far surpassed any allure a woman could offer. Chapter 53. Assault on Shelter Island. Wang Feng instructed Badong to toss the storage bag to the other party, while he proceeded to handle the carcass of the claw crab. Swiftly, he dismantled it, acquiring 1 silver-grade soul pill and 20 units of blood and flesh essence. Subsequently, he swam towards the surface of the sea, where he asked the woman to introduce herself, facilitating her future role. "My name is Xia Si. Previously, I was a martial artist on Blue Star, skilled primarily in Southern Fist, Southern Saber, and Southern Staff. My awakened talent allows me to control water elements, and I am currently at the silver level. Shelter Island is a Tier 3 sanctuary. In the sea region where I was, there were several other shelters not too far apart. Initially, we cooperated, but once the protective barrier of the island vanished, numerous unspeakable events occurred as we struggled for survival. I managed to escape by sheer luck and live on. The moment I saw you, those memories flooded back, prompting me to strike first." Wang Feng regarded the individual before him, pondering how to discern the authenticity of her words. Although the secondary shelter scroll could determine her life or death, it offered no insight into her true intentions. Upon hearing her name, he suddenly realized why she seemed familiar. He had previously witnessed her martial arts performances on Blue Star. Although he understood those displays were mere flamboyant acts, it did not diminish his appreciation, especially as he recalled her impressive matches against others. After all, he had participated in 3 competitions, securing ranks in each. Wang Feng then posed his final query. "Given your skills and innate abilities, it stands to reason that you should not have been easily subdued. At the very least, escaping should not have posed a problem, correct?" Xia Si paused momentarily before elucidating. "The primary distinction between humans and animals lies in our ability to utilize tools. I was caught off guard when they administered a drug, which led to my capture. Upon regaining consciousness, I employed my water blade ability to sever the ropes binding me, successfully escaping. However, I attempted to locate that island again, yet curiously, I could not even catch a glimpse of its shadow." Wang Feng felt a twinge of mockery at her audacity, considering she was already under his control. He was disinclined to continue the conversation and instructed Xia Si to lead him to her sanctuary. Upon arrival, he discovered that her shelter was rather modest. Aside from the basic facilities of a Tier 3 island, there was merely a small wooden hut, devoid of any protective structures. Indifferent to the surroundings, he acknowledged that Xia Si possessed certain resources, making her not easily expendable. However, he had yet to formulate a clear plan for her assistance. So he decided to allow her some freedom, treating this location as a potential teleportation point. After resting briefly, Wang Feng addressed Xia Si, stating, "Do not waste my secondary shelter scroll. I will contact you through the survival manual if any matters arise. Similarly, should you discover any valuable resources, feel free to reach out to me." After speaking, he added the other party to his friends list and, accompanied by the octopus, they made their way towards the ocean. Upon discovering others, his sole desire was to swiftly return to the sanctuary island, as he was deeply concerned that his hard-earned resources might be stolen while he was away. The octopus sensed Wang Feng's urgency and swam rapidly in a specific direction. This time, they refrained from hunting other marine creatures. Even when they encountered them, they quickly evaded, continuing their journey until nightfall. Wang Feng inquired through messages about their estimated time of arrival, but the octopus had no concept of time. It merely communicated that if they maintained their current speed, they would reach their destination after one more day. Wang Feng surfaced, returning to the boat to replenish his energy and rest for a while. On the deck, he nostalgically recalled his days on land, where he could sit atop Yuang Bao's back. Although he could do so in the ocean, he preferred not to think about moving quickly. He considered whether he could ride the eagle in the Beastmaster space for a swifter journey, but for the sake of safety, he ultimately abandoned the idea. Once he had regained some strength, he instructed the octopus to continue leading the way, resolute in his decision to press on without rest. The marine creatures became more active during the night, particularly in the depths of the ocean, where one could occasionally witness them engaging in fierce combat. At this moment, Wang Feng had no desire to participate and merely kept his distance. After a prolonged journey, he regretted having trusted the octopus's estimate of a single day. Night had long since fallen, yet he still failed to recognize any familiar landmarks, and the route they took was entirely different. Wang Feng felt as though he might become lost in the ocean, yet he had no other choice but to grit his teeth and follow the octopus. As they transitioned once more from shallow waters into the deep, he experienced a peculiar sense of familiarity, but the seafloor appeared remarkably similar in all directions, leaving him uncertain. After continuing for a while, he realized he indeed had been here before. This was the deep sea beyond the coral reefs near Sanctuary Island. Instantly, Wang Feng's spirits revived. As if all his weariness had been swept away, he swiftly propelled himself through the water, akin to an arrow released from a bow. Soon, Wang Feng burst through the surface, and the sight before him evoked an indescribable joy within his heart. The familiar Sanctuary Island stood like an impregnable fortress, quietly rising from the ocean. It represented his safe haven in this vast marine world. As long as Sanctuary Island remained, he would never be alone, serving as a reminder of his origins from the blue planet. However, just as Wang Feng reveled in his joy, his gaze was suddenly drawn to an object on the beach, a wooden ship. His heart tightened. This was clearly not his vessel. Where had it come from? Without hesitation, Wang Feng summoned Kanglin from the Beastmaster space. The powerful, flying spirit beast immediately soared into the sky, circling above. Wang Feng commanded Kanglin to attack at once if it detected any beings resembling him. Upon receiving the command, Kanglin shot into the sky, its sharp gaze scanning the surroundings, leaving no suspicious target unchecked. Simultaneously, Wang Feng dared not delay any further. He rushed towards Sanctuary Island with the Sheng and Yuang Bao at the fastest pace. As they neared the sandy shore of Sanctuary Island, a sharp sound of something slicing through the air suddenly echoed above. Wang Feng lifted his gaze, only to behold countless icicles descending like raindrops, while the ground simultaneously launched arrows upward. Upon witnessing this, Sanglan immediately dove down, hurtling towards the arrows with astonishing speed. Spreading its wings, it wielded formidable strength to shatter the arrows one by one, continuing to unleash icicles. Observing this, Wang Feng promptly instructed the great sage and Yuan Bao to advance and support Sanglan, simultaneously advising them to exercise no restraint. As they were uncertain of the invaders' numbers and ranks, if they could eliminate them, they should do so without hesitation. Chapter 54. The Mysterious Teleportation Scroll. As Wang Feng swiftly approached the protective walls of the Sanctuary Island, wielding the colossal wave spear, he was utterly astonished by the sight before him. The once formidable walls now bore a gaping breach, as if shattered by some overwhelming force. At this juncture, bloodied thorns and vines intertwined, forming a makeshift barrier. Compounding the dire situation, the triple crossbow tower that had stood resolutely behind the walls lay in ruins, scattered stones littering the ground nearby. Yuan Bao and the others relentlessly assaulted a structure resembling an earthen hut, entirely engulfed in soil and stone, presenting a remarkably fortified cubic form. From time to time, the stone edifice would emit small apertures, launching arrows from within. Each strike from the great sage could shatter the earthen wall, yet astonishingly, it exhibited an inexhaustible capacity for regeneration. The fragments that had just been obliterated would swiftly reconstitute. Similarly, the icy spikes from Kanglin were thwarted by the overlying earthen barrier, preventing any substantial damage to the hut. Observing the futile assaults of the great sage and his companions, Wang Feng felt as if a dog were attempting to bite a turtle, an exercise in frustration. Regaining his composure, Wang Feng began to devise a strategy. he resolutely issued new commands, instructing the great sage and Yuan Bao to harness their weather-altering abilities to transform the current climatic conditions. The great sage acted first, its formidable aura radiating outward, causing the already overcast sky to release a gentle drizzle. Subsequently, it showcased its astonishing capacity for transformation, its form swelling to a mountainous size. With a mighty roar, it charged at the earthen structure like a meteor, its massive fists raining down upon a single point with relentless ferocity. As the great sage's onslaught intensified, the earthen wall crumbled more rapidly, the area of destruction widening. Despite the adversary's ongoing repairs, Wang Feng remained steadfast in his belief that the enemy could not sustain such regenerative prowess indefinitely. Persistent assault would eventually yield a breakthrough. At that moment, the invaders were preoccupied and could no longer return fire. Simultaneously, Yuan Bao and Wang Feng swiftly repositioned themselves. Yuan Bao unleashed his ability to summon winds and rains, and in an instant, the gentle drizzle transformed into a tempestuous downpour, as if enchanted by magic. Accompanied by howling winds, the raindrops plummeted to the ground like cannonballs, creating a cacophony of sound. Meanwhile, Kanglin's icy spikes, nourished by the rain, seemed to gain renewed vitality, rapidly expanding to a colossal size. These ice shards, akin to lethal arrows, pierced the top of the earthen hut, each imbued with immense power. Yuan Bao did not cease his offensive. His gaze shifted to another wall of the structure, and with a brilliant flash, a bolt of lightning surged forth, striking the stone wall with ferocious intensity. With a deafening crash, the earthen wall was breached, a vast cavity forming amidst the chaos, debris scattering in all directions. At this moment, the invader found himself besieged on three fronts. He had to fend off the icy spear assaults from Kanglin, mend the earthen wall shattered by lightning, and remain vigilant against the potential next strike from Yuan Bao. In the chaos, the pace of repairing the wall visibly slowed. Wang Feng, firmly gripping his spear, stood resolutely in place, his gaze sharp and hawk-like, fixated on the earthen dwelling, as if trying to see through its thick walls to the enemy within. He awaited patiently for the moment when the structure would finally shatter. Suddenly, a voice emerged from within the earthen house. "Big brother, please spare me. I truly haven't caused any damage yet. I can help repair the broken wall." Wang Feng let out a cold laugh. He was not easily swayed by such words. Nonetheless, he responded, "Very well, if you're so sincere, step out. If you can restore the wall, I shall immediately command my forces to cease their assault and allow you to leave." The adversary fell silent, clearly skeptical of Wang Feng's assurances. The invader did not cease his repairs. Rather, he hastened his efforts. Wang Feng, observing this, chuckled inwardly, unhurried in his approach, knowing the enemy was already trapped with no means of escape. As the storm intensified, rain poured down in torrents. The assaults from Kanglin and Yuan Bao grew increasingly ferocious, and the earthen wall crumbled more swiftly, with the area of destruction expanding. Estimating the time, Wang Feng deemed it was nearly time. The enemy must be struggling to maintain their defenses. Without hesitation, he commanded the great sage, Kanglin, and Yuan Bao to unleash their full strength for one final, decisive strike. In an instant, the three walls collapsed, reduced to a pile of rubble. Wang Feng, wielding the great wave spear, surged forward like an arrow, plunging into the debris. As he focused his gaze, he spotted a boy of about 17 or 18, standing amidst the rubble, a look of terror on his face, clutching a scroll as if preparing to activate it. Enraged, Wang Feng aimed his spear at the intruder. Just as the great wave spear was about to strike the boy, he activated the scroll. With a whoosh, the boy's form vanished like a phantom. Wang Feng was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the boy possessed such a bizarre means of escape. A conflagration of fury ignited within Wang Feng, filling his chest with an overwhelming wrath. He immediately sent a message to Kanglin, instructing it to soar into the sky and search the vicinity relentlessly. Wang Feng resolved, come what may, to locate that detestable boy. Even if he could not find the boy himself, he was determined to uncover his hiding place, the Sanctuary Island. There was no way he could allow the enemy to escape so easily, especially now that they were aware of the location of his refuge. And he could not remain guarding it forever. Moreover, given the small wooden boat the enemy had left on the shore, it was incapable of taking them far, suggesting that their sanctuary island lay not far away. Kanglin darted forth like an arrow, swiftly flying beyond the sanctuary island, its keen gaze scanning the sea like a radar, leaving no subtle change unnoticed. A wave of trepidation surged within Wang Feng. He silently rejoiced at his decision to return to the sanctuary island overnight, for otherwise, the consequences would have been utterly dire. He had narrowly escaped a disastrous defeat in what had seemed like a favorable battle, nearly falling victim to a successful raid by the enemy. Now, everything hinged on whether Songlan could uncover the adversary's whereabouts. Simultaneously, Wang Feng realized that in future maritime explorations, it was imperative to leave a beast companion on Sanctuary Island, enabling swift communication back for protection should intruders be detected. This experience imparted a crucial lesson. As everyone now sought to elevate the Sanctuary Island to level 4, the relentless quest for the island's core was exacerbating the survival conditions. Chapter 55. Level 4 Sanctuary Island. Wang Feng contemplated that Songlan would not be able to discover the opposing Sanctuary Island for some time. He turned to the damaged walls, unsure of where to begin, realizing that they were beyond repair. He recalled that he should have gathered sufficient materials to upgrade to a level 4 Sanctuary Island, so he decided to proceed with the enhancement. Allowing the Sheng and Yuan Bao to roam freely, he made his way to the center of the Sanctuary Island. Passing through the cultivation area, silvergrade, he noticed that the ocean corn had ripened, and he promptly harvested it, securing 20 units of ocean corn in his storage pouch. Once the upgrade was complete, he planned to sow these ocean corns as seeds, along with the ocean tomato seeds obtained from the treasure chest earlier. Returning to the stone house, Wang Feng retrieved the survival manual of Waterworld to examine the Sanctuary Island's information. Sanctuary Island, Level 3, 1,300 square meters, typically 1,000 square meters, with an additional reward of 300 square meters for upgrading to Level 3. Upgrade status: 985, 1000 copper wood, 10 wood equals 1 copper wood, 1117 1000 fine iron, 10 stone equals 1 fine iron, 1031,000 units of fresh water, 3710 soul pills, silver grade, 1 island core. The island core can be obtained after the level 3 island is destroyed or from treasure chests. The compacted 1,300 square meter island can withstand the impact of a level 12 typhoon, but do not expect it to endure greater disasters. Level 3 Sanctuary Island facilities. Walls, capable of withstanding attacks from bronze-grade creatures. Silver-grade creatures should be dealt with promptly. Level 3 Sanctuary Island facilities. Pond. A 100 square meter breeding pond is established within the Sanctuary Island. Drinking from the pond's water is not recommended. Noticing that he was still short of 20 copper wood, Wang Feng took out 2 silver-grade treasure chests he had acquired on his return journey, preparing to see if they contained copper wood. If not, he would trade with Lilan. He opened the 2 chests directly. 30 fine iron, 30 units of fresh water, 20 fine iron, 100 units of fresh water. 50 silver-grade spirit rice seeds, a blueprint for the Tang Mo Dao, silver grade, 10 packs of toilet paper, and 5 mutated big fish, silver grade. Wang Feng gazed at these items, momentarily at a loss for words, never expecting his luck to be so dismal today. He stored these items in his pouch. Then, he opened the chat window with Lilan in the survival manual of Waterworld and directly inquired, "How much copper wood do you have at the moment? I can trade silver-grade animal blood for it." Lilan promptly replied that she had only 100 copper wood and 100 fine iron. In order to upgrade, Wang Feng immediately sent her a trade link. 40 units of silver-grade blood essence for 100 copper wood and 100 fine iron. After the trade was completed, Wang Feng sent Lilan another message. Survivors are frantically searching for sanctuary islands to upgrade. I have a secondary sanctuary island scroll you might be interested in. To clarify, I have no romantic interest in you, but I can ensure your safety while you gather copper wood and fine iron. Please consider this. Here is the information for the secondary sanctuary island scroll. After Wang Feng exited the friend list and returned to the information about the sanctuary island, he discovered that the conditions for upgrading had been met. He clicked to upgrade the sanctuary island. In an instant, the island began to tremble slightly, enveloped in a radiant white light. The stones and earth beneath began to roll and shift, as though an invisible force was reshaping the very form of the island. As the white light intensified, a strange luminescence gradually emerged upon the surface of the sanctuary island. This glow flowed like liquid, shimmering with a myriad of colors, casting the entire island in a dreamlike brilliance. When Wang Feng opened his eyes again, he was astounded by the spectacle before him. The once desolate land was now adorned with trees and a variety of flowers and grasses. The area of the sanctuary island had expanded once more. He reopened the sanctuary island's informational panel to ascertain what new features had been added. Sanctuary Island, Level 4, 13,000 square meters, Upgrade, 8510, 000 copperwood, 10 timber exchange for 1 copperwood, 21710, 000 refined iron, 10 stones exchange for 1 refined iron, 3010, 000 units of freshwater, 010 soul pills, golden level, 05 level 4 island cores. Level 4 island cores can be obtained after the island is destroyed or from treasure chests. The transformed 13,000 square meter island can withstand the impact of an 18th level typhoon. However, do not expect it to endure greater calamities. Level 4 sanctuary island facilities. Walls, capable of withstanding attacks from silver level creatures. If facing golden level creatures, please address them promptly. Pond. The sanctuary island pond has been expanded to a 500 square meter breeding pond. Drinking from the pond's water is not recommended. Hill. A small mound occupying 1,000 square meters and standing 10 meters high can be placed anywhere on the sanctuary island. Once established, it cannot be moved. Wang Feng observed the sanctuary island's introduction. This upgrade expanded the island tenfold, added a small mound, and introduced many unfamiliar plants. The sanctuary island was increasingly evolving towards the new continent, though the difficulty of reaching level 5 had multiplied beyond measure. He felt ever more convinced that the ocean world was a relentless breeding ground for peril, where survivors would only dwindle further as time passed. He stepped outside to explore the upgraded sanctuary island. Upon reaching the remnants of the once ruined wall, he was astonished to find that the dilapidated structure had been completely renewed, now taller and sturdier than before. After carefully inspecting the wall and confirming its integrity, a great weight lifted from his heart. He retrieved 200 units of silver-level animal flesh from a storage bag and placed it beneath the bloodthorn vines. Immediately, the surface of the vines began to ripple gently before rapidly splitting into numerous delicate shoots, eagerly absorbing the nutrients from the flesh. Soon, the 200 units of animal flesh vanished. Wang Feng then placed another 200 units of animal flesh on the ground, grateful that the yuan bao had leveled up, providing him with an ample supply of animal flesh. Otherwise, he would have hesitated to allow the bloodthorn to grow so unchecked. As Wang Feng focused intently on observing the bloodthorn vines, he suddenly noticed that they had blossomed with a multitude of vibrant flowers. The flowers, resplendent in their vibrant hues, emanated a faint, unpleasant odor. He recalled the 6-winged jade wasps nestled within his storage pouch, classified as gold tier. Following the instructions provided, he delicately let a drop of his blood fall upon the hive. At the moment his blood made contact with the hive, it seemed to awaken, undergoing a marvelous transformation. The previously smooth surface of the hive suddenly revealed an entrance, through which colossal 6-winged jade wasps began to emerge, their 3 pairs of transparent wings glistening. These remarkable creatures displayed a unique golden hue, as though sculpted from precious jade. Their wings, both transparent and resilient, quivered gently, radiating an enigmatic luminescence. Each 6-winged jade wasp possessed a long, venomous stinger, shimmering with a disquieting blue light, suggesting a lethal toxin within. Their small, sharp heads bore eyes that sparkled with keen intensity, exuding a sense of alertness and acumen. A delicate layer of fine hairs cloaked their bodies, enhancing their agility and swiftness in flight. He attempted to direct them with his thoughts, discovering that these diminutive insects could indeed act according to his will. However, Unlike his usual bond with beasts, these six-winged jade wasps offered no feedback, resembling a legion of emotionless mechanical insects. He placed the hive of six-winged jade wasps upon the thorny vines, further fortifying the safety of the refuge island. Subsequently, Wang Feng approached the pond, releasing 5 silver-tier, mutated catfish from his storage pouch into the water. He then proceeded to the opposite side of the planting area, establishing a small mound there. This mound would eventually transform into a towering mountain, allowing rainwater to flow down into the pond, which would in turn nourish the crops, creating a self-sustaining cycle. Once all arrangements were completed, he buried 50 units of silver-tier animal flesh within the planting area, enabling the soil to absorb it, thus facilitating future crop growth. Observing the island, now beginning to show signs of life, Wang Feng felt an increasing sense of urgency. Chapter 56. The assault on the island. After taking a leisurely stroll around Refuge Island, he returned to its center, finding that Kanglin had yet to return, nor had any news reached him. Wang Feng was not particularly concerned about Kanglin encountering danger. Rather, he was preoccupied with pondering the whereabouts of the invaders' island. He took out the survival manual of Waterworld and sent a message to Xiaxi. Do you happen to know of a boy, approximately 17 or 18 years of age, in the nearby waters, who possesses the ability to control earth elements? After waiting for a while without receiving a reply, he sent a message to Li Haixiong. Have you found the core of the level 3 island? It seems to be relatively easy to discover others' refuge islands lately. Li Haixiong replied, I found it and have successfully leveled up to 4. You must not have been paying attention to the trading channel recently. A new item has appeared, a refuge island compass, which can locate all refuge islands within 100 nautical miles centered around yourself. Of course, this compass can also be obtained from treasure chests. Here's a brief introduction to the refuge island compass. You may want to take a look. Wang Feng clicked on the link. Name: Refuge Island Compass 1 level. Silver grade function: a one-time item that can locate all refuge islands within 100 nautical miles. And upon selecting one, it displays a route map. Description: Are you troubled by the search for refuge islands? The Refuge Island Compass helps you swiftly locate nearby refuge islands. After reading, Wang Feng realized he had indeed suffered from not keeping an eye on the trading channel lately. It seemed he needed to check the trading channel and chat records daily. There was still much of interest to be found. He was just about to open the trading channel to browse through the recently listed intriguing items when a sharp, piercing bird cry shattered the tranquil sky. The sound was so jarring, it felt like some sort of alarm, tightening his heart. He immediately realized that Kanglin had returned. Without hesitation, he strode out of the house and looked up at the sky. Sure enough, Kanglin was soaring above, its massive wings shimmering with an ocean-like radiance in the sunlight. Kanglin seemed to sense his gaze, swiftly descending to his level, and conveyed a message to him telepathically. I have been continuously expanding my search radius around the refuge island, yet I have still not detected any trace of the invader. However, I have discovered an island located near the refuge island. It is uncertain whether it belongs to the invader, but it is the closest island found so far. Upon hearing Kanglin's message, Wang Feng fell into deep contemplation. He instructed Kanglin to rest on a small hill, which would serve as Kanglin's dwelling place in the future. Meanwhile, he needed to calm his mind and carefully devise his subsequent course of action. Silently, he communicated with Batong, urging it to hurry to the refuge island. Wang Feng planned to have Batong remain at the refuge island. Should any enemies invade, Batong could promptly report the situation to him, allowing him to teleport back to the refuge island immediately. Currently, there was a pond on the refuge island. Although it was not as vast and comfortable as the ocean, it provided Batong with a temporary place to rest, ensuring it would not be too uncomfortable. Due to the inclement weather, the sky had begun to darken. Batong swiftly approached Wang Feng from the ocean, and after placing Batong by the pond, Wang Feng turned to face Dasheng and Yuanbao. The two companions stood silently beside him, their gazes sharp and focused, evidently prepared for immediate action. He had just conceived a brilliant plan to stage a spectacular descent of divine weaponry upon the sanctuary island. He dispatched a message to Kanglin, instructing her to fly to the vicinity of the sanctuary island without landing directly upon it, and then to relay a message back to him. Through the art of beast summoning, he would transport himself to Kanglin's location. Once all was in readiness, Kanglin soared into the sky, swiftly vanishing from Wang Feng's sight. He then stored Badong and Yuan Bao within the beast space and returned to his chamber, grasping the great wave spear as he awaited Kanglin's signal. As night fell, darkness enveloped the world, and the rain-soaked sky was utterly devoid of light. Wang Feng sat quietly on his bed, refraining from lighting a lamp, causing the room to remain in shadow. At that moment, a message from Kanglin abruptly resonated in his mind, informing him that she had arrived at the designated location. Without hesitation, Wang Feng activated the beast summoning teleportation. In an instant, his body seemed to transcend time and space, reappearing beside Kanglin in the blink of an eye. The entire occurrence transpired so swiftly that Wang Feng scarcely felt any discomfort or anomaly. Standing beside Kanglin, he surveyed his surroundings and noted that, unlike the rain elsewhere, the sky here was clear, adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars, each radiating brilliance and offering excellent visibility. His gaze fell upon a small island, encircled by towering earthen walls, their arrangement creating a vast labyrinth. Wang Feng's heart swelled with certainty. This was indeed the sanctuary island of the invaders, as the elemental properties of Earth were unmistakably evident. He instructed Kanglin to soar above the island for reconnaissance and to guide their path, urging her to alert him immediately upon spotting the boy. Wang Feng's eyes remained fixed on the island, while Yuan Bao and Dasheng exhibited signs of agitation, eagerly anticipating battle. Together, they ventured toward the island's center, with Kanglin continuously communicating the shifting positions and orientations of the earthen walls. Wang Feng adeptly adjusted his course based on her information, maintaining their approach toward the island's heart within the labyrinth. Before long, they encountered a formidable earthen wall, standing 5 or 6 meters high. Kanglin informed Wang Feng that they had reached a circular barrier with no gaps, necessitating a forceful breach. With the stealth plan thwarted, a direct assault was in order. He retrieved the weather-altering scroll, Silver Grade, he had previously acquired from a treasure chest and activated it. Instantly, the sky above the island darkened with ominous clouds, and fierce winds howled, accompanied by a torrential downpour. Wang Feng instructed Kanglin to remain vigilant, focusing on the island's center, and to initiate an ice spike attack at the first sign of movement. Subsequently, he directed Yuan Bao to unleash a bolt of lightning upon the earthen wall. A dazzling flash of electricity shot forth like a silver serpent, striking the wall with great force. Where the lightning struck, a massive breach materialized in the earthen barrier. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Feng promptly led Yuan Bao and Dasheng at a swift pace towards the heart of the sanctuary island. Perhaps the cacophony of the storm obscured the boy's senses, for he had yet to make an appearance. Their passage remained unimpeded, and they soon arrived at the center of the isle, only to confront an imposing earthen wall. This barrier was unlike the previous one. It was a solid cubic structure, devoid of any crevice. Wang Feng gazed at the wall before him, a flicker of doubt igniting within him. Did the adversary not require breath? Was the defense truly so formidable? How could one possibly survive in such a sealed environment? Chapter 57. A new conquest. Wang Feng stood before the earthen wall, gazing intently at this seemingly ordinary structure that concealed an immense power of the earth element. He silently marveled at the boy's extraordinary talent in controlling the earth element. Wang Feng pondered whether the secondary shelter island scroll he possessed could be utilized on this sanctuary. However, to realize this ambition, he first needed to subdue the boy. Without hesitation, he conveyed a message to the great sage and Yuan Bao, instructing them to show no mercy. Upon detecting the boy's presence, they were to launch an all-out assault, ensuring he would not escape again. To guarantee success, Wang Feng meticulously arranged their strategy, instructing the great sage to enlarge his form in preparation for a potentially fierce battle. He then directed Yuan Bao to unleash a full-force attack, creating an opening in the earthen wall to facilitate the great sage's charge. Swiftly, Wang Feng communicated with Songlan, urging him to coordinate closely with Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao unleashed a lightning strike, skillfully manipulating the bolts to work in tandem with Songlan's ice spears. targeting the top of the earthen wall for a devastating joint assault. The battle was imminent. Lightning surged from Yuan Bao's mouth, roaring forward like a dragon emerging from the sea towards the earthen wall. The great sage, swift as the wind, followed closely behind, keeping pace with the lightning. Simultaneously, thunder rumbled in the sky as ice spears rained down with relentless ferocity, crashing upon the earthen cube. With a resounding explosion, a massive hole was torn in the wall before Yuan Bao, and the area above the earthen cube disintegrated into a cloud of debris. The ice spears descended like arrows, maintaining their fierce momentum in the ongoing barrage. In that fleeting moment when the cube shattered, the boy jolted awake. Terror and resolve flickered in his eyes as a circular protective shield swiftly enveloped him. However, the great sage was faster than lightning, darting to the shield's front in the blink of an eye. His powerful fist struck the shield with the force of a hammer, shattering it instantly and sending fragments flying in all directions. The boy, seeing this, hastily lifted his hand to launch a ground spike attack against the great sage. The great sage deftly evaded to the left, then pounced upon the boy like a fierce tiger ready to feast. With no choice left, the boy abandoned his attack and focused on defense, reinforcing his shield once more. At that moment, he felt like a living target, completely exposed to the onslaught from Yuan Bao and Songlan. Yuan Bao relentlessly commanded the lightning, striking the shield with tempestuous fury. Songlan's colossal ice spears fell from the heavens, bearing down with cataclysmic force upon the boy. Under such a barrage, the boy's earth element shield began to shrink under the overwhelming pressure. Confronted with such ferocity, he experienced unprecedented strain. His hastily constructed shield appeared feeble against this formidable force. The great sage swung his fist again, shattering the shield into fragments. Yuan Bao's lightning and Songlan's ice spears loomed before the boy like ferocious beasts, leaving him no time to restore his defenses. In this critical moment, he had to make a choice. Swiftly, he erected another layer of protection above his head, attempting to counter the ice spears. However, he underestimated the swiftness of the lightning. In an instant, a bolt of lightning struck the ground beside the boy with a ghostly ferocity, sending him sprawling to the earth. Wang Feng's gaze remained fixed on the boy as he was thrown back, showing no hesitation as he raised his spear, charging forward with the predatory grace of a fierce leopard. His movements were fluid and instinctual, as if honed through countless hours of training. The spear sliced through the air, arcing like a venomous serpent emerging from its lair, and pressed menacingly against the boy's neck. At that moment, the boy's body was still rigid from the impact, rendering him incapable of any effective resistance. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Feng swiftly reached out and yanked the storage pouch from the boy's person. Lowering his gaze, Wang Feng observed a trickle of blood seeping from the boy's mouth, a clear indication of the injury inflicted by the bolt of lightning. Nonetheless, the boy was somewhat fortunate, for he had not been directly struck by the lightning. Had he been, he would likely have met a far grimmer fate. Without hesitation, Wang Feng retrieved a secondary shelter island scroll from the pouch and activated it directly in front of the boy. Realizing Wang Feng's intention, the boy began to struggle desperately, attempting to resist. However, Wang Feng's spear suddenly twisted in his grip and struck the boy with a force that left him gasping, his body trembling involuntarily. The boy finally comprehended the gravity of his predicament and ceased his struggle, recognizing his inability to fight back. As the secondary shelter island scroll took effect, Wang Feng discovered he could control the destruction of the island, as well as the boy's fate. He promptly released his hold on the boy and returned the storage pouch to him. After all, he had no desire for the boy to perish so easily, especially when he had yet to reveal any useful information. The boy retrieved healing supplies from the pouch and began to tend to his wounds. Observing that the boy, though weakened, was unlikely to perish, Wang Feng prompted him to briefly introduce himself and explain why he had attacked his shelter island. "My name is Xiaoming. I am 17 years old, and I was originally a student athlete specializing in archery, preparing for exams when I arrived in the ocean time. My awakened talent is the ability to manipulate earth elements to create spikes or earthen walls. Upgrading a shelter island to level 4 requires a level 3 island core. Recently, I obtained a shelter island compass and discovered that the nearest shelter island was yours. In order to upgrade, I had no choice but to target your shelter island. After enduring great hardships to reach your island and shattering your walls, I was blocked by that vine before I could even step onto the island. And then you returned, causing no damage to you, while wasting a return scroll of mine. Wang Feng regarded the boy, realizing he was indeed just a child who had failed to grasp the current situation. It was fortunate that he was under the control of the secondary shelter island. Otherwise, Wang Feng would have found it hard to believe the boy's naivety. He instructed Xiaoming to recuperate on the shelter island for 2 days before assisting in the construction of defensive structures on Wang Feng's island. After all, individuals like Xiaoming, with such exceptional talent in civil engineering, were a rarity. Failing to utilize such potential would be a tremendous waste. Wang Feng could not help but exclaim that if Xiaoming were on Blue Star, with his extraordinary abilities, he would undoubtedly be a prodigy destined for the field of civil engineering. After finishing his thoughts, Wang Feng withdrew Yuan Bao and the others into the beast space and activated the teleportation to return to his sanctuary island. Standing upon the sanctuary island, previously devoid of resources, he now had the genius of civil engineering in Xiaoming at his disposal. He resolved to contemplate how to enhance the island's defenses, making them more rational and formidable, for the sanctuary island was pivotal to his future development. He certainly did not wish to be subjected to a home invasion. Chapter 58. The Alliance of Friends and the Teleportation Scroll, as Wang Feng gazed intently at the sanctuary island, pondering how to construct an impregnable defense system. A teleportation confirmation prompt unexpectedly appeared before him. Curiosity piqued, he clicked on it, only to be astonished to discover it was a teleportation request from his formidable ally. Swiftly, he retrieved the survival manual of Waterworld and flipped to the friend information page. The screen flickered with a message from his ally. "Brother, come lend me a hand. My sanctuary island is facing a grave crisis. A band of marauders has emerged, numbering 7 or 8. I cannot manage this alone." Upon reading this urgent plea for assistance, Wang Feng did not hesitate to click the button to accept the teleportation request. A brilliant flash of white light enveloped him, and he was transported to his ally's side. As he focused his gaze, he beheld his ally, a towering figure standing at least 6 feet tall, robust, and upright like a well-trained soldier. However, at that moment, his ally appeared somewhat disheveled, as a dense cloud of lightning loomed ominously above him, accompanied by thunderous roars. Lightning fell like torrential rain, crashing down within a 50-meter radius and creating dazzling arcs of electricity. Fully engrossed in warding off the attacks, his ally was startled by Wang Feng's sudden appearance. Alarmed, he hastily swung his arm, unleashing a massive bolt of lightning that surged towards Wang Feng like a ferocious beast. Seeing this, Wang Feng's expression transformed in terror. He screamed and darted away, shouting, "Old man, I'm here to help you." His ally, equally flustered, attempted to redirect the bolt of lightning. But the surprise of the situation caused his reaction to be a fraction too slow. Despite his efforts to control the trajectory of the lightning, Wang Feng was still unfortunate enough to be struck by several minor bolts. Though these strikes lacked the ferocity of the massive bolt, they nonetheless inflicted considerable pain, leaving Wang Feng in a state of discomfort, cursing vehemently. Finally escaping the tempest of lightning, Wang Feng, still shaken, gasped for breath as he summoned Yuan Bao, Dasheng, and Kanglin from his beast space. He instructed Kanglin to swiftly ascend into the sky to guard against any potential further assaults, then turned his attention back toward his ally's adversaries. To his astonishment, Wang Feng noticed there were a total of 7 opponents before them. 2 stood amidst the lightning cloud, protected by what appeared to be a shield, while behind them loomed 5 others. Among these 5, 2 wielded bows, incessantly loosing arrows in an attempt to disrupt his ally's control over the lightning cloud, while the remaining 3 brandished weapons, poised to wait for his ally to tire. Li Hai, clearly feeling somewhat challenged by the situation, endeavored to maneuver the storm cloud of lightning closer to his adversary while simultaneously evading the incessant barrage of arrows. The members of the Pirate Alliance exhibited remarkable cunning. Upon noticing the approach of Li Hai's lightning cloud, They swiftly retreated as if their feet were coated in oil, maintaining a safe distance. Simultaneously, they positioned 2 members within the cloud, ensuring that Li Hai could not rest and preparing to wear him down. Wang Feng observed the enemy's formation from afar, silently admiring their coordination. Their ranks were tightly organized, with individuals at the front responsible for defense. 3 positioned for close combat in the middle, and those at the back wielding ranged weaponry, forming an impenetrable line. However, it remained unclear what innate abilities the opponents possessed. For aside from the 2 pirates wielding protective shields, none had yet revealed their special skills. At that moment, Li Hai suddenly shouted, "Brothers, stop watching. Let's strike together and vanquish them. This haul will be divided 70-30, with you receiving the larger share." Wang Feng smirked slightly, responding nonchalantly, "No need. Let us adhere to the standard 50-50 split." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he unhesitatingly commanded Song Lan to unleash an icy spear attack from above the pirate alliance. In an instant, half-meter-long ice spears cascaded like rain, imbued with a biting chill, crashing down upon the foes. The 5 assailants clearly did not anticipate such a sudden onslaught. Upon spotting the icy projectiles above, they frantically scattered in an attempt to evade. One pirate, armed with a bow, was in the midst of launching an arrow at Li Hai when he was struck by an ice spear, resulting in an instantaneous severing of his arm. His piercing scream echoed across the desolate battlefield. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Li Hai propelled his lightning cloud towards the enemy. The pirate alliance was preoccupied with evading Song Lan's icy assault and could not afford to divert their attention to the advancing storm of lightning. Helplessly watching as they were engulfed beneath its ominous shadow, Li Hai, impressed by Wang Feng's tactics, unleashed his full offensive capabilities, sending forth colossal bolts of lightning that danced through the air like silver serpents, relentlessly striking at the pirate alliance. The pirates, besieged by the onslaught, stumbled and dodged in utter disarray. The pirate whose arm had been severed fell motionless to the ground, his body charred black from the lightning's wrath. The 2 pirates wielding protective shields expanded their coverage in a desperate attempt to safeguard their remaining comrades. The pirates hastily reformed their ranks, and one of them threw a seed towards Li Hai. Upon reaching midair, the seed transformed into a warrior clad in golden armor, brandishing blades and spears, charging towards Li Hai like a fierce tiger descending from the mountains. Li Hai conjured a curtain of lightning, incinerating the golden-armored warriors upon contact. Witnessing this, another pirate produced an oval stone and placed it on the ground. Upon contact, the stone expanded rapidly, morphing into a colossal rock giant towering over 10 meters high, which then charged towards Li Hai. Wang Feng, recognizing the impending threat, immediately directed the great sage to confront the advancing giant. The roar of the great sage was deafening, his form instantaneously expanding several-fold, resembling a small mountain. His fists, as weighty as hammers, struck heavily against the colossal stone giant, sending shards of rock flying in all directions. However, the body of the stone giant was remarkably resilient, and the great sage's assaults inflicted minimal damage upon it. The stone giant reached out with its enormous hand, attempting to seize the great sage, who nimbly sidestepped the grasp and delivered a powerful kick to the giant's knee, causing it to stagger perilously close to a fall. Simultaneously, Kanglin conjured massive ice spikes in the sky, directing them towards the pirate's protective shield. The ice spikes collided with the shield, producing a sharp, resonant sound, causing the shield to quiver slightly. Seizing the opportunity while the great sage grappled with the stone giant, Li Hai deftly maneuvered the lightning cloud to encircle the giant, advancing relentlessly like surging ocean waves towards the pirate's shield. Under the relentless onslaught of lightning and ice spikes, the pirate's protective barrier was on the verge of collapse, with cracks continuously appearing on its surface. Chapter 59. The Alliance of Pirates, just as the tide of battle began to tilt in favor of Wang Feng and his companions. A previously silent pirate leader, who had refrained from engaging in the fray, suddenly revealed a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. With swift motion, he produced a small, unassuming object from within his garments, which, despite its modest appearance, shimmered with an extraordinary luminescence, as if it contained boundless power. In an instant, as the attention of the crowd was captured by this enigmatic artifact, the pirate hurled it forth. A colossal array of runes unfurled before the pirates like a grand tapestry, its radiance blinding as the sun, illuminating the surrounding space. What followed was a shocking spectacle. The once ferocious lightning strikes, upon contacting the rune array, were absorbed entirely, disappearing as if they had plunged into an abyss. Not only that, but the rune array functioned like an immense rebounder, converting the absorbed lightning energy into even more ferocious bolts that shot directly towards Lehigh. Caught unawares by this sudden turn of events, Lehigh hastily attempted to evade, yet was struck by the unforeseen lightning, his body propelled backward to crash against a distant cliff, raising a cloud of dust. Fortunately, his long-standing exposure to the lightning clouds had endowed him with resilience against electrical assaults and a formidable physique, allowing him to rise unscathed, albeit unsteadily. Witnessing the pirates' advance upon Lehigh, Songlan gathered more ice shards, unleashing them in a torrential downpour upon the pirates below. These ice shards, akin to lethal arrows imbued with a piercing chill, soared toward the rune array with astonishing velocity. However, as the ice shards penetrated the rune array, they vanished as if entering a bottomless pit. Just as Songlan was taken aback by this phenomenon, the previously disappeared ice shards erupted forth from the rune array at an even swifter pace, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves charging toward him. Songlan's eyes widened in alarm as he hastily summoned his utmost speed, darting aside just in time to narrowly evade the assault of the ice shards. Meanwhile, the situation with Desheng was equally dire. Under the pirates' command, the already colossal stone giant became increasingly ferocious, a dazzling golden light enveloping its surface as though it were clad in impenetrable armor. Desheng's strikes against this golden aura were rendered futile, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, failing to inflict any damage upon the stone giant. Wang Feng, witnessing this unfold, felt a growing sense of urgency. The rune array continuously repelled various elemental assaults, rendering their circumstances increasingly precarious and unfavorable. He promptly commanded Desheng to test whether the mysterious rune array could withstand a direct attack. After all, if even direct assaults were rebuffed, initiating a meaningful confrontation would prove utterly impossible. With a thunderous force, the massive stone giant swung its fist, striking toward Desheng with the might of a tempest. The great sage adeptly harnessed the tremendous force of impact, soaring into the air like a bird, and raced directly toward the rune array. In midair, he swiftly adjusted his posture, concentrating all his strength into a single point before crashing into the rune array like a shooting star. A resounding boom echoed as a gap shattered open at the edge of the rune array. This spectacle left the pirates in utter shock. They had not anticipated the great sage's assault on the rune array, prompting them to launch a frenzied counterattack against him. The great sage, with his agile form, effortlessly evaded their strikes and darted towards Wang Feng. Wang Feng gazed intently at the fractured gap in the rune array, deep in thought. In the brief skirmish, he had discerned the array's fatal weakness. It seemed capable only of rebounding elemental attacks, while utterly defenseless against pure physical strikes. He promptly relayed this revelation to Lehigh and swiftly sent a message to Songlan, urging him to refrain from executing the ice spear attack to avoid unnecessary repercussions from the rune array's rebound. Upon hearing Wang Feng's shout, Lehigh decisively halted the brewing storm of lightning. He quickly retrieved a uniquely designed dagger from his storage pouch. The blade was elongated, reminiscent of a silver lightning bolt, exuding a chilling radiance. The hilt, meticulously wrapped in black leather, bore exquisite engravings, providing a sense of steadiness and power when gripped. The thick, slightly curved spine of the dagger, coupled with its razor-sharp edge, instilled a sense of dread. Wang Feng, armed with a spear, surveyed the scene, while the pirate alliance, realizing that Wang Feng had discovered the weakness of the rune array, retreated to regroup, resulting in a temporary standoff. Previously, Wang Feng and Yuan Bao had refrained from intervening, leading to a 5-against-6 scenario. The leader of the pirate alliance addressed Lehigh, suggesting an end to hostilities, stating that they had incurred no losses. while they had already lost one of their own. Lehigh turned to Wang Feng, who replied, "I support your decision. If you wish to fight, I shall stand by you. Yet if you choose to let them go, that is acceptable as well." Wang Feng sought to gauge Lehigh's resolve. Should he truly negotiate peace with the pirates, caution would be imperative moving forward, as the opposing side prioritized their own interests. Lehigh, without uttering a word, lunged forward with his dagger, delivering a powerful downward strike akin to a cleaving blow. The pirate leader deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the lethal attack. Yet Lehigh's onslaught did not relent. He swiftly pivoted for another fierce, horizontal slash, the blade flashing like lightning, dazzling the onlookers. The great sage, with uncanny agility, flitted about the battlefield like a specter, skillfully dodging the assaults of the stone giant while continuously seeking opportunities to strike at the pirates controlling it. Wang Feng nimbly climbed atop Yuan Bao's back, who surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. The spear in Wang Feng's hand swept toward the pirates with the force of Yuan Bao's momentum. The pirates, witnessing the over 4-meter-long Yuan Bao, scattered in terror, fearful of being struck by the formidable spear and the tiger. Song Lan circled overhead, his gaze unwavering, fixated intently on the archer. It unfurled its wings, akin to a meteor plummeting from the heavens, descending with astonishing speed. Upon witnessing this, the archer hastily drew his bow, unleashing a barrage of arrows that fell like rain upon Kanglin. However, the icy wind shield enveloping Kanglin stood as an impenetrable fortress, effortlessly deflecting the arrows. Just as the archer prepared to flee, Kanglin, with a swiftness that was almost blinding, extended its claws, sharp as daggers, directly towards the archer's head. In an instant, blood gushed forth, and the archer's body collapsed limply to the ground. Kanglin secured the first kill, and the demise of the archer pirate instilled greater panic amongst the remaining pirates. United solely by greed, they now faced a reality devoid of profit and rife with death, fostering a sense of solidarity in their shared fate, where the thought of a fellow pirate's demise was preferable to their own. Chapter 60. Repelling the pirate controlling the colossal stone giant surged forward, swiftly scaling the giant's shoulder, directing it towards the shoreline. This unexpected maneuver disrupted the rhythm of the other pirates, compelling them to conserve their strength. Observing the scene, the pirate captain bellowed at the fleeing pirate, "Daoba, are you courting death? You think you can escape alone? Do not forget, there are giant eagles in the sky. You will merely become a living target." The fleeing pirate paid no heed, relentlessly charging towards the beach. However, the captain's words resonated with the others, for it was indeed as he said. One could only become prey when fleeing alone. Kanglin circled above the stone giant, its massive form exuding an aura of formidable power. It unleashed a barrage of ice shards, which cascaded down like a torrential rain, imbued with a piercing chill. The colossal ice shards, akin to meteors, howled as they plummeted towards the pirates below. In sheer terror, the pirates gazed at the unfolding chaos, and the controlling pirate desperately maneuvered the stone giant's hands overhead to shield against the icy onslaught. Yet, the sheer volume of ice shards rendered the giant's defenses inadequate. As countless shards rained down beside the pirate, Wang Feng scrutinized the battlefield, swiftly relaying a message to Yuan Bao, instructing him to launch a lightning strike the moment Kanglin initiated its assault with the ice shards. Upon receiving the command, Yuan Bao prepared himself without delay. Another wave of ice shards descended violently, striking the stone giant's hands with a resounding clatter, as the pirate reveled in his perceived success at thwarting Kanglin's attack. Believing his escape foresight, Yuan Bao's lightning bolt erupted like a brilliant flash, precisely striking the pirate's back. The pirate's body jolted, and he plummeted from the stone giant's shoulder, spiraling through the air as if bereft of control. In that instant, Kanglin dove downward, its immense wings beating furiously, stirring up a tempest. With remarkable speed, akin to a streak of lightning, Kanglin reached the pirate's side in an instant. Its colossal claws, sharp as blades and imbued with unparalleled strength, plunged mercilessly into the pirate's skull. The pirate's body instantly stiffened, his eyes wide with despair. As this pirate met his demise, the stone giant transformed into an oval rock, prompting Wang Feng to instruct Kanglin to seize the oval stone. The pirate captain, witnessing the death of the stone giant's controller, cursed, "Fools perish without a thought. And now they jeopardize us. If I could have fled, I would have done so already." Cease your fantasies of escape. Do you truly believe you can outrun the giant eagle above? We face two outcomes. Either we vanquish our foes, or we are slaughtered. Embrace your fate as pirates and fear not death. The remaining 4 pirates, recognizing the dire situation, resolved to abandon their reservations and unleash their full might in attack. The 2 pirates previously tasked with maintaining the protective shield decisively withdrew it, relentlessly launching spheres of compressed air towards Wang Feng and his allies. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Wang Feng and his companions nimbly evaded the impending danger. The compressed air spheres cascaded like raindrops, crashing onto the ground and instantly creating numerous varying-sized craters, with dust billowing into the air and rendering the scene remarkably intense. Meanwhile, the pirate who had previously employed the bean-sowing technique now retrieved a dozen or so purple gold beans from his storage pouch, casting them into the air like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. To everyone's astonishment, these beans transformed mid-air into formidable warriors, each exceeding 2 meters in height, clad in resplendent purple gold armor and wielding long spears. These warriors exhibited a marked intelligence and agility, immediately organizing themselves into a battle formation upon landing. Contrasting sharply with their earlier reckless charge toward Li Haixiong, they resembled a meticulously trained ancient army, forming a disciplined array. Both sides were now fully committed to the fray. Wang Feng commanded Yuan Bao to resist the bean-sown warriors with all his might, while Desheng and Tsang Lan persistently disrupted the 2 pirates manipulating the compressed air. Li Haixiong continued his confrontation with the pirate leader, and Wang Feng himself advanced towards the bean-sowing pirate, determined not to allow their adversaries any respite in this 5-on-4 clash. Wang Feng's spear danced through the air like a dragon emerging from the sea, the shaft weaving gracefully and producing a fierce wind. With agility and lightness, he swiftly approached the bean-sowing pirate. In response, the pirate hastily scattered ordinary beans, encircling Wang Feng with golden warriors. Wang Feng snorted dismissively, his spear vibrating as it conjured countless phantasmal images, thrusting toward the warriors. Each strike bore the weight of immense power, reducing the golden warriors to mere ashes upon impact. The pirate, taken aback by Wang Feng's prowess in close combat, could only continue scattering beans to impede Wang Feng's relentless assault. Meanwhile, Yuan Bao was swiftly dismantling the purple gold warriors, directing bolts of lightning that forced them into retreat, thereby disrupting their formation. With a powerful strike of his tiger paw, he turned the purple gold warriors to ashes. Desheng charged towards the pirates, controlling the compressed air, relentlessly closing the distance and causing them to falter, rendering them incapable of launching their air cannons. Tsang Lan soared above, continuously circling and occasionally diving, applying psychological pressure on the 2 pirates. The confrontation between Li Haixiong and the pirate leader was equally intense. Their weapons were knocked aside, leading to a brutal exchange of blows, each collision echoing with a heavy thud. Amidst the encirclement of warriors, Wang Feng grew bolder in battle. Suddenly, he seized upon an opening and thrust his spear towards the bean-sowing pirate. The pirate, caught off guard, was impaled through the throat by the spear, falling lifelessly to the ground without a sound. At the moment of the bean-sowing pirate's demise, the warriors transformed back into mere beans. The 2 remaining pirates, exhibiting remarkable teamwork, one swiftly established a compressed air defense, forming a robust shield to block Desheng's assaults, while the other relentlessly fired compressed air projectiles at Desheng, whose formidable force rendered him unable to advance, forcing him to evade left and right, struggling to cope. Just as Desheng found himself beleaguered by the relentless onslaught, a sudden turn of events transpired on the pirate leader's front. The pirate leader, witnessing his comrades fall like beans under King Feng's gunfire, showed no sign of retreat. Instead, he boldly absorbed a powerful punch from Li Haixiong and, harnessing that momentum, swiftly retreated, hastily stowing the runic array into his storage bag. Li Haixiong, realizing the pirate leader's intent to flee, did not hesitate to unleash his ultimate technique, lightning cloud. In an instant, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, thunder rumbled, and a thick bolt of lightning surged toward the pirate leader like a silver serpent. However, just as the lightning was about to strike, the pirate leader inexplicably produced a mysterious scroll from his storage bag and activated it with remarkable speed. As the scroll unfurled, an intense radiance enveloped him entirely. He then uttered a chilling farewell. "The Pirate Alliance remembers you. We are but a small faction. I hope when we meet again, you will still be able to resist." No sooner had he spoken than his figure gradually vanished within the brilliance, as if he had never existed. The two pirates attacking the great sage were momentarily caught off guard by their leader's sudden disappearance. They cursed under their breath, clearly dissatisfied with his cowardly retreat. Yet they had no time to dwell on it. They continued their assault on the great sage while hastily making their way toward the shore, eager to escape this perilous situation. Li Haixiong's lightning cloud once again enveloped the two pirates, while the great sage swiftly evaded the storm. Meanwhile, Yuan Bao deftly directed the lightning to strike the pirates, their protective shield wavering and cracking under the relentless assault. The final blow came from Tsang Lan's ice spear, shattering the shield entirely. Li Haixiong and Yuan Bao could not afford a pause, leaving behind only two lifeless, charred bodies on the ground. Chapter 61. Assessing gains. Wang Feng and Li Hai exchanged solemn glances, their expressions betraying a shared gravity as they pondered the implications of the pirate leader's words. If the situation was indeed as the pirate chief had suggested, then the sanctuary island overseen by Li Hai would likely be plunged into a profound crisis, having been laid bare before the gaze of the Pirate Alliance. As the saying goes, it is not the thief's act that incites fear, but rather the thief's intent. And should the Pirate Alliance successfully launch an assault on Sanctuary Island, the consequences would be dire, potentially sealing the island's fate. Observing that Li Hai stood frozen in shock, seemingly unable to recover from the gravity of the news, Wang Feng decisively instructed De Sheng to retrieve the bodies of the pirates. Upon receiving the command, De Sheng sprang into action, swiftly arranging the 6 pirate corpses neatly before them. Wang Feng stepped forward, crouching down to remove the storage bags from the bodies, gathering them into a single location. He then began to open each bag, extracting their contents one by one. After a thorough inventory, Wang Feng noted that the 6 storage bags varied in capacity. 2 measured 6 square meters, 2 7 square meters, 1 8 square meters, and the last one 10 square meters. The treasures within included 4,000 units of refined iron, 5,000 units of copper wood, 2,000 units of fresh water, 4 third-tier island cores, 30 silver-grade soul pills, 10 gold-grade soul pills, 2,000 units of silver-grade flesh essence, 300 units of gold-grade flesh essence, 6 sanctuary island compasses silver-grade, 6 secondary sanctuary island scrolls silver-grade, for overall migration scrolls for Sanctuary Island, 1 Beast Bloodline Awakening Scroll, 1 Seed of the Stone Giant Gold Grade, 1 scroll for creating soldiers from beans Gold Grade, and 1 Sky-Piercing Bow Gold Grade, along with an assortment of miscellaneous crafting blueprints and provisions. Name: Stone Giant Seed Level, Gold Grade Effect. The Stone Giant Seed can transform into a Stone Giant, endowed with formidable attack and defense capabilities. Description: the Stone Giant possesses limited intelligence and cannot make independent decisions. It requires command input and can recognize its master through blood. Name: Scroll for creating soldiers from beans level, gold grade materials, silver grade bean seeds, 10 bronze grade soul pills, 100 gold grade bean seeds, 10 silver grade soul pills, 100 refined iron, 100 effect, capable of creating silver and gold grade bean soldiers to attack foes or defend. Can be reused multiple times without damage. Description: 1 individual can command millions of soldiers, provided they possess sufficient bean seeds. Name: Sky-Piercing Bow Level, Gold Grade Effect. Enables ranged attacks against enemies. Description: automatically equipped with arrows. It draws like a full moon and shoots like a meteor. Usable with silver grade arrows. As Wang Feng surveyed the mountainous pile of resources before him, he couldn't help but marvel at the bounty. Truly, it was a fortune amassed through bloodshed. The abundance of these materials far exceeded his expectations, stirring within him a desire to inquire whether the pirate alliance sought additional recruits. He found himself contemplating a life of piracy. Wang Feng observed that Li Hai was still contemplating strategies. He informed him that the solution lay within the recently acquired supplies. Let's relocate the shelter island. He then invited Li Hai to assist in dividing the resources, which primarily included one bloodline awakening scroll for beasts, one giant stone seed, golden grade, a scroll for summoning soldiers from beings, golden grade, and the sky-piercing bow, golden grade. The remaining supplies could be distributed equally based on quantity. Li Hai allowed Wang Feng to choose first, and Wang Feng, without hesitation, selected the giant stone seed, golden grade, which he had previously instructed Song Lan to secure during the battle. Li Hai chose the scroll for summoning soldiers from beings, golden grade, and Wang Feng opted for the bloodline awakening scroll for beasts. Li Hai then acquired the sky-piercing bow, golden grade, and the distribution of resources was complete. Wang Feng received a total of 2,000 units of fine iron, 2,500 units of copperwood, 21,000 units of fresh water, 2 tier, 3 island cores, 15 silver-grade soul pills, 5 golden-grade soul pills, 1,000 units of silver-grade blood essence, 150 units of golden-grade blood essence, 3 silver-grade shelter island compasses, 3 silver-grade secondary shelter island scrolls, 2 overall relocation scrolls for shelter islands, 1 bloodline awakening scroll for beasts, 1 giant stone seed, golden grade, 1 storage bag of 6 square meters, 1 of 7 square meters, and 1 of 10 square meters. A radiant smile illuminated Wang Feng's face, as if his joy could scarcely be contained. His spirits soared, for this bounty was indeed remarkable, a windfall beyond imagination. His gaze fell upon Li Hai, and a mischievous thought crossed his mind. He mused that perhaps it would be better for Li Hai not to relocate the shelter island, but to remain here instead. After all, pirates frequently arrive to deliver supplies, sparing them the arduous task of scouring for resources. What a perfect existence. However, he refrained from voicing this notion. After all, had he not fortuitously teleported in today to offer support, Li Hai might have already met his demise at the hands of their adversaries. Moreover, he was uncertain of the exact number of pirates involved. Should too many invade simultaneously, his assistance would merely serve as an unwelcome gift. At that moment, Wang Feng noticed Li Hai casting an awkward glance in his direction, seemingly hesitant to speak. Wang Feng promptly grasped the source of his discomfort and said, "If you need assistance, feel free to express it. Do not hold back." After a moment of contemplation, Li Hai finally spoke. "May I take a look around your shelter island? If it suits, I could relocate my shelter island nearby, enabling us to support each other swiftly. Of course, if you believe it's unsuitable, I completely understand, as it would affect your resource income." Wang Feng furrowed his brow in thought, but suddenly, inspiration struck him, and he felt a surge of delight. This proposition posed no issue. Rather, it could further his ambitions. He envisioned relocating the 2 secondary shelter islands adjacent to his own, thus positioning his shelter island at the very center. Even if anyone dared to attack, they would be unable to launch a direct assault on his shelter island. Moreover, he had entered into a friendship alliance scroll with the formidable brother, signifying that the other party could not pose any threat to him. Not only that, the fate of the 2 subordinate sanctuary islands lay entirely within the realm of his contemplation. A confident smile graced Wang Feng's lips as he responded, "Of course, this arrangement will be mutually beneficial." Upon hearing this, Li Hai's face brightened with delight. He swiftly stowed away movable items into his storage bag and carefully retrieved the overall migration scroll of the sanctuary island. With his actions, the previously enormous sanctuary island began to shrink gradually, as if compressed by an invisible force. Ultimately, the entire sanctuary island was encapsulated within the diminutive scroll, while the location it once occupied was swiftly engulfed by the surging ocean, leaving no trace of its former existence. Observing this, Wang Feng activated the teleportation, instantly appearing upon his own sanctuary island. He took a moment to collect himself before producing the survival manual of the water world and initiated a friendship alliance teleportation request to Lehigh. Chapter 62. The migration of the sanctuary island. Before long, Brotherly appeared on his sanctuary island, as Wang Feng had anticipated. Wang Feng warmly welcomed Brotherly, encouraging him to choose any position for his sanctuary island. Brotherly surveyed the surroundings, carefully observing the environment of the sanctuary island. He inquired about the resources in the vicinity and learned that the eastern side seemed rather barren. The coral reef, which Wang Feng frequently visited, lay to the south, while the sea forest was located to the west. After some contemplation, Brotherly ultimately decided to place his sanctuary island to the east of Wang Feng's. Once the location was determined, Brotherly began the process of establishing his sanctuary island. He retrieved a scroll for the overall migration of the sanctuary island from his storage bag and unfurled it. As the scroll was opened, a powerful wave of energy emanated from it, enveloping the entire sea surface. When the scroll was fully unfurled, an island materialized out of thin air. This island was slightly smaller than Wang Feng's sanctuary, yet its infrastructure was fundamentally the same. Seeing that Brotherly had successfully anchored the island in place, Wang Feng felt a sense of relief wash over him. He turned and swam towards his own sanctuary island, for he now needed to migrate the other 2 secondary sanctuary islands to complete his plan. Upon returning to his sanctuary island, Wang Feng took out the survival manual of the water world and sent a message to Xia Siyu and Xia Ming, instructing them to wait for him at his sanctuary island. After sending the message, Wang Feng teleported to Xia Siyu's sanctuary island via the secondary sanctuary island. Upon his arrival at Xia Siyu's sanctuary island, he happened to see her returning from the ocean. Wang Feng briefly explained the situation to her and asked her to gather any movable items in preparation for the overall migration of the sanctuary island. Xia Siyu, displeased by the notion of migration, questioned, "Why must we move? I believe my location is quite satisfactory." Wang Feng, unwilling to engage in further explanation, coldly replied, "You have no choice. Hurry up." Realizing she could not oppose Wang Feng's decision, Xia Siyu quickly collected her essential belongings and stored them in her bag. Once she finished, Wang Feng handed her a scroll for the overall migration of the sanctuary island, instructing her to encase the sanctuary island within it. Xia Siyu successfully placed her sanctuary island into the scroll. Observing this, Wang Feng wasted no time and promptly teleported both himself and Xia Siyu back to his own sanctuary. Upon arrival, Wang Feng turned to Xia Siyu and cautioned, "Please wait here for a moment and refrain from disturbing anything on my sanctuary island." Though his tone was not harsh, the warning was unmistakably clear. No sooner had Wang Feng's words left his lips than his figure vanished like a wraith from Xia Siyu's sight. He then teleported to Xia Ming's sanctuary island. At that moment, Xia Ming, still recuperating from his previous injuries, lay quietly in the sanctuary. Wang Feng's sudden visit took him by surprise. Yet he refrained from asking too many questions, silently observing Wang Feng. Without any superfluous words, Wang Feng directly handed a complete migration scroll for a sanctuary island to Xia Ming, succinctly commanding him to place his sanctuary island within the scroll and follow closely. Xia Ming, without the slightest hesitation, promptly complied, deftly storing his sanctuary island into the scroll before departing alongside Wang Feng. Wang Feng guided Xia Ming back to his own sanctuary island. Upon arrival, he introduced them, stating, "This is Xia Siyu. Xia Ming, your sanctuary island is also my secondary sanctuary. Henceforth, it is imperative that you both coexist harmoniously. Let there be no discord." Perhaps due to their shared experience as Wang Feng's secondary sanctuary islanders, or the serendipitous connection of sharing the surname Xia, the distance between Xia Siyu and Xia Ming swiftly diminished. In no time, they began addressing each other as brother and sister, fostering a remarkably amiable rapport. Wang Feng then relayed their future arrangements, explaining that their sanctuary islands would serve as defensive outposts to protect his own. After all, as long as Wang Feng's sanctuary remained unscathed, the destruction of their islands would not jeopardize their lives. Navigating through the ocean, Wang Feng led them to the depths beyond the coral reefs, where the water exhibited a profound and enigmatic azure hue. He instructed Ming to position his sanctuary island within this deep sea, ensuring it settled firmly on the ocean floor. Subsequently, he accompanied Xiu to a marine forest, a vibrant oasis brimming with life within the ocean. In this verdant grove, Wang Feng identified a suitable spot for Xiu to place her sanctuary island. Now, with protection from islands on 3 sides, only the northern flank remained vulnerable, leaving the identity of the fortunate survivor to be revealed. After completing these tasks, Wang Feng returned to his sanctuary island. He retrieved the Water World Survival Manual, flipping to the Friends Messages page to check for any new communications. To his dismay, Lilan had not responded to his message. A sense of disappointment washed over him, yet he quickly recalibrated his mindset. Perhaps Lilan was unwilling to become his secondary sanctuary island, as every individual possesses their own choices and considerations. Accepting this, he resolved not to impose his wishes but rather respect her decision. Determined to move past his concerns regarding Lilan, Wang Feng sent a message to Ming, inviting him to his sanctuary island to widen and heighten the defensive walls. This enhancement would not only bolster the sanctuary's defensive capabilities, but also allow Ming to utilize his abilities in contributing to its fortification. After a brief interval, Wang Feng heard a faint rustling sound. He looked up to see Ming and Xiu approaching together. Wang Feng, undistracted by Xiu's presence, directed his attention to Ming, instructing, "Use your abilities to widen and raise the walls, and elevate the small hill by the pond as well." It was at this moment that they noticed Wang Feng's sanctuary island was significantly larger than theirs, prompting Xiu to inquire, "Have you upgraded to a level 4 sanctuary island?" Wang Feng observed them and mused that this was quite normal. He expressed, "Hasten your actions, should you prove your worth. I possess a level 3 core of the refuge island, which could facilitate an upgrade for your haven." Casting his gaze upon the idle Xiu, he recalled that the great sage was still in need of some silver-level experience to ascend, while Badong required the crimson orchids found within the sea forest to enhance his bloodline. Thus, he turned to Xiu and instructed, "Take the great sage and Badong to the sea forest to eliminate silver-level marine creatures. You may assist the great sage in vanquishing these creatures, and upon their defeat, return with their remains. The treasure chest shall belong to me, while the remainder shall serve as your reward for the journey." As he watched the great sage and the others depart the refuge island, Wang Feng began to contemplate his future plans. With the emergence of the Pirate Alliance, the capacity for individual combat was increasingly restricted. In this oceanic realm, no individual's innate abilities had yet surpassed their collective prowess. For instance, while Wang Feng could summon his beasts to handle 3 or 5 invaders, facing larger groups would necessitate retreat. Furthermore, upgrading the refuge island required additional level 4 island cores. Thus, it was imperative to either elevate his beast taming abilities to level 4 to increase the number of summoned creatures or to establish his own faction. Chapter 63. The Ascension of the Great Sage with the transformation of Ming. The protective walls of Wang Feng's sanctuary grew more imposing. Standing firm, Wang Feng's gaze was fixed upon the towering barrier before him. He intermittently struck the walls with both his fists and the giant wave gun, yet after an extensive period, he discerned no flaws. Consequently, he turned and strode back to the heart of the sanctuary. With a mere thought, Wang Feng summoned Kanglin from the Beast Mastery space. Kanglin, his formidable ally, had demonstrated extraordinary prowess in their recent skirmishes, particularly during the recent pirate invasion, which left a lasting impression on Wang Feng. During this incursion, Wang Feng had acquired a Beast Bloodline Awakening Scroll, fully aware of its immense value. It had the potential to further amplify the strength of his summoned beasts. Having already utilized it once on both the Great Sage and Yuan Bao, only Beong and Kanglin remained as candidates for enhancement. Given Kanglin's aerial reconnaissance and ranged assault capabilities, Wang Feng resolved to employ the scroll to bolster these advantages. As for Beong, tasked primarily with safeguarding the sanctuary and capable of gradually enhancing its strength through the accumulation of blood orchids, Wang Feng opted to refrain from excessive interference for the time being. Shadow's main duty involved dwelling on Beast Island, providing Wang Feng with coordinates. With his decision made, Wang Feng retrieved the Beast Bloodline Awakening Scroll from his storage pouch. Cradling the scroll in his hands, he felt the potent energy within it, a wave of anticipation swelling in his heart. Without hesitation, he directed the scroll towards Kanglin and activated it. In an instant, a blinding white light erupted from the scroll, surging forth like a torrent of energy, enveloping Kanglin entirely. The luminous stream rushed forth with remarkable velocity, encasing Kanglin in the blink of an eye. Under the radiant glow, Kanglin's form trembled slightly, as if grappling with the immense surge of energy. Yet, merely moments later, the cocoon of light shattered with a crisp crack, revealing Kanglin once more before Wang Feng. Upon closer inspection, Wang Feng was astonished to observe a significant transformation in Kanglin's physique. Its wingspan had exceeded 12 meters, a considerable increase from its previous size. Moreover, Kanglin's plumage now exhibited a profound shade of deep blue-black, a stark contrast to its former coloration, emanating an air of mystery and majesty. Not only that, but Kanglin's talons had also undergone a metamorphosis. The formerly yellow claws had turned black, glinting with a chilling sheen, appearing razor-sharp. Wang Feng examined Kanglin's updated information. Name, Kanglin. Ice Eagle King, Kanglin. Level, Golden Skills. Thousands of ice spikes. Unleashes ice spikes at designated targets while flapping wings, with an increased number of spikes. Ice Wind Shield. Forms multiple layers of ice wind shields around the body to repel external attacks. Ruler of the Flock. Can command birds of golden rank and below to gather intelligence. Description: Kanglin, the Ice Eagle King, is mature and capable of short-term aquatic activity. Possessing a massif physique. Beware of its claws, as it bears the bloodline of the Xianbing Great Eagle. At this moment, Kanglin soared into the sky, casting a shadow upon the ground below. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from Wang Feng's sight. Observing Kanglin's disappearing figure, Wang Feng reflected on how this recent awakening of its bloodline had significantly enhanced Kanglin's abilities, including flying speed, ice spikes, and shields. Moreover, being a member of the clan's royalty allowed Kanglin to scout the skies and gather information with greater ease, for no one would pay heed to an ordinary little bird. Once Kanglin had completed its upgrade, Wang Feng found himself without pressing matters and sensed that Kanglin's advancement had infused him with a surge of power. He was now not far from reaching level 4, though this sudden influx of strength also brought with it a sense of fatigue. He released Yuan Bao, allowing it to roam freely, instructing it to awaken him in case of any intruders, before he returned to the stone house and promptly fell asleep on the bed. During this time, Xiaoming finished the renovations of the protective walls and hills on the refuge island and returned to his own sanctuary. As dusk approached, Ba Tong and Sheng had yet to return to the refuge island. Wang Feng slept soundly until midnight when he was stirred by the roars of the Sheng and Yuan Bao. Rising from his bed, he exited his room to find that the Sheng and Xia Siyu had returned. The Sheng and Yuan Bao were playfully wrestling, while Xia Siyu sat nearby, watching their antics. Upon noticing Wang Feng's recently awakened state, Xia Siyu couldn't help but tease, "Ah, it's good to be Lord Wang. Everything merely requires proper arrangement, and naturally, the little ones will take care of the rest." Wang Feng paid little mind to her remarks and inquired, "What were the results? Is the Sheng ready for an upgrade?" Xia Siyu replied, "We defeated 25 silver-level sea eels, acquiring 25 soul orbs for silver-level treasure chests, 600 units of silver-level sea eel meat, and 5 blood orchids. As for whether the Sheng is sufficient for an upgrade, I cannot say, but he has decided to return." Afterward, Xia Siyu presented the items, and Wang Feng collected the 4 treasure chests and 5 blood orchids, while asking her to keep the remaining soul orbs and meat, as they held little significance for him at this moment. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Xia Siyu added, "I will head to the trading channel to exchange these. We shall split the resources evenly, as there are still some who hesitate to hunt beasts and lack soul orbs and meat essence." Wang Feng agreed, "That sounds fair. This will serve as a test. If you excel in trading, I have some other item blueprints and meat essence that you can handle for external trade, as I scarcely have time to browse the trading channel myself." After conversing with Xia Siyu for a while, she returned to her refuge island. Wang Feng then began to examine the Sheng's information. Name: Water King Ape, the Sheng. Level: Silver experience. 5150 silver, promotion to gold, skills, transformation, physical attributes and capabilities experience an exponential increase, with the potential to transform to 5 times its original size. Stamina determines transformation duration. Water control, capable of manipulating water flow to create water arrows, blades, shields, and prisons for both offense and defense. Hydration, the body can partially or entirely convert into water, granting immunity to certain physical attacks and allowing passage through narrow crevices. Influencing weather, the extensive manipulation of moisture within the environment, inducing rainfall and fog. Introduction, resembling a primate in form. This creature reaches a height of 2 meters during its juvenile stage, possessing the ability to breathe freely underwater. It moves with the swiftness of traversing solid ground, defying water pressure and resistance. Inheriting the agile characteristics of monkeys both on land and in trees, it exhibits extraordinary speed, reflexes, and flexibility in both aquatic and terrestrial realms. Through numerous mutations, each iteration has fortified its strength, culminating in a lineage connected to the revered water deity, Huaitoe. Upon witnessing that the great sage had met the conditions for advancement, the upgrade was initiated forthwith. The same process ensued. A radiant light enveloped him, forming a cocoon of luminescence. The sole distinction was that the sage's upgrade required a more prolonged duration. After a considerable wait, Wang Feng observed the cocoon without any signs of rupture, growing increasingly concerned about potential complications. Just then, a resonant roar emanated from within the cocoon, as the great sage shattered it with a fist. Wang Feng sensed that the great sage's stature had diminished once again. He began to inspect the upgraded sage. While the skills remained largely unchanged, the ability to transform allowed him to enlarge himself by a factor of 20, signifying that the great sage could attain a height surpassing 30 meters in his full form. His offensive power had not merely increased incrementally. It had escalated to an extraordinary degree. Chapter 64. Level 4 Beast Master Wang Feng, having attentively absorbed the introduction of the great sage, eagerly began to explore his own abilities. At the precise moment the great sage achieved its upgrade, he suddenly felt as if a formidable force had shattered some invisible restraint within him, akin to the breaking of shackles. This sensation filled him with both exhilaration and curiosity, prompting him to keenly observe the changes in his physique. He discovered significant enhancements in his strength, speed, and agility, leaving him utterly astounded by this comprehensive elevation. Moreover, Wang Feng noted an intriguing phenomenon. As the level of his beast mastery ascended, the rate at which his abilities improved seemed to accelerate. This implied that as long as the number of his beasts continued to grow and they were able to upgrade, he could swiftly augment his own prowess, rendering his beast mastery increasingly formidable as time progressed. He began to examine his status. Name, Wang Feng level, for golden tier, talent, beast mastery, level 4. Capable of commanding up to 7 beasts. Not exceeding diamond tier, beast space, level 3, can accommodate 5 beasts, facilitating accelerated growth and recovery. Cannot store other items. Beast teleportation, level 2, allows teleportation to the location of his beasts or vice versa. With 3 round trips per day. Beast fusion, level 1, enables temporary acquisition of a beast's abilities through fusion. Talent description. The host establishes a unique bond with various beasts, ensuring that the commanded beasts will never betray him, serving his will. Simultaneously, the beasts under his command can enhance their levels by defeating other creatures, thereby improving the host's physical attributes as the beasts upgrade. This signifies that each time a beast levels up, the host's physical capabilities can further advance. Wang Feng meticulously reviewed the various transformations post-upgrade. Every aspect of his being had once again undergone a comprehensive enhancement. He could now command 7 beasts and had acquired a rather fascinating skill, beast fusion. Filled with curiosity and anticipation for this new ability, he summoned the great sage without hesitation. Standing firm, Wang Feng called out to the great sage, "Great sage, first enlarge yourself 5-fold, then attack me. I wish to test my current strength." Upon hearing his master's command, the great sage unfalteringly began to harness its ability to enlarge. In an instant, its form swelled, becoming 5 times its original size. Now, magnified, the great sage exuded an imposing aura, striding forth with colossal steps, akin to a moving mountain, charging directly at Wang Feng. As it ran, the great sage's muscles tensed, brimming with power. Its fists struck like cannonballs, delivering tremendous force as they aimed fiercely at Wang Feng. Wang Feng, feeling the great sage's overwhelming strength, could only evade repeatedly. Fortunately, the great sage's speed was not yet sufficient to swiftly overpower him, and its strength remained within a bearable range. Just as Wang Feng pondered his situation, he was struck by the great sage's fist, causing his body to stagger slightly. Yet he did not succumb to the ground. He steadied himself, feeling the formidable power of the great sage's fist, and inwardly assessed his own strength. Then, Wang Feng shouted to the great sage, "All right, now enlarge yourself to 10 times your size and continue to attack me." Upon hearing the command, the great sage unleashed his ability once more, his body swelling instantaneously to 10-fold its original size. At this size, the great sage experienced a qualitative leap in both strength and speed. His fists rained down upon Wang Feng with such intensity and velocity that they dazzled the eyes. Wang Feng found himself unable to evade this relentless barrage, forced to endure the onslaught. Ultimately, Wang Feng was struck and sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Lying there, he felt as though his bones were on the verge of disintegration, and it took him quite some time to struggle back to his feet. Panting heavily, he silently marveled at the great sage, who truly was the finest warrior under his command. His spirits soared. The greater the great sage's strength, the safer he felt. Without delay, Wang Feng activated the Beastmaster fusion skill. The great sage transformed into a brilliant white light, soaring like a meteor toward Wang Feng. Merging seamlessly with his body, Wang Feng felt a surge of formidable power welling up within him, significantly enhancing both his speed and strength. Moreover, he discovered he could utilize the great sage's transformation ability, albeit limited to enlarging himself 5 times. Excitedly, he swung his fists, reveling in this newfound strength. Next, Wang Feng eagerly attempted the lightning skill of Yuanbao. Relishing the sensation of conjuring lightning mid-transport, he unleashed a torrent of hand-spun lightning upon the sanctuary island, creating numerous craters in its wake. However, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. While Yuanbao's lightning boasted a staggering voltage of 10,000 volts. The lightning he conjured after fusing with Yuanbao was a mere 1,000 volts, only a tenth of Yuanbao's prowess. Wang Feng's favorite fusion remained with Kanglin. When they merged, his back seemed enchanted, sprouting a pair of wings. These wings granted him the ability to soar through the skies with the freedom of a bird, indulging in humanity's long-cherished dream of flight. After completing these exhilarating experiments, he relayed a message to Batong, who was frolicking nearby the coral reefs. He instructed Batong to return to Sanctuary Island swiftly and consume the harvested blood orchids. After a brief wait, Batong promptly returned to Sanctuary Island. Wang Feng retrieved 5 blood orchids from his storage bag for Batong, allowing him to digest them in the pond while keeping watch over the island. Should any intruders appear, Batong was to notify him immediately. Batong seemed captivated by the blood orchids, wrapping his tentacles around them and darting toward the pond. The Pirate Alliance. This unexpected revelation made Wang Feng acutely aware of the necessity to swiftly enhance his strength to confront potential threats. Thus, once everything was arranged on Sanctuary Island, Wang Feng resolved to teleport to the Beast Island where the Shadow resided, hoping to acquire 2 powerful beast companions to bolster his ranks and further elevate his capabilities. Utilizing the compass from the refuge island to discover additional sanctuaries has become paramount. In this world, if one refrains from striking others, they shall inevitably be struck in return. Moreover, Wang Feng adheres to the primal law of survival of the fittest. Thus, it is imperative to increase the number of secondary refuge islands. Wang Feng recalled the seed of the stone giant, and, following the procedure, swiftly gained control over it. He now commands 6 golden tier beasts. First, he dispatched a message to Shadow, instructing them to find a secure location, as he would teleport there shortly. Subsequently, he stored Dasheng Yuanbao and Kanglin within the Beastmaster space. He then retrieved the tsunami gun from his storage pouch, patiently awaiting the communication from Shadow. Chapter 65. On the Isle of Shadow Beasts, when Wang Feng received the message from the Shadow, he did not hesitate to initiate the teleportation. A dazzling light flashed, and like a bolt of lightning, Wang Feng swiftly vanished from his original location. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the Shadow. This sudden arrival stirred the Shadow Wolf pack into alertness. They regarded Wang Feng as an unwelcome visitor, even an intruding foe, and immediately unleashed a cacophony of howls, the sound reverberating through the entire forest. As the Shadow Wolves issued their threatening howls, they bared their teeth at Wang Feng, adopting a stance that indicated they were ready to spring into action at any moment. Their eyes glimmered with hostility and vigilance, as if they would pounce without hesitation at the slightest movement from him. At that moment, the Shadow emitted an exceptionally loud howl, a sound that thundered through the air, instantly silencing the cacophony of the wolf pack. The wolves seemed to regard the Shadow's howl with trepidation, their howls gradually subsiding, and the forest slowly returned to a state of tranquility. Wang Feng glanced around, astonished to discover that the size of the Shadow Wolf pack had grown even larger than before. There were now over 20 silver-tier Shadow Wolves. How many wolf packs were concealed upon this island? Moreover, Wang Feng noted that these wolves, like other mutated creatures, seemed to possess an astonishing capacity for rapid growth. He pondered in silence the secrets this island harbored. What made the creatures here so extraordinary? Releasing Dasheng, Yuanbao, and Kanglin from his Beastmaster space, Dasheng was immediately captivated by the towering trees surrounding them. It excitedly leaped onto one of the large trees, using the vines between the branches to bound through the forest as if traversing familiar ground, seemingly exploring this new environment. Yuanbao remained relatively quiet, standing vigilantly in front of Wang Feng, observing the surroundings with keen awareness. Meanwhile, Kanglin soared into the sky, unfurling its magnificent wings, and began to circle above. Watching Kanglin glide freely in the air brought a sense of relief to Wang Feng. He decided to allow Kanglin some time for unrestricted exploration, intending to contact it through messaging when necessary. In an instant, Kanglin shot towards the cliff by the sea, swiftly disappearing from Wang Feng's line of sight. Standing still, Wang Feng looked around, astonished to find himself back at the site of the Frost Black Bear's cave. He could not help but reflect that the Shadow seemed to have lingered in this area, perhaps explaining the absence of other mutated beasts. Determined to uncover the truth, Wang Feng resolved to climb a nearby hill for a closer inspection. He ascended the hill cautiously, each step filled with vigilance. Upon reaching the summit, the sight before him felt familiar. Atop the hill, the view was expansive, revealing a dense jungle ahead, resembling a vast ocean of green, seemingly endless. In the distance, a majestic mountain towered against the skyline, shrouded in mist, imparting an air of mystery and grandeur. As Wang Feng immersed himself in the magnificent scenery, a sudden, melodious bird call pierced the tranquil air. He abruptly lifted his gaze, only to behold a colossal golden figure racing forth from the misty peak in the distance, akin to a bolt of golden lightning, descending rapidly toward the forest below. With wide eyes, he focused intently and soon realized that the golden apparition was the golden-winged rock he had encountered earlier. Its wings spanned several dozen meters, radiating a dazzling golden light that left onlookers entranced. Just as the golden-winged rock approached the woods, an enormous serpent's head emerged abruptly from the foliage. Towering at least 10 meters high, it opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a billowing cloud of inky darkness. This plume spread swiftly like a massive wave, engulfing the surroundings in an all-encompassing shadow. The rock, evidently prepared for this unforeseen development, adeptly spiraled upward, soaring above the black mist, biding its time for the obscurity to clear. Meanwhile, the colossal serpent seemed aware that this tactic was not sustainable. It began to frantically drive the woodland creatures into a panic, forcing them to scatter in all directions. Chaos erupted within the forest as various animals, in a frenzy, collided with trees, generating a cacophony of sounds. Yet, the golden-winged rock remained motionless, silently hovering above the fog, seemingly observing the serpent's every move. As the black mist gradually dissipated, Wang Feng noticed that the foliage once shrouded in darkness had all withered to a sickly yellow. At that moment, the serpent had vanished without a trace. The rock flapped its wings and soared toward the sea, leaving Wang Feng puzzled about the serpent's sudden disappearance. Unless it possessed abilities akin to the great sage, allowing it to alter its size at will. Standing atop a small hill, Wang Feng gazed at the distant forest, now eerily silent, devoid of any sounds. After a moment of quiet contemplation, a wave of curiosity surged within him. Eventually, he turned and began to descend the hill, mulling over the extraordinary sights he had just witnessed. Suddenly, a question struck him, prompting him to send a message to Shadow. Shadow, do golden tier, mutated creatures predominantly inhabit the area behind this hill? Is it segmented by levels as well? Wang Feng's message was dispatched swiftly. After a brief period of reflection, Shadow replied, golden tier beasts possess their own territories within. Once defeated and forced to retreat, they cannot re-enter to reclaim their domains. I fled from there, which is why I dare not return. The regions are continuously delineated, with zones for golden, diamond, and even higher-tiered beasts. Within those areas, we can expedite our growth, and the potential for mutation is significantly heightened. Thus, the periphery of this island is teeming with life. Upon reading Shadow's response, Wang Feng pondered thoughtfully. He recalled that during his ascent to the central mountain of the island, he had not encountered anything particularly remarkable. He speculated that perhaps his insufficient strength at the time had prevented him from triggering any extraordinary occurrences. However, given their current strength, even when confronted with diamond-tier beasts, they might not be able to prevail, but they should still manage to escape. As for the higher-level mutated beasts, Wang Feng believed he could capture the beasts into his beast space and then teleport directly back to the sanctuary island. He harbored no doubts that these creatures could disrupt his teleportation. Thus, he once again contacted Shadow, preparing to enter the central region. At that moment, Wang Feng was solely focused on finding two suitable beasts. Silver-tier creatures could no longer serve as his companions, compelling him to venture towards the island's core. Furthermore, Wang Feng was eager to gauge the strength of diamond-tier aberrations. If he could tame one, the pirates would no longer pose a threat, but rather bring forth substantial rewards. The island's high risks promise commensurate high returns. Chapter 66. Encounter with the Frostbear. Shadow led the pack of wolves, resembling a swirling tempest of darkness, swiftly sweeping towards the central region of the island. Wang Feng sat steadily upon the back of Yuanbao, closely following. Dashing leapt nimbly through the woods, as if it had become one with the forest itself. As they entered the central area, the wolves of Shadow suddenly emitted a low, prolonged howl that reverberated through the silent woods, serving as both a warning and a signal of impending danger. Wang Feng's heart tightened, and he promptly urged Yuanbao to accelerate, racing towards the source of the howl. Soon, they arrived at the site of the howl. The sight before Wang Feng made him gasp in horror. The shadow wolf lay in tatters, its body torn apart, blood and flesh strewn across the ground. The gruesome scene sent shivers down his spine, causing his heart to race. Shadow stood amidst the pool of blood, its body trembling slightly, continuously emitting deep growls. Its gaze was fixed intently in one direction, as if a tremendous threat lurked there. Dashing sensed the anomaly as well, swiftly climbing a nearby tree, its body tense and poised for an imminent attack. At that moment, a faint rustling sound emerged from the thicket. Wang Feng squinted and beheld a colossal white bear gradually rising from the underbrush. This bear was as pure as snow, resembling a sculpture of ice, its fur gleaming like hardened frost, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. When the bear fully stood upright, Wang Feng was astonished to find it towering over 30 meters. Its massive frame radiated an unparalleled strength, with clearly defined muscles suggesting immense power. Its paws were enormous and sharp, each claw resembling iron, capable of effortlessly shattering rocks. In that instant, a thought flashed through Wang Feng's mind. This was the frost bear he had encountered previously. Moreover, judging by its imposing presence and size, it had undoubtedly attained diamond-level status. Without hesitation, Wang Feng commanded Shadow to swiftly retreat the pack of shadow wolves behind a small hill. After all, the silver-level wolves were utterly no match for the frost bear, and remaining would only lead to unnecessary casualties. Upon receiving the command, the pack retreated like lightning, vanishing behind the hill in the blink of an eye. At that moment, only Wang Feng, Dasheng, Yuanbao, and Shadow remained on the scene. Wang Feng, holding the giant wave spear, stood firm on the ground, his gaze firmly fixed on the frost bear not far away. His mind racing as he pondered how to launch an attack that would inflict effective damage upon the colossal beast. The frost bear, having noticed Wang Feng and his companions, felt a surge of anger upon realizing that these small beings had not fled in fear like other animals. With a mighty roar, it opened its massive jaws, unleashing a sound that echoed like thunder, causing the surrounding branches to tremble violently. Immediately, the glacial bear swung its colossal paw, unleashing a torrential downpour of sharp icicles that cascaded down like a violent storm, illuminating the surroundings with a chilling brilliance, as though intent on freezing the very essence of the space itself. In the face of this onslaught of icy projectiles, Wang Feng and his companions nimbly navigated through the perilous barrage, evading danger at every turn. At that moment, the great sage suddenly erupted from the treetops like a cannonball, rapidly enlarging in midair until he transformed into a towering giant ape nearly 40 meters tall. His fists, as immense as mountains, descended with the force of thunder, striking down upon the glacial bear. Yet, the bear's body was instantaneously enveloped in a thick layer of solid ice. Although the great sage's fists shattered the icy fragments into a flurry, they failed to inflict any significant harm upon the glacial bear. The glacial bear swung its paw, each movement conjuring a biting gale, forcing the great sage to continuously pivot and evade, not daring to let down his guard. During this tumult, the glacial bear reared up on its hind legs. Observing the bear's formidable defense and offense, Wang Feng realized the challenge ahead was daunting. He retrieved a seed of the stone giant from his storage pouch and placed it upon the ground. Instantly, the stone giant expanded rapidly, towering over 10 meters in height. Wang Feng directed the stone giant to coordinate closely with the great sage, using its immortal resilience to shield against the bear's icy attacks, thus creating openings for the great sage to strike. Meanwhile, Yuanbao began to manipulate the weather, causing sporadic raindrops to fall from the sky, while he orchestrated bolts of lightning and razor winds to assault the glacial bear. With each strike of lightning, the bear's body would momentarily stiffen, providing opportunities for the great sage and the stone giant to launch their attacks, while the wind blades continuously eroded the bear's formidable icy exterior. The shadow darted across the ground like a specter, its form ever present, persistently targeting the bear's legs to hinder its speed. Throughout this chaos, Wang Feng remained a distant observer, carefully monitoring the glacial bear's condition. The battlefield transformed into a breathtaking tableau where icicles, lightning, and wind blades interwove in a dramatic display. Infuriated, the glacial bear roared with the fury of a tempest, sending shockwaves that reverberated painfully in Wang Feng's ears. It frantically propelled icicles in all directions, shattering trees and crumbling rocks, leaving devastation in its wake. The shadow and Yuanbao had no choice but to retreat, while the stone giant, undeterred, continued its relentless assault on the glacial bear, each collision resonating with immense force, fearlessly confronting the barrage of icy projectiles. As long as Wang Feng remained unscathed, the stone giant would be able to regenerate. The great sage morphed into a stream of water, skillfully weaving through the rain of icicles, and arrived directly before the glacial bear, transforming into the giant ape once more to deliver a powerful punch to its head. The bear's paws swung wildly, while the great sage fluidly transformed into water, encircling the glacial bear. As the bear pivoted to attack the stone giant, the great sage swiftly reverted to his giant form, unleashing a flurry of fierce strikes. In this moment, The great sage transcended mere brute strength, harmonizing the might of his giant form with the fluidity of water, executing powerful assaults while skillfully evading through water-like agility. The frosty ice giant, hindered by the great sage and the stone giant, found itself unable to summon its ice spikes. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Bao and Shadow approached the legs of the frosty ice bear. Yuan Bao's tiger paw, as unyielding as steel, struck with such force that the bear's legs trembled incessantly. Shadow's fierce bites inflicted unbearable pain upon the frosty ice bear. Realizing the precariousness of its situation, the bear relinquished its upright stance and dropped to all fours to enhance its agility. Its body, encased in a thick layer of solid ice, resembled a moving iceberg as it charged violently towards the stone giant. The impact sent the stone giant hurtling backwards, crashing heavily to the ground. Subsequently, the frosty ice bear feigned an assault on Yuan Bao, but abruptly altered its trajectory mid-charge, lunging fiercely at Shadow. Caught off guard, Shadow was struck and sent flying, crashing through several large trees before coming to a halt. At this moment, Shadow could no longer stand, crimson blood flowing incessantly from its maw. Wang Feng, consumed with urgency, prepared to retreat Shadow into the beast's space for healing, only to witness Shadow begin to siphon the life force from the Shadow Wolf pack to mend its wounds. As vitality coursed through it, Shadow's injuries gradually improved, albeit at the cost of temporarily losing its fighting capability. Wang Feng then ordered Shadow to retreat to the small hillock. Chapter 67. The frost bear of the icebound plains. Wang Feng observed the relentless assault of the great sage and Yuan Bao, relieved to find that they remained unscathed. With resolute determination, he set his sights on capturing his sixth beast, the frost bear of the icebound plains. Taking a deep breath, Wang Feng focused his mind and unleashed his beast-taming skill upon the frost bear. Immediately, the creature was disrupted, its aggressive movements towards Yuan Bao slowing dramatically. Seizing the opportunity, the great sage and the stone giant surged forward like a tempest, launching a ferocious onslaught against the frost bear. The great sage wielded his powerful arms, striking the frost bear's head with thunderous blows that echoed through the air. Meanwhile, the stone giant grasped the frost bear's hind legs with its colossal hands, rendering it immobile and unable to advance even a single step. Yuan Bao, ever astute, darted forward in a flash, unleashing a barrage of lightning strikes upon the frost bear's muzzle. The relentless series of attacks left the frost bear defenseless, desperately struggling to escape the clutches of the great sage and the stone giant, yearning to flee this harrowing confrontation. Yet, no matter how fiercely it fought, it could not break free from its binds. As the frost bear realized its escape was futile, its eyes ignited with a fierce crimson glow, and its fur bristled with rage as if pushed to its absolute limits. With a deafening roar that reverberated like thunder throughout the space, the frost bear unleashed its fury. The solid ice that enveloped its body shattered as if struck by an unseen force, exploding into countless shards that shot outwards like arrows. The great sage and the stone giant braced themselves against the onslaught, pressing on without hesitation in their relentless assault on the frost bear. However, Yuan Bao was caught off guard, its form instantly pierced by several shards of ice, blood erupting forth as it fell, grievously wounded. In the chaos, Wang Feng was not spared either. Shards of ice lacerated his arm, blood streaming down. Seeing Yuan Bao weakened and bleeding profusely on the ground ignited a fierce rage within Wang Feng. In a fit of fury, he unleashed his beast-taming skill to its utmost potential. As the skill activated, he felt a searing pain as if his skull were about to split, waves of agony crashing over him. Yet, he gritted his teeth, enduring this indescribable torment, for he understood that surrender was not an option at this critical juncture. With Yuan Bao and the Shadow grievously injured, victory was the only way to honor their sacrifices. Steeling himself against the excruciating pain, Wang Feng painstakingly approached the frost bear. In that moment, he swiftly recalled Yuan Bao into the beast's space, hoping to provide it with timely healing. At that very instant, the great sage continued its frenzied assault on the frost bear's head, granting it no respite. Just as Wang Feng drew closer, the colossal beast suddenly raised its paw, preparing to unleash a final ice spike attack, evidently intent on taking them down with it. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Feng felt no hesitation in his heart, immediately commanding the stone giant to release its hold on the frost ice bear. The moment the restraints were lifted, the frost ice bear surged forward as if erupting from a long-dormant volcano, racing ahead with wild abandon. Having endured immense pressure for an extended period, its body was already on the brink of collapse. Now, freed from its constraints, it charged forth like a runaway stallion, impossible to contain. The massive ice spikes that had been aimed at Wang Feng and his companions lost their intended target, hurtling forward alongside the frost ice bear like arrows released from a bow, ultimately crashing down into the nearby forest, creating a symphony of crisp impacts. As the frost ice bear prepared to flee, the great sage had already seized the opportunity, nimbly leaping onto its back. The great sage settled firmly atop the bear, raining down blows like a torrential downpour, each strike infused with tremendous force, eliciting cries of agony from the frost ice bear. Simultaneously, the stone giant swiftly approached, grasping the bear's hind leg with its colossal strength, anchoring it in place and preventing any escape. Through the seamless collaboration of the great sage and the stone giant, Wang Feng's beast mastery achieved triumph. The frost ice bear, once thrashing in resistance, suddenly seemed to lose all its strength, halting its movements and standing rigidly in place, utterly immobilized. At this moment, Wang Feng lay sprawled on the ground like a limp rag, gasping for breath. His body felt as though countless fine needles were piercing through him simultaneously, the pain excruciating, and he trembled uncontrollably. The great sage, having completed his task, returned to his normal size and plopped down beside him, equally breathless. Wang Feng longed to remain in this state of repose, desiring nothing but to do absolutely nothing. Just as he began to regain some strength, a faint rustling sound emanated from the distant woods, akin to something swiftly skimming over the dry leaves. Wang Feng, not daring to linger, swiftly rose to recall the stone giant, and then summoned the frost ice bear into his beast space, turning with the great sage to flee toward the small hillock. The rustling grew increasingly pronounced, as if the entire forest were trembling. Accompanied by this fearsome sound, trees began to topple like dominoes under the force of tempest. Wang Feng's heart raced, and he instinctively surmised that it could be the enormous serpent he had seen before. What fortuitous luck it was to encounter this serpent not once, but twice. Silently, he prayed that the serpent would not enter the silver-level territory. Otherwise, the shadow wolves would likely suffer dire consequences. Without hesitation, Wang Feng initiated the fusion of his beasts, witnessing the great sage transform into a flash of white light, merging into his body like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, Wang Feng felt a tremendous surge in both power and speed. His velocity increased, allowing him to dart through the woods like a tempest. Simultaneously, he skillfully maneuvered through the vines of the forest, leaping forward with the agility of a monkey, rapidly distancing himself from the colossal serpent. As Wang Feng reached the midpoint of the small hill, the rustling sounds behind him gradually faded away. He exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed the giant serpent would not venture beyond its central domain. Nevertheless, he dared not pause for an instant, propelling himself forward with unwavering determination. Suddenly, a swirling mass of inky black fog erupted from the woods behind, enveloping the hillside like a dark whirlwind. Startled, Wang Feng turned to glance back, only to discern the faint outline of the colossal serpent within the mist, causing his heart to race to an alarming degree. Indeed, it was a venomous snake. A wave of dread washed over him, but he was grateful for his earlier momentum. Had he faltered, escape would have been nearly impossible. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned every ounce of his strength and dashed forward with all his might. The ominous fog lingered at the hillside, not expanding its reach, while Wang Feng's speed surged, allowing him to burst past the small hill. It was only upon reuniting with the shadow that he finally came to a halt, gasping for breath, his heart still pounding violently as if it might leap from his throat. Chapter 68. Return to Sanctuary Island. Wang Feng stood still, slightly panting, a sheen of fine sweat glistening on his forehead and his legs feeling somewhat unsteady. In his relentless pursuit to reclaim the Songbing Yuan bear, he had expended every ounce of his strength, resulting not only in a significant depletion of his team's combat capability, but also leaving him utterly exhausted and incapable of further exploring this perilous and enigmatic island teeming with wild beasts. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he issued a command to the shadow beside him, instructing it to manage subsequent affairs autonomously. After relaying these instructions, Wang Feng unhesitatingly sent a message to Kanglin, advising him to remain active on the island and await further directives. Having completed these tasks, Wang Feng felt a measure of relief wash over him, and without hesitation, he activated the teleportation spell, vanishing from his original location in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he found himself beside Batong. At that moment, Batong lay peacefully in the pond, its body quivering slightly, seemingly still endeavoring to digest the blood orchid it had consumed. Upon seeing Wang Feng materialize before it, its eyes widened in astonishment, clearly taken aback by his quick return after such a brief absence. Wang Feng, noticing its reaction, quickly reassured, "Do not worry, Batong. I have merely returned to check on you. Focus on digesting the blood orchid. I shall not interrupt your process." With that, he turned and made his way towards the stone hut. Upon reaching the entrance of the stone hut, Wang Feng summoned Yuan Bao from the beast space. The creature appeared battered and bruised. Its wounds, though no longer bleeding, still oozed traces of blood. However, a glimmer of hope emerged as he observed that the wounds had begun to scab, indicating a gradual recovery. After conducting a thorough examination of Yuan Bao's condition and confirming that it was not gravely injured, he returned it to the beast space, where the environment would be more conducive to its healing, facilitating a swifter recuperation. Finally, Wang Feng recalled the great sage and felt a pang of concern regarding its well-being during the battle. He promptly sent an inquiry through the messaging system. Soon, a response arrived from the great sage, indicating that it had merely experienced significant exhaustion, with no substantive injury sustained. Having attended to all these matters, Wang Feng released the Songbing Yuan bear from the beast space. As the colossal creature appeared on Sanctuary Island, its massive form elicited awe. The behemoth seemed to dominate the island, casting an enormous shadow over its entirety. Observing the Songbing Yuan bear before him, Wang Feng pondered to himself. It would be imperative to prevent it from roaming freely on Sanctuary Island, lest the small isle suffer considerable disruption due to its presence. With this thought, he resolved to swiftly find a more suitable habitat for the Songbing Yuan bear. Wang Feng then began to review the bear's fundamental information. Name: Frosty Ice Bear, Bald Chong. Level: Diamond Experience, 030 Diamond. Promotion to Legendary. Skills: Frosty Ice Spire, capable of launching colossal ice spires for attack. Displaying formidable power and prolonged duration. Frosty Ice Shield formed a robust layer of frost on the body, effectively resisting enemy assaults, while the shattered ice can be unleashed in a radial attack. Introduction: the Frosty Ice Bear, in its mature phase, measures 30 meters in length and possesses the ability to breathe freely underwater, boasting overwhelming close combat prowess. One must not underestimate the impact of its paw. Upon thoroughly absorbing the description of the Frosty Ice Bear, Wang Feng suddenly realized that this formidable beast could undoubtedly serve as his trump card. After all, he had personally experienced the astonishing might of the Frosty Ice Bear and was acutely aware of its immense power. Without hesitation, Wang Feng secured the Frosty Ice Bear into his storage bag, preparing to summon it at a pivotal moment. Feeling somewhat aimless, Wang Feng surveyed his surroundings, recognizing that he had no pressing tasks at hand. At that moment, he recalled his survival manual for the water world, pondering that it might hold some intriguing elements. He swiftly retrieved the manual and accessed the item trading channel, eagerly perusing the various item information. However, just as he opened the manual, an unexpected message popped up. Wang Feng focused intently, discovering that it was a message from Xiaxi. "I have exchanged all the resources from the Great Sage's defeat into refined iron and copper wood. 25 soul capsules and 600 units of silver-grade sea eel meat have been converted into 3,000 refined iron and 10,000 copper wood. This is your half." Xiaxi's message was succinct and clear. Wang Feng examined the trading information, realizing that Xia Si possessed some valuable assets. The remaining surplus materials could be entrusted to her for trading in the marketplace, as she had no means to betray him. Thus, it was equivalent to claiming the materials as his own. Wang Feng transferred 1,500 refined iron and 5,000 copper wood into his storage bag. He then messaged Xia Si, inviting her to the shelter island to conduct a trade for the surplus materials. He recalled having previously acquired 5 silver-grade treasure chests and promptly retrieved them for his storage bag. The silver chests no longer held the allure of surprise for him. He quickly opened all 5 chests, unveiling 20 items within: 30 refined iron, 50 copper wood, 50 refined iron, 10 copper wood, 50 refined iron, 20 refined iron, 50 copper wood, 10 copper wood, 40 copper wood, 30 refined iron, 200 units of fresh water, 100 units of fresh water, 5 silver-grade peach tree saplings, 1 small stream, 1 weather-influenced scroll, silver grade, 1 secondary shelter island scroll, silver grade, 1 shelter island compass, silver grade, and 1 cheerful sauces boar manufacturing blueprint, silver grade, along with 1 Qin Wang sword manufacturing blueprint, silver grade. Name: 5 pan peach seedlings level, silver effect. The pan peach seedlings can bear pan peaches, which enhance physical fitness. Description: a descendant of the pan peach tree from the Western Queen Mother, flowering every 10 years and bearing fruit every 10 years. A friendly reminder: the maturation of the pan peach tree can be expedited. Name: joyful tamarisk board crafting blueprint level, silver materials, 5 fine iron, 10 copper wood effect. A sturdy tamarisk board that can withstand silver level attacks from a height exceeding 20 meters. Description: are you happy? If not, try the joyful tamarisk board. Name: Qin King sword crafting blueprint level, silver materials, 50 fine iron, 10 copper wood effect. The Qin King sword measures 161 centimeters, remains rust-free for millennia, and boasts a sharp blade. Description: the Qin King sword is said to be a standard weapon of the ancient Qin dynasty, significantly longer than other long swords. Upon reviewing these descriptions, Wang Feng noted that aside from fine iron and copper wood, the majority of resources could be exchanged. He decided to retain the 5 pan peach seedlings, silver level, as the silver level planting ground would expedite the maturation of the pan peach trees. In the future, he intended to have the great sage guard the peach orchard, indulging his own mischievous inclinations. Chapter 69. The leader of the pirate alliance, Wang Feng, bearing a seedling of the peaches of immortality, arrived at the designated planting site and carefully placed the seedling into the soil. Following this, he retrieved 50 units of silver-grade essence of flesh and blood from his storage bag and buried it within the earth. Having completed these tasks, he returned to the stone house to await Xia Si's arrival. As Wang Feng organized his unnecessary belongings, his survival manual from the water world suddenly chimed, revealing a new message. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a communication from Lilan. Ever since he had suggested she become his secondary refuge island, she had seemingly vanished, offering no reply to his previous messages. Wang Feng pondered to himself that, at present, he did not lack copper wood or refined iron, rendering his interest in whether Lilan would become his secondary refuge island somewhat diminished. Furthermore, in comparison to his other secondary islands, Lilan's worth was indeed not particularly significant. However, as he opened the survival manual and read Lilan's message, his brow furrowed slightly in surprise. The content of the message was alarming. Great One, please save me. I am willing to become your secondary refuge island. My island is currently under attack by 2 pirates, and the situation is dire. Please, I implore you to rescue me. Wang Feng found himself deep in contemplation. With 2 pirates on her side, he wondered whether it would be advantageous to rescue Lilan. He mused that, given his current strength, defeating the 2 pirates should pose no significant challenge. He commanded golden-grade stone giants and diamond-grade frost bears, formidable beings capable of overcoming most trials. As Wang Feng continued to deliberate, he recalled that Lilan's refuge was situated on a large island. Perhaps he could seize this opportunity to incorporate the island into his domain. This would not only expand his influence, but also enable him to acquire greater resources and benefits. Moreover, he could initially station the frost bears on that island, summoning them as needed. With this thought, a plan began to take shape in Wang Feng's mind. He resolved to gather more details before proceeding further. After all, in this perilous yet opportunistic world of water, each decision could profoundly impact his survival and growth. Once he had clarified his intentions, he sent a message to Lilan. "I can save you, but you must first sign the secondary refuge island scroll for me to teleport there." He then dispatched the secondary refuge island scroll. It was evident that Lilan was indeed under life-threatening circumstances. The moment the scroll was sent, Wang Feng felt an overwhelming sense of control over her and her island's fate. Wang Feng retrieved the tsunami gun from his storage bag and activated the secondary refuge island teleportation function. In a flash of light, he found himself at the center of Lilan's refuge island. Before him lay a circular clearing bordered by a wall. Within the enclosure, Lilan was relentlessly firing arrows outward, while outside, several massive trees stood valiantly against the pirates' assault, with an endless forest stretching into the distance. On the opposite side of the refuge island loomed a grand mountain, a prime location endowed with both elevation and greenery. Quickly, Wang Feng extracted a seed of the stone giant from his storage bag. As the seed touched the ground, the colossal stone giant seemed to be imbued with life, rapidly swelling to a height exceeding 10 meters, resembling a towering mountain. With keen eyes, Wang Feng commanded the stone giant to charge down upon the pirates like a ferocious tiger. The pirates, taken aback, displayed their astonishment and hurriedly retreated. However, the stone giant relentlessly pursued them, its massive form bearing down like Mount Tai upon fragile eggs, exuding an overwhelming presence. At that moment, one pirate underwent a remarkable transformation. His body radiated a metallic sheen, as if he had become an indomitable fortress of steel. The metallic pirate collided with the stone giant, producing a resounding thud. Concurrently, another pirate, noticing that Lilan had received reinforcements, ceased to hold back and relentlessly unleashed fire blade attacks upon her. The fire blades streaked across the sky like meteors, striking the great tree before the wall. In an instant, the tree was ignited, flames roaring forth like a wildfire, swiftly spreading. Wang Feng, acutely aware of the dire situation, decisively summoned Kanglin. With a flicker, Kanglin darted towards the fiery pirate above, akin to a wraith. With a flap of its wings, a deluge of massive ice spikes cascaded down like a torrential downpour. Initially, the fiery pirate attempted to shatter the ice spikes with fire blades, yet soon discovered the futility of his efforts against the overwhelming torrent of ice. The sheer number of ice spikes was reminiscent of a blizzard, leaving the fiery pirate in a state of disarray. Confronted by this sudden onslaught of ice, the metallic pirate found himself unable to evade. Already ensnared by the stone giant, he was further plunged into desperation. Under the dual assault of the stone giant and the ice spikes, the metal covering his body rapidly peeled away, ultimately resulting in his demise beneath the crushing force of the stone giant, raising a cloud of dust. Witnessing this, the fiery pirate began to flee into the depths of the forest, but Wang Feng had long been anticipating this moment. After dispatching Kanglin, he stealthily maneuvered to the rear of the fiery pirate, waiting in the shadows of the woods. As the fiery pirate recklessly attempted to plunge deeper into the forest, Wang Feng emerged abruptly, wielding the great wave spear and sweeping it across the fiery pirate. The spear struck the fiery pirate's body, sending him hurtling backward into a tree, where he came to a halt, gravely injured and unable to resist. Wang Feng approached, pressing the tip of the great wave spear against the fiery pirate's throat, his expression frosty as he spoke. "Reveal your circumstances and the knowledge you possess regarding the Pirate Alliance. If your information holds value, I may consider sparing your life. My patience is limited, so refrain from speaking nonsense." The stone giant dragged the lifeless body of the metallic pirate closer, and upon witnessing this, the fiery pirate realized the gravity of the situation. He thus spoke, "I am Zhu Luan. My awakened talent is the control of flames. I am not yet a formal member of the Pirate Alliance. I remain in the probationary period. This assault on the Sanctuary Island serves as our evaluation for full membership." Wang Feng then inquired, "How did you join? Do you know who the leader of the Pirate Alliance is? Are there any gathering islands?" Flame Pirate. I learned about the Pirate Alliance through the chat channel. At that time, I expressed my desire to join numerous times, and soon thereafter, someone added me as a friend. They then requested that I sign a scroll, after which I was transported to an island bustling with people. In our group, there were a total of 20 newcomers, each facing a kneeling individual. The pirates commanded us to kill the person before us in order to become temporary members of the Pirate Alliance. Some were too fearful to comply, only to be ruthlessly slain by the pirates. I participated in 3 missions, and the resources I acquired were all traded internally. I encountered the pirate leader only once. His name was Jiang. Before Flame Pirate could finish his words, flames erupted from his entire body, and his mouth was sealed. Wang Feng quickly retreated, witnessing the Flame Pirate seemingly activated by some curse, as he was engulfed by flames and met a silent demise. Observing the death of the Flame Pirate, Wang Feng gained a profound understanding of the Pirate Alliance, realizing they were a band of merciless lunatics with the initiation ritual involving the slaughter of innocents. More importantly, the scroll signed by the pirates surely harbored some sinister secrets. Should any critical information be leaked, it would trigger dire consequences. Wang Feng began to piece together the identity of the Pirate Alliance's leader, someone surnamed Jiang, possessing the power to suppress numerous pirates and likely in possession of unique artifacts. It was highly probable that this individual was Jiang Feng, the first to upgrade to a level 3 sanctuary island. Chapter 70. Justice League. Wang Feng contemplated the situation of the Pirates Alliance, recalling that newcomers must participate in 4 missions to become full-fledged members. He pondered the current number of members within the alliance. Distrustful of others, he recognized the perilous nature of his predicament. Venturing alone was fraught with danger. However, teaming up required constant vigilance over one as companions. Although the Friend Alliance scrolls were available, their utility was limited, and, at times, they could become burdensome. In a moment of uncertainty, he decided to abandon his thoughts. Even if he could not secure victory, he believed escaping would not pose a problem. Wang Feng retrieved the 2 pirate storage bags, ready to inspect his spoils. Having participated in several raids at the Sanctuary Island, the pirates should possess some resources. He swiftly opened the 2 storage bags, each measuring 7 square meters. Not too large, yet not insignificant. Inside, he discovered 800 units of refined iron, 500 units of copper wood, 500 units of fresh water, 1 level 3 island core, 10 silver-grade soul orbs, 500 units of silver-grade blood essence, for Sanctuary Island compasses, silver-grade, 3 secondary Sanctuary Island scrolls, silver-grade, 1 Sanctuary Island wine blade, gold-grade, along with various crafting blueprints and some food. Name: Sanctuary Island Wind Blade level, gold function, to be deployed on the Sanctuary Island, forming dense wind blades around the island for its protection. Description: the wind blades whirl incessantly. Access requires the owner-s settings. Each blade possesses formidable attack power, being of gold-grade quality, colorless. It can only be utilized on level 4 islands or above. Upon reviewing the pirates' possessions, Wang Feng realized that these 2 were indeed impoverished, tarnishing the reputation of their profession. With such scant resources, they dared to raid islands. There is only 1 gold-grade item among the 2 storage bags. While the wind blade was indeed significant, the overall resources were woefully insufficient. He transferred the contents of the 2 bags into his own storage and summoned the frost bear from his beast space, instructing it to remain active in the vicinity for the weekend. Should any danger arise, it was to notify him promptly. Li Lan, initially astonished by Wang Feng's effortless defeat of the 2 pirates, was further astounded by the imposing presence of the frost bear. As Wang Feng approached her, he instructed, "From now on, focus on gathering resources here. The giant bear will be active in this area. Do not disclose anything about it to anyone. By the way, do you possess any talents? Are you aware of any colossal beasts on this island?" Lilan Pomtili Ziplit Understol. I still have 1,000 units of refined iron and 1,000 units of copper wood for you to take later. I assure you I will not speak of the giant bear. I dare not venture far from this area. Thus, I am not well acquainted with the island's conditions. My talent allows me to control the growth of plants. Those towering trees, I just accelerated in growth to deter beast attacks, though my offensive capabilities are rather weak. After Wang Feng acquired information about Li Lan, he did not ponder much, as he had no intention of sending her out to confront the invaders. This was merely a fixed resource gathering point. After placing the copper, wood, and refined iron that Li Lan had produced into his spare storage bag, he was preparing to explore the island when he received a message from Xia Xiu, stating that she had arrived at the sanctuary island. Wang Feng instructed Li Lan to contact him if needed, and after conveying this, he promptly teleported back to his sanctuary island. Xia Xiu stood quietly before the stone house, sunlight cascading upon her, illuminating her slender figure. Her gaze fell upon Wang Feng in the distance, observing him diligently organizing a plethora of items. After reserving 20 silver-level soul pills and 200 units of silver-level flesh for himself, Wang Feng entrusted the remaining silver-level soul pills and flesh to Xia Xiu. Subsequently, he retrieved a thick stack of papers from his pocket, worthless blueprints acquired from the pirates. He handed these blueprints over to Xia Xiu, urging her to engage in trade. As Xia Xiu accepted these materials, a wave of gratitude surged within her. She understood the significance of this transaction for Wang Feng, and the trust he placed in her was profoundly moving. The division of this trade was set at an 8-20 split, considering that all resources were provided by him, leaving her solely responsible for the transaction. Wang Feng's voice was low as he conveyed this. Xia Xiu nodded in understanding, acutely aware that this ratio was exceedingly generous. Yet the trust Wang Feng bestowed upon her filled her with pressure. With the resources in hand, Xia Xiu turned to embark on her journey back to her sanctuary island. Her steps were light yet steady, her heart brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming trade. Wang Feng watched her retreating figure until she vanished from sight before he turned towards the edge of Sanctuary Island. Standing at the precipice, he felt the caress of the sea breeze, and from his pocket, he produced the island wind blade of Sanctuary Island. Gently placing the blade at the island's edge, he sensed a connection forming between the wind blade and Sanctuary Island. As he maneuvered, it seemed as though numerous wind blades emerged along the island's perimeter, beginning to rotate slowly in a regulated manner. Next, he recorded the essences of Xia Xiu and Xia Ming into the island wind blade. For he did not wish for the secondary sanctuary island he had painstakingly established to vanish here. As for Wang Feng's various beasts, they were unnecessary for this task, as they inherently carried his essence. Once he completed these tasks, he prepared to return to the stone house to discuss the situation regarding the Pirate Alliance leader with Li Hai. Just as he opened the survival manual of the water world, multiple messages flooded in, which he examined one by one. Li Hai, brother, are you aware that Ouyang has formed a Justice Alliance? He just announced it multiple times in the global chat channel, claiming it is to resist the brutal assaults of the Pirate Alliance. Those who join the Justice Alliance will collectively face pirate attacks. He also mentioned that the leader of the Pirate Alliance is Wang Feng, the one who previously upgraded to the 3rd level Sanctuary Island. Wang Feng. I have yet to witness it, as I was preoccupied with other matters. However, it is indeed plausible that the leader of the Pirates Alliance is Wang Feng. Let us observe the situation unfold for now, as we are part of Ouyang's group. Justice League Group. Ouyang. Esteemed members, the Justice League has officially been established. Let us assist one another. I am in the process of creating a resource trading center, where we can engage in internal resource exchanges in the future. World Channel. Ouyang has founded the Justice League, standing against the brutal assaults of the Pirates Alliance. By joining the Justice League, should you encounter a pirate attack, we shall dispatch members to confront the threat together. The leader of the Pirates Alliance is none other than Wang Feng, who previously achieved the rank of 1st in upgrading the level 3 Sanctuary Island. Ouyang, Wang Feng, I possess a Guild Alliance scroll. Should you formally join our Justice League, I can appoint you as the leader, while I shall assume the role of vice leader. Everything is open to negotiation. Chapter 71. The Alliance's Dilemma. Wang Feng gazed at the message from Ouyang in the survival manual of the water world, his brow furrowing as he sank into contemplation. It was indeed peculiar that Ouyang would so readily relinquish the position of leader merely to invite him into the alliance. After all, Ouyang had toiled diligently to establish this coalition. It was hard to fathom why he would so easily hand it over. As the saying goes, flattery without cause is either deceit or theft. The more Wang Feng pondered, the more he sensed an underlying intrigue. This alliance scroll likely concealed some unspeakable secret. With the development of the oceanic realm, the situation appeared increasingly convoluted. A band of pirates and a justice alliance seemed superficially opposed. Yet their true essence likely lay in the pursuit of rapidly elevating their respective sanctuaries. Wang Feng resolved to withhold his response to Ouyang's message for the time being and instead sent a missive to his formidable companion, urging him to convene for a discussion on their forthcoming strategies. In this tumultuous oceanic world, an ally was a boon. Moreover, Wang Feng specifically summoned Xia Si and Xia Ming. Both possessed considerable combat prowess, and Wang Feng held sway over their fates. Should the chaos of the oceanic realm escalate, their coordinated efforts would prove vital. Once all arrangements were in place, Wang Feng rose and made his way to the shore of the sanctuary island. He approached the circular island wind blade and shut it down. This wind blade was one of his crucial trump cards, colorless and odorless should an enemy invade. The repercussions would be dire. He had no intention of revealing his hand prematurely. Caution was paramount. Harbor no ill will, yet remain vigilant against others. Before long, his companions, Li Hai, Xia Si, and Xia Ming, arrived at Wang Feng's sanctuary. He began by imparting the known information regarding the pirate alliance to them, emphasizing that any engagement with certain subjects could lead to spontaneous combustion. He then spoke of the newly established Justice Alliance, questioning whether it too harbored hidden pitfalls. The trio fell into deep thought. Prior to reaching Wang Feng's sanctuary, Li Hai had been enticed by Ouyang's promise of the vice leader position, contemplating joining the Justice Alliance. Believing it posed no threats and would enable them to collectively resist the pirate alliance's incursions, an opportunity for mutual gain. Yet now, it seemed that matters were far more intricate than they had assumed. Li Hai proposed, "Let us refrain from joining the Justice Alliance for the time being, neither accepting nor rejecting their overtures. We shall bide our time, as we can currently ensure our own safety. Let us observe how events unfold and discern the true nature of the Justice Alliance." Wang Feng added, "In addition, we must strive to gather resources. The Pirate Alliance has already established its own trading market, and with the emergence of the Justice Alliance, the materials available for trade will likely diminish. This will compel everyone to align with one faction or another. Xia Si, you must expedite your trading efforts, while also adding trading personnel as friends. Li Ai, you may enlist Xia Si's assistance in trading to conserve time for your own advancement. The division of trade profits will be 80 for you and 20 for her. Of course, you may trade independently as well. That will not pose an issue." After considerable contemplation, it has become evident that the paramount need is to enhance one's own prowess. All else pales in comparison. The formidable individual intends to allocate surplus resources to Xia Siyu, who will assist in transactions, while also requesting Xia Ming to join him on his refuge island to aid in the construction of defensive installations. It is common knowledge that the future will inevitably grow more ruthless, and they do not wish to be beholden to others. Thus, they must prepare to confront the challenges posed by both sides. Xia Siyu and Xia Ming accompany the formidable figure to his sanctuary. From his stationary position, Wang Feng observes their receding figures, his mind beginning to ponder his own hidden cards. After careful consideration, he recognizes that he possesses 5 golden tier beasts, 1 golden tier stone giant, and 1 diamond tier beast, in addition to his own golden tier status. As long as the Pirate Alliance does not launch a full-scale invasion, his safety appears assured. Next, he must await the restoration of his resources, as he needs to swiftly summon another beast to reach the zenith of his power. Wang Feng retrieves the refuge island compass and discovers that beyond the 3 nearby refuge islands, there exists another island, a mere 90 nautical miles to the south. To secure his position, it is time to eliminate this refuge island. Once cleared, it will not be so simple for others to attack Wang Feng as sanctuary. They will have to rely on teleportation. He cannot believe that the Pirate Alliance possesses a plethora of fixed-point teleportation scrolls. With this in mind, Wang Feng promptly commences his actions, first teleporting Kanglin back from the Beast Island, instructing him to scout the situation of the small island and report back. He will then teleport directly to that refuge island. Kanglin soars into the sky, heading swiftly southward. Wang Feng summons the Great Sage into the beast space, wielding the Great Wave Spear as he awaits Kanglin's intelligence. Approximately half an hour later, Kanglin finally relays the information that he has successfully arrived above the refuge island. According to Kanglin's description, this island appears rather diminutive, lacking any particularly striking features. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng decides to have Kanglin land offshore while he teleports to the island. After a brief interval, Wang Feng receives a new message from Kanglin and, without hesitation, activates the beast teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he appears beside Kanglin like a bolt of lightning. Wang Feng keenly observes the refuge island before him, noting its modest scale, merely of third-tier size. The island is stark and barren, devoid of any visible vegetation, exuding an air of desolation. He scrutinizes the surroundings, finding nothing of particular interest. Swiftly, he summons the Great Sage from the beast space. As the Great Sage materializes, he stands majestically beside Wang Feng. Subsequently, Wang Feng retrieves the stone giant seed from his storage pouch. Upon contact with the ground, the seed rapidly expands, transforming in an instant into a colossal stone giant. Wang Feng commands the stone giant to lead the way, while the Great Sage marches alongside him, and Kanglin circles above, vigilantly monitoring for any potential foes. With all preparations in place, they set foot on the island, hastening towards its center. Throughout their journey, they treaded with utmost caution, remaining acutely vigilant. Yet they encountered no perils nor witnessed anyone emerging to impede their progress. They eventually arrived at a quaint cabin nestled in the heart of the island. Wang Feng instructed the Great Sage to approach and unlock the cabin door, only to find it devoid of occupants. Wang Feng surmised that the inhabitants had ventured forth to explore the ocean or perhaps some other destination. He withdrew the colossal rock giant into his storage pouch and directed Songlan to observe from above the island, while he and the Great Sage took refuge within the cabin, waiting patiently for the return of the island's master. Chapter 72. The Placement of the Traitor as Dusk Descended. Wang Feng awaited news from Songlan, who finally relayed that an individual had ventured onto the small island, progressing toward its heart. Wang Feng mused that the time had come at last, promptly instructing the Great Sage to prepare for an assault. Peering through the window, he discerned the island's master, a middle-aged man wielding a hefty blade, swaying as he approached the wooden cabin. As they poised for action, the man abruptly halted, addressing the cabin. "You might as well come out. There is nothing here of worth to you. If you covet the core of my island, you must first seek permission from my blade." Realizing that their presence had been detected, Wang Feng stepped out of the cabin alongside Yuan Bao, gazing at the man as he declared, "I wish to relocate your sanctuary." The man uttered no further words, merely raising his formidable knife. Wang Feng comprehended the man's intent. The Great Sage lunged fiercely toward him. However, as the Great Sage drew closer, his steps grew increasingly labored, as if ensnared in a quagmire. Despite the proximity, he struggled to advance, while the man appeared utterly unfazed, effortlessly wielding his blade with each strike exuding an air of lethal precision. His speed remained unimpeded, darting like a specter through the Great Sage's onslaught, causing the latter's attacks to repeatedly miss their mark. Only when the Great Sage retreated to a distance of 10 meters did he regain his momentum. Communicating with Wang Feng, he relayed that the closer he approached the man, the more oppressive the pressure felt, hindering his capacity for swift response. Wang Feng surmised that the adversary possessed a gravity-manipulating talent and swiftly commanded Songlan to initiate an ice spike assault. Songlan soared in the air, her wings stirring a bitter chill. Ice spikes, half a meter long, cascaded like raindrops, clashing with the man's gravitational field and producing a crisp resonance. The barrage of ice spikes compelled the man to divert his attention, evading the icy onslaught while sustaining several shallow wounds. Under the relentless assault, his gravitational domain began to falter, forcing him into continuous evasion of the descending spikes. Realizing the toll it was taking on his stamina, the man charged toward Wang Feng and the Great Sage, intent on capturing the leader first. Wang Feng, discerning his intent, retreated alongside the Great Sage, swiftly releasing Yuan Bao from his storage pouch instructing him to unleash a torrent of lightning upon the man. Startled by the sudden appearance of the black tiger, the man hesitated, but soon advanced toward Yuan Bao. In an instant, Yuan Bao opened his jaws wide, unleashing a dazzling stream of lightning that danced through the air like silver serpents. The lightning struck the man, who was caught off guard, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. As Tsang Lan prepared to launch another ice spike to seal his fate, Wang Feng halted her, producing a secondary sanctuary scroll from his storage bag and casting it before the man. He proclaimed, "I have no intention of claiming your sanctuary or taking your life. If you inscribe your name on this scroll, you should comprehend that eliminating you would be quite effortless." The individual gradually regained control over his body. After a moment of contemplation, the man picked up the scroll from the ground and inscribed his name upon it. Wang Feng, sensing his newfound ability to exert influence over the other, retrieved the scroll for the relocation of the sanctuary island from his storage pouch and presented it to him, instructing him to incorporate the sanctuary island into the scroll and to reposition it. The man acted swiftly, incorporating the sanctuary island into the relocation scroll. Wang Feng then summoned the great sage in Yuan Bao into his Beastmaster space, and accompanied by the man, initiated the teleportation back to his sanctuary island. Wang Feng requested the man to introduce himself. "Greetings, esteemed Wang Feng. I am Li Xiang, previously a programmer on Blue Star. I have a daughter. Upon arriving in this oceanic world, I awakened my talent for gravity control, enabling me to create a gravitational field around me that can continuously amplify the gravity, exerting substantial suppression on physical attacks. However, my proficiency in elemental attacks is lacking due to limited encounters. My island is quite impoverished, and I have yet to discover any other survivors. I have heard of your esteemed reputation, Wang Feng. Had I known it was you, I would not have resisted, thus avoiding any wrath from above. Your talent for beast mastery is truly formidable, whereas my skills seem utterly inept in comparison." Wang Feng gazed at him, a peculiar sensation stirring within him. The man's words flowed forth incessantly, starkly contrasting with the demeanor he had initially displayed. This transformation sparked a sense of doubt within Wang Feng, yet he found it challenging to pinpoint the exact nature of the issue. He reasoned that, since the man's life and death lay entirely in his hands, it was unlikely anyone would be indifferent to their own existence. With this thought, he felt somewhat reassured and decided not to dwell excessively on the matter. Wang Feng instructed Li Xiang to follow him as they swam northward toward the sanctuary island. After traversing approximately 20 nautical miles, Wang Feng directed Li Xiang to deploy the sanctuary island from the relocation scroll at that location, advising him to contact him promptly upon the discovery of any intruders. Observing as Li Xiang set the sanctuary island in place, Wang Feng did not linger and returned straight to his sanctuary island. Meanwhile, Li Xiang, having returned to the wooden cabin, eagerly retrieved the survival manual for the water world and began reporting the situation to someone. "I have entered the vicinity of Wang Feng's sanctuary island and have become a subordinate sanctuary island. His talent appears to be beast mastery. Today, Wang Feng released 3 golden tier beasts. As for any others, I cannot ascertain. I have acted as you instructed. I implore you to release my daughter." The response came, "Once you ascertain the levels and numbers of all of Wang Feng's beasts, I will not only release your daughter, but will also elevate the level of her sanctuary island. You have no other options. My time is limited, so acquire the information I seek post-haste." Li Xiang gazed silently at the survival manual for the water world, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes as he murmured, "Daughter, it is all my fault for not finding you in time. It is my error that led to your capture. I will rescue you, even if it costs me my life." After sitting in contemplation for a moment, he closed the manual, rubbed his face vigorously with his hands, and then exited the wooden cabin, swimming toward Wang Feng's sanctuary island. Soon, Li Xiang arrived at the front of Wang Feng's sanctuary island, gazing at the imposing walls ahead, adorned with arrow towers positioned every 100 meters. He felt that the task would not be easily accomplished. Adjusting his facial expression, he donned a smile and approached Wang Feng's sanctuary island. Fortunately, Wang Feng had not yet activated the circular wind blades. Otherwise, Li Xiang would have met his downfall at the island's edge. Chapter 73. The deep rock fire dragon Li Xiang walked directly towards Wang Feng and found him asleep in the stone house. Choosing not to disturb Wang Feng's slumber, Li Xiang quietly sat outside, gazing at the myriad stars twinkling in the night sky. His thoughts drifted back to the blue star, recalling how, due to the demands of his job as a programmer, he had often neglected to accompany his daughter to the mountaintop to admire the celestial display. As time passed, and his daughter grew older, their communication dwindled until a sudden journey to the water world reunited them, only to find her ensnared by others. Tears unconsciously trickled from the corners of his eyes as moments slipped by, gradually brightening the dawn. Quickly composing himself, Li Xiang began to prepare food, awaiting Wang Feng's awakening. After a significant interval, Wang Feng opened the door to find Li Xiang, visibly startled. He was taken aback not only by Li Xiang's silent arrival at the heart of the shelter island, but also by the fact that Li Xiang had come so early, clearly having waited since the night. Upon seeing Wang Feng awake, Li Xiang approached with a beaming smile, presenting the food. "Great one, this is breakfast prepared for you. As your protector on this island, I felt compelled to contribute, so I arrived early to see if there was anything I could assist with." Wang Feng replied, "There is no need for such formality. Relax. There is nothing you need to do. Just focus on your own improvement, and I will notify you if anything arises." Li Xiang suggested, "Great one, I see you have many beasts under your command. Would you like me to activate the gravity field for their training? It could significantly enhance their strength." Wang Feng contemplated this and recognized the merit in the idea. Training in a high-gravity environment could indeed improve both speed and strength over time. "That sounds feasible. I have 4 beasts. You've already seen 3 of them. The giant eagle, Kanglin, does not require training in the gravity field, but the others, Yuan Bao, Dasheng, and Batong, can certainly benefit from it. I will have you train for a day and provide you with 50 units of silver-grade flesh. Your efforts should not go unrewarded. If you require additional resources, such as a level 3 shelter core, feel free to let me know." Wang Feng mused internally, realizing that the gravity field would be of little use to the diamond-level Bald Chong. Moreover, aside from Milan, no one else was aware of Bald Chong's existence. Hence, it would be prudent to keep Bald Chong as a trump card. With his decision made, Wang Feng swiftly summoned Dasheng and Yuan Bao from the beast space, simultaneously sending a summoning signal to Batong. In no time, Batong arrived like a streak of lightning. Upon closer inspection, Wang Feng noted that Batong's aura was markedly more powerful than before, indicative of successful absorption of the blood orchid. Furthermore, Batong had grown in size, exuding an imposing presence. Seeing this, Wang Feng felt a surge of joy. He then communicated telepathically with Dasheng, Yuan Bao, and Batong, instructing them to engage in mutual combat and train within Li Xiang's gravity field. However, he cautioned them to refrain from excessive force during their training to avoid unnecessary injuries. After making arrangements, Li Xiang took the 3 companions to the seaside for training, while Wang Feng did not accompany them. Instead, he took out the massive wave gun, examining it closely as he contemplated. Today presented a perfect opportunity for him to hone his marksmanship, as he did not wish to rely solely on his beasts for protection in times of danger. He aspired to surprise any adversaries daring enough to attack him. With that in mind, he began to practice with the massive wave gun, seizing the chance to enhance his skills, determined to catch his enemies off guard. He practiced diligently until noon before heading to the shores of the sanctuary island, where he found Yuan Bao and the others still training within the gravity field, their movements noticeably quicker than before. Wang Feng called a halt to their training and turned to Li Xiang, stating, "Let us conclude for today. Later, I intend to lead them in exploring the sea. I will message you for future training sessions. Please refrain from visiting Sanctuary Island for now, as I will activate the defense mechanisms in my absence to avert any potential dangers. Here, take this 50 units of silver-grade flesh essence as a token of appreciation for the time lost." Li Xiang attempted to decline, but Wang Feng insisted, pressing the essence into his hands. As Li Xiang vanished beyond the horizon, Wang Feng reflected on the fortunate circumstances of being on such a secondary sanctuary island. Contemplating how others from different islands often neglected their responsibilities, even to the extent of failing to utter a word, Wang Feng activated the island's wind blades. notifying the six-winged jade bees and the flesh thorn vines of the necessity for vigilance. He commanded all creatures near the perimeter to engage any intruders unless directed otherwise. He instructed the octopus to return to the pond, ensuring it would promptly relay any news of incoming threats. Wang Feng then summoned Sheng and Yuan Bao into the beast space, preparing to teleport to the Beast Island. At that moment, he received word from Bald Chong, who had encountered a diamond-grade flood dragon and required Wang Feng's assistance. Without hesitation, Wang Feng teleported to Li Lan's Sanctuary Island and quickly summoned Song Lan, instructing him to soar into the sky to locate Bald Chong. He then released Sheng and Yuan Bao from the beast space. Li Lan, engaged in chopping wood, was taken aback by Wang Feng's sudden appearance and was about to greet him when he swiftly mounted Yuan Bao's back. Sheng and Yuan Bao charged deep into the forest, guided by Song Lan above. After approximately 10 minutes of running, Wang Feng heard two thunderous roars, one for Bald Chong and the other a hissing sound. Climbing to the treetops, he beheld Bald Chong engaged in a fierce battle with a flood dragon not far ahead, both evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand quickly. The flood dragon, measuring over 50 meters in length, resembled a moving mountain. Its body was adorned with hard scales that shimmered with a fiery red brilliance, akin to blazing flames. These scales were tightly arranged, forming an impenetrable armor that shielded the dragon's form. Two small horns had begun to sprout from its head, exuding an air of mystery. Its eyes burned like fire, radiating authority and ferocity. Beneath its body were four talons, reminiscent of eagle-esque claws, exceptionally sharp, each strike infused with formidable force. At this moment, the dragon was fiercely launching fireballs at the bald-headed Chong, each fireball streaking across the sky like a meteor, radiating intense heat. Upon striking the towering tree behind Chong, the fireballs created a gaping black hole, causing the tree to crash down with a thunderous roar. Simultaneously, the dragon's entire body shimmered with flames, which danced upon its scales, conjuring a vivid yet terrifying spectacle. Its presence enveloped the entire forest in a searing atmosphere. As Chong's ice spikes approached the dragon's form, they were swiftly melted away by the consuming fire. Chapter 74. The deep rock fire dragon. Wang Feng gazed at the dragon opposite Bald Chong, marveling at how fortunate Bald Chong was to have chosen such a formidable opponent. The appearance of the dragon was indeed remarkable. He took out the survival manual of the water world and began to peruse the information regarding the dragon, only to find its name, Deep Rock Fire Dragon, a diamond-tier creature with no additional information available. As Bald Chong continued his battle with the Deep Rock Fire Dragon, Wang Feng refrained from immediately joining the fray. Instead, he observed the dragon's skills, mindful that Yuan Bao and Dasheng were merely gold-tier creatures, lacking the resilience of Bald Chong. A single misstep could result in grave injury from the dragon's assault. Meanwhile, as Wang Feng scrutinized the combat style of the Deep Rock Fire Dragon, Li Xiang returned to his sanctuary island. He promptly retrieved the survival manual of the water world to report. Wang Feng's sanctuary island is at level 4, with fortifications that are exceptionally high. Every 100 meters along the walls, there stands an arrow tower. His innate skill has been confirmed as beast mastery, currently possessing 4 gold-tier beasts, an octopus, a monkey, a tiger, and a giant eagle. Recently, Wang Feng has ventured to explore the ocean and is not present on the sanctuary island. I have complied with your instructions and conveyed all that I know. I implore you to release my daughter so that we may be reunited. Shortly thereafter, Li Xiang received a response. We shall act soon, teleporting to your sanctuary island. At that time, I will bring your daughter along. As for your survival, that is contingent upon your own actions. Communication ceased between the two parties. As Wang Feng observed the Deep Rock Fire Dragon, he increasingly recognized the dragon's formidable nature. Its fiery attacks were potent, and it possessed the ability to fly, seemingly unscathed even after enduring a powerful strike from Bald Chong. He found himself growing fond of the Deep Rock Fire Dragon, believing that a true beast should embody such prowess. Wang Feng then produced a weather influence scroll. Upon activating it, the sky darkened ominously, and torrential rain began to pour, intensifying with each passing moment. He leaped from the tree and swiftly retrieved a mountain stone giant seed from his storage bag. The mountain stone giant expanded instantaneously, reaching a height of over 10 meters. The deep rock fire dragon, confronted by the sudden emergence of the mountain stone giant, paid it little heed and continued its relentless assault on Bald Chong. The mountain stone giant struck the dragon with both hands, yet the dragon merely flicked its tail, sending the giant hurtling away like a cannonball, leaving behind scorched marks from the searing flames. Wang Feng commanded everyone to attack freely while remaining cautious, aiming to create opportunities for Bald Chong, who was the primary force in this offensive. Dashing grew to over 20 times his original size, transforming into a towering giant ape exceeding 40 meters, joining Bald Chong in the assault on the deep rock fire dragon. Yuan Bao summoned winds and rain, amplifying the downpour, as howling gales and torrential rain lashed down. Simultaneously, Yuan Bao unleashed ice shards, wind blades, and lightning, all intermingled with the downpour, further constricting the dragon's movement. The deep rock fire dragon, agitated by the sudden deluge, became increasingly volatile, its flames coursing through its scales like molten lava, each movement releasing more mist into the air. The deep rock fire dragon continuously hurled fireballs at Bald Chong and Dashin. Seizing the moment when Bald Chong evaded with vines, it lunged fiercely at Yuan Bao, its tail whipping like a razor-sharp whip, striking with ferocity. Wang Feng had long anticipated the confrontation. The stone giant swiftly leaped in front of Yuan Bao, firmly positioning itself to block the impending strike, as the stones on its surface began to melt. On the battlefield, flames and lightning intertwined, while raindrops collided with fire, creating a cacophony of fierce combat that reverberated through the heavens. The roars of the deep rock fire serpent, the bellowing of Bald Strong, the mighty howls of the great sage, and the tiger-like cries of Yuan Bao melded into a tumultuous symphony. Bald Strong and the great sage moved with the swiftness of a tempest, effectively sealing off the deep rock fire serpent's escape route. Their figures flashed like lightning, closing in on the formidable beast to unleash a barrage of relentless attacks. The deep rock fire serpent attempted to ascend into the sky to evade its predicament, but the incessant onslaught of wind blades, ice shards, and lightning from Yuan Bao rained down upon it, intertwining in a dense array that rendered flight impossible. Kanglin also frantically launched ice shards, forming a chilling barrier that confined the deep rock fire serpent to the ground. With an earth-shattering roar that threatened to tear the very fabric of space, the serpent's scales shimmered with searing flames, growing increasingly dense, a testament to its fury and resilience, poised to unleash a powerful counterattack. Observing the unfolding scene, Wang Feng did not hesitate to activate his beast control skill in an attempt to disrupt the serpent's impending assault. Momentarily taken aback by Wang Feng's skill, the deep rock fire serpent faltered, providing Bald Strong the perfect opportunity to leap onto its back, akin to a lithe cheetah. His palm struck the serpent's body with relentless ferocity, each blow imbued with tremendous power that caused the creature to shudder violently. The great sage, undaunted, rained down fists upon the serpent's eyes, each strike laden with boundless strength, inflicting excruciating pain upon the beast. The stone giant clutched the serpent's tail tightly, preventing its escape. In the throes of agony, the deep rock fire serpent began to thrash wildly, desperate to flee this nightmare. Nevertheless, the great sage and Bald Strong disregarded their own injuries. Their eyes filled only with determination and resolve, relentlessly striking with palms and fists, unwavering in their assault. Yuan Bao, meanwhile, endeavored to control the rain, cooling the air to mitigate the searing heat's effects on their bodies. Wang Feng intensified the force of his beast control skill, and a stalemate ensued, a life-and-death struggle where the first to falter would meet their demise. As the frequency of the great sage and Bald Strong's attacks accelerated, the deep rock fire serpent gradually grew weary, its resistance weakening. Seizing the moment, Wang Feng gathered his strength and captured the deep rock fire serpent within his grasp. Upon sensing his ability to control the creature, he immediately ordered everyone to cease their attacks and step back to recuperate. It was then that Wang Feng noticed the grievous, Charred wounds on the legs of the great sage and bald strong where they had made contact with the serpent, the flesh singed and exuding a noxious aroma. A pang of sorrow pierced Wang Feng's heart as he swiftly withdrew the great sage and bald strong into the beast's control space for healing. The surface of the stone giant also bore cracks, while Yuan Bao lay exhausted on the ground. This battle had proven to be exceedingly arduous. Wang Feng began to examine the information regarding the Deep Rock Fire Serpent, hoping for a favorable outcome. Name: Deep Rock Fire Dragon, Dragon King. Level: Diamond Experience, 060 Diamond. Promotion to Legendary. Skills: Lava Fireball, capable of launching a molten fireball for attack. Exhibiting high temperature, formidable attack power, prolonged burning duration, igniting upon contact, and resistant to being extinguished by ordinary water for a brief period. Lava Fire Chain. Embedded within the scales on its surface are lava fire chains, which effectively resist enemy attacks while simultaneously igniting the opponent's body with the intense heat of the chains. Domain of Fire. Unleashes a realm of fire under complete control, within which its abilities are significantly enhanced, and foes are subjected to an all-encompassing flame suppression. Currently underdeveloped, it can only be executed in mid-air. Description: the Deep Rock Fire Dragon, in its juvenile stage, measures 50 meters in length, possesses the ability to breathe and maneuver freely underwater, and can sustain prolonged flight in the sky. Its close-range attack power is exceptionally high. Having resided for extended periods in magma, it boasts remarkable flame resistance and defensive capabilities, along with a true dragon lineage. Chapter 75. The Lava Fire Lotus. Wang Feng paused to catch his breath. Although he had successfully subdued the Deep Rock Fire Dragon King, the victory came at a considerable cost. The great sage and bald Chong lay gravely injured, recuperating in the beast taming space, while the stone giant was marred with cracks, its lifespan considerably diminished. Gazing at the ingot and the Dragon King beside him, Wang Feng resolved to venture to the realm where the Deep Rock Fire Dragon resided, hoping to uncover treasures of great value within the lava fields. He sent a message to the Dragon King, inquiring about its habitat and whether any other Deep Rock Fire Dragons existed in the vicinity or posed a threat. The Dragon King responded that since gaining consciousness, it had been alone, with no signs of other kindred. It inhabited a volcanic crater, where the temperature escalated the deeper one descended, limiting its movements to the upper layers of the molten rock. It sensed a menacing presence deep within the magma, though the unknown creature remained hidden, never venturing out, leaving the Dragon King in ignorance of its true nature. Within the magma resided numerous fire spirits, all of gold tier level, yet their numbers were overwhelming. These fire spirits could not be utterly destroyed. Upon defeat, they would regenerate within the molten depths. After absorbing the Dragon King's account, Wang Feng deemed it prudent to explore, provided he refrained from descending too deep into the magma. Thus, he instructed the Dragon King to lead the way, while he trailed closely behind with the ingot. They emerged from the dense forest to behold a colossal mountain crowned with a volcanic crater. Observing the swirling magma within and feeling the intense waves of heat, Wang Feng realized he had underestimated the scale of this active volcano. The ingot, feeling the heat, grew increasingly uncomfortable, prompting Wang Feng to swiftly withdraw it into the beast taming space. He then leaped atop the Dragon King's back, activating its domain of fire. In that instant, the oppressive heat was effectively shielded from him, allowing him to witness the tumultuous magma without suffering its scorching embrace. As the Dragon King plunged into the molten depths, the magma, akin to viscous water, posed no hindrance to the creature. Descending further, they encountered numerous fire spirits, some resembling serpents, others akin to pigs, while some are merely flickering flames. These spirits showed no regard for the Dragon King, flitting around it with abandon. As they ventured deeper, the cavern of magma expanded, and the Dragon King pressed against the stone walls, gradually disorienting Wang Feng amidst the sea of molten rock. Eventually, the Dragon King navigated into a cave, its entrance towering at 4 to 5 meters high. Upon entering, Wang Feng was astonished to discover the absence of magma within the cave. All molten rock had been effectively barred from entry. As the Dragon King turned a corner, the cavern's dimensions expanded dramatically, exceeding 50 hectares, an incongruity with the mountain surface size, resembling a pocket dimension crafted by unseen hands. The walls of the cave shimmered with an ethereal white glow, revealing the presence of unknown minerals embedded within. At the center of this cavern lay a pond of magma, where a lotus flower blossomed, thriving amidst the molten surroundings. Wang Feng gazed upon the realm where the Dragon King thrived, pondering the existence of a tribe of deep rock fire serpents that must have once inhabited this very space. The development of such an area could only be accomplished by diamond-tier entities, casting doubt on whether even teleportation-level beings could unlock its potential. As he acclimated to the temperature within the cavern, he discovered it was bearable, prompting him to leap from the Dragon King's back and commence an extensive observation of his surroundings. Approaching the central lava pool, he retrieved the survival manual of the water world. Eager to discern the nature of the lotus flourishing amidst the magma, an entity cultivated in such extreme conditions could not be ordinary. Name: lava fire lotus, diamond tier. Quantity: 7 mature blooms. Description: the lava fire lotus grows within magma, absorbing the essence of fire elements over an extended period. It takes 100 years to sprout, another 100 years to bear fruit, and an additional 100 years to blossom. The longer it thrives, the more fire essence it accumulates. Consuming a petal awakens the second talent in the fire series. Effect: awakens a golden-level fire talent. Do you wish to play with fire? As Wang Feng meticulously absorbed the information regarding the lava fire lotus, an intense yearning surged within him. He turned to the Dragon King, conveying a silent inquiry through their mental connection. Might I pluck a petal from the lava fire lotus? Aware that awakening a second talent would significantly enhance his prowess, he recognized this as an irresistible temptation. Such a talent could serve as a hidden advantage, revealing its unexpected utility in critical moments. The Dragon King regarded Wang Feng's request with a hint of puzzlement. To the Dragon King, the petal held no extraordinary significance. It was merely a change of flavor for a creature accustomed to a carnivorous diet, showing little interest in floral delicacies. Nevertheless, the Dragon King did not deny Wang Feng's request, relaying a message. Certainly, if you wish to consume it, feel free. Observing the Dragon King's bemusement, Wang Feng experienced a pang of loss akin to Zhu Beiji consuming the ginseng fruit, lamenting the squander of such a treasure. It seemed a pity that the Dragon King treated such a remarkable entity as mere sustenance. Wang Feng requested the Dragon King to procure a single petal, assuring that the remaining lava fire lotuses could continue to thrive here. After all, apart from the Dragon King, no other humans would dare venture into this domain, and he had no intention of harvesting it for trade. Although the Dragon King struggled to comprehend Wang Feng's perspective, it acquiesced to his wishes. In short order, the Dragon King presented a petal of the lava fire lotus to Wang Feng. The moment he accepted the petal, an intense heat coursed through his hand. He was astonished to discover that this petal possessed a texture entirely distinct from that of an ordinary lotus, lacking its delicate feel. Instead, it was as if it had been scorched by flames, fiery and unyielding. Wang Feng examined the petal with curiosity, scrutinizing its intricate details. The petal boasted a vivid crimson hue, reminiscent of molten lava, and emanated a palpable, searing aura. At that moment, a notification from the survival manual of the water world chimed again. It was a message from Ouyang. Great One, have you made up your mind to join our Justice League? Once you join, all other matters can be negotiated. Master, please reply. Truly, joining us bears no detriment. The Pirate Alliance is growing increasingly rampant, and more survivors are falling victim to their assaults. I lack the capability to resist. If I were able, I would certainly lead everyone against the Pirate Alliance. Wang Feng, I am aware of your abilities. You must assist everyone. They will be grateful to you. Ouyang's most recent message continued. Wang Feng, I have received word that the Pirate Alliance has located your sanctuary island. Jiang Feng plans to eliminate the top 10 from the previous world announcement to avert any future threats to himself. Do not hesitate. After reading Ouyang's recent messages, Wang Feng remained unresponsive. It was evident that Ouyang's benevolence was merely a fade. The attempts at bribery and moral coercion proved ineffective. and Ouyang was beginning to exhibit signs of agitation. Wang Feng had no desire to be a savior, nor did he possess the capability. His sole interest was to observe the ultimate fate of the oceanic world. As long as he was not disturbed by the surrounding turmoil, he remained indifferent. However, should he be provoked, he would ensure that his adversaries were buried deep in the earth. Chapter 76. Awakening the second talent, Wang Feng gazed at the Pirate Alliance's message from Ouyang Fa, realizing the location of his sanctuary island. He understood that unless the entire Pirate Alliance launched an assault on his refuge, the pirates were merely delivering resources. After confirming there were no other messages, he unhesitatingly cast it aside. For him, the true priority lay in enhancing his own strength, rather than relying on illusory alliances. Taking a deep breath, Wang Feng resolved to consume the precious lava fire lotus. He recognized that true power was the most dependable asset, while everything else was merely supplementary. Following the instructions in the survival manual of the water world, he cautiously placed the lava fire lotus in his mouth. The moment he held it, a surge of searing warmth flowed into his body like a refreshing spring. This warmth rapidly spread, enveloping him in a comforting embrace. Wang Feng instinctively closed his eyes, reveling in the extraordinary sensation. However, just as he was on the verge of drifting into slumber, an intense wave of pain suddenly engulfed him. This agony erupted like a volcanic explosion, sweeping through his entire being. He felt as though he were ensnared in a blazing inferno, with flames mercilessly scorching his flesh. His skin burned fiercely, and he could even catch the acrid scent of charred flesh. The excruciating pain was nearly unbearable, causing him to writhe in his sleep. Yet, simultaneously, the warm current continued to flow within him, intertwining with the sharp pangs of discomfort. Thus, Wang Feng oscillated between these two extreme sensations, at times feeling as if he were in paradise, and at others, plummeting into the depths of hell. Ultimately, his consciousness began to blur, and he sank into a profound slumber. At that moment, when Wang Feng was solely engaged with the lava fire lotus, Li Xiang unexpectedly received a message along with a scroll. You must place this scroll near Wang Feng's sanctuary ahead of time. On the evening of 2 days hence, the Pirate Alliance will send forces to attack Wang Feng's refuge. Do not intervene. As long as Wang Feng remains unaware of your infiltration, your life will be spared. I shall also transport individuals to your sanctuary, including your daughter. I wish to demonstrate to Wang Feng that a lone wolf cannot venture far. Do not entertain any other thoughts. Soon you will be able to unite with your daughter forever. Li Xiang sat in stunned silence after reading the message. Now, he had no choice but to sacrifice Wang Feng to ensure his daughter's safety. At worst, he would accompany Wang Feng to the grave. His only concern was whether those individuals would truly spare his daughter if he perished. He grasped the scroll and turned to swim towards Wang Feng's sanctuary. Meanwhile, Wang Feng remained in slumber, absorbing the energy from the lava fire lotus. The Dragon King observed the sleeping Wang Feng and entered the central pond of the cave, beginning to recuperate within its waters. After all, it too had sustained injuries during its previous battles alongside Wang Feng, though not as severely as the Sheng and Balchong. Now was the perfect opportunity for recovery. Time passed inexorably within the cave, where the concept of time held no significance. Wang Feng gradually regained consciousness, feeling as though he had slumbered for an eternity. At this moment, his entire being was imbued with vitality. He sensed the innate skills coursing through him. With a mere gesture, flames danced at his fingertips. A flick of his wrist sent a fireball soaring forward, traveling 100 meters before crashing to the ground and creating a small crater. Subsequently, Wang Feng experimented with various maneuvers, conjuring a defensive shield of flames, blades of fire, and chains of fire. He discovered that only the simplest fireball was within his grasp. He then retrieved his survival device from the water world, intending to examine the current details of his abilities. Name: Wang Feng level 4 gold level, talent, beast mastery, level 4, can control up to 7 beasts. Not exceeding diamond rank. Fire element control, level 4. The intensity of attack is determined by the quantity of fire elements in the surrounding environment. Beast space, level 3. Can house 5 beasts in the beast space, accelerating their growth and recovery. Cannot store other items. Beast teleportation, level 2. Can teleport to the location of his beasts or bring them to his location. 3 round trips per day. Beast fusion, level 1. Can temporarily gain the abilities of a beast through fusion. Talent description. The host establishes a unique bond with various beasts. Those under his command will never betray him, and he can utilize them for his purposes. Additionally, the controlled beasts can level up by defeating other creatures, and, as they advance, the host's physical attributes will also improve. This implies that with every upgrade of his beasts, the host's physical prowess may further enhance. Wang Feng noticed the addition of fire element control to his repertoire. However, the potency of the flames depended on the abundance of fire elements in the environment. This meant that in the ocean, this talent would be nearly insignificant, whereas, within the Dragon King's domain of fire elements, his attack power would reach unprecedented heights. He observed the Dragon King floating in the magma pool, choosing not to disturb the creature's recovery, as it was imperative that all his beasts remained in optimal condition. He released Yuan Bao from the beast space, encouraging it to attack him in any manner it desired. Yuan Bao stood still, absorbing the arid atmosphere that felt stifling. Instead of invoking the usual tempestuous spells, it suddenly shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, charging towards Wang Feng with astonishing speed. Clearly unprepared for Yuan Bao's audacious advance, Wang Feng, a seasoned warrior, swiftly conjured several blazing flames before him, attempting to halt Yuan Bao's relentless charge. However, Yuan Bao remained undeterred, opening its mouth as a brilliant bolt of lightning, akin to a silver serpent emerging from its lair, lunged at Wang Feng. Realizing the imminent threat, Wang Feng hastily summoned the fire energy within him, erecting a massive flame shield to withstand Yuan Bao's electrifying assault. Regrettably, he had underestimated the ferocity of Yuan Bao's lightning strike. In an instant, the bolt surged forth like a meteor streaking across the night sky, shattering Wang Feng's fiery defense and hurtling directly towards his body. Wang Feng's heart raced as he attempted to dodge to the side, but the lightning's velocity only intensified, galloping towards him like a wild stallion unleashed. In the blink of an eye, lightning struck fiercely upon Wang Feng. His body, as if struck by an immense force, immediately stiffened in place, rendering him motionless. Seizing this opportunity, Yuan Bao would not let it slip away easily. Like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, he swiftly lunged forward, relentlessly striking Wang Feng's form with his formidable tiger paws. However, in this moment, Yuan Bao exhibited a modicum of restraint, refraining from unleashing his full strength. Poor Wang Feng, at this juncture, resembled a ball being carelessly battered about, utterly powerless to retaliate. He could only desperately employ his already battered flame shield to feebly fend off Yuan Bao's strikes, incapable of mounting any effective counterattack. In his mind, he urgently implored Yuan Bao to cease his assault. Yuan Bao immediately halted, gazing at Wang Feng with an innocent expression. At that moment, Wang Feng felt the damage was minimal, yet the humiliation was profound. Yuan Bao was clearly intentional in his actions, targeting the fleshier parts with his strikes, having learned such mischief from the clumsy iron fool of the great sage. Chapter 77. The eternal meteorite. Wang Feng carefully stored the ingot in the beast space, then tentatively approached the magma at the center of the cavern. To his astonishment, he discovered that he could withstand the magma's intense heat, which continuously replenished his strength. He began to practice his control over the fire element, skillfully transforming it into various forms: fire blades, fireballs, fire chains, and fiery shields. After prolonged practice, he gradually became adept at manipulating the fire element. At this juncture, the Dragon King had nearly fully recovered. Upon noticing the Dragon King's awakening, Wang Feng eagerly requested to be guided by it to explore the surrounding magma, hoping to uncover more extraordinary treasures. As Wang Feng re-entered the molten expanse, he felt the turbulent and fiery energy in the air, enabling him to unleash his fire element skills without restraint. Perched atop the Dragon King's head, he ventured into the vast magma abyss. They swam for quite some time, yet aside from the fire element sprites, they found nothing of interest. Wang Feng instructed the Dragon King to descend further, and as they did, the fire elements grew increasingly volatile, manifesting larger and more diverse sprites. It felt as though they had entered the realm of fire elementals. Just as Wang Feng began to feel disheartened and contemplated abandoning his search for extraordinary treasures, his gaze was drawn to a distant swirl of magma. Amidst the rolling molten rock, an object appeared to be floating. Initially, Wang Feng thought it was merely another fire elemental sprite frolicking in the magma, but as the object drew nearer, he was astonished to discover it was a piece of pure iron. This iron rolled incessantly in the magma, as if it had endured eons of time. It exhibited a strikingly translucent white quality, looking remarkably pure. Its size was relatively modest, akin to that of a soccer ball. A surge of excitement coursed through Wang Feng's veins. He immediately commanded the Dragon King to retrieve the soccer ball-sized, unknown iron. The Dragon King swiftly dove into the magma, seizing the iron with its massive claws, then carefully presenting it to Wang Feng. When Wang Feng took possession of the unknown iron, he was utterly unprepared for its considerable weight. Although its dimensions were akin to a soccer ball, its heft was nearly 1,000 pounds. He promptly stored it in his storage bag. Yet, Wang Feng was not satisfied with this find. He continued to search for other potential treasures within the magma. As time slipped by, a day quietly elapsed. Regrettably, despite their extensive search, they found no further rewards. Ultimately, Wang Feng was left with no choice but to abandon his quest. He instructed the Dragon King to escort him out of the volcanic crater, leaving the creature behind in the volcano. The Dragon King seemed to thrive in this environment, spending most of its time within the magma, relishing the searing warmth, only venturing out occasionally to forage. Subsequently, Wang Feng released the ingot from the beast's space, assigning it the task of guarding him. He then retrieved the survival device from the water world and began to examine the information regarding the white, translucent unknown iron he had collected. Name: eternal meteorite, diamond grade. Description: an unknown meteorite from beyond the heavens has fallen into the volcanic magma, enduring millennia of relentless smelting, purging impurities and leaving only the essence behind. Inedible, yet capable of enhancing the quality of weapons and bestowing fire elemental attack skills. It can also be utilized to elevate the earth elemental giant, promoting it to diamond level, thereby granting it the dual elemental attack of fire and earth. Its purpose: forged through millennia of combustion, its quality enhancement is truly worthy of possession. Upon reading the description of the eternal fallen iron, Wang Feng contemplated using it to upgrade the tsunami spear. However, he was soon reminded of the stone giant seed he possessed, which, after numerous battles, was now adorned with numerous fine cracks. Could this stone giant be considered an earth elemental giant? If successful, he would gain yet another diamond-level ally. With this thought, Wang Feng promptly retrieved the stone giant seed from his storage pouch and placed it alongside the eternal fallen iron. He observed as the iron began to melt, flowing like water towards the stone giant seed. The tiny cracks on the surface of the seed began to vanish, and its color transformed, becoming translucent while fragments fell away. This entire process persisted for half a day, and upon completion, Wang Feng discovered that the stone giant seed had diminished in size, now resembling that of a chicken egg. The combined volume of the two objects had paradoxically shrunk. As he held the stone giant seed, he noted that while its weight had lessened, it paradoxically felt more substantial. Consulting the survival manual of the water world, he examined the current transformation of the stone giant seed. Name: Firestone giant seed level, diamond level. Description: the stone giant seed evolves into the Firestone giant after absorbing the eternal fallen iron, capable of transforming into a 30-meter tall Firestone giant, with further enhanced attack and defense capabilities, possessing both fire and earth elements, and its defensive attacks infused with fire elemental damage. Its intelligence has increased, endowed with its own offensive thought processes. Purpose: the Firestone giant is an excellent ally for both attack and defense, truly worthy of possession. Wang Feng placed the Firestone giant upon the ground, witnessing its rapid expansion to a towering height of 30 meters. Its previously dual fists had morphed into a shield and a sword. The shield was a colossal steel barrier, while the sword was engulfed in flames. He felt that the decision to upgrade the stone giant seed was remarkably clear. Not only had he restored the stone giant on the verge of shattering, but he had also elevated it to diamond level. Now, he possessed 3 diamond-level allies, ranking among the elite within the survivor community. By continually hunting golden-level beasts, he could elevate his other summoned creatures to diamond level, rendering him fearless against both the Pirate Alliance and the Justice League. Wang Feng stowed the Firestone Giant seed back into his storage pouch and, accompanied by his treasures, proceeded towards Li Lan's Sanctuary Island, intending to bring back the copper wood and fine iron he had gathered. By the time he arrived at Li Lan's sanctuary, it was already afternoon. Li Lan was taken aback to see Wang Feng. It had been over 2 days since his unexpected arrival on her island, and she had assumed he had returned to his own sanctuary. After all, she had heard the battle from 2 days prior. It had concluded long ago. Wang Feng gazed at Li Lan and inquired, "How has the harvest of copper wood and fine iron been lately? What supplies do you require for your return?" Li Lan, currently possessing 500 copper wood and 800 fine iron, I wish to exchange them for a level 3 shelter island core. I am aware that this is insufficient for the trade, but I can promise to owe you and repay you immediately upon completion of the upgrade. Wang Feng said nothing. He simply retrieved a level 3 shelter island core from his storage bag and tossed it to her. At this moment, the level 3 core held no value for him, as he was originally prepared to offer these lower-tier shelter islands. Should he fail to acquire a new level 4 shelter island core in the future, it would then be the time for these lesser shelter islands to demonstrate their worth, which lies in the shelter island cores, where these individuals reside. Wang Feng contemplated that he had been out for 2 or 3 days, after securing the copper wood and fine iron. He did not linger with Li Lan, but instead teleported directly back to his own shelter island. Chapter 78. The mantis catches the cicada. Wang Feng returned to his refuge island and made his way directly to the stone house to rest. Having gone without sleep for the past 2 days while tirelessly searching for rare treasures within the molten lava, he lay down on the bed and soon succumbed to slumber, as the sky darkened, enveloping the refuge island in profound silence. Outside the refuge island, 6 individuals materialized through transmission, their eyes fixed upon the 4th-level refuge island before them, confirming that they had arrived at the correct destination. They cautiously approached the shadowy isle, brimming with confidence that their 6-against-1 endeavor would be effortlessly triumphant, engaging in conversation about the anticipated bounty. Suddenly, a pirate wielding a long knife came to an abrupt halt, and as his comrades moved forward to investigate, he was suddenly torn asunder, meeting a gruesome demise. The remaining pirates were taken aback, unable to comprehend the suddenness of his death. One pirate, his hair ablaze with fiery red, immediately fled towards the island's edge. But he was evidently a moment too late, as the encircling blades of wind had already reached his position. The pirate leader shouted to him, "Diwu, halt at once." As he spoke, he retrieved a pair of special glasses from his storage bag, capable of detecting elemental attacks, though fragile in nature. Hence why the pirate leader typically kept them stored away. Upon donning the glasses, he discerned the secret of the refuge island. It was surrounded by a myriad of wind blades, just as he intended to signal Diwu with directions. The unfortunate pirate had already been severed by the swirling blades. The pirate leader gathered the remaining 3, cursing, whose intelligence was this? There was no warning of such defensive mechanisms, and we've already lost 2 before even encountering the enemy. At that moment, Wang Feng was jolted awake, realizing that the wind blades had been activated by intruders. He swiftly leaped from his bed, retrieved the tsunami gun from his storage bag, and strode outside, summoning Yuan Bao and Kanglin. He then produced the Firestone Giant seed, placing it on the ground, whereupon the giant rapidly expanded to a towering height of 10 meters. Wang Feng ascended to the giant's palm, directing it toward the shore of the refuge island. Kanglin soon relayed that 4 individuals had been spotted at the island's edge, yet they had not successfully landed. Wang Feng promptly instructed Kanglin to unleash an ice spike assault to disrupt the intruders' movements, striving to pin them against the encircling wind blades. In the blink of an eye, Wang Feng had reached the shoreline, observing the pirates still navigating through the wind blades and torrential ice spikes. He recognized the leader as a familiar face, the the very pirate who had previously attacked the refuge island of his friend, Li Xiang. The tactics were reminiscent of before. One pirate defended against the falling ice spikes, while the leader directed their actions, with two others maintaining offensive stances, and the last continuously firing water blades at Kanglin. The pirates surged forth from the wind blades, engaging Wang Feng in a standoff. At that very moment, 6 additional individuals had also arrived at Li Xiang's refuge island, one of whom was a golden-haired man. Without hesitation, Li Xiang rushed forward to embrace a young girl, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, repeatedly exclaiming, "My daughter, you have suffered. We shall never part again." He swiftly drew the girl behind him for protection. Addressing the golden-haired leader, I declared, "I have complied with your instructions. It is now time for you to release my daughter." The golden-haired man replied, "Of course. We honor our commitments. However, there remains one final task for you. Guide us to Wang Feng's sanctuary island. Once this is accomplished, your daughter will be free." Li Xiang, feeling apprehensive, could only lead the group toward Wang Feng's refuge. At this moment, Wang Feng had refrained from calling for aid from Li Hai and the others. He sensed something amiss, realizing that there must be an insider among them. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the adversaries to appear so precisely at his sanctuary, especially with other sanctuaries surrounding it. Moreover, he harbored intentions of seizing the opportunity to vanquish the pirates and amass wealth for himself. Wang Feng swiftly leaped from the palm of the Firestone Giant, which then charged toward the pirates, continuously growing in size until it reached a towering height of 30 feet. The pirate's water blades struck the Firestone Giant with no effect, failing to hinder its advance. Upon witnessing this, the pirates immediately recognized that they faced a creature of diamond rank. Frustration surged within them. The intelligence had claimed that their opponents possessed only 4 golden-ranked beasts. Had they known of the diamond-ranked beast, the task would have fallen to the elite team, and they would never have ventured into such peril. The pirate captain shouted to Wang Feng, "I implore you, spare us. I can reveal who exposed the location of your sanctuary. We were merely following orders." Wang Feng remained silent, his focus not on the identity of the traitor, but rather on the resources possessed by the pirates. He turned to Yuan Bao, who immediately unleashed a tremendous bolt of lightning toward the pirates. The pirates found themselves in a dire predicament, with the sky filled with dense ice spikes. The rear assailed by shifting wind blades, and before them, the diamond-ranked fiery fists, accompanied by intermittent lightning strikes. They could only retreat defensively, but Wang Feng's attacks were relentless. One armed pirate failed to evade and was struck by Yuan Bao's lightning. Seizing the opportunity, Song Lan unleashed a barrage of ice spikes, while the other pirates, preoccupied with their own survival, could not assist. The armed pirate was pierced through by a relentless onslaught of ice spikes. Realizing Wang Feng had no intention of sparing them, the pirate captain knew their fate was sealed and activated a teleportation, vanishing from sight. The remaining 2 pirates, witnessing their captain's selfishness, began to curse him vehemently, while urging the other pirates to stand firm together. Their words echoed in the air as one pirate, maintaining the defensive barrier, suddenly shrank it, swiftly activating a teleportation scroll. The last remaining pirate could do nothing but evade the blows of the Firestone Giant and the ice spikes from Song Lan. Utterly unable to activate the teleportation scroll, helplessly watching as the defensive pirate disappeared. The water blade pirate cursed, "Those who mix in this line of work are untrustworthy. May you meet a wretched end." The Firestone Giant struck the water blade pirate with a powerful fist, sending him flying onto the shore of the sanctuary island. Observing that the last of his prey was attempting to flee, Wang Feng rushed forward and, with a single thrust of his spear, pierced the water blade pirate's throat. Blood gushed forth, drenching him, leaving a vivid display of crimson from a distance, indicating the severity of the wound. Wang Feng commanded Yuan Bao to retrieve the bodies of the 3 pirates from the sea while he hastily stored the Firestone Giant in a storage bag. At that moment, Yuan Bao also returned to the shore. Wang Feng swiftly smeared the blood of the pirates upon Yuan Bao, crafting a scene of fierce combat. Now, it remained to be seen who would arrive at the sanctuary first. Those who came early were likely to be traitors, with an 80% probability of betrayal. This pirate assault had been shrouded in secrecy, known only to the betrayers who were aware of the impending attack. In an effort to enhance the ruse, he summoned both the Great Sage and Batong. Despite the Great Sage's grievous leg wounds not yet fully healed, Wang Feng repeated his earlier actions, applying blood onto the Great Sage, while he ordered Batong to collapse onto the ground, feigning utter exhaustion. Chapter 79. The Yellow Sparrow lurks. Wang Feng first stowed away the storage bags of the 4 deceased pirates, then leaned against the Great Sage while Yuan Bao reclined on the shore, preparing to see if any fish might still bite. The mantis stalks the cicada. How far can the Yellow Springs be? Song Lan, scouting from above, sent word to Wang Feng that a group had appeared in the distant ocean, led by Li Xiang from the secondary refuge island, accompanied by 6 others. Li Xiang had not intended to approach so closely, but he had no choice, as the golden-haired man cared little for his fate. Upon receiving Song Lan's message, Wang Feng was taken aback to discover that it was Li Xiang who had betrayed him. Indeed, merely controlling a person's life did not equate to controlling their thoughts, which often led to complications. He had not anticipated that Li Xiang would be unafraid of death, a revelation that was somewhat surprising. The silhouettes in the ocean gradually came into focus, revealing only 4 individuals. Li Xiang was nowhere to be seen. Wang Feng observed the 4 outside the island's wind blades, his heart blooming with joy, yet his face betrayed a hint of fear as he trembled and inquired, "Who are you? Do not approach my refuge island. Help will soon arrive." The golden-haired man laughed heartily at Wang Feng's words, disregarding him entirely. He turned to the 3 behind him and remarked, "This is the Wang Feng that the leader fears. He possesses some skill, capable of slaying invading pirates, but nothing more. Just look at how terrified he is. The leader is overthinking things. Moreover, we have all joined the alliance. Why hasn't he? How dare he refuse? To abstain means certain death. We shall eliminate Wang Feng, divide his resources, and utilize the corpses of the pirates to pin the blame on them, thereby enhancing our alliance's reputation." Having spoken, the golden-haired man and his companions swiftly charged towards Wang Feng's refuge island. Wang Feng had quietly gripped the firestone giant seed in his palm, awaiting the moment they would breach the wind blades, ready to enlarge the firestone giant and summon the deep rock fire dragon. This time, he could not allow them to escape. As the golden-haired man's team rushed into the wind blades, one unfortunate soul did not anticipate danger and was immediately torn apart by the blades, while the remaining 3 were fortunate enough to break through and step onto the sandy beach of the island. Upon witnessing the death of his comrade, the golden-haired man was consumed by rage. He had not expected Wang Feng to possess defensive mechanisms, thus losing a member of his elite team. In the midst of his fury, the firestone giant suddenly grew larger and charged at them, while the deep rock fire dragon emerged in the air, unleashing its domain of fire, ensnaring the 3. The firestone giant, fueled by the flames, had its attack power further enhanced. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, the golden-haired man evaded the firestone giant's strikes by exploiting spatial rifts, swiftly moving toward the deep rock fire dragon to disrupt its domain. He shouted behind him, "Zhang Liang, construct defensive fortifications immediately. Su Wu, unleash your beasts to attack Wang Feng. Once Wang Feng is dealt with, these beasts will naturally be subdued." Zhang Liang promptly retrieved several seeds from his storage bag. As the seeds touched the ground, they sprouted rapidly into towering trees, which transformed into tree men to withstand the onslaught of the firestone giant. Su Wu unleashed a pack of wolves, approximately 20 in number, among which 5 were of golden grade, while the rest were silver grade. Flames danced upon the surface of these wolves as they swiftly charged towards Wang Feng. Intrigued by the sight, Wang Feng commanded Song Lan to launch ice spikes to disrupt the wolves' advance. He then summoned the bald-headed Chong alongside Yuan Bao, the Great Sage, and Batong to eliminate the wolf pack. Despite the injuries sustained by the Great Sage and Bald Chong, the 4 of them had no trouble dispatching the wolves. Wang Feng plunged into the Dragon King's realm of fire, where the flames enhanced his speed once more. With a flick of his spear, he appeared beside Su Wu. The golden-haired man, sensing Su Wu's peril, utilized a spatial rift to block Wang Feng's strike. Observing the golden-haired man's disappearance, the Dragon King unleashed a torrent of flames towards Zhang Liang's treemen, which ignited upon contact. The Firestone Giant, emboldened by the blazing inferno, relentlessly assaulted the treeman. The protective barrier formed by the treeman was shattered, leaving Zhang Liang no time to evade as he was sent flying by the Firestone Giant, blood splattering through the air. Upon hitting the ground, Zhang Liang breathed his last. At that moment, the golden-haired man contemplated escape while the Dragon King pressed relentlessly, suppressing his spatial abilities with the fire domain. Meanwhile, the Firestone Giant advanced toward Su Wu. As Su Wu attempted to call back the wolf pack for assistance against the Firestone Giant, he realized that more than half of the wolves had already perished, and the remaining pack was on the brink of collapse under Bald Chong's assault. Wang Feng began to utilize fire blades to disrupt the movements of the golden-haired man. Discovering that the man's spatial teleportation had limited range, he promptly instructed the Dragon King to envelop the fire domain in flames. The golden-haired man found himself surrounded by searing fire, with no means of escape, and thus pinned his hopes on swiftly eliminating Wang Feng. In an instant, he appeared before Wang Feng through a spatial rift. Wang Feng unleashed a flurry of spear shadows, relentlessly targeting the potential positions of the golden-haired man. Realizing he was at a disadvantage in close combat, and hearing Su Wu's anguished cries of death, the golden-haired man promptly surrendered. Wang Feng observed the unfolding drama with quiet contemplation. The golden-haired man introduced himself as Donald, the sixth-ranked individual previously proclaimed in the world announcement. He had placed his trust in Ouyang, only to fall into his trap, signing the subordinate scroll and becoming Ouyang's follower. This entire scheme had been orchestrated by Ouyang, for if one did not join their ranks, they were deemed an enemy. They had taken control of Li Xiang's daughter, and Li Xiang himself had been placed in his prior position by their design. As Donald noticed Wang Feng seemingly lost in thought, he suddenly materialized beside Wang Feng and brazenly launched an attack. Unbeknownst to him, this was all part of Wang Feng's ruse. The moment Donald appeared, Bald Chong manifested before Wang Feng and unleashed a roar directed at Donald. The proximity of the roar sent Donald hurtling back, blood streaming from his wounds. Realizing the futility of escape, he promptly destroyed his secondary refuge, Li Xiang's daughter's sanctuary, concluding that if Li Xiang's intelligence had proven inaccurate, they would meet their demise together. The Dragon King's flames struck Donald, leaving behind only a charred remnant and a storage bag. On the other side, Li Xiang watched in despair as his daughter, who had been joyfully conversing, suddenly succumbed to death. He realized that the Justice League had failed. Li Xiang felt powerless to resist, and indeed, he no longer wished to fight back. He manipulated gravity, creating a vast chasm at the seabed, and then embraced his daughter, plunging into the abyss. Subsequently, he relinquished his control over the gravitational field, entombing both himself and his daughter eternally beneath the ocean's depths. Wang Feng sensed the collapse of the secondary sanctuary island and understood that Li Xiang had perished. He felt sympathy for Li Xiang's plight, yet could not bring himself to forgive him. He reflected that had his own strength been slightly less, it would have been he who faced death. This incident served as a poignant reminder that there are always entities in the world more significant than life itself, and that the secondary sanctuary island scroll is not infallible. Chapter 80. Rumors abound. Wang Feng gazed upon the lifeless body sprawled on the ground and let out a heavy sigh. He turned and summoned the great sage and Bald Chong into the beast space to continue their recuperation, while instructing Yuan Bao to drag the bodies from the sea ashore. With everything arranged, he retrieved his survival in the water world device and began sending messages to the formidable brother Xia Xiyu and Xia Ming, urging them to come at once for crucial updates regarding the two alliances. The situation had escalated, and it was time to contemplate the repercussions ahead, particularly concerning Li Xiang's affairs. He reminded them to remain vigilant about the secondary sanctuary island. Before long, Yuan Bao had stacked the 8 bodies together. Wang Feng approached and collected the remaining storage bags. This assault had yielded 8 bags, and he had gathered additional resources for upgrading the sanctuary island. However, he refrained from inspecting them immediately, as other pressing matters demanded his attention. Wang Feng deactivated the island's wind blades, opting to keep this defensive mechanism concealed for the time being. He stood quietly by the shore, observing the tumultuous waves, his mind contemplating the next moves of both the Pirate Alliance and the Justice Alliance. Having suffered significant losses, neither side would relent easily. It remained uncertain whether they would choose to fight to the bitter end or bide their time for an opportunity. Soon, the silhouettes of the formidable brother and the others emerged on the horizon. The distance between the three parties and Wang Feng's sanctuary island was minimal, allowing them to arrive almost simultaneously. Upon seeing Wang Feng covered in blood, the formidable brother rushed towards him, brandishing his weapon and exclaiming, "Why didn't you tell me? I could have teleported here to assist you. Did you encounter an attack from the Pirate Alliance?" Xiaoxiu mirrored this urgency, sprinting towards Wang Feng with concern etched on her face. Xiaming, however, appeared momentarily stunned, only reacting when he saw Xiaoxiu reaching the shore. Wang Feng, witnessing this scene, chose not to elaborate further. He turned to the formidable brother and reassured him, "Fear not, this blood belongs to our enemies." This time, it was not just the Pirate Alliance that attacked. There are those beyond your imagination involved. The Justice Alliance has also made their move. The old adage holds true: those who align with me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. He gestured towards the bodies on the ground, prompting the trio to observe the grim sight. Their expressions shifted once more. The formidable brother wore a proud grin, repeatedly declaring, "My brother is incredible." One man took down 7. Xiaoxiu's initial worry transformed into pride, while Xiaming's expression was a mix of incredulity and rapid acknowledgement, muttering, "The Great One is impressive." Wang Feng had thus discerned who his core members would be moving forward. He continued, "This time, 5 from the Pirate Alliance came, with 1 fleeing. He was the pirate who previously attacked your sanctuary. The Justice Alliance sent 6. 4 of them were attackers, led by the 5th member, Donald, who was accompanied by one of my secondary sanctuary islands guides. The remaining individual is my secondary sanctuary island's daughter, now under the control of the Justice Alliance. All members from the Justice Alliance have perished." Xiaming, incredulous, exclaimed, "That cannot be. Great One, did you mishear? Wasn't the Justice Alliance established to protect survivors? How could they possibly attack you? Moreover, they were just in the communication channel stating that you and the Great One were members of the Justice Alliance." Wang Feng did not respond to his words, merely gazing silently at Xiaming, and the atmosphere swiftly turned oppressive. Li Hai also turned his head to look at Xiaming, who realized he had misspoken but stubbornly held his ground. Xiaoxiu promptly redirected the conversation, inquiring of Wang Feng, "What should we do next? Given the numbers on the opposing side, should we also form a faction?" Upon hearing this, Li Hai appeared eager to take action. Wang Feng, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, "We lack a group scroll. Their scrolls can control the Alliance members below, but we do not possess such an advantage, so we can only maintain a small range. Everyone, prepare yourselves